or drains are just not draining at all, like at all. Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Enjoy two for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at phillies.com. It'll be a Pennsylvania showdown on Friday, May 16th at 6:45, Saturday, May 17th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 18th at 1:35 when Pittsburgh visits Philly. Secure your seats now at phillies.com.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. After picking up another technical foul in yesterday's game, Draymond Green said he's sick of the supposed agenda that's being aimed towards him. He's been fined 227 times in his career. He's been suspended on 6 different occasions for a total of 21 games. Let's not forget when he basically cost the Warriors the title in 2016 for kicking LeBron in the junk, which he's done multiple times to multiple other players. Draymond, you're not the victim. You're just a dirty player. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you from Borgata today. And I'll tell you what's going on. The Phils are going on. They are happening, man. They are really playing some great baseball hot, and won a different kind of win. You know, one of the things that stands out, they're winning a lot of different ways. Last night, the come from behind variety, fun victory. Look, we'll talk about that today. We'll do a lot on the Eagles. We'll do a lot on the Sixers today. Daryl Morey was on yesterday with Spike, and we'll get to that, his podcast. So an awful lot to do, including the Metallica tickets, all of it with you on the phone lines as we give them away today at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Don't microwave grapes.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't think so.
It's this massive science experiment I didn't even know about that people have been doing now for a while, where they take grape and cut it in half and leave a little bit of skin attaching the two halves, and then they start the microwave.
What happens?
It creates plasma. It actually creates plasma. I don't think we should get too deep into how it does all this, but it's going to mess up your microwave.
Wow.
Trust me.
Wow.
If you take a couple grapes, or if you take a couple orbs like spheres or something that have liquid within them and hold them close to one another, and they'll resonate off of one another while a microwave is working, the microwaves work on them, it'll create plasma.
Well, don't
it's
do that.
A crazy science experiment.
I'll tell you what to do. Play the way the Phils are playing. Holy mackerel.
You're right. That creates plasma.
Yeah.
Lights in the sky, bright stars
So
shining
look,
bright
let's
every
get
night.
to this here. I mean, another way to win. Great stretch of Phillies baseball. You know, here's the thing, and we'll get to last night's game specifically in a moment, but let me just start big picture. You know, nothing that they've done in the last 3 weeks proves that they're going to make October. Nothing in the last 3 weeks proves that they're going to win in October. To me, what the last 3 weeks shows, and it's similar in many ways to what the last 3 years have shown, is that they're likely to get to October, that they should get to October, and that they can win in October. Now, one of the things I really want to draw out today, and of course I want to hear from those that are enthused and pumped up and all that at 215-592-9494, but I'm also curious today to hear from the doubters, because the doubters were louder this past off season, and certainly in the month of April, the naysayers were louder than the yes-sayers. They were just louder, and there were more of them. And I'm curious today for those naysayers out there, what you're thinking now when you see this team. Again, if you call in and tell me they're going to stumble in October, I can't prove you wrong, but you can't prove yourself right. Here's what we know. They're a freaking good baseball team. They're really good. You know, and John, I thought last night specifically, and I guess I've said this a lot in the last week especially, but that was another one of those really fun wins.
I'll say.
I mean, that was a big-time comeback last night,
I'll
John.
say, coming from way behind, I will not deny that I was a bit worried, even though I really seem to be incredibly confident with a lot of our team's chances, comparatively speaking. And last night, there were some dark moments when I'm thinking, man, this is rough. But we have a team with Trey hitting, and now he's running and stealing. I love that a lot. Please keep redeeming yourself, Trey. But our leadoff is a boss. You know, the bottom line, when this season started, Bryce Harper said, no more daycare guys. And we have had mixed results. Like I said, I think it derailed the whole season at the start because the team didn't know how to be. The team didn't know how to act, and now they're learning. They've adjusted. They know how they're supposed to conduct themselves from within, and it's getting better. But man, our leadoff, Bryson Stott, he has figured the daycare transition out. Bryson Stott he's finally got the experience to go with the greatness like he's got inside of him. This guy is a baseball head. He always has been. And now he just gets to prove it every time he leads off. And, man, it's been really cool to watch.
Well, I agree.
I'm glad for him. He's the one who's really buoying the daycare, though, right now.
Yeah.
The daycare needs to come along with Bryson Stott, the guy who's trying to lead the way. You got Alec Boehm, he is growing up and responding to adversity, but I don't know if we have time to wait for Alec Boehm. Brandon, but still, last night, when Alec Boehm is up, I'm glad he's at the plate. I know that Alec Boehm is probably poised to give us the hit that we need when it matters. Like, that's the way I'm feeling when Alec Boehm's at the plate, despite all the mess. So, that daycare, that's still, up in the air. That he needs to focus in. He needs to get better in that regard. And then you got Brandon Marsh has the world's lowest batting average, but he made major Rhodes last night, major great plays last night, helped us win that game when it mattered most with some clutch hitting, which was awesome to see. Brandon Marsh, it's been up and down and up and down, and we need it more up. We need that to even out. We need Brandon Marsh. We need Alec Boehm, those two members of the daycare to pull up on their end, because Bryson Stott, he's leading the way. He has done what Bryce asked for. And Bryce needs to do his part too. Bryce has not been Bryce yet. Bryce, you start being Bryce too. The daycare will start, being grown up. Bryson leading the way.
Sure.
And this team is going to be hot when it matters most.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm psyched with what I saw, and it really is in line with what I expected before the season started. And they had those 2 rough weeks, and that derailed a lot of momentum. But I can't imagine there's anyone out there that's not, number one, encouraged. I mean, come on. I mean, if you are, let me put it this way. I'm just going to be frank. If you're so down on the last 3 years in October, and there were things to be down about in October, I'm not pushing that aside. But if you're so down about it that you're not now enjoying this Philly season, I feel bad for you, because I'm enjoying this Philly season. I mean, I got a team that I think's making October. And by the way, the Stott thing, John, he's now looking like an all-star. I'm not ready to declare it. It's too early. But, I mean, we knew 2 years ago in the 2023 season, and let's remember, that's when he hit the Grand Slam in the postseason. We knew that he had it in there.
I don't know how I feel with you throwing "we" around there.
No, in 23, I was very high on him. It was 22 and 24. Then I was like, I don't know about this guy. He's really showing something right now. And of course, last night specifically, and you can weigh in on all this at 215-592-9494. But last night specifically, the Phillies with the stirring comeback. If you missed it, let's give you a little taste, because the Phils were down. Now, let's credit Luzardo for hanging in there. This was not a game that the Phillies were on track to lose because the starting pitcher wasn't good. He was good. The bats just didn't do much for a while. But let's get to the 8th inning.
I saw a lot more attitude from him last
I like
night.
him, man.
I love Luzardo just because he's really good.
Yep.
But last night, for whatever reason, maybe it was the different park that
Wait,
so
negative attitude or positive attitude?
Different attitude. No, it was like tough.
Good attitude. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Yeah, exactly.
He is like a take charge, like no nonsense, like boss.
I'm impressed with the dude.
I was
the whole time I've been impressed with the guy.
At the focus, I was amazed at how, like, there was a little simmering anger underneath it all. Like, he's got a lot to prove.
Well, he does,
which I love to see. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was there like that.
Well, you want that bulldog. I mean, especially because that's a big part of pitching in October. I mean, it really is. Let's get to how they came back, because you can weigh in on all this at 215-592-9494. Phils certainly were in a hole. They were trying to close out a series by sweeping it that they typically haven't been doing this year. They've been losing that third game a lot this year after going up 2-0 in a series. Well, last night it looked like they were probably going to lose. They're down 5-1. It's the 8th inning. And then in the 8th, Bryson Stott with a big hit.
Swung on, hit deep, right field. That one is long gone as Bryson Stott has cleared the stadium. He has hit one out of Steinbrenner Field. A mammoth 3-run home run to right field, and it's a 1-run game.
So the Rays have been getting those, dink it over the wall kind of home runs earlier in the game, which, in a lot of ballparks, I don't think those things get out. Stotts was not that variety. That was a shot.
Any ballpark that would have gone out.
Yeah, that was big time. That was so now you're down a run. Now the Phils needed to use the 9th in order to come back. Great job by Schwarber getting on. Great job by Rojas going first to third. You get the sac fly to bring him in. By the way, you're getting big plays throughout the game from JT defensively. Now you're in extra innings. So you've tied it up. Extra innings. You get that ghost runner on second to start it, and it was Marsh. Brandon Marsh, who has had so few hits this year. It was Brandon Marsh in the 10th inning that gave the Phils the lead for good.
Marsh swings and lines one to left center field. That's down for a base hit. Sosa will come home and score. Marsh headed for second. It's a leadoff double to start the 10th, and the Phillies have a 6-5 lead.
And then after another Trey hit, which gave the Phillies an additional run, let's get to the bottom of the 10th. You'll hear the emotion in Scott Fransky's voice. If you missed it last night, this was a fun one. This was one of those games where it was really enjoyable to see the Phils with what I'll call a stirring comeback. Strom with a lot of emotion out there, Fransky with emotion when it was Strom in the bottom of the 10th to close it out.
Strom was awesome.
And the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Phillies come back and beat the Rays in extra innings, and they complete the sweep. 7-6 the final as Matt Strom gets the final out for the save, and the Phillies have swept the Rays here in Tampa.
That's
that was that attitude that we were talking about with Luzardo that I hadn't seen as much as I saw last night. That's the attitude, the Strom attitude. Yeah. Strom's got the attitude. It's the attitude that's like, yeah, I'm up here on this mound for a reason.
Strom has
and
a lot
then
of swagger out
two
there.
letters. I'm not going to try to say what I was going to say, but he's going to say stuff with attitude.
What are the two letters?
I don't think I can say the two letters.
Oh, okay. I'm curious.
Wait, two letters that Strom or Luzardo?
Yeah, like Strom is thinking these letters when he's letter.
Kevin, I can't figure it out.
Does it start with an F?
Yeah, no, it's two letters and then
Oh.
I still don't have it. Okay, well, apparently John's being a good boy.
You got it? Anyway, Strom. No, these guys have a reason to be cocky, and they are pitching. They're pitching so well in part because they've got so much confidence, and it kind of builds on itself. It's great to see them feeling that confidence right now.
Yeah, I love it, man. So, look, you can weigh in both on last night but also the last 3 weeks. If you want to connect it to the last 3 years. I mean, the big picture is always on the table with the Phils, and I'm just curious if the naysayers are now enjoying the season, because I know a lot weren't earlier this season. Where do you stand now? 215-592-9494. All right, we'll do a ton more on the Phils today. Your call's obviously heavy on that topic. How you can win Metallica tickets. We'll tell you that coming up next. We broadcast today from Borgata. Great to be with you. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the Yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show. Hey-o! And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. The Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. The second round of professional basketball playoffs are closing in, and a couple of teams have made their mark so far as they closed out their first round opponents early. One of which is Cleveland, who all year has looked like a team on a mission. After sweeping Miami in the first round, they hope to put on a similar performance in their second round matchup to reach the conference finals for the first time since 2018. Will they be able to get the job done? In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Today, partly sunny and warm with a high 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies completed a sweep of the Rays 7-6 and 10 in remarkable fashion, scoring 6 runs in the last 3 innings. Trailing 5-1, Bryson Stott hit a 3-run home run in the 8th, getting the Phils within 1 in the 10th. Brandon Marsh put the Phils up 6-5 with a double. Trey Turner would drive Marsh in to give the Phils an insurance run, much needed, as the Rays would score a run in the bottom of the 10th before Matt Strom closed it out. Andrew Painter's first start at AAA got off to a good start, struck out baseball's top prospect, Roman Anthony, 4 pitches, 3 scoreless, 5 strikeouts, all on curveballs. Now until May 31st, get 60% off Win a free entry door with a house of windows plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Periods of rain, a high of 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, Phil's get it done again, and this time they sweep a squad, which obviously had been harder for them to do earlier this season. Wonderful to be with you from Borgata on this Friday morning, heading toward Mother's Weekend. We'll tell you how you can win the Metallica tickets today on the program. Let's go to the phones. Want to hear from people. Hopefully you're fired up on the Phils, but you tell us. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Mike calling from Norristown. Mike, good morning, bud.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good, pal. Excited. Very excited about the Phils.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. What a great comeback. They're playing like a force together. I hate to say it because I don't want to get too excited. I got the Eagles vibes with the Phillies, man, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Are you saying April reminded you of the 2-2 Phils or Eagles, and it's all starting to come together?
Yeah. I think
But he doesn't want to get ahead of himself.
Exactly. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't, because we looked good last year, the year before that, and October came, and boom. It's like, you go on a prom date, you finally got that girl, and you guys hook up, and then she just stunk. Like, it was just terrible.
Ouch.
Now, did she, actually stink? Like, smell stink?
Oh, no, not like that. No, I wouldn't say that. That's too vulgar. I meant, like...
I didn't mean like
not
that. You just meant bad BO. Come on, man.
Oh, no, just... was not good.
Ugh.
Underperformed, let's say. Let's put
Oh, my God. Can we stop? You need to stop with this.
What is happening?
Exactly.
I'm with you, John. I'm appalled.
John Ritchie, my guy. I have a number 40 Raiders jersey from back in the day of you, man. I've always been a fan. I played fullback
awesome.
when I played back in the day. You were the guy I looked up to, man, for real. Besides Tom Rathman,
Thanks.
you were the man.
Yeah, I agree. Tom
Mike, good
Rathman
call,
was
buddy.
amazing. I appreciate it a lot.
John, who's the best fullback ever? Is it Rathman? Is it Moose? Who is it?
Jeez, I don't know. I thought bar none. William
I love
Floyd, holy cow.
Before
man.
he got hurt.
Yeah.
Because that injury completely derailed his career.
You remember?
So pre-injury was only
before-
about 2 or 3 years, but before he was incredible.
He was unstoppable. He was like the ultimate weapon at fullback, lining up in front of the tailback.
Yeah, I remember.
And he was, a better athlete than the tailback in some cases. That was amazing.
And for those that don't know, the bar none nickname was because I think it was before the draft. I think it was his agent, not him. Wasn't it the agent that said he was asked about him, and he said his name was William Floyd, and I think it was the agent that said he will be the best fullback in football, bar none.
I love that nickname.
And then his nickname became bar none. Yeah, that was a strong. That's an underrated nickname, man.
You're
bar
right. It's
none.
a great nickname. But Tom Rathman was the epitome of the West Coast fullback.
Oh,
Tom
yeah.
Rathman was the best of the best, and then he taught. He's still teaching backs. Like, he is still a coach in the NFL somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where, but man, the guy has endured. So he's got to be at
he
the
was
top
tremendous.
of that list.
Yeah.
And Daryl Johnston was, man, despite the fact that he played 10 years for the Dallas Cowboys.
No, he was legit.
He was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, he was
unstoppable.
Yeah.
And did all the grunt work. Never, ever. Did all the stuff that just sucked.
Well, and his
did
running
it
back
until
got
he can't even carry grocery bags anymore
That's a shame.
because his neck's so messed up.
That's a shame.
The guy was a warrior, and no one appreciates what he endured. Like the way that it was just silent.
Well, Emmitt Smith
And
appreciates it because he
you're
got the record
absolutely right.
in part because of it.
All of those yards in part were paved with his sweat and
That's
tears
right.
and that offensive line. So,
Hey, when you call in today, you can win Metallica tickets. We're giving away tickets to see Metallica coming up in about 2 weeks. The Metallica M72 World Tour, which is happening on Sunday, May 25th at the Link. So this is Memorial Day weekend. Believe it or not, we're 2 weeks away from Memorial Day weekend. So on the Sunday of that weekend, May 25th at the Link, tickets, by the way, still on sale. at Ticketmaster.com. You can win them here today, and here's how. First off, a happy Mother's Day goes out to all the mothers out there, which obviously, Rhea, includes you. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you very much.
Of course, Richie includes you. Happy Mother's Day. You've been
Both.
You've been kind of both for a few years.
He gets credit for Mother's Day.
Yeah,
100%.
love. You know,
Sort of. I mean, no, there's a lot more that goes into it, though. I can't imagine the first part that goes into it. You know?
Devin, do you want to be a mother someday?
Oh, wow. That's, yeah, sure. I'm a dog mom, so, like, I count myself as somewhat of a mother. No big deal to me.
Rhea, what's it like to be a mom?
I love it. It's the coolest thing ever. And I love having a teenager now. Teenagers are
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say that.
No, I mean, listen, do they drive you nuts? But you have conversations with them that are pretty cool because they're kind of almost grown up.
Yeah, they're like real people now.
Yeah, and you can have fun with them, and he's a good kid. So he was more crazy when he was 5. Yeah, five is not the terrible twos in my mind don't exist. 5 is an awful age.
Well,
they're horrible
good to
human
know.
beings.
We've met him, and I was very impressed.
He's a good kid.
He's
yeah.
a great kid. He really is. All right, so here's the deal. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Take care of the moms this weekend, obviously. 215-592-9494. Hopefully the moms like Metallica because you can win them Metallica tickets. I know, the concert's in 2 weeks, but here's how you win the tickets to see Metallica in a couple weeks. Give us a great answer today for the best fictional mom ever. All the movies, all the TV shows, all the plays, all the books, all the fiction out there involving the moms. Whoever provides the best answer, you're going to win the Metallica tickets. John Ritchie, what are you thinking? What's percolating in that mind on a mom?
I was thinking back really just yesterday to my time here as when I played as an Eagle.
Yep.
I sat on a teal leather sofa. I mean, it really was almost like midnight green leather sofa in front of a TV, often while doing rehab and things like that. A machine that would straighten and bend my leg while I was coming back from the ACL and stuff. And I remember so distinctly the Super Bowl with Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson on that sofa.
I'm trying to figure out where the mom comes into this, so I'm with you. Go ahead.
Waiting for him to land the plane
70s show was on non-stop in my house. When I played here in Philadelphia, I watched that 70s show every single day, and it was on like 6 times every single day, even back then. So Kitty Foreman.
Yeah.
Kitty Foreman was such a sweetheart. She was the ultimate mom. She would do anything for those kids. And she reminded me of my mom, of Gigi. She reminded me of Gigi a little bit. Felt like that had the teacher vibe going on at all times.
I like it.
So the teal
Kitty.
sofa was
Yeah.
yours?
Yeah. What's
Where
that?
does the teal sofa come into this? That was yours?
The teal
Okay.
sofa was
Okay.
my sofa.
There we go.
So Dan Wilson
and it had a
for-
recliner built into it. Teal leather sofa.
Dan in for Seltzer today. Dan, give me an answer for a fictional mom. What are you thinking?
How about Estelle Costanza? It's a funny one.
Yeah. I mean, not exactly the sweetest, but
No.
But she's got a sarcastic warmth to her.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Mother's Day. It's not let's go into the Army Day, but okay, fair enough. Devin, give me an answer on a mom. What do you got?
I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Amy Poehler, Regina George's mom in Mean Girls.
Rhea, what are you thinking here? There's so many moms out there. What are you thinking?
Well, I had Kitty Foreman as well because 70s show, John. I was the same way. I loved her. So I'll pivot and I'll go old school. Carol Brady.
Yeah, well, Carol Brady's a
It's
true
still a
classic.
fun show. If you rewatch it,
I know.
you don't realize like how funny Alice was. It's a really good show.
Well, Brady Bunch was great. Let me go to one this century, and one that actually not a mom, but she liked to say she was. Who is it, Devin? Not a mom, but she liked to say she was.
From
This century. She would constantly say she was a mom, but she wasn't a mom. The mother of
no
dragons.
Oh, Khaleesi?
Khaleesi, the mother of dragons.
I would have never guessed that. But
All right,
you're
now-
right. I guess she wasn't an
She was not a
actual
mom.
mother.
She was not a mom, but, John.
She's like me. She was the mom to her dragons. I'm the mother to my dog.
She certainly claimed. She claimed.
Well, that's still a mom.
It is still a mom.
Yeah,
She didn't
absolutely.
birth them.
I am.
Well, you don't have to
mother
birth a
and
child or
father
anything to be a mom.
She didn't get
my
stepmom
dog.
legally.
Yeah, okay, I like that. I like
All right, give us a big answer. Fictional mom, what do you got? 215-592-9494. 9494. Best, and there are so many, especially from the sitcom varieties. Best answer, fictional mom. You're headed to Metallica. Tell us what you think about the Phils. Also up ahead, something Daryl Morey said yesterday to Spike about Embiid's knee. What's happened? What's going to happen in the future? Daryl Morey on Joel Embiid's knee. You'll hear that next. Phone calls and all this as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John peanut butter fans. They've got candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classic. Crimpets, light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. I love the lemon pies. They've always been my favorite. Donut lovers, they've got options for days. Frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new dip and stick flavors. I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that is no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Some people say Delco's a lot, and you know what? They're right. From cool outdoor festivals and wineries to award-winning gardens and miles of tracks and trails, Delco has something for everyone. And if you're looking for someplace to watch a game, have a beer, eat great food, and hang out with your friends, you won't have to look very far because Delco is loaded with great bars and restaurants. Check out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That's visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Receiver George Pickens, who was acquired by the Cowboys in a trade with the Steelers this week, spoke to the media in Dallas on Thursday and said he likes the mojo there and excited to help build a winning culture. Pickens added that he never requested a trade from Pittsburgh. Elsewhere, Bills running back James Cook chose not to participate in the team's recent voluntary workout program as he pushes for a new deal. Cook says he's seeking $15 million per year as he enters the final year of his rookie contract. General Manager Brandon Beane says he has no doubt Cook will be ready to roll when it's time to play football. Meanwhile, the Carolina Panthers have released veteran pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney after just one season with the team. And the NFL schedule release is less than a week away. Every game, every rivalry, every rematch, and every rookie debut revealed May 14th. Get all the details at NFL.com/schedule release. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and inflation could make a devastating comeback. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Phillies rallied from down 4 in the 8th, thanks in part to a 3-run Bryson Stott home run, to complete a sweep of the Rays 7-6 in extra innings. Tied it in the 9th when Johan Rojas pinch running for Kyle Schwarber advanced from first to third on an errant pickoff throw, then scored on a fielder's choice. Brandon Marsh doubled in the 10th to put the Phils up 6-5. Trey Turner would drive him in for a much-needed insurance run as the Rays would tack one on the bottom of the 10th before Matt Strom closed it out. The Phillies will now head to Cleveland to play the Guardians. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Periods of rain today, a high of 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Turner swings, bouncer up the middle. It's through for a base hit with the infield in. Walls couldn't get it. And in to score is Marsh.
Well, the Phils certainly crashed the Rays party the last couple of days. That was impressive. And what a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways. Last night, the comeback variety, down 5-1 in the 8th inning. And it is now the 8th game out of 11. I mean, John, that's one of the things I think that really stands out. They're slugging, man.
Mm-hmm.
The 8th game out of 11 that they've scored 7 or more runs.
How about that?
How about that? Devin, you pumped up on the Phils?
I am. I'm trying to temper excitement because baseball is such a long season. So, regardless, something that actually Max Kepler said at the very beginning of the season was after he hit a home run at the home opener at Citizens Bank Park was, I know that there's going to be lulls and highs, and this is one of the highs. So I think keeping that in mind, there probably will be a stretch where they're not hitting as well, and we're all going to panic and say that's not going to work. Look, as long as they're hitting and playing their best baseball at the times that matter most, I think that it's an exciting team, and I think that they're playing really, really well. And I think it also says a lot that they're winning and scoring lots of runs. You mentioned 7 or more in 8 of 11 games, and Bryce Harper isn't even hitting well right now.
Not.
So I think that goes to show, how talented this team is and can be. And I also think, to Richie's point at the start of the show with the daycare and the business-like mindset that they kind of taken, I feel like we're really starting to see that work for them. It's starting to click. Like their business-like approach is working because we're seeing business-like fight. Like last night, they clawed their way back in that game and ended up winning it. And that's something that I don't know if this Phillies team could have done at the start of the season in April.
Well, we'll ask you, for the first time during the season, this Twitter poll question. We asked it prior to the season. We'll ask it now during the season in early May. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question: which team's going to win the division? The NL East. 3 choices: the Phillies, the Braves, the Mets. Who wins the division? Phils, Braves, Mets. Obviously, the Mets have been leading, I guess, since around the first week of the season, something like that. Phils, Braves, Mets. Who wins the division? Tell us at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's also give you a sense of what Daryl Morey was pushing out there yesterday as he made the rounds. And one of the shows he popped on was Spike's podcast, the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast. And, the big question, obviously, is about Joel's knee and really moving forward. But there's also the looking back variety. What happened? Why did it happen? Strategically, did they make the right or wrong decisions? Let's listen to Daryl Morey talking to Spike yesterday about things that have happened the last 2 years when he came back to play the Knicks in the playoffs, and then how they handled it over this most recent season. It's still going on at the NBA, but feels like it's been over for the Sixers for 5 months. Daryl Morey yesterday.
Do you regret any way that you handled it? And do you think coming back for the Knicks series or playing the Olympics had an adverse effect?
I think we were doing the best with the information we had at the time. I think we, obviously sitting here now with a very rough Joel year, it's even more front and center that we don't know how many years we have with Joel. So we felt like it was the right thing, especially given the doctor's advice that the playoffs were the right thing last year. With the benefit of hindsight, I think you can maybe say, okay, we know we lose to the Knicks. Why do that? But it also could have gone very well. This year, again, we making the best decision on the best medical advice. We, like the plan that he's on. He's with the guy who rehabbed Kawhi, did his surgery, is leading his rehab. Joel was, in New York, working earlier this week with him. He has his guy as a big part of the process. So the work is there. And, we shall see. I guess we shall see. But we felt, given the information we have, it was absolutely the right thing we did.
Well, I'll tell you this. If a doctor said he should play and he'll be okay to play, the doctor should be fired.
Yeah, I mean, that still hasn't been answered,
Right?
that question. And he I noticed how he kind of skipped over the Olympics question.
He did.
He didn't answer that part.
He did not.
Because I think if you put true serum for Morey and everybody at the Sixers, they probably didn't want him to play in that.
Probably not. I would agree with that. Probably not. Yeah.
But there's still what? Just tell us what's, just be honest. We all kind of have an idea what's wrong with it, but he was particularly vague about it.
And what would you say your idea is? Degenerative with the
I think he's got
cartilage?
arthritis. Yeah,
that's what I've heard. Arthritis.
I don't think there's any doubt.
He's 300 pounds.
Exactly.
He's got degenerative chronic change.
Yeah.
That is holding him back. And with the Olympic thing, that is so complicated to criticize.
Why?
His choice.
I'll speak for Rhea. Why?
To represent his country.
The second one he decided to represent.
Yeah. His choice to represent his country. Like it's not.
That part to me doesn't
I
factor in, John, because at a $200 million contract, you have a greater responsibility.
I understand, but it's not something. If I'm the Sixers, that it's easy to argue with Joel about or argue publicly about.
I think it is when you're paying someone $200 million. I think it's very easy to say we don't want you to play. Period. Now, let me be clear.
I wish
I wanted
do
him
think
to
it
play
set him
because I
back.
didn't know how bad the knee was.
I had
You know?
no idea it was as bad as it seemed.
Right.
Now, it must have been horrendous.
I think coming back
And
for the
he
Knicks
pushed
series is
through?
what killed him. I'm telling you, John, the more I think back, like he always bounced back until the Knicks series. And then in the Knicks series, you could see that he simply couldn't play near 40 minutes with sustained excellence. He'd give you a 10-minute burst and then do nothing for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And like something that was
And that could also just be a reminder that he is no longer spring chicken. You know, it's been
no, it's not about that. It's about
quite
the
a
knee.
while
No, because he's young. He's young enough.
injuries.
Look, he didn't grow. He didn't decline overnight with all the other parts of the body. It's just the knee. The knee couldn't answer the bell anymore. Look, we'll ask you what your reaction is to what you heard from Daryl Morey there. We're going to play a lot of Daryl Morey audio today because he gave a number of comprehensive answers, many centered around Joel. I mean, let's be real. That's what we really care about. You know, who really cares about his opinion on Jared McCain? I mean, yeah, get in there, improve from last year's injury, come back.
Kept telling
here
you, he's rookie of the year until he got hurt.
I mean, the whole, Joel is the sun in this universe. And without him, they're obviously screwed. So we'll play a lot of audio related to Joel the knee and things Daryl Morey said yesterday. You can react 215-592-9494. Also, give us the best fictional mom of all time. Best answer, whoever provides is going to win the Metallica tickets. And your thoughts on the Fightin' Phils, who are showing a lot of fight these days. Logan in Delaware, as we broadcast from Borgata. Good morning, Logan.
Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Logan.
Good. Does Mike Allstott not make the conversation?
I thought of him. I think he deserves.
But we hate him.
Yeah,
If you dotted the
I think he's a
I
notch below.
like he did, then he's tailback too.
Logan, that's the thing.
split
He was the best runner of the fullbacks, clearly.
Yeah,
I mean, modern day fullbacks. I'm not talking Jim Brown and modern day fullbacks. He's the best runner, but I don't think he was the blocker that Darryl Johnson or Tom Rathman were.
But they didn't really ask him to be.
No, that's right. That's right.
For sure. So on the Phillies, I feel like what was encouraging about the game last night in particular is we actually finally saw like the bats wake up and actually make a difference in a game within a game. Like it's not like they, went hitless from the fourth inning on and then couldn't get it going. And I think that's what really good teams do. They might have a slump within a game, but they're able to hit out of it. Unlike, in a similar way in the Mets series earlier in the year, Stott hit that 3-run home run to get them within one, and then nothing. And I feel like that fight that they're showing is different. And I also feel like in the ways that they're better and that they're actually starting to come into their own with their new approach at the plate and all that, it feels more sustainable than last year when they were playing like one of the best teams of all time. You know what I mean?
Look, let's be real, Logan. One of the things that stood out in this series, sure, they had a 3-run homer last night, but they really manufactured some runs. I mean, the bottom line is
Trey was stealing.
Yeah, you had that.
Rojas stealing.
Rojas first to
loved
third was
that.
big. I mean,
It felt like a real, truly complete team win. Everyone had some sort of contribution offensively.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The
And then
first to
JT's
third thing last
defense
night
also.
did make me wonder why was it not a mistake that he pushed it past second to go all the way to third in that situation?
Because you saw the carry.
There were two outs.
Or he anticipated
There were 2 outs.
where the ball
I know,
would go.
but it was awfully close.
Well, of course it was.
But the other night, what was it? It was a similar situation where he was scrutinized for taking third, and it really was reckless when he did.
I'll say this: usually, when and ballparks.
This
have
felt
different-
like it was never a question that he should take third or try to take third, but there were 2 outs. He could have been thrown out at third.
Yeah, but
and we didn't at any point say, "What the heck is he doing?"
Here's what
like
I'll say:
we did the other night.
A fast runner on first base, where the ball gets past the first baseman, often is going to get to third base.
Yeah.
So I think he knew that and was willing to take the chance. But it was close, and it was a good tag by that third baseman.
Sure was.
But it
was awfully close. It was way closer than I thought it would be when it was all said and done.
Yeah.
But it just made me think, like, holy cow, it really does feel similar to the other night. We are not in any way upset, though.
All right, Logan. Well, you got there. Logan, give me a great fictional
got there
mom.
the other night, but we were upset that he risked it.
Logan,
with
what do
2
you got?
outs.
What do you got, bud?
I'll go with Molly Weasley. from Harry Potter.
Oh,
Okay.
good answer.
Yeah,
Got it.
she's so motherly. And
That is
a great. She's a,
kind of the idea.
she's got a lot of
So
she's got a lot of love.
So let me ask you this: would Linda Hamilton in Terminator not be motherly?
I
or
thought
she's
about
She's
naming
less-
her.
She's
You know?
less motherly. She can do more pull-ups than I can.
Her arms were ripped.
She was so
tremendous. What was her name? Sarah Connor.
Yeah. Sarah Connor.
Absolutely. All right, let's go. And by the way, I'm curious your reaction on the Joel stuff also. Patrick in Tabernacle. Patrick, what's going on, dude?
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing well, Patrick.
So, what's
How
the big
many
territory?
Terminator movies are? Sorry
Well,
to
there's only
interrupt.
2 that count.
How many are there
I don't
now?
know. 2 that count.
I agree with you. I don't know what happened
No.
after T2,
Right.
because there were a bunch of them, and like Christian Bale was in some of them. But so it seems like it should be good.
It's kind of like
but
the
I lost
Christopher
total track.
Christopher Reeve Superman thing. You just forget about 3 and 4. It's like you had 1 and 2, and then just same concept. Just keep it.
But
simple.
how
I don't
many
know.
are there?
I literally don't know.
Okay.
All right, Patrick, what do you got, bud?
Hey, real quick, Daryl Morey, boy, that's pulling teeth listening to that guy speak. First of all, I just can't.
Yeah, he's
listen
not
to
a very
him.
compelling
No,
public.
not
He's
at
a
all.
disaster speaker.
He really is.
At least he didn't sound too out of breath in that one.
No.
So that's good.
But the problem is you have to sit there and parse through a lot of nonsense to
Yeah.
get meat out of anything.
I agree. And you know what the other problem, Ray? Well, 2 things. One, I don't think he really is keeps it real with you.
No.
And 2, and this drives me bananas, how he could do this but knows not to. He doesn't speak like he's at an MIT convention. Like he speaks, like Howie Roseman speaks to Philadelphia, and I'm not trying to say we're dumb. We're not dumb. We're just common sense people. Talk to us in normal lingo.
Yeah.
Morey gives you all that analytics crap sometimes, oftentimes, and I'm not in the mood to hear it.
No.
I don't want to hear it.
Answer a question. I got to get all this
Yeah.
other stuff.
And don't give me the AI impact and influence. Just
Oh, that was.
be a freaking regular guy, man. Very aggravating there, Patrick.
Yes, it is. Anyhow, listen, man, the Phils.
By the way, notable, he didn't come on our show. He goes on Spike's podcast. And,
Yeah, that's a weasel move.
I mean, three different times in the last couple months, I put the bat signal out there for him, and squata.
Here you go.
Yeah.
So listen, man, the Phils, Joe. Yeah, everybody. I'm one of these half-empty guys with the Phils, but yet I've always prefaced this by saying like I'm totally in on this. I'm in on this team, and they're a really good team. I get that. And prior to this last trip we're on, looking ahead for me, it's always the Memorial Day check-in. But I thought this last couple weeks going up to Memorial Day could do something, and we're seeing it. We're definitely seeing some things. But the only thing I'm saying right now is, as far as this series goes, listen, I don't know. We're talking a lot of things. It's great to see the bats going. We just beat up on a little league team.
Well, they're not as good as they used to be. That's obvious.
No, it's like seriously. And first of all, JT is that guy is a stud behind the plate, just straight up.
Patrick, you know what struck me this weekend with his defense? This week with his defense, because I've thought about this a lot over the last couple years. I think there's a really good chance he's the best catcher the Phillies have ever had.
Wow.
And obviously, the ones that come to mind in modern times would be Bob Boone and Dutch.
Boone.
And then JT. And I was young for the Boone thing, so let me be very candid to everyone who's older than me that saw the Bob Boone thing. I can't really know. How can I know? I can't. I didn't see Bob Boone much.
Dutch was really great at handling the pitching staff.
He was.
JT is phenomenal defensively.
Well, here's the other thing about Dutch, and you guys know I say this with all love. Me and him were legitimately friends. I loved him. We hosted a show together for 3 years. But Dutch stunk until he didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of times we think back to the 3 or 4 years Dutch was great, but there was the 5 or 6 years that he wasn't very good at all. And so the reality, and now knee injuries played a big part of that. I want to be very clear. The guy had a ton of injuries, and that was a huge part of it. But the consistency that JT has provided to Phillies over 7 years, where he's pretty much always a top 5 catcher in baseball. Now, this year, the hitting is, finally tailing off, and it's inevitable, as it happened with Bob Boone, as it happened with Dutch, as it happens with everybody. But I think there's a very legit chance JT is the best catcher overall the Phillies have ever had. And that's saying something.
There you go, Joe.
All right. I need someone who's 100 years old to call in and tell me if I'm right or not, because I really don't know. Patrick, give me an answer. Great fictional mom.
Real quick, Joe, you just said something. The Phillies, one thing I will say is the Phillies, I think possibly, like, they're not, we're not winning the World Series until we win it. They're pecking away.
You are correct about that. I tell you what. That's a true comment, Patrick.
But Joe,
they cannot win it until they win it.
Now listen,
I'm putting that in the next
update. Right, but everybody knows what I'm trying to say. I think. But anyhow, how about this?
What?
Best fictional mom. I use this address fictionally all the time for people. This mother lived at 1313 Mockingbird Lane, and that would be the one Lily Munster.
Ah, you got it, man. Boy, that's a different variety right there, the Munsters. Devin, you got anything on the Munsters? Probably not, right?
Nada, no.
Do you know the difference between the Munsters and the Addams Family?
Yes.
Because I don't, and I watched all that stuff.
Are you kidding?
I know the Addams
know the
Family.
difference?
The Munsters, I've heard of, but I couldn't
Well, they were
picture.
both weird. What was the difference? I don't remember.
Well,
they were both weird.
I was more of a Munsters fan than the Addams Family.
They were just
total weirdos.
Are they like
shows.
the same universe?
Same
Why
sort
are
of
we
concept, but different shows?
Okay, so
right.
they're
What's like
different.
I Dream of Jeannie and Bewitched?
Yeah.
It's like the same.
I was weirdly obsessed with I Dream of Jeannie. It would come on Nick at Night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
when
was
I was
always
like
on
a
there.
kid,
Yeah.
I thought it was
So
cool.
Joe.
Come on,
Didn't
man.
you tell us about that?
Not really.
I think maybe it obsessed in a different kind of way.
That ain't right, man. Just the horny hammer comment again.
I thought you
Who's that,
had
Barbara
a
Eden?
special fondness for Barbara Eden. You know her name.
Well,
Look
yeah,
at that.
Yeah, who doesn't know Barbara Eden?
Well, I think a lot of people don't
Yeah.
know Barbara Eden.
All right, 215-592-9494. It was a good night for the Phils, and for more than just what happened with the Fighting Phils at the major league level. Something in the minor leagues last night, highly encouraging. We're going to get to the Andrew Painter experience from last night. Phone calls and all these topics from Borgata today. Also, give us a great fictional mom. Best answer wins Metallica tickets on 94 WIP.
Burst pipe leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Service today and stop worrying. No matter the time of the year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they've seen it all. You won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, which I have used. It's terrific. They'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. And as always, with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your house, and you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses to expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, with YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Speaking of brains, do the Pittsburgh Pirates use theirs? Didn't the Major League Baseball season just start? Yeah, and they fired their manager Derek Shelton after starting 12-26. I get it, but the coaches and managers always get the blame. Blame the cheapskate owner Bob Nutting. Maybe the Pirates would score runs if the owner paid for talent. Happy Friday, folks. I'm JR.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The runner goes, the pitch is taken for a strike, throw to second, and he is out at second base. It's a strike him out, throw him out, double play as JT guns down Taylor Walls.
Well, JT really, his defense last night was big time, obviously. Made a big impact on the game, and it's part of why the Phils won. Great to be with you from Borgata this morning. 215-592-9494. Rhea bringing up in the commercial break there about Carlos Ruiz. Perhaps he should have been in there as well when we mentioned him. All right, Rhea, so you're the one person here that saw Bob Boone in ways that, we didn't.
I was young.
Okay.
When you're that age, you're not kind of looking at the intro.
That's
to
fair.
me, it was more Dutch.
Yep.
I knew more about Dutch.
So you've seen Dutch, Levy, Ruiz, and JT. How would you rank those four? So post Bob Boone.
Okay, post Bob Boone.
JT's been the whole time.
It's so consistent, but I think we forget about it. I mean, how many no-hitters with the perfect four?
Four no-hitters for
Ruiz?
Carlos Ruiz's career.
I mean,
but to be fair, it helps to have Roy Halladay throwing you the ball.
It does. But he had one with Cole Hamels, and But so I'll go. I think I'll go JT, Dutch, Carlos.
JT, Dutch, Carlos. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's where. But I think Carlos deserves to be. Deserves to be. I think we forget about how consistent he was behind the plate. Just in terms of just calling a great game.
Listen, you're talking about Dutch or
no? I'm talking about Chooch.
Let me tell you one thing. One thing about Carlos Ruiz that was massive. Let's take 08 Phils. Brad Lidge was throwing that slider that would go in the dirt.
Yeah,
and people would swing and miss, but unless Carlos Ruiz stopped it was going to be a wild pitch.
Yeah.
That was a big part.
I mean, he was just real. I think he's criminally underrated. I think I would say this. We just
I should have said his name.
No,
last
but
segment.
I'm at fault too. When I was thinking about it, I went, "Oh my God, we didn't mention Chooch.
Yeah.
We should mention him."
Yeah.
I think speaking of criminally underrated, I mean the guy who's at the top of your list, Joe, JT Real Muto. I mean, this really it's groundbreaking to me that you're being so over the top positive about JT because it's not often that I hear something.
Well, it's just
because
his hitting's declining.
I feel like more often than anything, we hear everyone complaining about JT for being old and declining.
Yeah.
But I'm not even complaining. I'm just pointing it out.
This
is what happens at the end of a contract.
JT's awesome. JT is incredible, and I agree with you. I think, and I wasn't watching baseball and paying close attention. I've never seen anything like his consistency and toughness.
Yeah.
And he comes through when it matters. He doesn't always come through offensively, but he does come through when it matters at times.
He's a trustworthy player. You don't feel like you're going to get a bad at bat.
Yeah,
he might make an out, but he's not going to look foolish up there. He's not going to flail.
Yeah, and I know he's going to know it's a strike or a ball.
Yeah.
I
got a good
know
eye.
he's going to have a plan.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he's the grown up, even with the daycare, in sort of like limbo land where they're not sure whether they're adults or kids or what they're supposed to be right now. I think JT gets a bad rap for being old because he plays a position where guys get old.
Well, they do there earlier. It's like running back earlier than other spots. All right, 215-592-9494. Also, Andrew Painter last night with a performance as Andrew Painter returns. Long time, obviously, all the injuries he's had.
Performance.
Well,
you said.
Let's listen. A little taste of Andrew Painter in the minors last night.
It'll be a really good matchup and a really good test for Andrew Painter coming off of Tommy John surgery. Pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2-2. Sable swings and misses. Got him with a curveball down the dirt. 1-2. Thompson takes a knee-buckling curveball at the knees. He's down looking, and it's 3 strikeouts already for Andrew Painter. 1-2 pitch to Nathan Hickey. Curveball called strike 3, and Andrew Painter back-to-back. 1-2 coming. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
How about this guy?
Again, down the dirt. Rozier can't lay off.
So here's the deal.
5 in the ball game.
Yeah, here's the final line for Andrew, because he's not going to pitch long. He's coming back from Tommy John surgery and being out forever. 3 innings last night, 1 hit. No runs.
It was fun to watch.
One hit, 3 innings, 5 strikeouts. That's a great job. What a great job by Andrew Painter.
I wanted to see him. I actually had him on my laptop, and I had the Phillies on the radio.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to watch him. He's so big, 6'7".
He's very tall.
I mean, it's like, oh my God! But it was that curveball is filthy.
Devin, have you had any access to him yet as Phillies reporter, like in spring training? Or
Yeah.
What's his personality? What are we looking at?
I mean, he's so young. He's 22. I think he just turned 22. So he's a pretty quiet kid. But I went up to him in the Phillies clubhouse when I was down in Clearwater and chatted with him a little bit about his progress, his ramp up period, and he told me he's essentially 6 weeks behind everyone else, and it seems like he's stuck to that schedule. But he's just a really quiet, humble kid. He said, he's learning a lot from Aaron Nola, from Cole Hamels, who's down there in Clearwater as well. I'm really excited for him.
Yeah.
Me too.
Big deal.
The 60 pitches, it seems so light, so many outings in a row. When are they going to ramp that up even farther?
The next one. The next
60?
one.
Yeah.
Well, it's been 60,
What are you new to baseball?
65,
Normally it goes
60.
60, and then we'll get to 67, and then we'll get to a 76.
Well, it's been 60 the last couple.
I'm just saying.
I want to see more.
No, I think it started at like 2 innings. Like, he didn't even get much done. I don't know how
They're
many
working
pitches
it.
he
They're
went.
They're going to be very careful.
They
with
are.
him.
He did get out of a bind last night. He loaded
Oh,
bases,
yeah. He
loaded the bases,
with
and then
walks
still didn't
and
allow
got
any.
out.
All right, let's get
His
some calls in here.
He is so big, to Rhea's point, that the hat on top of his head doesn't look like it's the right size.
I know. Right?
It's almost like a cherry on top of a sundae and askew, because the sundae's like starting to melt because he really is so big. No hat is gonna fit properly.
All right, let's get to let's go to Johnny in Springfield. What's up, Johnny?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, bud.
First time in a long time. But yeah, I'd definitely like to talk about the Phils, man.
Let's do it.
I think anybody in the city that says that they're not excited still about this team, because we're going on this run for about
3 weeks,
4 or 5. Yeah, so it's like we know we got the core of players. We know they're getting older, but we're contenders. The only thing is, guys, it's like we got like 125 games left, and we're in a tough division. You see the Braves are creeping up. The Mets are stacked. And, we're going to have to fight for every inch of it.
Well, say, Johnny, I like that point as it relates to this season. Part of what I find fun about this season is this is not a gimme for the Phillies to make the playoffs. There are 3, I think, good teams in the NL East. The Braves are still coming up, meaning they're continuing to progress. The NL West obviously has 3 or 4 good teams. So I think it'll be let me put it this way. As great as the Eagles were last year, and they were great in the regular season with a superlative record the whole way, part of what made the regular season intriguing, every week you were hoping they'd pass the Lions. They never did.
No.
But every week there was intrigue to try to claim home field advantage. And that was, for lack of a better way to put it, fun. I think this baseball season is going to have a lot of that because they're going to have to work to make the playoffs, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and you hit it right on the head, Joe. And that's how I am. I'm going to use one word, and I'm not trying to sound cheesy, but hope. I have hope for this team. I know, listen, we're starting to play small ball. It's not like everybody's trying to slap a homer every time they come up. That's how you win games. You steal bases. You make plays. You got to be clutch in certain situations. But, yes, is it possible for 9 players to get hot all at once? Yes, it's been done. If that happens, I have all the confidence in the world if something like that could come together.
Well, yeah, if 9 guys get hot at the same time, they'll probably win.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
the problem is
helpful.
The problem is maintaining that for a month in October because 9 guys have gotten hot for a couple weeks twice, and then they didn't, and then they lost. Johnny, give me an answer. I got hope also. Give me a great fictional mom.
All right, listen, so I'm going to go off script a little bit here. I'm a Delco boy, grew up in East Lansdowne with
Don't tell me it's the woman on the car because she wasn't fictional.
Listen, I have to give a shout out to Mrs. Haley, my mom. It was like a sitcom growing up, and I'll give you a fictional. I'll go with Deborah Barone for putting up with Marie.
Oh.
It's unbearable, and that woman is a saint.
You got it, buddy. Johnny, appreciate it. Which one is that, Ray?
From Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh, gotcha.
You know the father in that, was it Peter Boyle?
Yeah, Peter Boyle.
He went to West Catholic.
Really?
Yeah.
I never got into that show.
I loved it. It was
It's like
fun.
Home Improvement. Just never really did it for me.
I've never seen 1 second of it.
It was a big show.
I have seen Home Improvement.
Yeah, big show. All right, up ahead, more from Daryl Morey, what he said about Joel Embiid, his future, where things go from here. Also, some of the highlights from the Phils game last night, if you missed it, it was a stirring comeback. They've had a couple of them lately. More on that. Also, Chris Long weighing in on his tenure with the Eagles and sort of the way he's still greeted by Eagles fans these days. That and more. Phone calls on all of it from Borgata on a great Friday morning on 94 WIP.
Hello, May, and hello, warmer weather. Before you know it, we're going to be deep into summer and searching for any way to beat the heat, and that means keeping the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. It's what I did at my home in South Philly and at my home in the Shore.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country. So what that means is all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
And they can install your windows in a day or less. Mine felt like an hour or less. I swear, it was 2 p.m. I dozed off. I fell asleep. It was 2:30. All of a sudden, I had 3 windows in 3 different rooms. They were done, and they were beautiful. But you have to hurry. Window Nation semi-annual sale ends May 31st, so don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60 months special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit. Minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather. new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends, Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Pickleballer's hip, laptop wrist, golfer's back.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Runner's knee, cell phone neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop that, Sharon. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, Mother's Day is really almost upon us, a matter of days. And whether you're shopping for your mom or your wife, your daughter, your grandmother, whoever it may be, well, know this, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and, of course, their service. I've been in their showroom many times. It's an amazing place, an extravaganza of jewelry, with just all sorts of different jewelry items all throughout the showroom. Really something you got to see to believe. It's awesome. Junior, the entire staff there, a family-owned business, has been for so many years. Wonderful people. They'll guide you through the buying process of anything. A huge, awesome selection of gifts at every price point that you can get for this Mother's Day. So make sure you show your mom or your wife, whomever it may be, the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Phillies finally completing a sweep, beating the Rays 7-6 in 10 in Tampa. Bryson Stott, 3-run home run in the 8th. Drew them within a run. Brandon Marsh doubled in the ghost runner in the 10th. Trey Turner drove in Marsh to give the Phils an insurance run they would need. Per Bob Vitrone Jr., just the 5th time in 91 seasons the Phillies have scored 7 or more runs in 5 straight games. Phillies on to Cleveland, open a series with the Guardians tonight. Aaron Nola starts. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Periods of rain, a high of 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup. I will crush your face. Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
pitch hit the other way. It's flagged down by Caballero, but he's got only one play. It's over at first base. Kepler puts the ball in play, and the Phillies get the game tied up.
Well, considering they've been down 5-1, that was a pretty damn big comeback. And obviously Max Kepler there in the ninth inning with the sac fly to tie it up. Phils ultimately take the lead in the 10th with a series of, well, the lead was courtesy of the Brandon Marsh hit, and then Trey Turner tacks one on. Phils win last night. It was a really good win, a comeback, stirring victory by the Phils, closing out that series at the Yankees ballpark against the Rays. Good morning to you from Borgata today. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. Poll question, which team's going to win the division this year? The NL East. Phils are now, I believe it's a game and a half back of the Mets.
Yep.
Phils, Braves, or Mets? Who wins the division? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right. 'Tis the season this weekend, next weekend, graduation season for many. Would it be millions or thousands? Hundreds of thousands, or probably millions throughout the country?
Probably.
Millions.
Probably
Joe.
millions.
Millions.
Yeah, so we got 330 million Americans, so I'd imagine there's a million or more graduating in the next couple weeks. All right, so I got some of the commencement speakers. John, do you remember your commencement speaker?
It was Tom Brokaw.
Oh, that's great. See, Fairfield doesn't get Tom Brokaw. And we're closer to New York City where Brokaw was, Rita, do you remember your commencement speaker?
No idea.
Devin?
Maybe it was
No.
Peter Jennings.
Okay.
So
okay.
close.
Like, did you go to journalism school? What are
I
we
don't
doing
know.
here?
It was one of those.
I
two.
don't. My grad school speaker was, I don't remember her name, but she was a anchor for like NBC or something.
Obviously, very memorable.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
clearly.
Well, Fairfield never gets anyone good, but that's, it is
So,
what
do you remember who
I have
yours
no
was,
clue.
though? No.
We've never, to the best of my knowledge, never have anybody famous. I mean, it's famous in some genre, but
Yeah.
not famous for, us. All right, here's some of the notables this year. Colorado Christian University. This is today. JB, James Brown, host of the NFL Today.
Nice.
Not bad.
Why is it?
I
What's the
was
connection
wrong.
there?
It was Ted
I don't know.
Koppel, Joe.
Oh my God!
That's good, John.
Oh man.
You just named every top anchor in the 90s.
That's really good.
My bad. I really thought it was I thought it was Brokaw or Jennings.
That's pretty good.
It
All
was
right,
Koppel.
Duke's got a former Duke basketball player. Who do they got?
Billy King.
No. Although that would have been pretty cool.
Christian Layton.
No.
JJ Redick.
How about Grant Hill?
Oh,
That's a
pretty
great
good.
That's a great choice by Duke. All right, Emerson College goes with that Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh,
she's
my God.
So funny.
Is she going to talk in her
Stop
talky
it.
voice the whole time?
Is that her?
I think
talking?
that
It's not
might
a real.
be
No,
the
it's
way.
not.
That's
It's
the way she
not?
Not
talks.
a real voice. I've heard her
Really?
interviewed. It's not her real voice.
Wow.
She does that for effect. Emory University goes with Usher. That's coming up on May 12th for Usher. Fairfield at Timothy Shriver, if anyone knows who he is. No, he's part of the Special Olympics. I'm sure he's very accomplished, but we never get to truly. Georgetown's got the fonts. I mean, you kidding me?
Yeah.
Henry Winkler at Georgetown.
That's pretty cool.
I want the font sometime. Harvard, they got, I've never heard of this person, but Abraham Verghese, who's a
No
Stanford biologist, professor, physicist, and novel. And I'm guessing that person's very, very smart. So anyway, we'll give you a
Yeah,
couple of these
yeah.
as we move through the show.
You're missing Merrill Reese at Temple University.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Good for Merrill.
Yeah.
Good for Temple.
Yeah.
That's
Pretty cool.
fantastic. That is cool. All right, well, we'll get back to a couple of these as we move through the show. Obviously, congrats to all of the grads-to-be over the next couple of weeks. Also, congrats to Nova. I mean, holy mackerel.
Wow.
A Pope! You got Pope!
It's pretty cool.
That is, I wasn't there last night. I heard the bells were ringing for hours. Isn't that cool? I mean, the Pope went to
He
Villanova.
seems like a super cool Pope.
1977. You know, there's all sorts of pictures going around of him with V for Victory and photographs. I got a buddy of mine text me last night a picture of his brother-in-law with the Pope. It's hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, he grew up in the Raleigh Massimino years.
So
There's a picture going around of him at he's a Chicago fan at the Cubs-Astros World Series in 2005.
He's a White Sox fan, though. That's what they said.
Well,
That's-
he was at the.
that's
well,
I don't
who
know.
played in? It was the Astros World Series. Whatever Chicago
Yeah.
team, one of them.
That would
Point
be,
is,
that
he
would
likes
be,
sports. Okay.
Yeah,
Hope
that,
five
that
White
would
Sox.
be that would be the White
You
Sox.
know, our friend,
White
good friend
Sox fan.
Marshall Harris,
Yeah, of
who
course.
works in Chicago Sports Radio now.
Yeah.
They were on the air when it came through.
Yeah.
They lost they posted it.
Sure.
Lost their minds. It was the funniest thing
Well, think
ever.
about if you knew him.
Yeah.
So I heard that his brothers, I think it was his brothers. The story I'm getting a little confused. But somebody who knew him really, 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 really well didn't know until he emerged at the balcony like the Pope.
It's like, oh, wait, that's my brother.
Isn't that amazing? All right, so congrats to Nova. I mean, to have a Pope is
pretty cool.
It's really something.
Between that and the Knicks, I mean.
Well, that's the problem. The Knicks
Right.
now may have a better chance. And
Why? Because you think they're blessed?
what's going to be interesting is do many people root for the Knicks when they face a non-Celtics team? Like, I'd rather see the Knicks win than the Celtics. Would I rather see the Knicks win than Jokic?
I'm really torn on
Yeah.
this
That's
Knicks
a tough
Celtics
one.
series, though.
I think so, too.
I like the way I
respect
their
them.
Villanova.
Yeah.
I love the way they play.
Yeah.
And they
But
play
they're
as
the
a
Knicks.
unit. It feels
But they're they're Villanova.
But they're
they
the
were
Knicks.
Villanova first.
But they're Villanova.
They chose Villanova. They didn't choose to be at the Knicks.
Yeah, they did.
Well, Brunson did. That was a
Brunson
free
did.
agent.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay, Brunson's the free agent.
I
too.
respect him a lot. I don't know. All right, so look, you can weigh in and the whole thing. At the Phils last night, Villanova having a Pope. I would have loved to hear the bells ringing last night for hours. That's cool. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494.
He's keeping it more traditional, apparently, than the previous popes with the red attire.
Okay.
Like there was something special about that first appearance in the all red that took it back to the days of yore. Like that was the I don't know.
Well, apparently it's an homage. The Leo thing's an homage to the Pope from like 120 years ago or something.
Yeah,
I like Leo.
I
It's a
love
cool
that.
name.
I
Leo's a
love
good
that.
name.
Yep.
Oh, one other thing real
Strong.
quick before the phones. Let's get to something Daryl Morey said yesterday, because obviously he commented on a lot in the podcast with Spike. And one of the things that Morey talked about was how Joel felt about the medical approach the team took with him over the last now 2 seasons. You know, coming back to face the Knicks, everything that happened this past year, which was a disaster. Here's Morey yesterday on more with Joel.
Do you think he agreed that it was the right thing that you did?
I think there were, to be fair, it's a good question. You ask good questions. I do think there was a period, and, some of it was real, some of it out of frustration by all of us, where when it wasn't progressing like all of us hoped, mostly him, that, he was maybe like, okay, maybe we should have taken a different path earlier. I think that's fair. And I think he was pretty, he was very Joel open, I would call it. You guys know Joel. And yeah, I think he was probably right. With the benefit of hindsight, maybe you do some different things early in the year. But we also felt like we were in a good path from the doctors, and they thought it was the right path.
So that's significant, because what you're hearing from Morey is that Joel wanted to do something other than what the Sixers doctors wanted to do. They went with the Sixers doctors approach, and it totally didn't work. That's my interpretation of that.
That's kind of what was the undertone throughout the year. Is that,
Probably why Spike asked the question.
Yeah, is that there have always been some butting of heads.
Yeah.
Between what he what he wants and what they want it. And you listen, it's your body, so you kind of have to know what you. But
it's a double-edged sword,
It
because
is.
often
Yeah.
doctors will know more. Like Carson screwed up coming back as fast as he did.
yeah,
He just flat
well,
out.
that
he
was
flat out did.
That was an ego thing with him.
I agree.
I think with Joel, the problem is he wants to find the doctor that's going to tell him it's a magic cure-all.
Well, he may know at this point. It may not be.
Well,
Because part of what
it's-
Morey's talking about, I think, is some of it's a year ago, and now, reality might be setting in even for Joel.
Reality
even,
is set in
the
for all of us
yeah.
except maybe the Sixers and Joel.
I agree. Well, look, we'll play more of the Daryl Morey audio. I mean, it was very notable, some of the stuff he said yesterday. 215-592-9494. Also, we're near last call. I mean, we got 2.5 hours till the end of our show. I told you yesterday, I'll say it again, last chance. Anyone that gets Rory McIlroy on our show this week, you get $100. So we got till 10 o'clock. He's in town. I don't know what time he tees off today. But obviously pretty cool to have the PGA and Tour in town. Someone get us McIlroy on the show. I want to talk to the Masters winner. Let's go to the phones.
You're the one.
Yeah, you're the one. Let's go to Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, what's happening, pal?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Anthony.
Hey, John, man, I was thinking about fullbacks, man. It's a notable fullback that played for the Eagles, man. He played for us. Who is he?
There's been 4 or 5 of them.
Kevin Turner, Leonard Weaver. Leonard Weaver
Leonard
was
Weaver.
awesome.
Loved him.
Till his knee injury.
Keith
right?
Byers, different type.
Keith Byers
Owen-
was
Owen
amazing.
Schmidt.
He was my favorite
Oh,
player
Owen
for a long
Schmidt.
time.
Are you kidding me? Don't give me the Owen Schmidt nonsense.
Owen Schmidt.
What are you doing to me, Anthony? Is that the guy that replaced John? John, is that the guy that came in when you got injured?
I don't think so.
Who was the guy that replaced you in 04?
Nah, that's the guy who played
Josh
for West
Perry.
Virginia,
Oh,
man.
Josh
He's
Perry,
the
yeah.
He's the face masters, man.
Yeah, Owen Schmidt was a few years after that, after the Josh Perry thing. Yeah. I kind of preferred the Richies and the Byers and the Kevin Turners to the Owen.
Keith Byers was the very first jersey I ever bought.
I love Keith Byers.
And then I went to San Francisco that summer and got the USA Today slipped under my door to find out that he had signed with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
It was very sad.
Yeah. Well, the whole exodus. I mean, he
Yeah.
left. Keith Jackson left. Eric Allen. Of course, Norman Brayman,
Ugh.
messed the whole thing up. Anthony, what do you got on our fighting Phils, man?
Hey, the Phils, man, they turning it around, man. I think, just like the person said earlier, man, it's just like how the Eagles was when we was 2-2. I think something is finally clicking, man. The starting rotation looked pretty good.
More
I
than
think
pretty good, man.
Saquon- Yeah, more than pretty good. Hell yeah.
Because you know what, Luzardo, here's the thing, Anthony. We might go the next 2.5 hours without Luzardo's name being said today, but he deserves it to be said more. He pitched well enough to keep the Phillies in it. Like, he didn't get a win. He left when they didn't have the lead, but he only gave up 2 runs. Like, he essentially did his job yesterday, and it was the bats that finally came around. So, he deserves more credit than he's probably going to get today, is my point. Bottom line, same thing I said yesterday. They're going to put a good starting pitcher out there every night. Doesn't mean the guy's going to pitch great every night, but they're going to put a quality starting pitcher out every freaking single night. What an advantage.
Right, so with a good quality starting pitcher every night, man, that'll prove our chances on winning every night. I would hope
Well,
so.
that's the point. Anthony, give me a great
that's
fictional mom. You can win the Metallica tickets.
I was gonna say Mother Teresa, but she's not fictional. I'm going with
Wow.
Claire Huxtable.
Oh, yeah, not fictional. That's right. Claire Huxtable, you got it, my man.
That's a good answer.
Claire Huxtable is a great answer. No question about it. It was weird when they were back in a show together, though. If you remember, 5-10 years after Cosby went off, they had another show together. That was kind of odd. But Claire Huxtable's an all-timer, no question. All right, Chris Long. Let's get to some Chris Long stuff. So this was from a couple days ago in the lead up to Brandon Graham Day. Obviously all sorts of guests were on either in the lead up to it or on BG Day early this week. And Chris Long was one of the many former Eagles, prominent Eagles, featured on WIP to honor BG, and he certainly did. But also in the midst of the conversation with Spike, Ike, and Jack, they touched on the Chris Long thing. Now, I'm going to tell you, I think he was extremely humble in his answer about his connection to Philly, because he wasn't going to say what I think the slew of reasons why he was so beloved here are. But listen to the guys the other day with Chris Long.
Chris, you only played here a couple years, but you do feel like when I think now I'm in Philadelphia, but I think about Chris Long, I was like, that guy's an Eagle. Like, definitely an Eagle. Like, what do you think it is about you and about the town that, like, sort of connected in a way that you're remembered here, and you identify with the place as if you were here longer than you were?
Well, a couple things. I mean, it's hard to fake loving a place the way I just loved Philly. Like, from the minute we pulled up, it's also right place, right time too. There's a number of us on that team that are going to be remembered a great deal for our contribution to the Eagles, and they might have been small contributions or they might have been quick stops. There's a lot of legendary Eagles that I look back on and think are way more Eagles than I am. But I was just lucky enough to be there for a couple of years when things were going well, and we just had a special team, man.
Sure did have a special team. He was certainly a big part of it. So here's the deal. Good answer. Nothing wrong with it at all. I'm not ripping him in any way. Love Chris Long. But he didn't really say what I believe to know to be, I have 7 reasons why he became 7.
Wow.
All right. Give me the reasons. 7 reasons why Chris Long is beloved here in Philly. What are they?
He gave his salary back.
Number 1.
Yes.
Number 1. Now, he can't say, they love me because I donated my salary, but, like, let's be real. That's where it started. Like, are you freaking kidding me? A guy's going to play a season and donate? Yes. So, number 1, donated his salary. All right, give me the other 6.
I helped win a Super Bowl.
I got that. Won the
Okay.
Super Bowl. That's 2. I actually
All
have
right.
that. I have these chronologically. I have that as the last one.
Rocked
Yes.
a fur coat at the Super Bowl parade.
So, you know what? I thought of it, didn't write it down. Here's what I'll put that under the category of.
Sixers jersey.
I got that as number 4.
Was it bold?
Cool dude.
Yeah.
Cool dude. And also good-looking guys. Women loved him. Guys wanted to have a beer with him. Cool dude, good-looking guy. That's 3.
Howie Long's dad?
No, but that is that
Villanova?
is a plus. No,
The Pope?
The Pope, yeah, that's right. All right, I got 4 more reasons.
Okay, I know.
What?
Was he one of the dog masks?
Yes.
There we go.
Him and Lane Johnson had the dog mask. I got 3 more reasons.
He had a big sack.
He had a massive play that was almost a sack. He caused the Patrick Robinson interception.
Yep.
So it was he that deflected the arm of that Case Keenum, causing the Patrick Robinson interception. Reason number 2, and this was established pretty early in the year, he just played well, had a good year. I mean, it was a very consistent quality player. And the final reason, and he's the most recent in Eagles history, he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Oh, right.
So, he can't say all that when he's asked the question, why do they love you? He can't say, because I donated my salary. But let's be real.
Like a cool dude.
Cool guy, man. Hey, by the way, Chris Long, more of that interview. He continued on talking more with Spike, Ike, and Jack.
I think back, just looking at the team last year, winning the whole thing, and, people ask us who's the better team, and to me it's not even a conversation. Like, that team was so talented this year. It made a lot of sense that they went out and won the Super Bowl. And you think back to our team, and, I don't know if I would have been able to call that. It was just such a magical ride, and it all came together, and it was about the people, man. And I think also I was just so lucky. It's one of the biggest privileges of my life to be able to share that experience with people who have been waiting a lot longer than I had. I had been waiting to be on a winning team before I went to New England the year prior for, 8-9 years of my career, and now I'm getting a chance to win, and it felt like an eternity. But for Eagles fans to wait that long to win a Super Bowl, right? Haven't seen all those amazing players, guys that were way better than us and way more Eagles than we were. We were just lucky to be there, right place, right time, and I love the city. And for me, 8 years in St. Louis, we don't have a team there anymore. So naturally, I think I needed a home base, and it's not like I tried to make it my home base. It just kind of became the home base for me and my family.
Cool answer from Chris Long. Just a cool dude, man. Just a cool dude.
He's fun. He and Bo Allen together are so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because Bo Allen is the complete opposite of Chris, and they're hysterical together.
Yeah, they
Well,
are.
and they both would. They were at several of the Eagles playoff games down the stretch. Pregame, they were there when Nick Foles was honored. And Chris Long, I know he lives in Charlottesville, but he still hosts charity events in Philadelphia and talks about how much he loves Philly. He hosts an event that I host with Connor Barwin every year, so he still really gives back to the Philly community.
It's awesome. Yeah, and that's all part of what got him the Walter Payton Man of the Year. I mean, just a tremendous credit to Philly sports and obviously the NFL. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. So the Phils get the win last night. Quality win, comeback, kind of a stirring comeback. You're down 5-1. You come back, ultimately win that game. It's the 8th out of 11 games that the Phillies have scored 7 or more runs. That is notable.
5 in a row for the first time in 91 years.
Wow.
Bob Patrone posted that earlier
he's
today.
always got
He
those
knows
stats.
that was an amazing stat.
So say it again.
7 runs or more, 5 games in a row, first time in 91 years.
Wow.
Or
That
I'm
is-
sorry, 5th time. 5th time. My bad.
Fifth,
Fifth,
okay.
5th time. It's still amazing.
Yeah.
It's still
That's
amazing.
a great.
Yeah.
And look, they're getting really good starting pitching. They really, really are. They're playing with some heart. I love it. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Neil in Northeast Philadelphia. Neil, good morning.
Joe, I wanted to tell a brief story about Duck. I saw Duck, like one time, and I said, congratulations for winning the World Series with the Marlins.
Yep.
And he said, the only thing better, Neil, would have been winning in red pinstripes with the Phillies after all the surgeries he'd been, with the 10 years with the
Incredible.
Phillies.
I think it was
like
13
he was
surgeries on the
sensational.
knees. It was something
Yeah.
like that.
Wow.
It was real. I mean, he would have been so much better if those knees. Because and then he got rocked sometimes behind. I mean, the Ray Langford thing was an all timer, and Dutch was. Chris Long a stud. Dutch was a stud also. I mean, Dutch was. He was just awesome. But I will tell you, Neil, because Dutch was not a particularly good player for half his career, I think JT might be the Phillies' best catcher ever. I mean, JT,
Well, it was,
man.
But another, like Rhea, you go back to when Bob Boone, was
I was a little,
catcher
just a
and
little
how he
too young
handled
for
it
that.
like that. And even Tim McCarver playing 4 decades and then later his broadcast.
Yeah, McCarver a better announcer
Although
than
he's
player.
lefty's catcher, so.
But McCarver did have that designated lefty catcher thing, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
He was like the
And I
lefty
remember
translator
when he hit
to the
home
world.
run and he went past it like that and they canceled the home run.
Yeah, that's always
That
funny.
one.
You don't see that much, but when someone gets past on a home run, that's a classic.
Yeah.
Neil, what do you got on
anyway-
the Joel Embiid situation?
I think, unfortunately, I don't think arthroscopic will work, and I think he'll be a medical buyout in February. But I'm pessimistic.
Well, I'll be shocked if that
Jeez.
happens because I don't think he's going to agree to it. So
What?
I think that's not going to happen.
If you agree to it, can you never play again?
That's a great question. I don't.
Or the
and
life
what
of the
does that
contract.
number
Yeah.
look like?
Yeah,
A
I don't
medical
know.
buyout
Yeah.
for Joel?
I don't know that either. And look, none of us care about Josh Harris's cash.
He's good.
What
I think.
we care about is the cap ramification. Neil, give me a great answer for a fictional mom.
Well, Josh Harris is good with the Commanders. Fictional mom, Marion Cunningham in the Happy Days.
Absolutely.
Oh, good one.
Mrs. C, another classic. Let's go to Seth right now in media as we broadcast this Friday morning from Borgata. Good morning, Seth.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, John, I actually graduated with you. Our commencement speaker was Walter Cronkite.
Whoa! Oh, it's a joke. I got you.
That's
That
funny.
took me a sec. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what I figured. I was waiting for it to marinate. All right. So it's funny you guys bring up the catcher situation and talking about who the best catcher was. It's funny because it got me thinking how pivotal that position really is in baseball altogether. In that it's one of those few positions in sports where you can make other people around you better. They can make a good pitcher look great. They can make a great pitcher look elite. They can elevate the play of the infielders. Yeah, I mean, they
Totally
do all
correct.
Of those things,
Yep.
all while like being at the helm of it all. It's an unbelievable thing, and I think we pay so much attention to things like pitching and the bats and stuff like that. But just that one position, like kind of a commander in chief of the team,
I'm with you, man. I agree with that completely.
And
Which JT obviously is, man. He is superb back there.
he's so cool. He's so cool back there. And he's got a gun too, man. Watching him throw that guy out the other day. Holy cow. So the Phils, I'm excited for the way they're starting to kind of turn it around and playing the small ball is a big part of that. But I still have, a little bit of concern on the back end of the bullpen. Seeing Taiwan in there the other day definitely adds a little bit of comfort to that. But it's just, again, you and I have talked about this before. I just feel like it's been a while since they've been able to, since we've been comfortable with the bullpen like that, where you can turn a game over and go, you know what, we got this.
Well, they haven't
up
this
by
year.
3
Last year
runs or 1
last year they
run
had it
or
with
5
Strom
runs.
and Hoffman and Alvarado until he wasn't, and then Kirkring for sure.
Romano has settled
That's
down.
what I mean.
He's pitched better.
He definitely has lowered it like 5 runs, but I thought Rob Thompson managed well, save for putting Tanner Banks in. I didn't understand that. That was my one quibble with him. Other than that, I thought he managed pretty well. But
Well, remind me, what was the score? They were
it was
down
a
at
1
that
run.
point.
It was 1 run.
3-2?
Yeah.
And that's
I
what
believe it was-
became 5-2?
I'm pretty sure
Yeah, I
it was,
think
yeah.
that- I
But
think
it was
that's right.
1 run. I just,
Not-
like
not-
I
not
said, it was a
3-1.
quibble.
Three-
Yeah, it was a quibble
yeah,
I
yeah,
had.
yeah.
That's all.
Or maybe it was 2-1 at that
Is
point.
it sustainable now?
Well,
Is it sustainable now
look,
for
they
the
don't have a
bullpen to,
great
like, keep,
bullpen
these
yet,
guys
but
to
it'll
keep
get
rolling?
better. It will get better, Seth. Is it sustainable? I guess time will tell. I mean, I think they will pitch better out of the bullpen more than worse the rest of the year. But don't kid yourself. They will lose some games because of the bullpen this year. They don't have the same bullpen. Look,
Of course. Well, how
Hoffman was
far-
outstanding last year. I mean, he was tremendous. They don't have that right now. Seth, give me an
How
answer, my
far
man,
into
for a
that
great
08 season
fictional
was it?
mom.
Where we- Oh, all right. Well, you gotta measure it by a couple different things, right? Toughness, the influence on the kids, the ability to keep a chaotic household in order. I mean, there's only one person I can think of that checks all those boxes. That's Marge Simpson.
Marge Simpson. Wow, how about it? So happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, Rhea and all the moms. I hope everyone take care of the moms this weekend for sure. By the way, no beat the hammer today.
Very sad.
Very sad. And I'm going to say I don't think we should allow it anymore. Here's new show rule. When Seltzer leaves, we still have Beat the Hammer. I mean, Seltzer's off today, which is why we have no Beat the Hammer, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't have Beat the Hammer.
I mean, we are having Beat the Hammer, technically.
Pop culture.
Pop culture.
Yes.
Beat the Hammer.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So that's sanctioned.
Yeah.
Unsanctioned.
Sure.
Unsanctioned.
Wait, what do you mean
I always say it doesn't count against my record because, I always lose.
Oh, it counts if you win?
Devin
I don't
doesn't
even know
the-
your Pop Culture Beat the Hammer record, though.
Well,
Like, I don't-
during the pandemic, I was 3-13, and then
Well,
with
we don't count that.
No, and then with you as the host, it's I don't know. I've won some and lost some.
Yeah, but I think heavier on the loss.
You can have 6 Taylor Swift questions today.
No. I haven't had a Taylor Swift question in Pop Culture Beat the Hammer in so long, okay?
We got to rip Seltzer for taking a couple days off and just
He's
leaving us.
at a wedding.
I don't give a damn.
All right, you were off last Friday.
You should have prepared the questions. You could have given the questions to Dan Wilson and still been the maestro.
A wedding really is a gift of new life and joy that
Yeah.
you can't just turn down that
But his-
opportunity
But
to
his
attend.
friends kind of screwing him. James has to go out to California for this freaking
James
wedding.
is thrilled. He's going to San Fran.
I don't care. It's going to cost him a couple $1,000.
He's gonna go. I hope he goes to the House of Prime Rib because I told him that is the best place to eat in the greatest salad he can have. in
Good
San
deal.
Francisco.
Well, we
Better than Columbia salad?
The
Yes.
Columbia salad
Yeah,
is
I'll say
great,
it is.
but it's not ever worldly.
I'm
it's
saying
very
this
good
is
though.
the best salad in the world.
Oh, wow.
I love a good
best
salad.
I
in the
love a
world.
good
I
salad.
had a good salad here at Borgata last night.
What'd you have?
I don't know how to describe it. It was called the steakhouse salad. It was,
You know, you
Oh,
can't
steak salad
judge
is
food
amazing.
very
It was
well,
great.
though.
Dude,
If you've only eaten 6 to 10 things in your
settle
life,
down.
how can you
Steakhouse
effectively
salad,
judge new
Borgata.
foods?
Be here or be square.
Would you have it at the steakhouse?
I had it at the I forget the name of the
Long
place,
Bar
but
or
down on the
Steakhouse?
left. Good spot. Good spot. All right.
Homestead?
Might have been that. Yeah, I think it was that. Yeah. You know.
Named every restaurant.
go
in
through all the
Borgata.
restaurants.
That one, yeah.
All right, so let's get to some of the memorable or notable moments from the Phils game last night. If you're waking up and didn't see the game last night, know that it was a great comeback. And it wasn't like Luzardo pitched bad. He only gave up 2 runs. But then the bullpen, of course, got shaky, as mentioned by our last caller. Phils were in a 5-1 hole in the 8th inning. That's the kind of game, let's be real. Typically, you're not going to win. But it was Bryson Stott with the first real big shot that pulled the Phillies back into it.
Swung on, hit deep, right field. That one is long gone as Bryson Stott has cleared the stadium. He has hit one out of Steinbrenner Field. A mammoth 3-run home run to right field, and it's a 1-run game.
All right, now just for context purposes, spring training complex, that's why you can hit it out. Okay, this wasn't Mickey Mantle, This wasn't like Reggie Jackson almost hitting it out at Detroit, going 500 and something all those years ago. But it was a shot by Bryson Stott, and it was big. At that point, of course, Phil's still down. So 8th inning ends, Phil's still down, but, they hold the fort down in the bottom of the 8th. You go into the 9th, you're down a run. So Schwarber gets on, pinch run, Schwarber out, Rojas in, and that made a big move by Rob Thompson. That made a huge difference. Let's get to a big moment when Rojas went first to third.
He'll throw to first again. He throws it away. Rojas gets up. He's headed for second. Now he's thinking about third. The ball in right field picked up by Jankowski. His throw is not in time. And Johan Rojas goes first to third on the throwing error by Pete Fairbanks.
That was, John, he was hauling, man.
Sure was.
Fast.
We were thankful he was. We needed every bit of that speed on that play, too, because he barely got in.
Sure
there.
did. So he ultimately scores on the sac fly to tie it up. Now, we also got to give a nod to JT here, because as he so often does, superb behind the plate, big defensive plays, including this one.
The runner goes. The pitch is taken for a strike. Throw to second, and he is out at second base. It's a strike him out, throw him out, double play as JT guns down Taylor Walls.
So, you hear the emotion in Fransky's voice. It was a cool game. So, look, you got a tie game. You got extra innings. You got that ghost runner on second base. And with the first batter in the top of the 10th, let's listen to Fransky call Brandon Marsh's hit.
Marsh swings and lines one to left center field. That's down for a base hit. Sosa will come home and score. Marsh headed for second. It's a leadoff double to start the 10th, and the Phillies have a 6-5 lead.
It's always good to get that lead, but you still know the other team's going to have a dude on second, right? So they got a good shot to tie it up. But Trey had a hit that followed that scored Marsh. So ultimately the Phils take a 2-run lead into the bottom of the 10th. And then it was Strom with some emotion from both Strom and Fransky. Strom closing it out.
And the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Phillies come back and beat the Rays in extra innings, and they complete the sweep. 7-6 the final as Matt Strom gets the final out for the save, and the Phillies have swept the Rays here in Tampa.
That was a heck of a win. John, where are you at big picture on the Phils? What are we looking at with the Fighting Phils right now?
They are making that adjustment from last few years, trying to figure out the right way to be, trying to time it up the right way for the postseason. I do feel like this is a team that's there's a lot of, as they felt, some loose ends they needed to tie up just to be able to be their best version of themselves. They didn't talk heading into this season. It wasn't about, hey, here's what we're going to do. They knew they had the goods. They knew they had an opportunity here to make good on the last few years where they disappointed. And I think this is just, in their minds, a work in progress. They're shaping into a team that's going to be dominant. They're not there yet. They're very aware of this, but that's okay. They're okay with that too. And where they sit right now, as the daycare group becomes the, I don't know, what would you call them? The
middle school,
out of the house, like I don't know.
Well, let's be fair. Only one of them though has played well this year.
Okay, Bryson
Stott,
one
of three.
Bryson Stott has flown the nest. Bryson Stott is now leading off, and he is spectacular.
John, he looks to me like an all-star. Bryson Stott is playing. He might not make it and all that, but he's playing all-star-ish.
He's given us exactly what we need at the leadoff, and Marsh last night gave us exactly what we needed. Marsh has the ability to give us a lot more than what he has, especially against lefties. And Alec Bohm, I don't even know what to make of that. He is at least conducting himself in a way that's, I don't know, not a distraction at this point. And last night, when it mattered, I felt really good about having Alec Bohm at the plate. Even though he's impetuous, even though he acts like a little kid, like truly daycare at times, this guy can hit the cover off every ball they throw to him. So I love that feeling. I love how good he has grown. I love the player he's become. We just need to get his head straight. This daycare could really become a force.
Here's where I'm at. I'm not ready to declare them great. I said that before the season. I think they will be great, but I'm not going to say that they are yet. I'd certainly like to see them grab first place maybe before I make a claim like that, but I feel pretty confident they're going to make the playoffs. Now, let me be clear. Not like 100% confident. I mean, it's tough. There's 4 good teams in the West. There's 3 good teams in the NL East. They're going to have to fight, whether it's to win the division or make a wild card spot, and that's good in a certain sense. There's challenges there. I think it makes this season fun. But I'll go here. They should make the playoffs. They have the kind of talent that they should make the playoffs, and I think they will. By the way, Devin, dare I say, I'm going to use the V word. Dare I say vibes are back?
I thought we did away with that.
But they're back.
I thought we did away with it.
Well, they don't have to talk about it. The Hammer can talk about it. Vibes are back.
I'll say vibes are back, but it's a different vibe, and I think that's a good thing.
What is it? What is this
Well,
vibe?
it's not as, goofy. We're
Grown
gonna
up
dump
vibe?
water. Yeah, it's we're focused, we're locked in, and we are going to fight and claw our way back if we're down in a game, and we know who we are. We know our potential. We haven't played to our potential. We're still a winning ball club, though.
Well, so I'll say this. When you say all that, Rhea, one of the things that goes through my mind, and I don't want to go too far down the road because this could be talking out my hiney talk.
Well, that's generally
That
what
does
happens.
happen. But part of the defining element of 1980, for those on the younger side, part of what defined it was that the Phillies had lost in the playoffs in 76, 77, and 78.
I mean, it was painful.
And missed the
yeah.
playoffs
Yeah.
in 79. So, Rhea, that was
by the time it got to 80, I was real young, in 76, 77. But, by the time you get to there, it's probably where my cynical nature comes from. By the time 80 comes around, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Do this to me again.
And the big talk was they'll be broken up if they don't to go win it all.
Correct.
And then they won it all.
And I just, in honor of Mother's Day, I watched that. I remember my dad was on a business trip, and it was just me and my mom watching it. And it was the coolest thing
Game
ever.
6 versus the Royals.
It was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast this Friday morning from Borgata. Always love being at Borgata. Also coming up shortly, more of what Daryl Morey said in the interview with Spike on Spike's podcast. We'll get to that coming up shortly because there was a lot about Joel Embiid, and we'll play some of the notable stuff coming up in a moment. Let's go to Vince in South Philadelphia. Hi, Vince.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
What's
hey,
up,
real
Vince?
Quick, I'm a fellow St. Joe prep grad.
Nice.
Love
it.
Back from the last century.
What year were you,
Anyway,
Vince?
77.
Good man. So you were there for the football. That's great.
Anyway, one good thing for the Phillies win last night, not so much that it was a great comeback, but yeah, it was good that they won another series, but I'd like to see them go on a little bit of a run, let's say, win like about 5 or 6 or 6 or 7.
Well, they're doing that
8
right
of
now.
11, right?
Yeah, I mean, Vince, if you look at the last 2.5, 3 weeks, that's what they've been doing.
Oh, yeah, no, but I thought like maybe, if they really go on like a tear, like maybe win like 8 in a row or something,
Well, we'll see.
something like that,
He's not
I
happy
just
with
think that
7
would
of
be
8,
great.
Joe. It's got to be 8 in a row.
Right. I like your standard, Vince. You hold
They kind of snuck up on you.
Vince, you're like
pretty
Dr.
good.
Bender. You hold the feet to the fire, or Mr. Taylor. You're a great teacher, man. You want excellence. All right, Vince, give me a big time answer, pal, for a great fictional mom.
I'm going to go with Laura Petrie.
Oh, yeah, Laura. Boy, that's going back right there.
Who's
Laura
that?
Petrie. So that is Mary Tyler Moore from the show with Dick Van Dyke.
Wow, I don't remember that show.
Dick Van Dyke show is a great show. I'm trying to talk Amy into that being our next show, but she's saying
He's
no.
like 90 something.
I think 99.
And he's still dancing. He did
I
a thing
know.
with Chris Martin recently. It's pretty wild.
Dick Van Dyke is a legend, and
Yeah.
Mary Tyler Moore was awesome. All right, let's get to Joe right now, calling from New Jersey. Joseph, good morning, bud.
Good morning. How's the crew doing?
Doing great,
Yeah,
Joe.
pumped up on the Phils, man. I'm not thrilled with some of the stuff we're hearing from Daryl Morey, but we'll get to that in a moment. But talk to me, Joe. What's on your mind?
Listen. I'm an old guy. I've been watching catchers for a lot of years. I go back to Yogi Berra when I was a kid. But you guys got the Philly catchers ranked exactly right. You have JT has to be the best, and Dutch second, and then Chooch. The guy's defense.
So you got Chooch over Bob Boone?
Don't even put Bob Boone in the conversation. I couldn't
Whoa.
stand that guy. His cocky attitude and his diss on Pete Rose and everything he did. I just didn't like him a little bit.
Because Rose caught the ball and Boone didn't want him standing next to him and said he distracted him?
He couldn't stand it that Rose did that. And, Rose actually saved his rear end, so,
He did, but I will say for a catcher's ball, Pete was a little close.
It's funny how that bothered some people.
Well, you know what? I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, yeah, it bothered me a
I will
lot.
say this. I don't think Bob Boone was wrong to say Pete Rose was really close to him.
He's wrong to say it? Or wrong
I
to...
mean, it's Bob Boone's ball, and
Yeah.
he probably dropped it because Pete Rose was standing a foot from him. But anyway, okay, go ahead, Joe. I got you.
I got a mom.
Oh, man, I got a mom, too. I need a fictional one. Which one you got?
Peggy Bundy.
Peggy Bundy.
Oh.
Look at that.
Big one.
I'm going to give that a no. That's not a household I'd be proud of.
Not a mom I'd like to have.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, for one thing, you got to tell your husband to clean up the act in front of the kids. Right? I mean, come on. Peg Bundy. But it was a great show, no question. All right, let's listen to more of Daryl Morey. There was an awful lot in this interview with Spike yesterday on Spike's podcast. Daryl Morey came out of his cave to finally talk. Joel, obviously, the big.
That's where he was. A cave.
He was in the cave.
Huh.
That's where
Like
we
Aaron
think he was.
Rodgers.
Yeah.
Darkness.
Morey really did do Nick Nurse dirty during the regular season. Because,
I'll say.
Billy King would step up in the midst of struggles during regular seasons.
Well, especially, for a guy who wasn't responsible for that. I mean, how long's Nick been here? 2 years?
Right.
I mean, no, they hung Nick Nurse out to dry repeatedly.
That was
during
brutal.
The season.
Total brutal.
Yep.
All right. So Daryl Morey talked yesterday, and he talked extensively about Joel's knee, which, let's be real, it's really the only thing you really want to hear about. Maybe other than Paul George and, what the hell happened. But, all right, Daryl Morey yesterday with Spike talking about, let me get the right thing here, about Joel's future, because all due respect to the past, what matters most is what is up ahead. Let's listen to Morey yesterday talking about Joel's future.
What do you say to people that are there's a lot of writing Joel off as that he's just never going to be playable in any real way ever again?
I would say, look, I mean, nobody knows what this future will be. We're optimistic, but nobody knows. I would say I'll give some examples. Last year, Kawhi pulls out of USAB for, it sounded like injury reasons. Nobody really knew. If you had asked then, people to say, was he going to play 45 plus minutes in a pretty intense playoff series, along with a lot of minutes down the stretch, I would think most people have said probably not. I'll take another example. These are positive examples. I can come up with negative ones, but I like to think the positive.
Mm-hmm.
If you take Brook Lopez, I think in his 32, 33-year-old season, I'll get these details mostly right. Very injury prone through his career, plays 30 games. If you had asked everyone, including me, including AI at that time, to say how many games is Brook Lopez going to play the next 3 seasons, they would not have guessed 78, 79, and 80 in the next 3 seasons. So look, we have a wide range of outcomes. We're optimistic, but part of sports is to not know.
All right, so he's at least saying it could go in any direction. But John, is he shoveling some nonsense our way?
I think that's all this is, isn't it?
I think so.
Did you enjoy the Brook Lopez comparison?
No, especially because all due respect to Brook Lopez, who's had a nice career. He's a third, fourth, fifth best player on a team, right? Joel Embiid needs to be the man. Joel Embiid, for this team to win, needs to be able to play 40 minutes and dominate in the postseason for 2 consecutive months. Yeah. Not to mention play good enough during the regular season that you have this thing called home court advantage. You actually have the inside track come playoff time, which they only had one time, and they blew it in that Hawks series when that whole fiasco.
Doesn't make me feel any better that Brook Lopez had, an ability to play 80 games 3 seasons in a row, back to back to back. Why does that have any bearing on our stars' inability?
It has zero.
It has nothing.
It has nothing.
There is no relation. There's no tie. There's no cause and effect here. You're just talking to distract us from the fact that you have failed.
I agree with
in
that.
the product that you're putting on the court.
I agree. Now, I do want to play this one piece of audio. So in the midst of a long answer about a different topic, Morey snuck a comment in that it does give an optimistic bent to the future of Joel. Now, whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. And I tend to not believe it. But Daryl Morey, talking to Spike yesterday, did say this.
We'll know a lot more as the summer progresses, how he's progressing. So far, it's looking very good.
I mean, take it for what it's worth.
Have they ever been truthful about injuries?
No, and that goes over multiple administrations.
Yeah. So
And by the way, it doesn't really matter much if it's looking good when he's not playing actual NBA games, where it's 33 minutes, go play 70 games, come back on a Tuesday, play on the Wednesday, come back on the Friday, play on the Saturday.
That is such a waste of wind. That answer right there. That answer that he gave. Oh, well, he's looking pretty good. That means nothing to me.
I agree with
That
you, John.
means
I mean,
absolutely zilch.
I mean, it's better than him looking bad, but it doesn't.
Which they're not going to tell you.
They're not going to tell you, and it doesn't count right now anyway.
Yeah.
There's no games. You know who's playing? The Boston Celtics. You know who's playing? The New York Knicks. They're playing these things called games. Playoff games. All right, you can react to the Morey stuff. I mean, look, it's brutal. 215-592-9494. Obviously, the Phils, the main topic off of last night, and their surge over close to now 3 weeks. They're a game and a half behind the Mets and clearly playing outstanding baseball lately. Let's get to Tom in Abington. Yo, Tom.
Yo, gang. How we doing this morning?
Doing great, Tom.
Hey, Ray, that was an awesome line yesterday. When in doubt, pull out. I almost drove off the road. That was fantastic. You know,
thank you.
I'm listening to Daryl Morey talk, and if I squint my ears just a little bit, he says all the right things.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's
a joke.
It's brutal, Tom. It really is.
Yeah, they're really the laughing stock of sports at this point.
Look, the only out that I will give him on some of that presentation is there certainly is the possibility they may want to trade him and need to peddle to the world that Joel can have a bright future, and that's part of how you get him traded, right? I mean, if he comes out and says this guy's shot, right, then how in the heck are you going to convince a different GM?
Do you
and
think
owner to take him?
another team's doctor unit would clear him on a physical?
You know, it's a great question how extensive it would go to.
I mean, I still have no idea how this guy got cleared. He couldn't
got a
play.
lot of practice these past couple years of selling us on Joel Embiid and all these bums he brings in. So he should do just fine there. Now, when it comes to the Phillies, great game last night. I'm watching them. I'm rooting for them. They're my squad. But ultimately, I just think this team's going to disappoint us. And it's a shame because I think it is the best pitching that I've seen, starting pitching
I agree with
in
that.
my lifetime. Yeah. But then you have the other three things: the defense, the bats going cold, and the bullpen. And
Look, it's really
ultimately,
close to
that's
2011. It's really close. You can totally
gonna
debate
let
it.
us down.
But
Yeah,
but Tom, I will say this one thing because, and I've been saying this a lot this year, and I'll say it until we know the outcome. You're right. There's a better chance than not that they will lose in October. I mean, 12 teams make the playoffs, 1 wins it. That means 11 lose.
That's if they make October.
Oh, geez.
Well,
Tom.
you're right. I mean, they might not, but I think they will. I think they'll make it.
I don't know, man. This aging squad just has me worried, and ultimately, I think they're going to disappoint me. I know it's a tough way to look at things, but that's how I see it.
All right, Tom, give me a great fictional mom as we honor all the moms with Mother's Day coming up on Sunday for Metallica tickets. What's a great fictional one?
All right, so if this has been said or if it doesn't qualify, I do have a backup. But how about Mother Nature?
We will write it down.
I like it.
We will write
Does
it
that
down.
count?
It's in a category all its own.
Yeah.
So, John,
Devin, why don't we ask Devin if she can explain how Mother Nature is fictional?
Wait, you're trying to put Devin in a tough spot again.
I'm just teasing.
So, John, does Mother Nature count?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure. I think it's an awesome answer.
Devin, you did have kind of a tough Wednesday 6 o'clock hour.
Oh, I know. I heard it was replayed yesterday.
Did you hear from people?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
It was, not since Ike. Let me rip somebody else. Not since Ike didn't think dinosaurs were real.
Well, that's next level.
That was like 10 years
I
ago.
at least believe that they're real.
Didn't he really?
I stand by my question.
I mean,
but
that's my
I was
recollection.
very wrong.
It's
about
before I was working
dinosaurs.
at WIP, but my recollection is Ike went on the air and said he didn't think dinosaurs existed or something.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think they recently brought it up. I was listening to the afternoon show and they brought it up. I think he really did think that they were fake.
Is he Michigan
They were
State, John?
fake.
That's
Or
the
made up.
problem.
I don't know.
That's the problem.
Anyway, 215-592-9494. All right, your thoughts on the fight and Phil's. Also, big praise for Kyle Schwarber, MLB Network yesterday. We'll get to that. More of the Daryl Morey audio. And Pop Culture beat the hammer at 8:30. We'll have some fun with that from Borgata, 94 WIP.
Guys, listen up. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to talk to my friend Paul at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. He'll walk you through every step of the process, whether you want something custom and one of a kind, or you need a stunning diamond ready to go. Paul makes it easy, pressure-free, and actually fun. So don't settle. Go with someone who gets it. Step up to the 5th C, color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Check out cozyjewelers.com. That's COZZI. Or follow Cozy Jewelers on Instagram to see their amazing work.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwarbombs at the Yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. See store for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There's nothing better than watching the game live.
And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items, like paint, stain, tools, flooring, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online from May 8th through May 14th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Manny Pacquiao is back. And don't be confused, it's not 2009, it's 2025. And after 4 years off and at the age of 46, Pacquiao is fighting Mario Barrios in Vegas this July. Was Manny bored with politics? I mean, what's next? He's going to call out Mayweather? Enough, Manny. Stay home. I guess the tax man keeps on calling it. I'm JR.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies scored 6 runs in the last 3 innings at Tampa, rallying to beat the Rays 7-6 and 10. Bryson Stott, a 3-run home run. Brandon Marsh, Trey Turner, RBIs in the 10th to complete the sweep. Rays, losers of 9 consecutive games to the Phillies. That is the longest losing streak against a National League team in their franchise history. Phils will open a weekend series in Cleveland. Phil's Guardians, both 22 and 15. Aaron Nola will start. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Periods of rain, high 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Phillies come back and beat the Rays in extra innings, and they complete the sweep. 7-6 the final as Matt Strom gets the final out for the save, and the Phillies have swept the Rays here in Tampa.
Well, great job by the Phils last night. You know, bats came alive late in the game, and Phils. That was a fun series for sure. Good morning to you. Hope you're having a great start to your Friday morning from Borgata. Richie's working on his hitting. What's going on there, John?
I'm just visualizing.
Hitting.
Yeah.
Baseball hitting.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, you were doing your lefty swing thing.
So do you swing lefty?
Well,
I
like
swing.
a baseball bat?
I don't do either way.
You don't even know how
Right.
embarrassing something I saw was one time.
I don't know. I don't know which way I am at the plate.
You're all turned around.
Devin, we were with Phillies. We were with Matt Stairs, and it may have also been Charlie.
It wasn't
Manuel.
just Matt Stairs. It was Charlie.
Yeah, it
too.
was Charlie. This was around 2018.
Charlie
And
was very positive.
John, well, of course he is. He's a positive guy. John literally didn't know which way he hits.
Yeah, I mean, I never played baseball.
I was embarrassed for
remember,
us.
Now,
as a
hold
station.
on. Now, remember,
do
when I
both
was a
feel
boy,
right,
when I was a
or-
little boy, I remember my dad giving me a glove for baseball. I remember putting the glove on. I remember picking up the ball with the glove and trying to throw it with the baseball glove because I thought that's what I was supposed to do.
I don't know if that would work out.
No, like he gave me the glove
You're
that
holding your
covered
left
my
hand
left
as you say
hand.
this, so-
He
okay.
gave me
But you're lefty, right?
Yes.
So they're
my
left-handed.
My dad didn't notice that I was left-handed. My dad gave me a glove that covered my left hand.
Your dad
and
didn't know that you were
No.
left-handed?
What?
Apparently not.
Okay.
My dad also taught me to play basketball right-handed. My dad, who played baseball and basketball,
Is it Ben Simmons'
had
dad?
a left-handed son, yet he taught me to play right-handed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's so dumb.
That's a new wrinkle to the story. I don't think we knew that part
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But I
Well,
think
maybe
that's
he's
a
old.
big
Isn't
part of the problem.
like old school? Weren't you? You were taught to not
But
use
but
your
I was
left
like a
hand
little bit.
ever.
I was a
Yeah, it
little
was evil.
baby.
Yeah, especially if you went to like
Said to be
Catholic school.
evil.
Because my dad had that too.
Oh, really?
But he didn't.
Your
he
dad's
didn't-
lefty?
No, he's not. But he went to Catholic
was
school,
made-
and they were taught that
he
you
was
should
made
write
right.
with
Wow,
your
how
left
about
hand.
that?
Yeah.
By the way,
rough.
speaking of Catholic school, congrats to Nova with the Pope.
Yeah.
And I got to give it to Bob Ryan yesterday, Boston's own Bob Ryan, with a good. This was a good tweet. Bob Ryan tweets: "Inquiring minds need to know: is this the first Pope who has set foot in the Palestra?"
Oh,
Sure.
I love it.
Probably.
Yeah, I bet.
Now, what he should have said is the cathedral of college basketball, the Palestra.
We would all know that.
Yeah,
yes,
we get that.
No,
But
that's a
anyway,
great tweet.
that's
I
a
love
good
it.
tweet, right?
I love it.
I mean, we got to find out the backstory of the Pope, like in the mid-'70s at Nova. Yeah, Raleigh's the coach, and the Pope is...
It's American. I can't believe I didn't realize there's never been an American Pope.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yep.
American and Peruvian. But
Yeah.
he became Peruvian.
Joint
in-
citizenship. He's got
Yeah,
both.
but it was in 2015
Yeah.
that he got the Peruvian.
Been down there for about 10 years or so. All right.
Yeah.
Phones. Phil's playing well. We'll get some more of the Daryl Morey stuff. Let's go to Chris in Dover right now. Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Chris?
Great show, man. You guys are the best.
Well, thank you. I don't know if that's true, and I don't think it probably is, but we're having fun.
Listen, and I'm having fun with you. Rhea, happy Mother's Day to you also.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hey, now let's get on to some not so fun stuff. Thanks for bringing up the Daryl Morey stuff today, Joe and John.
Yeah.
You guys are spot on. I just want to go on a quick rant, and then I got a quick Philly thing. This Daryl Morey, first of all, there's not another Daryl Morey out there, so they got no chance of trading Joel to anybody. This guy is terrible. You're right, John and Joe. When you talk about what he speaks, the old what was the thing he said a month or so ago with the trees, peering through the trees or something?
You squint hard enough.
Yeah, squint the eyes.
Yeah, squint the eyes. That's it. This guy, he's terrible. And listen, this is going on for 20 years now at the front office of the 76ers. It's a joke. It's terrible. The guys he brought in this year, Kyle Lowry, I love him for the Nova days. 37 years old. Come
Yeah,
on.
that did not work.
These other guys he brought in, Paul George was a mammoth mistake. He paid him, overpaid him, and guess what? The guy's been a bum for years. He played more than 70 games once in like the last 7 years. The guy's hurt all the time. It was a bad move. And speaking of bad moves, let's give a shout-out earlier in the week. Game 7. You guys caught that, right? Out there in L.A.?
Well, I don't know which
one?
thing you're talking about.
How about the DNP for Benjamin
Oh,
Simmons in
yeah.
Game 7?
Oh, we talked about Ben not getting in there. And Chris, we've also talked about the possibility that could be his last NBA game.
Yeah, you think he'll be a coach now?
Yeah.
Coach Simmons.
Right.
Coach Ben
Have we
Simmons.
talked about the
loves
possibility of
basketball
him
so much.
coming back to the Sixers?
No.
Why?
I mean,
What are you, insane?
they're desperate.
No, they're not that desperate.
Desperate for what? I don't know. Anything.
No, not that.
Just
Chris,
saying.
Chris,
Our
I'll
coach.
be, Chris,
How about our coach?
I'll be interested, Chris.
He's the only one who wants to
if
coach
a team
the
signs
Sixers.
him. You know, is a team going to sign him and sign up for that nonsense? I don't know.
How about this on the same game? James Harden with a total of 7 points
That's
on
right.
2 field goals.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Chris, give me a big answer, my man, for a fictional mom.
JT's best catcher in Phillies history. I'm with you on that guy. Hey, here's a story of a lovely lady.
She's already been said.
Carol Brady.
She's already been said. You got to pivot.
All right, I'm going to pivot. I got the Petrillo, Estelle Getty.
Estelle
Already
Getty.
mentioned,
Wow.
right?
No, Estelle Getty hadn't been
that's right.
mentioned.
Oh, that's right.
Chris, good call right there. All right, Estelle Getty, who was the youngest, I think, of the four.
And looked the oldest.
Golden Girls and looked the oldest.
They made her character
Unbelievable.
But he didn't give her character.
Yeah, well, we know what he meant. But Estelle Getty, I got you. Jordan in Princeton right now. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing today?
Good,
Happy
man.
Friday.
And by the way, you don't think of Estelle Getty from the Golden Girls as a great mom. I mean, she was just a crank.
Yeah.
She was B. Arthur's mom.
Yeah.
And B. Arthur was
another crank.
She was really angry.
Double cranky right there.
Yeah.
That was a cranky
She
fella.
imbibed crankiness, imbued crankiness into her daughter.
Agreed.
The age they were in the show is shocking. They're only in their early 50s. They look like they're in their 70s. It just
Whoa!
reminds me of
And
my
they
own
did
and the age.
intend to make them look older. I didn't think about that part though. The early 50s. That's me. I mean, I'm 50. So I want and what Joe just said, Estelle Getty was the youngest of that. I wonder if Estelle Getty was my age when she started doing.
Could
the
be around.
Golden
Could be
Girls.
around then. Yeah.
Holy cow!
By the way, I'll
That-
give you a really weird
that
one.
Makes you feel old.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Estelle Getty
Right.
is your age when she
Wow.
first played the great grandma or whatever
You're
she was
right.
representing on the Golden
You're
Girls.
right. Here's another one I'm still blown away by. This doesn't make you feel old. This is just weird. Wheezy on the Jeffersons was 19 years older than George Jefferson.
Wow.
No, she was not. No way. I don't
years
believe you.
older.
I don't believe you.
19
She
years
looked
older.
fantastic.
That's insane.
Isn't that amazing? All right, Jordan, you called in to talk about the Phils. Talk to us.
I did. Just because we're talking about a couple of things and it always gets sidetracked. John, the House of Prime Rib in San Francisco is an epic meal. And the way they
It's
spin
the
that
greatest.
salad bowl in the ice as they dress it, you just cannot get any better than that.
And what
Very
is that
difficult
dressing?
place
There's no name for it. There is no name for whatever that dressing is, but it is my favorite dressing on the planet. They put beets in their salad, and I hate beets. I savor every last one of them when it's in the House of Prime Rib salad.
There is a narcotic in that dressing.
I agree.
I'm convinced.
I agree.
Josh Harris treated Embiid like a private equity investment at Apollo. He overpaid for it. He was too smart for his own good and thought he could turn it around. And now they're going to have to write down the value of the contract. Just an utter disaster. I think we spend way too much time talking about the Sixers because they're a failed franchise.
Well, they're a big
Moving
failed
on from
franchise,
that.
but they are one of our main four, and it does matter a lot. And Joel's the thing that matters the most. So,
Medicine him and start a new life, and people can actually start enjoying the Sixers in Philadelphia again. Last night, the Phillies, as with most nights, I watched the game on delay. I was coaching the world's longest 8U Little League game. But congrats to my Green Goblins. We pulled out a win.
Good man.
At midnight.
Good name.
And I'm watching the 10th. Thank you. Midnight, watching the 10th inning. My wife's upstairs asleep. I don't even know why I uttered this, but Joe, when he got that last strikeout strummed, I just screamed in my own house, "That's what you do!" And I just couldn't believe it.
that's how you do. Which, by the way, Jordan, I'm going to be screaming.
That hurt, Joe.
In Pop Culture Beat the Hammer. I'm going to have that coming up in a few minutes.
I think that just damaged my.
I'm telling you.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry. Well, get ready. I got more coming here with the Pop Culture. Jordan, I appreciate that. You're a good man. Jordan, give me a great fictional mom.
Mrs. Dump. She laid her body on the line for her son.
Mrs. Who?
Mrs. Gump, remember?
Mrs.
Oh.
I hate that movie.
Me too.
She
Come
did.
on.
Me too.
Ugh.
That's rough.
It's overrated.
Which part did they hate it, or that she laid her body on the line?
I hated the whole
Whoa.
movie. It was annoying.
All right. I want to get to Pop Culture Beat the Hammer in about 5 minutes, which means right now we'll give you the cue to call the fifth caller in the contest line. Caller 5. You can compete in Beat the Hammer Pop Culture Edition. Caller 5.
Please be well versed in pop culture. Joe does have
I
a
struggle.
subscription now.
Yeah, but I don't.
To people.
What do I know? All right, Pop Culture Beat the Hammer.
Well,
Please
a little
no,
more
like
than
a
you
little,
did.
just like
Two-
a general sense.
215-988-1258. Caller 5. You'll probably whoop my butt. Let's be real. You probably will. Caller 5, Pop Culture Pizza Hammer, 215-988-1258. If you know a lot of pop culture, call in. We'll get to that shortly. Let's also get to more of this Daryl Morey stuff because he also talked about Paul George. I found this answer to be utter garbage. Here's Paul George. Here's Daryl Morey on Spike's podcast yesterday talking about PJ.
Should people be excited about Paul George?
I think yes, absolutely. I mean, you just look at, I don't want to overharp it, but he shot like 20% on wide open corner threes. Like, that's just not going to happen. That was on,
and that was after like for years being like in the 40s and the 50s on corner threes.
Exactly.
The stat I keep
That's
coming
just,
back to how badly
it's
he
just
shot
not
on
going to
corner threes last year.
happen. And look, I'm not here to say he had a great season. He wouldn't say that, but he's, again, you plug it into any model, even ask anyone on the street that's a knowledgeable fan like you guys, you'd bet on a better Paul George road. You'd go to Vegas and say, I think he's going to have a better year regardless of his age, because most of his game isn't really age-based. Like, it's shooting. And his defense did not drop off. His defense was elite. And in a league where you need elite defenders on the wing. So I think he's still a great fit. He's a wonderful team guy. And look, he had a lingering thing that he's had a few years that he got to take care of because it's something that he always wanted to take care of, and he did. So, I think I'm optimistic.
All right, let me just say this, all right? So not many years ago, but 5 years ago or so, Andy McPhail had the famous, if we do, we do, if we don't, we don't. It became the defining phrase of his Phillies tenure. And thank God the Phillies got rid of him, and, it's part of what led them to start winning. I really think if there's a phrase that sums up Daryl Morey that you just heard in that 1 minute talking about Paul George, it was plug it into any model. Daryl, I don't want to plug Paul George's future into any model. He's old. His body's falling apart. He didn't try hard enough. This isn't about a model. Like, he just isn't that good anymore, and you chose to give him $212 million. And by the way, you're saying he was aware of a lingering issue, which means you should have been aware of a lingering issue. It lingered. It was part of why he wasn't that good. Plug that into your model. Where does that come in? I mean, John, how does this guy not understand? Number one, I don't want an executive executing like this. I don't want him talking like this.
No,
plug it into
he
a
certainly
model.
hasn't caught on at this point.
No, he never will because it's who he is.
Happen.
It's who he is.
Right. He is robotic. He is breathily robotic and obtuse.
Plug it into a model.
Yeah, and that whole idea, we're not about models here. We are.
He's a
about
declining
getting out
player.
there and fighting and working and sweating and like being tough. Like, stand up and tough it out.
And let me say something on that, John. And I think this will resonate with every listener. It wasn't long ago. People will remember it. So we are right now in May of 2025. Let's go back to January of 2024. That's 16 months ago. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni did a press conference in which they looked like Death and Death's brother.
Oh, my God.
Right?
You are right.
They got their ass whooped by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a playoff game and had lost 6 of 7, and they looked like two guys that had just been in the desert for 40 days with nothing. Okay? Like, they looked like death.
The pain that was on their face.
And they talked like it. And you know what? I respected it. I appreciated it. They demonstrated with their physical appearance and their words what we also felt. They weren't talking about plugging it into a model. Yeah. They owned it. They stunk. They owned it.
And they planned to improve.
Daryl Morey doesn't own it. He gave that guy $212 million. 3/4 of it is still up ahead. Plug that into your freaking model. Right?
Yeah. No, it's remarkable. That's a great point to make because we did feel their pain. I mean, it was our pain.
This guy doesn't own it and he doesn't feel it.
This guy thinks he's a winner.
Yeah, well, he's saying that yesterday, too. All this stuff about he's had all these winning years. Look, he had all those winning years in Houston for one reason. He made one great move.
Yeah, the Harden.
He traded for James Harden.
Originally.
And that, yeah.
And then kept trying to do it after that.
Yeah, and that gave him a decade of a star, top, 6'7" player in basketball. And that set him up for one decade of 50-win seasons pretty consistently. And that was a great move. But it doesn't mean he's a great GM.
No.
It was like 15 years ago-ish. Thereabout.
He's a darling of the analytics community, and it keeps him
It's brutal, man.
very in touch with those people.
It is brutal. All right, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet.
Do you think he actually thinks he can turn this around with Joel?
I don't know the answer
here.
to that.
Like that is delusion. That's the thing. It
here's
feels
what I'll,
so far-fetched at this point.
Here's what I'll say, John. Here's my answer to that, because it's an interesting question. Do I think he thinks he can? Probably. Do I think he knows it's probably a low percentage? Yes. But here's the problem, and this is an issue in sports when you hire someone who no attachment to your organization, a guy that probably will get another job when he leaves here. Here's the problem. He will be able to skip town because he'll be fired probably after next year if they don't turn this around. He'll leave with millions of dollars, all this money in his pocket, and he'll saddle the Sixers for the next 4 to 5 years after that with salary cap hell, which means we as fans get saddled with salary cap hell, and he gets to skip, and he gets to skip to the next job.
He gets to start anew.
Yes.
Right.
And so my point is, like, do the Sixers have a chance? I mean, if Joel came back and was totally healthy and all that, blah, 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 anything's possible. But, like, for the 1% chance that happens,
it feels like it's about that 1%.
We incur the 5 to 6 year doomsday of you're screwed with contracts.
And it's been doomsday for a while now. But, man, it feels like we've seen this.
It's brutal, man. All right, Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet.
Why is he still why is he still in charge?
You want the answer to that?
Yeah.
Josh Harris is a bad owner.
And that's it. That's the bottom
Harris
line.
is in
We all
Washington.
have to suffer because the owner of this team cares more about a lot of things, a lot of
the Commanders
than ours.
He's done quite a lot with the Commanders. Like just got that
they
new
love them.
stadium
They love
approved. They're hosting the draft in a couple years, and
So this
not up
feels
for the
like it
Sixers.
should be illegal, doesn't it? Like he's
not
got,
illegal.
I think he should just sell his share of the Sixers.
If you've got interest,
like it's clearly not working.
if
He's making all
You're
this
making money.
Guys, you got to remember
But he doesn't care.
But no, I agree. But know this: they just got a $76 billion TV deal.
Yep.
He gets a percentage of that. It's working for him. He's making his money. And look, I'll say this one thing in Josh Harris's defense as an owner. I do think he wants to win. I do think that. He's just foolish. He doesn't know how to win. Hires the wrong people. He's foolish. Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question, which team's going to win the NL East? Will it be the Phillies? Will it be the Braves or the Mets? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, Pop Culture Beat the Hammers in about 2 minutes. Let's get to Dave in Wilmington right now. David, good morning.
All right, hold on. Let me take you off speakerphone. Sorry.
You got it, buddy. What's happening, Dave?
I'm not on the bus today.
Oh, good man.
Gab off down here. So the Phillies are 9-3 since they got swept by the Mets. Are you there?
Yeah, we're
Not
listening
too
to you.
shabby.
We thought there was
sorry.
another statement coming. Yep, got that. Got that part.
In that 9-3, in that run, they scored 7 or more runs 8 times, including an 11-9 loss.
Well, it's been 8 of the last 11 games. It's been really impressive.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. Like, we're talking about the pitching, but the bats have been tearing it up inconsistently, but they have been putting runs on the board.
No, there's no question. I mean, they're slugging and also they're small balling. I mean, I think more than anything, they're small balling. I mean, Stott was a big homer last night. They've had a couple of them in this 2-week stretch, but I mean, you had the Rojas bunt 2 days ago. You had Rojas going first to third yesterday. I mean, they are playing the kind of offensive baseball, frankly, that I think can lead to them winning the World Series.
Yeah, and I'm with you 100% there.
Okay.
My fictional mom is Sarah Connor.
Has already been said. Give me a different answer.
Stifler's mom.
Oh, Stifler's mom.
Oh, no.
I was wondering how long that was going to take.
Stifler wasn't too happy, but
No.
you know. What are you going to do?
That was sort of like
Here we
her
go. Wind it
first
up.
appearance in the
Yeah.
lexicon.
Yeah,
You
that way of being.
The Coolidge first appearance in our, I don't know, she was probably doing stand-up and stuff like that and some improv, but that was the big break.
Yeah, that was the big moment for her career. By the way, a couple of the other commencement speakers. Let's get to this over the next few days with the graduations in America. So Howard University with the great LeVar Burton. Awesome. LeVar Burton, love him. All right, more. LaSalle. Now, I don't know this person. Nancy Castle Donahue. She's a LaSalle alum, says fashion model, entrepreneur, undergraduate ceremony. So, Nancy Castle Donahue, maybe she's in the area. If so, good luck, Nancy Castle Donahue, with that. Marshall, they goes with that.
That sounded sort of insincere.
Well, I don't know what
Joe.
to say. I don't know her. I don't want to be rude. I mean, she could be listening.
Well,
Her
it sounded
family-
kind of rude that you just said
I
it
don't
so
know her.
flippantly
As
like
if you
that.
know her?
I don't know her at all.
She as good
I'm
as,
not saying
Brokaw?
good luck at your,
Is she as good as any of the three people you thought spoke at your commencement?
Yeah, you're.
No, I don't. Yeah.
All right, the new College of Florida. I guess not to be confused with the old College of Florida. That renowned lawyer Alan Dershowitz. So you get some legal counsel.
Wow, isn't he in trouble half the time?
Well, he's got a little controversy with that guy all the time. He's smart guy, snarky guy. Northwestern, Steve Carell, the
Ooh,
actor.
that would be great.
I love
That's
him.
a good one.
Now, why does this say June
Man.
15th? Northwestern graduates in June? What is that nonsense?
They're on
Maybe.
quarters, Joe.
That's
how it works.
I don't know.
Out at
Is it really?
Stanford too. Yeah, at Stanford they won't graduate till June 15th.
Bad school,
because you go to school longer. I wasn't happy about that.
Horrible
part.
experience.
A lot more school. Instead of going 2 semesters during the year, you go 3. It really is like a whole other 50% more work.
Shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, quarters stink if you're a student, but in the end, you actually learn a lot more.
Wow. Ohio State. Never heard of the person, but sounds very accomplished. U.S. Marine Major General Charles Frank Bolden Jr., astronaut, NASA administrator. That sounds pretty cool, actually.
That's all his title?
Yeah, well,
all one person?
Yeah, he's an astronaut, a NASA administrator, and
It
a
sounded
U.S.
like there were commas
Marine Major
in there,
General.
like that was a family.
I like that. Oral Roberts. They go with some guy named Bobby Grunwald.
I haven't heard of Oral Roberts since March Madness like 2 years ago. So
It's
glad they
rather
made the
amazing that Oral Roberts' name is Oral Roberts.
I knew. I was waiting for it, Joe.
You know what his brother's name is, right, Rhea?
Don't.
Don't.
No, Joe. What is his brother's name?
Oh,
Robert Roberts.
that's funny.
I'm gonna because the Pope could be listening, all right? Because he's a Novigrad and could be listening. I'm gonna be a good boy today. With that said, Dan Wilson back in the studio. Dan, you got the open. Let's play a little game we call Pop Culture Beat the Hammer.
In an epic clash for pop culture supremacy.
It's time for
I don't appreciate pop culture.
And I'm an idiot. I'm a total dum-dum. Pop culture.
Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I mean, seriously, Oral Roberts.
Wonderful.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we got it. Wonderful intro. That we that's new. The way that
Dan,
they
did you put that together?
No,
That was a
Wechter did.
Wechter production.
I thought so too. Okay, well, John just said it was new. I thought it was.
John's
Wechter.
definitely heard it
Well,
before.
good.
But that's okay. It's been a while.
I didn't remember that.
All right,
I
we
really like it.
We don't know my record, but it stinks. We know that.
I
We
think
got
it's 3-13.
It was at one time. It's worse since.
Is it really?
Well, Devin, I did win a couple of these with you, and here's the host. I
You
had
won
three.
like some
1-0
1
shutout.
to nothing.
Yeah, that's great defense by me.
So are you
Barely
saying your
skating
record is
by.
better than 3-13, or is it
Might
worse?
be. Yeah, it might be better. Let's get to Mike. He's calling from Holland, either the country or the area locally. Michael, are you in the United States right now?
I am. I am not in Holland.
Good
in
man.
Europe. I'm in Holland, Bucks County.
Good man.
What? Wait, you're in where?
Holland, Bucks County.
Bucks
Like,
County.
like
got it.
Newtown. Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
got
go.
it.
So, Mike, do you think you know pop culture?
I'm comfortable with it. I wouldn't.
You just
say
made a DeCamera noise. You just made
He
a
did.
DeCamera weird noise that
was a
emitted
DeCamera squeak.
out of him.
Okay, I like my chances. All right, Mike, I'm going to step way down the hallway where I can't hear.
Wait.
What?
So 55 seconds,
Oh, yeah.
7 questions?
Yeah, right. That's
Okay.
the tip. Well, hold on. So
I've 7 questions,
how
but I
long
wanted
is-
to confirm the time.
how long is regular Pete Hammer? 55?
55.
Well, then it should be like 105 or something, right?
Want to just do a minute?
Sure. Just
do a minute.
Are your just don't have those lengthy questions the way Seltzer. And Seltzer's like, in the last 17 years, 3 people have done this. Name 2 of the 3. It's like, James, enough.
He does a very wordy question.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
So
All right.
do we want to increase it by 5 seconds?
Yeah, do a minute.
Okay.
1 minute. All right, you got it, Mike. You can pass if you need to. You'll probably beat me. Good luck to you, Michael.
Got it. Thank you.
All right.
I think it's.
Headphones off.
Does anyone else think it's sort of lame when Joe sets the expectation that he will lose?
Yeah,
with
he's
the
just
pop
he's
culture
doing that
thing?
so on purpose.
He
yeah.
makes the excuse in
Yeah.
advance. You know, you'll probably beat me.
Yeah.
Repeatedly today, he said that. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. He really wants to win, even though it's pop culture.
Well, what Joe doesn't know is he has been reading, what is it, People Magazine
Yes,
or
he's
Us
been
Weekly.
brushing up.
And I have been coming up with some questions to test his knowledge, see if he retained some of his knowledge on the people that he's been assigned. So
Oh, really?
we'll see. Do we have background music, Dan Wilson, or is it on and I can't hear it?
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, Mike, you ready?
Joe
I'm
has
ready.
hidden himself and
Timer.
standing against a
He's also
column far,
dressed
far
like
away.
a 15-year-old boy right now.
He is.
All right, let's get to this. Timer starts as soon as the first question is asked. Question number 1. This actress is in a public legal battle with former co-star and director of the film It Ends With Us, Justin Baldoni.
Blake Lively.
Zendaya stars in this 2024 romantic drama revolving around tennis.
Pass.
What superhero movie did Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds co-star in before they were married?
Pass.
Who is Kylie Jenner dating?
Timothy Chalamet.
2 famous actors co-own the Welsh football team Wrexham AFC. Name one of them.
Ryan Reynolds.
Name one of Ariana Grande's famous ex-boyfriends.
Pete Davidson.
Blake Lively played this iconic character on the hit 2000 show Gossip Girl.
Pass.
Zendaya stars in this 2024 romantic drama revolving around tennis.
I can picture it. I can't think of the name.
Time?
Time.
You're slow to the draw on that one, John. All right, so I have 4. Do we get 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
4. Okay.
I'll take it.
All right.
I'll
Not
take it.
Wait,
bad.
5. Wait, 1. Oh no, sorry, he got 4. Yeah, 4.
4.
I got 5. I was reading my list.
Joe
Not
is
bad.
slowly making his way back.
So Joe is
Remember,
he flipped the hat
keep it
around. Maybe he heard me
under
say he looks like a
wraps
15-year-old.
how our contestant did. Joe turned his hat around. He had it backwards earlier. Is this like the opposite of Over the Top? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Over the Top,
Great
the
movie.
Sly Stallone arm wrestling movie, but he would, before he went over the top, he would turn his hat around as he sat down at the
Sure
table
would.
to arm wrestle. Did you just do the opposite of the over the top hat move?
But not on
when
purpose.
you turned your hat forward.
It just kind of happened.
Oh, it just happened. Okay.
It just happened.
You ready?
Ben, how
All
did
right.
this Mike in Holland do?
I'm not going to answer that.
He didn't do well. He
Not
got either
gonna
0
answer
or
that.
1. I could sniff out this guy doesn't know Zendaya. I could just tell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How do you know that a question involves Zendaya?
I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Clock has started.
Timer starts as soon as first question is asked. Question number 1. This actress is in a public legal battle with former co-star and director of the film It Ends With Us, Justin Baldoni.
Yeah. I'll come back to it.
Zendaya stars in this 2024 romantic drama revolving around tennis.
Match point.
What superhero movie did Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds co-star in before they were married?
The Avengers.
Who is Kylie Jenner dating?
Well, first off, he's a dork, whoever it is. He's an idiot for dating her. Kylie Jenner's with some athlete, presumably. It's not Ben Simmons. It's Bob Simmons.
Nice guess. 2 famous actors co-own the Welsh football team Wrexham AFC. Name one of them.
Oh, guy went to my school, McElhenney. Bang! I probably just won with that. Go ahead.
Name one of Ariana Grande's famous ex-boyfriends.
Mr. Grande, go ahead.
Blake Lively played this iconic character on the hit 2000 show Gossip Girl.
Don't know her. Go back to the first one. The controversy is, I don't know the controversy. Who won?
That's a loss for you.
Oh,
You got your ass kicked,
This guy
brother.
do something? Are you serious? Who's the controversy? I know I should know this.
Blake Lively.
Oh, it is Blake Lively?
You know, the celebrity you were assigned
Yeah.
to study.
You were assigned these celebrities
failed.
that she
You
asked
failed
all the
your
questions
test.
on.
Well, because we're
You
doing...
were assigned the
yeah.
celebrities she asked the questions on. You got one right.
But I didn't prepare.
You got one question.
I
Wait, you didn't prepare. You were supposed to be preparing in
Yeah,
real
but
life.
because we're doing
for
pop
all
culture
of
beat
these
the hammer,
celebrities.
we're going to do that next week because we're doing pop culture.
Next week, this was an ongoing. You are supposed to be updating your
So it was Blake
mental
Lively
logs.
was the first answer?
First answer, Blake Lively is in a public legal feud.
How
with
many did this
Justin
Mike
Bieber.
guy? How many
He
did
got
Four.
4.
Oh, no.
He did
4 to
well.
1. You got rocked.
Mike,
did well.
Mike, that's pretty good job by you, man.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe.
That's like a
for what it's
first-round
worth,
knockout.
If it was sports, you would have had me. But
Well, we know that.
Oh, stop
We
it.
don't know
You
that
don't get to be
anymore.
arrogant when you just got crushed.
No, I
Exactly.
mean, that's as obvious as 1 + 1 = 2.
You
I
get
mean,
to be pompous after
Sure.
answering one correctly?
Mike, was Bob Simmons a good answer?
I was going to go with Oral Roberts, but yeah, Bob Simmons was good.
That's pretty good. Well, Mike, because it's pop culture beat the hammer, we don't have any prize for you, but we appreciate you.
We appreciate it
You
a
did
lot.
very well.
Thank you for doing
Yeah,
that.
you
Good
did
job,
great,
Mike.
man.
Thank you, and thank you for
kicked
actually
butt.
knowing yourself. By the way,
Good
Kylie
job,
Jenner,
Mike.
Good job, Mike.
See you, buddy.
Kylie Jenner is dating Timothy Chalamet,
Okay.
not an athlete.
Okay.
Not an athlete.
All right. Well.
Why are you ripping her? What did
Not
she ever
quite
do to
Bob
you?
Simmons.
She dated Ben Simmons, right?
No, that was
her
Kendall.
sister.
Ah, they all stink. Right?
You can't rip somebody because their sister
Yeah,
dated somebody.
in this case, I can.
no,
I
actually, you
can.
can't.
No, in this case,
No, I think you're wrong.
exception
I
to the
don't
rule.
think you can.
Stink by family association.
Well, how does your family feel?
Well, no one in my sister didn't date Ben Simmons.
No, I meant stink by family association.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's a whole nother one. Yeah. All right. So congrats to that, Mike and Holland. Actually, pretty good questions. Devin, I did punt on the Blake Lively thing. I was going to do it next week because I figured we were doing pop culture. Beat the Hammer.
Yeah. Excuses,
sure.
excuses.
I mean, that's the truth.
Wait, hold on.
What's
When
more
was-
disappointing is you
when
clearly
was that
didn't
assigned?
retain. You clearly
2
didn't
weeks
retain
ago.
the research
it's
that
been-
you did on Ariana Grande, on Zendaya, the other celebrities. That
I
you have been
struggled.
assigned.
Every one of
I
those
struggle.
questions was asked about a celebrity that you have been assigned.
Yes.
That's fair. That's fair.
Joe.
That's fair.
You have been assigned to learn about these just individuals. It was not even secret. Like, she tried to help you win.
Well-
She gave you questions that you should have known.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You should feel shame.
You got one right.
I do. Bad job by me. All right. Not a bad job by Andrew Painter. How he pitched last night, we'll tell you that next. Also, Schwarber with some love on the MLB Network last night. Good stuff. But listen, it's an interesting conundrum with the contract stuff. That and more. Phillies obviously kicking butt right now. And 1 hour to go where you've got a shot to win. Here we go. You ready? Metallica tickets for a concert that's in 2 weeks. You got to tell us the best fictional mom ever. There are still massive answers available. 215-592-9494. Best fictional mom of all time can win you Metallica tickets. Get dialing to us on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare Select Sports Center of Excellence are specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. If you're injured, NovaCare is going to help you get back to playing your sport. They will also help you prevent injuries from happening. NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence. It's just another way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find Mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB Odds Boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of minus 300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The second round of these NBA playoffs, chaotic and unpredictable. The most unexplainable aspect might be the play of the Boston Celtics. Down 0-2 to the Knicks, you would never guess that this was the team that won a title last year, or a team that won 61 games this year, or have even ever played together before, or even met each other. Their play is so uncharacteristic, it's opened the door for the Knicks to make a serious title run. Game 3 on Saturday should be a good one. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Phillies open a series at Cleveland after sweeping the Rays in Tampa 7-6 and 10. A remarkable comeback victory for the Phils in which they scored 6 runs in the final 3 innings, sparked by Bryson Stott's 3-run home run in the 8th. Fun fact for Bob Vitrone Jr., just the 5th time in 91 seasons the Phillies have scored 7 or more runs in 5 consecutive games. It'll be Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phils tonight against the Guardians, 7 p.m. right here on 94 WIP. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Phillies businesses, technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Weather brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Periods of rain, high 62. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, hit deep, right field. That one is long gone as Bryson Stott has cleared the stadium. He has hit one out of Steinbrenner Field. A mammoth 3-run home run to right field, and it's a 1-run game.
Well, terrific job by the Phils coming back last night. They were in a 5-1 hole. And, of course, win that game in the end with 2 runs in the 10th inning, pushing them over the top to get the W. They're now a game and a half back of the Mets.
They claw their way
They
back,
did.
Joe. There was a guy who just had a Spuds McKenzie service dog here, Joe.
Okay.
I've
A
never
what?
seen, you remember
Devin
Spuds,
doesn't know.
Spuds McKenzie.
No. Mm-mm.
You don't remember Spuds McKenzie?
Joe, you
the
gotta remember-
original.
Just assume that I don't know.
Hold on.
any
Devin
pop
got
culture
mad at
reference.
me
Yeah,
earlier
that was the
for
late 80s.
assuming that she had seen Bull Durham.
We were
I
shocked.
assumed that she knew who Crash Davis was.
Should have.
Yet she got upset. She was like, wait a second. Can someone remember I'm not as old as you are?
I did get mad.
Well, John, you hadn't seen until like 5 years ago The Dirty Dozen. It would be a similar sort of.
Yeah,
Bull-
no,
Bull
Dirty Dozen
Durham,
is not
no.
the same.
Yes, it is because.
No, it's not.
Because
Bull Durham is a 1985 classic.
88.
The Dirty 88.
I
Okay,
was not
1988.
born yet.
The Dirty
was not
Dozen is like
alive yet.
1967.
Okay, well, you were born in 1974. It's not that off.
Well, it is different.
No,
that
Devin's
I
had a
was
tough week around here.
alive,
I'm going to stick
that
up
I
for
was
him.
a young kid
no.
who could
Oh, wow,
say,
thank you,
"Oh,
Phil.
I want to go watch Bull Durham." As a kid,
Devin, I felt kind of bad. Wednesday.
You didn't feel that bad. You piled on pretty hard.
We kind of clobbered you.
It's okay.
Then again, you kind of clobbered yourself.
I did.
You created
Yeah.
the mess.
I did.
Definitely.
Hey, by the way,
hold on.
What?
There's a Spuds McKenzie service dog
And?
walking around here, and I
pretty
thought
cool.
that was awesome. I've
is
never
cool.
seen the Spuds McKenzie. I don't even, that type of dog, that breed of dog.
What kind of breed? What is it?
It's I'm not exactly sure. It's some sort of
Some kind of terrier.
terrier.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Like a bull terrier, but not English bull terrier or something. Maybe is the name.
Yeah, it's not a
the
pit
one,
bull, but it's a terrier.
It's got the face.
I just
that's
don't know how
long.
I missed this.
Yeah.
I did not see
The
a dog.
long snout.
I did not see
the
a dog
long-
walking
It's
around
Spuds
here.
McKenzie.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So, drop of the week not happening this week is when Seltzer's not here, things kind of fall apart. But, we're doing our best. By the way, Dan
that
Wilson.
was quite an admittance.
Dan Wilson, great job back there. I mean, total upgrade.
You really think things fall apart when Seltzer's
Well, I
not
mean,
around? Because that is a slap in Dan's face. Really, like,
And
are
our
you saying
faces.
good job, Dan? Right after you say
just
things
say-
fall apart
Hey,
when Seltzer's
new
not around.
rule.
On
When,
purpose?
when Seltzer leaves, we're doing Beat the Hammer. No more of this nonsense. I mean,
What nonsense?
What's wrong with pop culture? Beat
no,
the
I
We
Hammer?
want to
did-
do. We can
we
do that
did
also.
Beat the Hammer.
We could do two, but I mean, we should have a
We did a sanctioned Beat the Hammer today where you lost.
I'm just saying, 7:45. We should have the real thing. But by the way, no drop of the week today without Seltzers. Brought to us when it does happen by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, so interesting development from the world of college football. Rhea's got some information for us in the last half hour. Rhea, what are we looking at?
So just posted to the New York Post. You remember Pablo Torres worked for ESPN for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got his own podcast like everybody else does. So this morning, his podcast, they've done an in-depth investigation into the whole Bill Belichick, Jordan. By the way, it's Jordan Hudson. I've
Really?
learned. It's not Jordan. It's
Okay.
Jordan.
Okay.
That UNC has banned her from
Wow.
the facilities. She is no longer allowed on the football field or inside the football facility, and that family members are deeply, deeply concerned. Remember I said, I wasn't joking when I said there needed to be a wellness check?
Yeah.
They are deeply concerned.
Well, that part I'm sorry to hear about. The part about her getting banned, these things can get legal, obviously, and if she was speaking on behalf of the football program without authorization, they have the right to ban her. Look, let's be real. It all sets up to, I would think, a not long-lasting marriage between UNC
No.
and Belichick.
No.
Because when you that quickly ban someone's girlfriend,
Well, the problem was video got out of her, like basically on the football field during practice.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I saw. Interrupting a huddle, running
In
into the
high
huddle
heels.
and stopping the action.
Yeah.
Well, Bill is talking to his coaches and players.
Can't have that.
She's
No.
interfering. This is incredible. This is I've never. I can't believe we're here, and
I know.
I am really concerned, Joe. That idea that his family is concerned.
I doubt
about
it's gotten
his
that bad, but
well-being.
we'll see.
Well, Joe, aren't both of his sons on his staff there? At least one of them, I believe, is.
I don't know. I mean, look, when he spoke on that CBS show, I thought he sounded very coherent. I mean, do I think the guy's,
No,
for
they're
lack of-
concerned about because all of a sudden she's got $9 million worth of real estate in I think they're concerned that
She's got her hooks into
Yeah.
him, and he's being taken advantage of. Not that he's deteriorating
fair enough.
intellectually
Okay.
so much that he's being taken advantage of.
Well, I'll say this then. You ready?
He's in love with
Then
her, and
that's-
she's taking him for a ride.
Then that's his fault.
It sure is.
If he's right of mind and chooses to do it, that's his decision.
if it's all that stuff but the problem is she was inserting herself
Yeah.
on the field.
Yeah.
And that's where it was just like, what do you
And again, legally,
Yeah.
because a lot of times you don't want to pull the legal card. But if you're North Carolina, you can't have her.
She's
for
not an
instance,
employee.
She can't be emailing responses to things that are football matters,
Yeah.
and she doesn't work for the football program.
Exactly.
I mean, it's legally not appropriate. It's just not.
It's just the wildest story ever.
Yeah, it's quite a still developing story. All right, we're going to get to what the MLB Network said about Kyle Schwarber yesterday. Big praise there. Phone calls on everything we're discussing today, including the Phils that got another win last night. And again, your chance this hour to win Metallica tickets. Give us a great fictional mom. Chuck in Cherry Hill. Chuck, good morning.
Boy, wow, man, talk about blockbuster.
I mean, now you wonder whether Belichick even coaches one game.
That's a great point,
for North
Joe.
Carolina.
Absolutely. That's
Well, if they're going to
right.
make a move, it's going to have to happen real soon.
We were
Like
at dinner
real
2 nights
soon.
ago.
Like what you're talking about is going to come to fruition.
Good,
John.
But
They're
they
having spring
need
practices
to-
right now, right?
Yeah. This is you gotta make a move. If he is not going to be able to keep this thing together, and it feels like it is teetering on the verge of falling apart as we speak.
It does feel that way.
If you man, you really do have to consider moving on already.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Chuck, what do you got
We
today,
had a-
buddy?
We had a sports dinner the other night, and the general consensus was how much longer is North Carolina going to tolerate this? And then you get that announcement today. I mean, you have a show with your girlfriend saying you're not going to answer that? And that's her
Well,
head
and here's the other thing, Chuck. A lot of
Oof.
times these are the kind of moves to get someone to resign so you don't
Yeah,
have
got
to
it.
pay them out.
Yeah. That's the way it's going to play out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Probably going to lead to a
happy-
settlement would be my guess. Financial settlement.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Most toughest job in the world, and where would we be without our moms and everybody? Holy Toledo, what a great job they do. Congratulations to Nova. I have an exact for you, Job. We have Pope Francis stops at St. Joe's, and Pope Leo attended Nova.
Yeah.
So we have a bit of a Pope back-to-back exactly there, which is pretty cool. But
Pretty remarkable.
that all they do is win championships and graduate popes. Other than that, and they may win an NBA championship to the Nova Knicks. John, real quick, Caesar Salad Place in Delaware, Vincenti, where Danny makes it tableside. And the bowl is 45 years old, handed down from his dad. It's unbelievable. Remember that name, John. If you want tableside, Caesar Salad, number one. I mean, I'm the big Caesar Salad guy. Vincenti's in Delaware, tableside. Unbelievable.
Tableside Caesar salad. It might be the best thing I've ever had in my entire life.
I'm a fan.
You got it. That's it. That's the way to go. And then he shoots the cheese. I don't know if it's Parmesan, but he shoots it from 40 feet until he makes it.
Wow.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre fun. They were talking earlier in the show, about 2 hours ago, about just to give him his rightful praise. Boone is ranked 17th all-time, all players, not just catchers. It starts with Ozzie Smith, then it goes to Belanger and Brooks, and he's 17th, number one Phillies
Well, that's
player
where when the
ever.
guy was dogging Bob Boone earlier for his,
Yeah.
less hitting
Yeah.
than some of the other guys, you got to factor that stuff in.
Yeah, overall, JT dominates.
By the way,
As far
did
as
Bob Boone, I could
offensive
be wrong about this, but didn't he at least for a period of time hold the record for the most games caught as a catcher in baseball history?
Yeah, he did that. He did some innocuous things. People don't talk anymore about the digging out balls. His glove dexterity. If you remember the throw in the playoff game, the home plate, the way he could position himself with his glove.
The throw from Trio, you
make
mean?
A sweep, Trio throw, and make that one-handed sweep tag.
Right.
He was very good with his glove. But then it's Rollin next, Bo at third. He's 58th all time. These are all players now. Schmidt, Utley, and Rollins. They're the guys that make the top 100 for Phillies D-War. All right.
Yeah,
That's
it sounds about right. They're the
1
great
year-
defenders. Yeah.
1 year, Joe, I should say Boone, throws out 58%.
Oh, that's great, man.
58%.
And that's when they used to
58%.
run more, so that's even more
You
impactful.
got it. What I loved last night was two things. I was so dead wrong from the onset on Kyle Schwarber. So mea culpa. This guy's having an elite year, and when he needs a single now, he can do that like last night, and he's projecting right now 650 less strikeouts for the season. Talk about a guy that has worked at his craft. I mean, we were watching an elite player.
Well, it's the exact opposite of Paul George. It's a guy that was on the older side when he got here and dug in and played great, and then Paul George has just been a disaster.
Joe, here's something outstanding about what you just said. I wasn't sure I was going to go there. I didn't see if time would allow me. And I'm not going to give you the things that you don't want to hear, the hieroglyphics of advanced analytics. You don't want to hear that. But Daryl Morey knows that he knows this as a GM, that there's something called win share. That's really easy to understand. It's exactly what it suggests. And his numbers are atrocious the last 4 years, as is the baseball equivalent of WAR is VORP. Those numbers are atrocious. So
Wow.
for him to
Yeah.
say right now that models well, Mr. Morey, his numbers are atrocious the last 4 years.
Yeah, and that's where you know
He's
Daryl Morey's shoveling you a bunch of
He said
nonsense
bullshit.
yesterday with the
Yeah,
Paul
give me a
George
call
stuff.
at my company,
Hey,
you
Chuck,
know,
give me an
yeah.
answer for a great fictional mom.
It's probably been said. Edith Bunker, Gene.
Had
Simmons.
not been said. Had not been said. Edith Bunker is a good answer. All right, let's listen to something the MLB Network said yesterday about Kyle Schwarber. I think the secret is out that he's really, really, really good. MLB Network with some praise of the Phillies slugger yesterday.
Now, if you watch this show, you know the kind of player we like. Defense, base running, plays multiple positions, preferably in his prime, late 20s. So Kyle Schwarber is none of these things. Yet why do we love this player so much? Let's do a little digging in. Kyle Schwarber is in his age 32 season. He's in the final year of a 4-year contract with the Phillies that has been a huge win for Dave Dombrowski in Philadelphia. Over these last 4 seasons, Schwarber is second in all of baseball in home runs, second only to Aaron Judge, third in baseball in walks to Judge and Juan Soto. He is also 12th overall in total bases. Now, Schwarber has a unique set of skills which prompted the Phillies to bat him leadoff. He obviously has power, but he also has plate discipline, and he's having a career year this year.
Sure is. Puts him in a conundrum when it comes to his contracts, you know, to give him a new deal during this year or not. They're the only team that can negotiate with him right now.
Do you?
Well, it depends what it is. I don't blindly just give him a 4th year. I will still say no. I'd rather take my chances of signing him after this year than give him a 4th year and saddle the 2029 season, whatever year it would be, with, you know.
I want to reward him.
Well,
I think he deserves it.
I can't
I'll give him
get
whatever he
over
asks for.
how amazing he's been. Think of everything he's been asked to do. And he led off for us last year, and he completely transformed himself offensively. That's no small feat. And then this year, after, you know, he probably thought, okay, well, now that's not easy, but if they need me to do it again, I'm ready to go. And now it's, okay, we need you to protect Bryce.
Yeah,
we're going to put you at 4 and figure that out now. So he has, and I think he's retained some of the, I don't know, critical new additions, like his parsimonious, his shrewd eye, like some of that stuff has maintained from leading off.
He's always had a good eye. He doesn't swing at many bad pitches.
But it feels like it's made him even better.
It is. And by the way, he led off the 9th inning last night. And, you know, without him getting on base, Phillies might have lost that game.
Mm-hmm. And he kept his on-base streak up.
Which is a
He
wild
feels
streak,
like
by the way.
leader.
I mean,
43
we're getting
games.
close to mid-May.
He feels like are people not talking about it because they just don't want to jinx it?
Well, it's not so it doesn't have the cachet as a
Yeah,
hit streak.
yeah, it doesn't.
It's just not.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't want to jinx it. That's for sure.
No, it doesn't.
He is the leader of this team. I know that Bryce is supposed to be. Schwarber is. And I do think his performance every year of the 4 that he's been here, it merits reward. Like, I'm ready to give him a gift.
Joe,
at
he'll
this
be one of
point.
the highly sought after free agents if they don't get it done before the end of the
I know.
season. Like top 3 or 4.
I don't disagree. I just can't.
And he'll get his money.
At this moment, I'm not giving him a 4th year. That's just me. That's where I'm at.
I think I use it for, I don't know, something when the team needs it, maybe. Maybe that. And I don't know how it even works, like timing-wise, with new deals in baseball compared to football.
Do it anytime you want. Do it any. It's not like football. You have to do it by a certain point for it to count in that year's cap, something like that, like October or something, whatever that is.
Well, maybe this is something. Hey, when the team's going through the dog days or something, maybe this is a little bit of an emotional lift that everyone.
Well, but then you don't want it to affect
use.
JT and Ranger because they're also up. So
that's the Howie theory. You're right, Devin.
Yeah, like what Howie and the Eagles did this past season and recent seasons. Like I don't know if they'll do it in season because of that.
That is a consideration.
But I do feel like every time he hits a home run, which is quite often, his price tag goes up a little bit.
Yeah, you're right.
I wonder if that's a discussion that you need to have with all the guys who are ready, poised to be up.
I feel bad for Ranger because he's got to know he's gone. I see, honest to God, almost no scenario other than a monster injury for one of the main pitchers where he's going to be out for all of next season. I see almost no scenario that Rangers back. By the way, part of it is because Andrew Painter pitched last night, pitched 3 innings, Struck out 5 guys, gave up 1 hit, no runs. I mean, that guy's in the rotation next year. Wheeler's in it. Nola's on it. Go on down the line. I mean, there's just not going to be a spot for Ranger, which is unfortunate because he's been a good fill, but it's just what it is, I think. John and Manayunk. John, good morning.
Hey, guys. I had a question for Devin real quick.
Yep, what's up?
Is a dinosaur an animal?
Yes. I was about to say no. Yes, I learned that a dinosaur is an animal.
John, it's more like was an animal.
Yeah. Was an animal.
Was.
Yeah. 2 Eagles questions for John. The Eagles are going to implement a fullback this year. Do you think they'll ever be getting the ball, or is he just going to be blocking as usual?
It
no
remains
ball.
to be
Zero.
seen how
Zero
much
plays.
they will implement this fullback. I'm excited to see it, but no, I look, maybe a bone will be thrown his way in a preseason game at some point. I don't think he's going to be part of the day-to-day, hey, let's plan the first 15, make sure we get the fullback a touch. This is the kind of guy who I'm expecting this might be goal line and short yardage, 3 plays in a game here and there, but maybe I'm wrong. I would love to see this grow into something more substantial than that.
I want to see Ty Robinson just bulldoze his way into the end zone.
That would be cool. Yeah,
Hey,
he's a stud. No, this is it's interesting. What's that?
Clowney got released. Do you think the Eagles would take a shot on him?
He's had like 7 teams.
He's been on every team in the world, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And they didn't think $10 million was worth it. It was a two-year, $20 million deal that they backed out of. What did he have? 5 sacks last year. We know that he's not the most focused, hardworking leader type old guy that you bring in. So he's basically I don't know, an independent contractor who's going to get you a handful of sacks. Probably not worth the headache at this point.
By the way, the underrated Foles game in his career that doesn't get discussed much was when Clowney hit him end of the 2018 season, like near the end zone or in the end zone. And Foles, that was when he stepped in for Carson and brought them back again in a season.
That was borderline dirty too, wasn't it?
I remember we were very upset about the.
Well, that was the 2019 one with
Carson. No, Carson, but I remember.
Wasn't Clowney the one that hit him in the end zone in 2018?
You're talking about
with
Foles.
the Texans, right?
Yeah, and I'm thinking that was borderline dirty too, if I remember.
I don't. Yeah. I just remember it was a shot. I don't know if it was dirty. John, give me an answer.
Sacks are.
No, but it wasn't a
they can
sack.
hurt
It
and
wasn't
not
a
be
sack.
dirty.
I think it was like a rib shot. John, give me a great answer for a fictional mom.
Wilma Flintstone.
Oh, wow.
Wow, there we go.
Wait. Oh, yeah, they did have kids. Well, hold on. Did they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pebbles.
Are you serious?
Yeah, well, I'm just checking because I was figuring who's Barney's kids and who's Fred's kids.
I don't remember the name.
There's
Pebbles.
a baby.
Yeah.
There's
Rhea
Pebbles
just
and
said-
Bam Bam.
Okay, Bam Bam. I know Bam Bam.
I didn't remember Bam
I just
Bam.
couldn't remember which family they were with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pebbles
Joe, you were
looks
right.
exactly like
About Clowney?
the
He
mom.
did hit Foles in the chest with his helmet, week 16.
Yeah.
Foles missed a play. Clowney received a $40,000 fine.
Oh.
And he says death threats from Eagles fans.
Wow. and without Foles, like for lack of a better way to put it, sucking it up, the Eagles lose that game and don't make the playoffs and don't have double doink and all that stuff. That was pretty cool. All right, time's yours up ahead. Phone calls on all these topics as well on a busy Friday from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata, of course, where we are today and every Friday. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos. Brian
Here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It was a rough ending to the season for the New Orleans Saints. Now they have hired Kellen Moore as head coach, and the question remains, who is their starting quarterback? I think it'll be another rough year in Nolens. The Saints' worst record in the NFL is plus 650. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives, the ones who gave you unconditional love on your worst days, and those women who hold your home together. Mom to your children, and she's your best friend too. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square is your destination for timeless, beautiful, and meaningful gifts for all those we call mom. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, an elegant diamond pendant, or the perfect forever symbol of your gratitude, a sophisticated diamond eternity band. Or browse Benari's extensive collection of famed designer David Yurman, with the largest selection of David Yurman in all of Greater Philadelphia. From cable and chain bracelets to pendants with eye-catching, precious colored stones, whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies on to Cleveland for the weekend after rallying to beat the Rays 7-6 in 10 innings, completing a sweep at Tampa. Phil's winners of 5 of 6, 9 of their last 11, and they have posted 6 or more runs in 7 of their last 10 games. Aaron Nola be on the mound for the Phils tonight against the Guardians. Both had the same record, by the way, 22-15. Game time, 7 p.m. right here on 94 WIP. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Weather brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Periods of rain, a high of 62. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He'll throw to first again. He throws it away. Rojas gets up. He's headed for second. Now he's thinking about third. The ball in right field picked up by Jankowski. His throw is not in time. And Johan Rojas goes first to third on the throwing error by Pete Fairbanks.
That was a big moment last night. You know, the very rare two-base, added base path thing that we highlight coming back from break. But why do we? Because that was a freaking big moment. Without that, the Phillies might have lost the game. Nice job by Rojas scampering around. Hey, let's get, as we broadcast from Borgata today, to the guided door and window to the weekend. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window. Call them today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. All right, what's on tap this weekend? Well, obviously another Philly series. You just heard Rhea say in the update with Aaron Nola getting the ball tonight. I think it's been 2 good ones in a row from him, including his best of the year in the last start, so hopefully he can keep that going. Basketball playoffs, baseball, hockey playoffs, a lot of good stuff there. It's been very entertaining. It's going to be fascinating to see the Knicks-Celtics thing, how much the Celtics come back punching and ready to rock and roll, or the Knicks going to grab this series.
Paul Pierce did walk to work.
We got to give him credit.
Yep, he did. I didn't believe he'd do it, but he did.
And he did not do it barefoot, though, right?
I think he started barefoot, but he finished it. It would have been
advisable.
But it was like 7-something hours.
Matter of fact, we can play the audio. Let's listen to Paul Pierce, because when he finally got to the studio for his show, he was happy he made it, and he did man up. Let's listen to Paul Pierce yesterday.
If the Celtics lose game 2 at home,
Hold on.
promise you, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you got to do that? Wait a minute.
I'm walking here 15 miles. I'm walking here.
I don't know, Pete. This is your friend.
In my robe.
Get your friends.
No shoes on.
Somebody save him.
Bare feet.
No.
If what? If the Celtics lose tonight.
So that was Paul Pierce 2 days ago. And that's what he said. And we didn't think he was actually going to do it, but he pulled it off. Dan, we got this audio from yesterday? Let's listen to the truth.
I made it, y'all. We made it, y'all. We made it. Hopefully this can inspire my Celtics that we can get back in this series, man, and pull this series out.
If they see all these steps you ran, they better run some more steps, man.
Man, my feet hurt, man. I need to go see a massage, happy feet, all of that.
Did you actually? Because there's people saying how he's capping, like he must have jumped in a couple Ubers or something. What do you say to that?
I'm the truth.
Baby.
No cap.
All right, Paul Pierce. Good job by him, man. That's nice work by him. One other thing for this weekend, obviously. Well, two things. The PGA Tour in town, and the other one is Mother's Day. Treat the moms. Take care of the moms. One thing you can get the moms. Now, you can't get it this weekend. You can't present this as a gift on Sunday, but the next week you can. Philly's Fantastic Auction is ongoing. It runs through May 18th, and there are 68 different items all up for bid at phillies.com/fantastic auction. One of them is for us to all hang out with you at the ballpark, and we'd love to do so. Mutually agreed upon date, so we'll figure out when that will be. But this season, 4 tickets to a Phillies game. Prior to the game, you get a tour of Citizens Bank Park. Together, we then head down to batting practice to watch batting practice. You get to see the guys with batting practice. We're right there with you. Then we head up to the CP Rankin Club for a great dinner. And then you get, 4 tickets, as I said, front row tickets, field level, to watch the game. And you get an autographed baseball from the player of your choice on this year's club. So please, it's all for great causes. Of course, the ALS, United Mid-Atlantic Charity, and also Phillies charities. So please consider, bidding as much as you can, and maybe you can present a week after Mother's Day your mom with one of those great items. Really good stuff there. It's better stuff than some of the Daryl Morey thing. Wait till we play more of this audio. John, I think it's going to annoy you. Because let me just tell you that
annoy is like such a gentle way to put this. Like,
yeah,
it's a lot more angry and visceral and
right. Because just know this. I'm going to play one call and then get to one call and then we'll play it. Know this. The next 2 pieces of audio. Because, I listened to this stuff before the show. And great job by Lewis back there today going through all this for us. So I listened to it a couple hours ago. And I have to just jot myself a couple notes so I have something to lead into it properly. Here's what I have written down for the next 2 things you're going to hear. Embiid contract. Tons of garbage. Next one. You ready? Garbage continues on. That's my lead-in for the next 2 things.
Comma, ETC.
Right. We'll get to that in a moment from the Sixers, Maury. Let's get to Rick and Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good work by you, Joe. Bob Boone's third on the list for most games caught behind Irod and Carlton Fisk. He's ahead of Yadier Molina and Gary Carter.
Yeah, he had number 1 for a point, and then Fisk, I think, passed him, and then obviously...
He caught 500 more games than Johnny Bench. I was surprised to see that. Anyway, real quick, John, my grandchildren, I knew as soon as they were left-handed or right-handed when they were like 3 years old. I'm shocked that your father didn't know that.
Yep. And tell me about it. I have 3 kids. I was waiting. I was hoping, just for signs of left-handedness. None of them showed any left-handedness. I would have jumped at the opportunity to put anything in their left hand properly.
And what really shocked me, I learned about you. I didn't know this. And, Cumberland Valley and Central Dauphin, just like, I went to Plymouth White Marsh, we were very athletic-oriented schools. After football season was over, our better players, if they didn't play basketball, went right to the baseball diamond. I'm surprised that you didn't play baseball.
No, I did track. At my high school, if you did football, you had to do track. It was a rule.
Really?
Yes. And so I ran the sprints and I did the field events. I think I went to states as a senior in the shot put.
What if you wanted to do a different sport? What if you
There were
wanted
guys
to
who
play
played
lacrosse?
baseball. There were guys who played baseball, but you were encouraged to run track because it was our coach, Harry Chapman, from the early 70s on, felt like it was a big deal for the running and staying in shape and building speed.
Yeah. So, Joe, real quick, how does this city have the best owner in football, the best GM in football, and go to the worst owner in basketball and the worst GM in basketball.
Yeah.
We were told by the West Coast, do not sign Paul George. He is a disaster. But you're right. This whole franchise is a disaster. With the Phillies, real quick, isn't it a positive for us right now that we have the resurgence from Rojas and Marsh now fighting it out in center field? Bohm slowly coming out of his funk. He went from like 190 to like 245. He's slowly coming out of it. But we talked about this earlier. Leave Stott alone at the top of the order. Let's see what happens the first 30, 40 games. And with all the people that said they win more games with Schwarber leading off, the lineup is better with Stott leading off, and Schwarber hitting fourth, especially if.
But Rick, one point of clarification: are you saying including when there's a left-handed starter? Because Trey still gets
I don't even
this.
care at this point. Leave him alone at the top. Leave him
Well,
alone.
how about this? How about they're winning both ways?
As long as they can win, do it work.
Okay, well that's the difference. You just changed your answer. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not one of these people that believes they have to have only one leadoff hitter. I don't
I'm
buy
okay
it.
with that, but right now, if Stott is holding his own against left-handed pitching, leave it alone. That's
Okay,
all.
well he can hold his own as the second hole hitter with Trey batting first against the left.
All right, well, then you can flip-flop them. I'm okay with that.
Rick, give me an answer, my man, for the best
I
fictional
don't know
mom.
if it was mentioned yet. She was a great mother. How about Marion Cunningham from Happy
Has
Days?
been said. Give me a different answer.
Okay, then let's go with. I don't know if you know the show, guys, but Petticoat Junction, Kate Bradley, Betty Boatnott. She also was the voice for Betty Rubble in the Flintstones.
Wow, how about that, Rick? Good call. By the way, I always love those calls when someone's entrenched. Leave them there. And I'm like, well, what about when it's a left-handed pitcher? Oh, no, I'm okay with that. Yeah, move to two.
Very strong opinion.
Right, like, okay. All right, Daryl Morey went on Spike's podcast, talked about a lot of stuff. Let's get to when he gets into the Embiid contract. I will remind you in my notes from earlier today, next to what was said, I wrote down, tons of garbage. Let's listen to Daryl Morey talking yesterday.
Why was it a good idea to sign Joel Embiid to the extension when he had years left on his contract?
Yeah, I just think if we're winning the title, Joel Embiid's on the team. I think it's important how these top players, and Joel's going to be one of the top players all time, regardless of how things get written from here in terms of everyone knows how good he was in his MVP year and multiple years around that. When you go out and get a top free agent like we did with Paul, obviously, people are questioning that, but we thought that was absolutely the best way to maximize the window with Joel. It's pretty hard to do those kinds of moves and not have those players on similar timelines. If you have one person, if you have a Paul George on a longer timeline and Joel Embiid on a shorter timeline, that doesn't work great. It was just a 2-year extension. We thought it was very logical. People talk about it being 3. It was 2 years. Doesn't seem like anyone wants to, again, for sure. And I just think how you treat your top level players, you look at all the teams that are destinations. I think Philadelphia will be for a long time. Witnessed by us recruiting the top free agent last year. I think it's important how you treat the top players and again, in any time window measured in a number of years that no one wants to talk about, the way we're winning it is with Joel Embiid getting healthy and playing at a high level with really top players around him like Tyrese and Paul.
All right, there's so much in there that bothers me. What bothers you guys the most?
Every time you play one of his sound bites, I zone out. I have to actively pay attention to what he's saying because he just drones on.
Did he just say Philadelphia has become a destination?
Yes, he did also
as
say
proven by bringing in Paul George.
I have that as
and
number
they will
2.
continue to be he's saying. I'm certain that moving forward, we're now destination place.
All right, let me translate
That's
that
a
one.
joke.
It's a total joke. Here's why Paul George signed here last year, because they had cap space, and the Sixers were willing to offer him the most.
And no one else is better than that. Yeah,
he said we'll be a destination for a long time, like last year. They have no cap space.
No,
they will not be a destination. And by the way, we'll continue to have no cap space for the next 4 to 5 years because of these two contracts.
It's your fault that we are not a destination, and you're pretending we're a destination.
Is that nonsense?
Because I can't get over this. Because we had cap space. By
the way, it's not even the worst thing you said in there. But go ahead, Ray.
No, what he basically said was we gave Joel the money because we didn't want him to be upset because we gave Paul George the money. But Devin's right. Every time he talks, it is intended
really
to. What's
hard.
the word? I know I'm going to screw it up. Obfuscate?
Yeah, obfuscate.
Good word.
Obfuscate?
Yeah.
That, I'm just going to talk a long time and you'll forget. I listened to that for 50 minutes yesterday, and I thought my head was going to explode. But
Bless you for
in
that.
there basically saying, we gave Joel the money so that he wouldn't be upset. But that's how things work. You're up at a free agent. They gave
And he screwed the Sixers for the next 5 years.
Franchise.
The fans.
Yeah.
The fans.
Well, yeah.
You know? All right, but here's the crazy thing. That's not even everything we just covered, the worst of what he said in there, because you're right. You can't forget this stuff in the beginning because he drones on and on. He's a droner.
Yeah.
He actually said that Joel's going to go down as one of the top players of all time, regardless of what goes on from here on out. Now think about that, guys. We all know Joel's very talented, okay? And I got love of Joel Embiid. But top players of all time, Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain, LeBron James. More recently here, meaning right now, Jokic is a top 25 player of all time. Joel Embiid, guys, has never gotten to the conference finals. And I got a GM saying he's going to be one of the top players of all time, regardless of whether he does anything from here on out.
Here's the problem
is so delusional.
It's completely delusional. When Joel was healthy, which is not a lot, he could do things on the court that we couldn't see from a guy. It was special.
And I loved him.
It was generational.
It was.
All of those things. Those things have not existed for a long time.
Correct.
And they haven't existed for enough long time on a long enough stage for that statement to be made.
That claim is outrageous.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think if Kobe Bryant were alive? What do you think Kobe Bryant would think of Daryl Morey saying Joel's one of the top players, quote, of all time? How big's our list?
Yeah.
Is our list 100? Because when I think of the top players of all time, I think of 20, 15,
special
10,
players. Yeah.
Totally difference-making players. All right, one more piece of audio from Daryl Morey, then we got to get to Time's Yours. More of Morey from yesterday.
Let's go through the things you might want in a team as a fan. You'd want, a chance to win the championship. Debatable, but for sure a higher chance than many teams. I think our roster going into next year, assuming healthy, is better than the one that went into last year with the third best title. It's now. You have to adjust for the fact that we had such a bad year. So that's going to push you down for sure. But I'd rather have a Grimes and a McCain and maybe whoever our draft pick turns into than what the roster looked like going into last season, which was built mostly out of free agency.
It's just
out of necessity.
What?
It's just talking out of signing. It's just dumb. It's just really dumb talk. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
And full disclosure, that answer that he was just revving up there went on and on and on and on. And I don't have the patience to continue to listen to it.
No one
Just to be totally candid. Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
John, today's era of football, the fullback is no longer like a major position. What would you have played? Would you have been a linebacker? Did you have good hands? Could you have played tight end? What would you have played in today's era of football?
I played Mike linebacker at Stanford, actually. They switched me back to fullback when both fullbacks went down just prior to my senior year. So I definitely liked the linebacker. I'm a medium-sized guy. I was too short to play tight end effectively, but I could catch better than I could do anything else.
Would you have gotten drafted as a linebacker?
Probably.
Okay.
Okay, Daryl Morey or whatever the hell your name is. That team, you're going to run it back again? You're trying to sell that team to this city? That garbage? Yeah, okay. That team's going to be terrible. Time's yours.
Yeah. Well, if Joel can't play, they certainly will be.
At this point, the Sixers organization is beyond a disgrace. So I think we have no other choice for than Joe DeCamera to buy the team and build the Hammer Center. Could it really get any worse?
Better loan me some bucks, buddy.
The Hammer Center.
Joe DeCamera, even though that you called me a bonehead about the Goddard comment yesterday in the top 3, I called today to tell you guys what a great job that you guys do. It's a pleasure to wake up in the morning and listen to you guys. Everybody does a wonderful job. The content is amazing. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. That's very, very nice. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, we got to move quick through a few different things here before we turn it over to Joe and Hugh at the top of the hour. First, Twitter poll question. Let's round it out. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, who's going to win the NL East? John, do people think the Phils, the Braves, or the Mets?
Everyone's feeling good about the Phils right now. I'm going to say the Phils win this like 71%.
55 Phillies,
Oh, man.
40% Mets, 5% the Atlanta Braves.
Wow.
Time will
Huh.
tell. About 4 months
conservative
and 3
with
weeks
that.
to go. All right, we got to close out Best Fictional Mom. Remember, this is for Metallica tickets. Now, they all are great options, or at least most of them. I'm going to advocate. This is just me. I'm advocating for Claire Huxtable because it's not her fault that her husband in real life was a
You're
creep.
right.
No, I'm serious.
You're right.
Cosby
I
Show's
love
got to
Claire
win something. And
Huxtable.
Claire
I
Huxtable.
love
No, not her
Huxtable.
husband in real life. Her husband.
I felt like
right,
Mrs.
right.
C was a real go-to.
I love
answer on
Mrs.
this
C.
one.
I love her. But like, here's why I advocate for Claire Huxtable.
That is wholesome.
The Huxtable kids and her all like, it's like people don't even watch the show anymore because of Bill Cosby.
Well, he was the main guy.
I know, but she was great. I'm going Claire Huxtable. You guys give me your vote.
I liked Mother Earth.
I think Mother Nature's
Well,
a
it
great
was-
one.
it was Mother Nature.
Mother
Nature.
Nature's a great answer. That is a great answer.
All right.
Mother
Are you
Earth,
both voting for that?
Mother Nature. Sure, but
Rhea,
I'd be
give
fine
me a
with
Claire
Claire
Huxtable, and then
Huxtable.
Dan Wilson can break the tie.
All right, I'll give you one. I'm gonna give
Wilson,
you
break
Claire
the
Huxtable.
tie. Is it Claire Huxtable or Mother Earth, otherwise known as Mother Nature?
I'm going Mother Nature.
That's a shame.
Ah.
Good job, Dan.
Shout out Mother Earth.
Cosby
Outside
Show
the
again
box.
gets the shaft. All right, Tom, you've won with the Mother Nature answer, which was a good one. Hey, everyone have a great rest of the day. You can make the case Mother Nature isn't actually
real mother?
fictional. Well, hurricanes are real.
Well, I don't. Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
They are real. Hey, everyone, have a great rest of the day. Thanks, everyone at Borgata. Good stuff. Dan Wilson, wonderful job filling in for Seltzer. And Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. Meet TrustUC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou. They have a policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, stain, tools, flooring, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online from May 8th through May 14th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pittsburgh Steelers send George Pickens to the Cowboys this week, so of course the reaction to this trade is all about Aaron Rodgers. I still think Rodgers will join the Steelers in late summer, but why does this whole courtship feel like two college friends promising to marry each other if they're single in their 40s? This is not a partnership that needs to happen, and both sides are probably better off without, especially the Steelers, who seem to now have a clear vision. They're more focused on the future. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit deep right field. That one is long gone as Bryson Stott has cleared the stadium. He has hit one out of Steinbrenner Field. A mammoth 3-run home run to right field, and it's a 1-run game.
Now that's a call, and that's a home run, and that is a comeback. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Get you aboard. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. It is a Tri-Day Friday. We'll get to that. A lot to dive into, including more nonsense from Daryl Morey. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, Joe. Just want to say happy Mother's Day weekend to all the mothers out there.
Absolutely.
May you enjoy it and have a wonderful weekend and get everything that you obviously deserve.
Special weekend for the mothers out there. And Hugh, a special week here. Maybe not quite as special as Mother's Day, but a special week for the Phillies. Hugh, this team just keeps winning. Last night, I got to be real. I just chalked it up as an L. Yandy Diaz hits the home run to right field off for Tanner Banks. It's 5-1. Hugh, we've seen them. I think it's 5 or 6 times this year. They win the first 2 games of a series, and then they kind of sleepwalk and drop the last one. And it's like, whatever. They won 2 out of 3. And I thought last night was the same thing, right? You know,
because you kind of called it. You were kind of in the mode that, hey, it's a good chance they might drop this one. And they showed a lot of resilience.
Right. When they went down 5-1, I kind of just resigned myself to, okay, they're going to drop this one. Let's go to Cleveland and get a series there. And Hugh, they go out in the 8th inning, and Stott hits the home run, and then they grind out bats to the 9th into extra innings. Man, this offense just keeps rolling. They got a well-pitched game out of Luzardo last night. And Hugh, the Phillies are playing by far their best baseball this season.
Oh, no question about it. And you know, I know that some might say, they're playing in a bandbox.
Some like you.
I mean, I didn't say it because I am a firm believer in hey, they're a professional team too. But there'll be some that say that. But hey, it's all about the momentum right now, and they have it. They definitely have it right now.
Well, they do. They've been playing. This is the best extended stretch of baseball the Phillies have had in a very, very long time. Really, since they started off the season 6-1, they beat the Dodgers. They 2 out of 3. They beat the Rockies. They beat the Nationals, and it was like, all right. Well, since then, they have had a topsy-turvy season where for 3 weeks they weren't very good, but then since then, this is the team we hoped for. And you know what I'm noticing here, Hugh, as we kind of go through what happened last night, I'm noticing some guys that are helping this team win that we weren't sure were going to be here. We didn't know if they were going to be on the team. We didn't know if they should be on the team, but they are. So let's listen last night, some of the best moments. He had the Stott home run to put them within 1. Then Kepler ties it in the bottom of the 9th. How about Brandon Marsh putting this team ahead in extras?
Marsh swings and lines one to left center field. That's down for a base hit. Sosa will come home and score. Marsh headed for second. It's a leadoff double to start the 10th, and the Phillies have a 6-5 lead.
Big hit by Brandon Marsh, who has hit pretty well. I mean, he had 0 hits when he went on the IL. He's come back and he's hit pretty well the last few days. And then, of course, Matt Strahm has to close this thing out after they used Alvarado and Romano earlier. Strahm with the final out after a little bit of trouble there in the 10th.
And the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Phillies come back and beat the Rays in extra innings, and they complete the sweep. 7-6 the final as Matt Strahm gets the final out for the save, and the Phillies have swept the Rays here in Tampa.
Well, they swept them, and now they're 22-15 on their way to Cleveland tonight against the Guardians. All right, Hugh, I was thinking about something last night. So watching the game. Well, Jesus Luzardo started the game. Pitched pretty well again. Now has a 2.11 ERA as we enter the second or third week of May. All right, so Luzardo's been an excellent acquisition for the Phillies. Max Kepler has 5 home runs, and he had a great at-bat in the 9th inning to help tie that game, made contact, and tied the game. He has been a good addition for the Phillies in left field. Joe Ross has probably been one of their better relief pitchers. And Hugh, a lot of us, including me, I think all of us, I mean, I'm not saying just like a few people. I think we all kind of looked at the Phillies offseason this past year and said, it's It's kind of weird, right? They didn't do much.
They stood pat.
They stood pat. And
for the most part.
And what they added didn't seem like in comparison to the Mets getting Juan Soto.
Well, we were looking at other people's grass.
And that's what we do. But in comparison to some other teams, even the Dodgers got Sasaki, right? Like every team seemed to add something huge. The Phillies got Jesus Luzardo, a guy that last year was hurt with a back injury and didn't pitch very well. They got Max Kepler, who was hurt last year, didn't do much for the Minnesota Twins. They got Joe Ross, who's a guy that no one could have picked him out of a lineup. Well, those guys have been good. And on top of that, the Phillies thought they could change the approach of the guys they kept, right? Like, we're not going to change much. We could change their approach. And so far, it feels like they have. And now we'll see how it plays out the whole year. But they're one of the better teams of baseball in pitches per plate appearance seen. They're third in on-base percentage. Hugh, I think we probably were too hard on Dave Dombrowski's offseason. And let me just be I'll be the first to say it. I know what you're going to say because I know you. Okay? I'll be the first to say it.
What you about to say, Joe?
Dave Dombrowski, I'm sorry.
For what?
I was a little too hard on his offseason.
Man.
No, hold on.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Dave Dombrowski had a 95-win team. And
Yes,
he
he
didn't
did.
feel he needed to tweak it too much. We probably thought he needed to.
Yeah.
He didn't. Well, he added a pitcher that looks like an all-star right now in Jesus Luzardo. He added an outfielder who was an upgrade in left field.
Didn't look great at the beginning.
But he
okay.
is. It's a long season.
I get
I'm
it.
just saying, this team's 22-15. They wouldn't be there without Jesus Luzardo and Max Kepler.
Not denying that.
Dave Dombrowski did not have as bad of an offseason as we made it out to be. And I'm willing to be the first one today say, I'm sorry, Dave. I think I was a little too hard on you and your offseason. Hugh?
What?
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at you.
Why?
You know what the funny thing about it?
Apologize, Hugh.
Trying to be real here, Hugh.
No, you know what's funny? And y'all don't even see it. Y'all don't even see it. The emotional roller coaster ride that y'all are on every other day when it comes to
the pledge.
baseball.
This is what the pledge meant.
I'm not apologizing to nobody for what?
You said he did
for
nothing.
doing your job.
You said he did
He
nothing.
didn't do anything.
He got Jesus Luzardo.
You know what he did? He did his job, and it panned out for him. Because at the beginning of the season, nobody thought it was good enough what he did. And this is the ebb and flow of baseball. I'm not apologizing for guys actually doing their job. I'm not apologizing for that. Hell, do your job. That's your job.
He may have stolen an all-star pitcher from
And
the
that's
Marlins.
and that's great. Even
Great.
though you stole a pitcher that didn't pass anybody else's physical. But that's cool. You took a chance, and I get that. Everybody's doctors are different than yours.
Before you go on, can I just say this?
What?
I think we got to. What's the phrase the kids use these days? Keep the same energy
Keep
or
the
whatever,
same
whatever
energy.
that means. If Jahad Campbell has 4 sacks in September, we're going to get 50 calls saying Howie Roseman's a genius. It's the same thing. Jesus Luzardo didn't pass the Cubs physical. If he's an all-star for the Phillies, that's a big feather
I'm
in
not saying it
Dombrowski's
isn't,
cap.
but it ain't enough for me to apologize.
But you made it sound like, well, he didn't pass someone's
Well,
physical.
no, what I'm saying is this, is that when he got here and he looked a little shaky, people were panicking. This is what we do with baseball. This is how, listen, you can watch baseball and feel however you want to feel when you watch these games. But my thing is this, I'm not apologizing for something finally going right for him.
High horse Hugh over
I'm
here.
not. I'm just not. I'm not apologizing for that.
Double
I'm
down,
not.
Douglas.
I am not. I'm just not apologizing. Hey, I'm sorry for being mad at you. No.
You doubted him.
I mean, I wasn't the only one.
But that's today's the day to get it off your chest and apologize.
I don't have anything to get off my chest.
Showing growth today.
And I'm not
That's right.
apologizing. I'm not apologizing.
What else is new? All right,
Not doing it.
215-592-9494. Are you ready to apologize to Dave Dombrowski? Look, he got crushed by all of us in different ways this offseason. Well, I've heard you say quite a few times he didn't do anything. You ran it back.
Well, he didn't do anything. He did run it back.
Jesus Luzardo is not nothing.
He did run it back. And let's be honest. When you got Luzardo and you got Kirkering and what is it, Kepler? I said
Max. Now, Kirkering might stink right now.
Yeah, but
Kepler.
No, everybody kind of looked at that with their arms folded, like, and we're looking at what the Mets did when they got Soto.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at.
I know.
And we felt like, and you didn't move Bone, you didn't move him, and everybody kind of sat there and was like, well, we don't expect it to be any different than it was.
But it looks
for the
a
most
little
part.
bit better.
It looks a little different.
Yeah.
It looks a little different.
Yeah.
Okay, I hate to be this guy.
Oh boy.
I hate to be this guy.
What about the pledge?
I took the pledge, but I am enjoying what I'm seeing right now. Still a lot of baseball left to be played.
Oh, that's
all I'm saying.
anti-pledge stuff.
That's
right
not
there.
anti-pledge
That's
stuff.
Totally anti-pledge stuff.
That is the emotional roller coaster that you guys like to be on a day-to-day basis. I just choose not to do that.
It goes against everything the pledge stands
No,
for.
but it doesn't. I have been even killed when it's come to this team the whole season. You are the guys that need emotional support animals.
Can I give you an analogy?
What?
I feel like we watched Dave gather the ingredients to make a meal, okay? And the whole time,
and y'all was sitting there. Okay, I'm gonna take your analogy. And y'all sitting back booing the ingredients.
Yes.
Boo.
Yes.
Boo.
And then
put some more cumin in there. Put some more paprika. That's y'all. That's you and Kyle.
I do like paprika and cumin. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
but wait, so we all did that, okay?
Yeah. Well,
and
y'all
then,
did that.
No, you did too. Don't lie. And then the meal comes out, right? And we're right now. To be fair, we're only about a little less than a quarter away through the meal.
Yeah, it's still warm, and you're still booing it. You're looking at it.
No, you're eating it, and you're like, it's pretty good.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
So what do you say then to the chef who you booed? Like, chef, listen,
I'm not apologizing for my booing.
I may have gone too far.
No,
this is pretty good.
All you had to do is say, hey, listen, dog, I don't know. Those ingredients that you put together at first were a little suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I was wrong.
I was wrong.
No,
I'm sorry.
Because listen, here's the thing. They are doing what they've done in the past, right? Like, we've been down this road before when it comes to the Phillies, correct?
Yes and no, but yes.
Okay, their approaches are different, and they're resilient and all that.
Better approach the plate, deeper starting rotation.
And I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm feeling? Holla at me after the All-Star break.
This is anti-pledge.
I mean, it's not anti-pledge. It's me protecting my peace. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah.
I am protecting
you know
my
what
peace.
this is like? So this is like, to go back to the meal analogy, this is like, I'm going to wait to react until the meal is gone.
No, I react.
To see how it digests.
Yeah, to see how it digests.
I am enjoying what I'm watching. I really am, immensely. But let's be honest. We as Phillies fans are on an emotional roller coaster ride every week.
That's right.
Let's see what happens. You know what's going to, hopefully it doesn't happen. But this Guardian series. Okay, say if the offense looks somewhat anemic.
Boy, we're hot right now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if it goes back to what it was? Because, let's be honest, we were in a bandbox.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a bandbox. And
even
though the Rays,
disappointing, yeah.
Even though the Rays, going into the series, they look pretty decent.
Yeah, they're not very good.
They're not that good.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not trying to take anything.
That's true.
I'm not trying to take anything away from another professional baseball team.
I am. They're not very good this year.
But I choose not to be on this emotional roller coaster ride that y'all are on right now.
Well, that's because this is a flaw you have. This is a personality flaw.
It's not a personality flaw.
It's not hard to say I'm sorry, Dave.
I'm not saying I'm sorry.
Dave, I'm sorry. I doubted you, and you
apologizing.
had a better offseason than it looked like.
I'm not
It's okay.
apologizing.
And Hugh, it's okay to say it. All right, 215-592-9494. Kyle, where you at as the Phillies
we know
here?
Kyle apologized.
22-15.
He's an emotional
The
wreck.
offense is rolling. They are top 10 in pitches per plate appearance, third in on-base percentage, deep rotation.
Yep.
What are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't like you shaming me about how emotional I get. I brought this up a couple days ago. And look, I was one of the people who crushed Dombrowski for his offseason. I was thinking about, maybe this being it. Might have to fire the guy if this doesn't work out.
He might be cooked.
Look, I'm not sitting here telling everybody this was the best offseason ever, or it was a perfect offseason, or it was like even a great offseason. I think where I'm coming from is we were a little bit too hard on it. We acted like it was horrendous. And I understand people are going to say today, well, the bullpen still stinks. I agree with you. It's not a great bullpen. But they have a trade deadline coming up. They have flexibility to add to this bullpen at the trade deadline. If I gave you the three aspects of the team, the offense, the starting pitching, and the bullpen, and I told you one of these can be an area that you can address the bullpen, you would have the easiest time addressing the bullpen at the trade deadline.
That's the easy answer.
Over the starting pitching, over the offense. You can't fix the offense at the deadline.
We've
You're probably
seen
not going
many
to fix your
teams.
starting rotation at the deadline. You can add to the bullpen in a meaningful way at the trade deadline.
Might already have some bullpen pieces.
The what?
Might already have some bullpen.
Well,
you know what?
maybe.
I'm glad you brought that up because everyone said dump Taiwan for just anything, and he kept him. That's another feather in Dombrowski's offseason cap.
It might even be a better bullpen than we had thought from the beginning of the season. But I'll say this: going into the offseason, we had two major areas of weakness, and one of them was a fifth starter, Taiwan Walker. They upgraded that in a massive way. Jesus Luzardo is a massive upgrade over Taiwan, no matter how well Taiwan's pitching right now. Left field, Austin Hayes, total turd. They upgraded that with Max Kepler. They did. And I think the biggest thing overall is that the messaging was clear to this team. we are giving you one last chance to change with this core, right? The offensive approach, the stop the chasing thing, like get better at the small ball stuff. Like you need to change your approach or it's going to be time to shake things up in a very meaningful, in a very drastic way. And I'll say this to the people who say it's May, let's see what happens in the Guardians series. Let's see what happens in October. I think my point about it being a good offseason is I've sort of zoomed out and realized that what makes it a good offseason is that if it does fall short in October, then they're not totally stuck. They didn't trade away all their best prospects in the offseason for guys that can help you win now. They will still have those young pieces that can help them win in the future. If it doesn't work, they're not overcommitted to this core. So, I think it was sort of the perfect middle ground between I'm giving you one last chance, but I'm not going all in yet. They have flexibility at the deadline. They'll have flexibility next offseason. I'm really liking the way that they approach the offseason.
That's
at this
fair.
point.
That's fair because, I give you that. To your point, you didn't overcommit.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't overcommit, and this is the group that you decided to stay with. But still, I'm still not giving you an apology for that.
See, because you don't apologize to anyone.
But I don't think I should.
I think you should. You crushed Dombrowski.
For doing your
that
job.
one day in the offseason where you just sat here for 4 hours and crushed Dombrowski.
I don't recall. But
we all remember that.
I'm not going to deny it, but I don't, I'm not apologizing for that. No, definitely not apologizing.
215-592-9494. You're ready to apologize to Dave Dombrowski for the offseason. I think we all wondered why they didn't do more. We questioned what they did. Luzardo was the only guy really of note they brought in. Kepler was a guy that had a good track record, but he got hurt last year. I think the way I framed it was a blah offseason. Well, it looks better than blah. Luzardo looks like he can make the All-Star team. Kepler's helped them. And part of the thing that is amazing about where they're at right now is they're not getting anything out of Bryce Harper. Compared to what he usually does. Compared to
But it looks like he's about to turn the corner.
I think he will. I still feel he's going to. They're 22-15, and Bryce Harper really has been below his normal standard. If he gets going, this team could win a lot of games. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phones here. We got a lot to talk about today. We start with the Phillies. What a win last night. Your reaction to the comeback, the Stott homer, the Kepler at-bat in the ninth. By the way, that was, I think, the seventh pitch of that at-bat. That was a grinded-out at-bat. Of course, Marsh in the 10th. How about Rojas? Your guy coming into pinch run and making it work with his legs in the ninth inning.
No, I love it.
That was great.
You're using your biggest asset right now is your speed. You got some pretty speedy guys out there, and you're trying to use that to your advantage. I like that.
It was the obvious move, but it was so clearly the right move by Topper to have Rojas pinch run for Schwarber, and they basically created that run with his legs there. 215-592-9494. For Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy Humble Yourself Friday, man.
You know what? We need those around here sometimes.
Humble yourself
especially Friday. The guy over to my right over here. Yep.
Certain people in the studio with you there, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Not apologize.
Just one guy in the studio.
Not apologizing. I took the players, too. Took the players.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You didn't take the players. That's a lot.
To all the moms
you got it. Go. The floor is yours, Chris.
To all the moms out there, I do want to wish every single mom out there a wonderful Mother's Day. The world is obviously a much better place because of moms, and we wouldn't be here without you for obvious reasons, but what you do is sometimes a thankless job. So to all the moms, thank you. Thank you. Now, Hugh Douglas, why?
Why what?
Why? Why?
Why am I apologizing though, Chris? Why do I feel
happy? We're getting ready to go into the weekend, excited, and you got to go pull up like the Delco pooper and drop a big load on us.
But why am I? Okay, tell me why am I apologizing?
No, because you can't ever be grateful and give the guy his just desert.
I've heard that before.
He's got to go grab the blanket. He's got to go pull his drawers down and get busy. You mentioned the big names that he's hit on, Hugh. He built the deepest and best starting rotation in Major League Baseball. He went and got Luzardo when we really didn't need a Luzardo because he had the foresight to see what he was. Where would this team be right now, today, without Luzardo? And then Max Kepler. Max Kepler has finally locked down a corner outfield position for us. He plays really good, sometimes great defense. He is super reliable. He doesn't let a ball go off of his head. He's locked in. And then Here's what he also doesn't get credit for. He rightly passed on Jeff Hoffman and his busted-ass body with his 4.24 ERA. He let that go. And Joe hit the nail on the head. He went and got a Cody Ross, or not Cody Ross. What's his first name?
Joe. Cody's a blast from the sad past. Yeah, when he hit the home runs off the dock. Yeah.
I blame Hugh Douglas for the Cody Ross.
I mean, I was thinking it.
He triggered me.
We mess up names all the time.
It's your fault.
It's all your fault, Douglas. It is. So, and then he also saw this and stayed with this guy, Hugh Douglas, Johan Rojas. The guy's hitting a .299, 5 stolen bases, 749 OPS. That's the vision of Dave Dombrowski and realizing the talent that Rojas had and knowing he can continue the development. He also moved Taiwan out to the bullpen, Hugh, so all these facts being spit at you here, right? Genius move. Hey, by the way, Ranger said the check is in the mail, Hugh. All right. So here's what I'm going to close with, guys. To Hugh Douglas and the rest of you people that you will not influence me and be a bad human being and continue to backseat drive Dave Dombrowski's GMing. Dave Dombrowski, I'm S-O-R-R-1. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski.
No, that's a good phone call, Chris. We appreciate it. And every time Chris chants, it makes me want to create a topic just with a really complicated word one day. Just
so you can hear how you go
just so he tries it.
Well, if you notice, he didn't chant apologize.
No,
that's
that might trip you up. By the way, I just want to say this about Jesus Luzardo as we discussed the offseason and apologize to Nebraska. Kyle is right, and you can frame it any way you want. He improved the 5th starter spot. I think, though, that almost underrates how good Luzardo has been, right? Because we're framing it as they added a 4th or 5th starter.
Yeah.
You could look at this different ways. You could look at whatever stat you want. He has been, by at least one site, Fangraphs, the 2nd most valuable starting pitcher in the National League. Like right now, Luzardo looks like an all-star. If he pitched like this all year, he'll get Cy Young votes.
I like his glasses too.
I love his glasses. I wore Rec Specs. Not many people wore Rec Specs when I did. I was the nerd. And now to have someone out there for the Phillies that wears Rec Specs, I'm a Luzardo guy. He's been really good for the Phillies. Really good, and you should apologize to Nebraska.
I'm not apologizing. What is Dave Dombrowski's job?
To run the team. To
put
build the team.
The best team together?
Yes.
So I'm apologizing for him doing his job.
No, you're apologizing for doubting that he did a good job.
No, we're apologizing for not giving him enough credit for the
Listen,
job he did.
That's what fandom is, and he understands that.
No, but you don't.
Man, I'm not apologizing.
Okay.
I mean, he did a good job. It's starting to pay dividends for you. I give him that.
It is.
But that doesn't warrant you getting an apology for that.
Well, it does. Well, at least on this show. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. All right, I'll say it.
No.
Because you won't. I'm sorry, Dave. Dave, I'm sorry. I was too hard on your offseason. It was better than it looked at the start. Luzardo's been excellent. Kepler, I know it wasn't a hit, and it didn't put his numbers didn't improve. That at-bat by Kepler was a winning at-bat in the 9th inning to get that run in here. I'm sorry, Dave Dombrowski. You had a better offseason than I gave you credit for.
Apologize. You know who needs to apologize to me?
Who?
Bryce Harper. For the gender reveal back. When he apologized for that,
you got to get over that.
When he apologized for that,
you got to get over that.
Then I'll consider apologizing. Apologize to me for that.
You got to get
Bryce Harper apologize for the
apologize for the gender reveal because you ain't do nothing with that bat. That bat ain't got nan dent in it.
Wait, so that
ain't got no dirt on it or nothing.
That was one at bat. We crushed Dombrowski all winter.
That bat is pristine.
You
apologize for me for that.
Are a lot. All right, we'll get to your phone calls. More post-game audio last night. And something Larry Bowa said in spring training that reminds me of what I think is going on with this team right now. 215-592-9494 for the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. from game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Golf season is back. Can't wait to play in the Surfside Golf Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club May 13th. Now, we'll be broadcasting our show from the course from 2 to 6, so come check us out. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Must be 21.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at TruistChampionship.com.
Get ready for another round of outrageous fun at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Friday, May 16th, Cheerleaders presents the Wieners and Wingettes Hot Dog Eating Contest. Food fanatics and competitive eaters get ready for the ultimate showdown. Doors open at 8 a.m. and 10 hungry contestants will go bun for bun, battling for the grand cash prize. Plus a live performance by the sensational Rubber Doll. The competition will be fierce and the hot dogs will be flowing. May 16th, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let this team win. How about these last 4 innings?
Man, that was crazy. It took all of us tonight, bullpen, starter, and freaking every person that started on the bench. So it was a full team effort, and that's what it's all about.
Let me ask you about the gratification. I mean, you play this game a long time. You've been an athlete a long time. Just to come through the way you did tonight.
That's give all the credit to the staff and my teammates that have been picking me up. Just having some fun out there. Kyle and I had a funny interaction right before that last at bat. So, I give the credit to him for sure.
What a night for the Phils. And what an offseason. Better than we thought for Dave Dabrowski. Welcome back. Midday Show, 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. Look, we all did it. I think at points of this offseason, we all said, hey, they haven't done enough. They need to do more. I don't love this. I don't like that. It's the same team. Well, in a lot of ways, yeah, it is the same team. But they added a pitcher right now that is one of the best in the National League, and he helped them win again last night. And Max Kepler's been an upgrade in the outfield. Just those two things made the team better. Dave Dombrowski's offseason, underrated. And I'm sorry, Dave. I doubted you. You did a better job than I thought. You saw something in Luzardo, and boom, look what he's doing. I'm willing to say I'm sorry, Dave. Certain people around here are willing, like me. Other people are, maybe stubborn a little bit.
No, I'm not being stubborn. I'm enjoying the season immensely, and I'm enjoying what they're doing. But the question remains, and I know this is not how we operate, but it's a lot of baseball left to be played, man.
Sure.
And this is not different from what I've seen from this team over the last couple of seasons. It's not.
It is a little, though.
I think it is.
It's a deeper rotation. It's deeper.
Okay, it's a deeper rotation, but
the offense looks different. They're manufacturing runs in a different way.
Third in on-base percentage.
I give you that.
And they're top 10 in pitches seen per plate appearance. Like they're grinding at-bats.
I give you that. But this pitching staff last year around this time, we were talking about Ranger. We were talking about Ranger Young, Cy Young candidate and all the other stuff.
They had 4 great starters last year.
But we had good pitching last year.
But now it's 5.
Yeah,
but they would have 6, 7?
Might be 7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But what happened at the end of the year?
Like they lost.
We were manufacturing runs early in the season, right? With the guys that we had and what ended up happening. And I think for most fans, I'm not poo-pooing what's going on right now. That's not what I'm doing.
Sounds like it.
But when I look at this team, outside of I was about to say Kirkering again. Kepler. Outside of Kepler, we have the usual suspects that have a propensity at the end of the year to get a little quiet. That's all I'm saying.
So I agree with, of course, that's facts, right? That's
the facts. But I'm enjoying the season.
But I will say this about those particular guys. They spent all spring training saying they were going to work on their approach, right? Try to change. And I doubted that even makes any sense, right? Can an old dog learn new tricks?
Yes.
And we'll see if it plays out over 162. That, to your point, there's still a lot of season to go. But there are signs. Like Trey has made noticeable. There's a noticeable.
He's been
difference.
working hard. No question about it. But you know what? The one thing I do know, as a former athlete, and this is a truism. When things get a little rough for you, and and there's a little bit of doubt, you tend to revert to what you know.
You see, you're scared.
I'm not scared.
You're scared.
I just need to see it. Okay, I need to see it on a more consistent basis.
Well, it's been pretty consistent for a few weeks now.
I mean, okay, but I need to see it when it gets adverse.
I understand it. So the other part of this is,
I ain't apologizing. I'm just not.
What happens if they win the World Series?
If they win the World Series, then I'll be like, hey, congratulations.
Well, hold on. If Luzardo is a Cy Young contender and he pitches Game 6 of the World Series and they win,
you know what I'm gonna say? Good job.
No, you should say I'm sorry.
Why am I saying I'm sorry for?
You doubted the acquisition.
This is where we kind of lose we go here, Joe. It's because I'm apologizing. Why am I apologizing to somebody who's doing their job?
Because you didn't think he did a very good job.
Okay, so you proved me wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. That's no need to apologize.
Yes.
No, it's not. You did your job.
Hold on, but it's like
do your job.
It's like the analogy of the meal, right? And let's play it out, right? So the chef is making the meal, and you're watching the meal being made with the cumin. What'd you call it? Paprika.
Cumin.
Yeah.
Cumin and paprika.
Yeah, right. You're watching, and you're sitting there like making jokes or like, I don't know, this doesn't look very good. And then
I'm gonna do that.
Okay, I know you would.
Do it, yeah.
But we've started to eat the meal. We're a quarter of the way through, and we all agree it's pretty good. This looks
smells good.
Smells good. It tastes pretty good. They're 22 and 15. And you're worried about how it's going to feel like, you're going to finish the meal, the digestion, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Well, I am at that age.
I know you are.
Yeah,
I'll
that
put it
could
this
be
way.
a you problem though. At the end
No,
of the
I'm
day,
just saying.
the digestion.
The trade deadline.
You know how it is that once you eat it,
yeah,
it might hit a little different.
Okay. Well, the trade deadline feels like dessert. We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
And then the postseason will be how you feel after the meal. All we could do is judge it on now.
And I'm happy now. And that's why I'm not apologizing.
No, I'm
Still
sorry.
like baseball
What you should do is be sorry for you were not nice to the chef while they put the cumin in.
You know what I would say? Chef, so far so good. Keep up the good work.
At least that's something.
What if somebody tunes into our show when we first start? They're like, this Hugh Douglas guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's a moron.
I mean,
and then you start growing on him a little bit. They're like, you know what? This is starting to work. You don't think it'd be appropriate for them to be like, Hugh, I'm sorry, I was a little over the top.
You know what? I like the ones like I look at it like this because I talked about this yesterday. We're in a position in the world where I guarantee you there are people that can't stand me, but they listen and there are a bunch of them that probably say I don't know what I'm talking about for the most part. But they listen every day.
But
you know
you don't
what?
think there's a faction of people who at first think one way, and then you're like, you know what? I was wrong. I'm sorry.
No, they still
I don't
think
feel
that
way anymore.
I'm pretty sure they still think
I'm
I'm
not
an
talking
idiot.
about those people.
You talking about the ones that I won over?
Yeah, exactly.
I
the ones who said, you know what? I was wrong about you.
I don't think they'll ever admit that. But not out loud.
But
not
they're
out
not
loud.
man enough. Joe and I are man
No,
enough.
it's not. I don't think it's not being man enough. I think it becomes one of those things where some people just want to hear what outlandish thing I'm going to say or what they can disagree with me at some point. So I'm okay with that. We can agree to disagree.
We can.
And we can live, and that means I live rent-free in your head.
Let's throw one more thing in there with Dombrowski.
Rent-free.
Yeah.
Rent-free.
Dombrowski in the offseason, he really gave this crew one more shot. And with that came...
Reluctantly.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, because he wanted to move Bone.
Yeah, he wanted to move Bone.
And he should.
Reluctantly.
I would still move
You know
Bone.
what?
That's why I'm not apologizing.
How he reluctantly held on to Jalen Hurts.
See, that we're not.
Now, hold on.
No, that's not the same.
That's not the same.
No, God, that's what you call a reach. That's what you call
I don't think it is. Like, because we're
he
talking
reluctantly held on to Jalen Hurts.
You mean in the beginning of his career?
Yeah,
in the beginning of his career.
So, like, I'm just saying, sometimes luck is a factor in how we look at general managers.
I get that. I get that.
But the point is, he ran it back without disrupting the future too much. Like, basically, this is your last shot. JT, Schwarber, no contracts yet, and they didn't add anything that's a long-term deal, right? Kepler's a one-year deal, and Luzardo is, he's still on a rookie deal, or his first big league contract. So he didn't disrupt the future. It kind of like, Larry Bowa said this during spring training, what they did back in the day during his era and his team, when they basically said in so many words, this is your last shot to win this together.
It's like do or die.
It is.
For these guys.
It reminds me a lot of our team, 76, 77, 78. We were winning. We kept coming up short against the Big Red Machine and the Dodgers. And I remember it like it was yesterday that Rudy Carpenter got the core guys together, and he was a great owner. And he loved every one of us. And he said, if we don't go deep this year, he's going to have to break this team up. Now, that hasn't happened here, but he sort of got our attention before we took the field in 80. And that was on our mind the whole year because we came up together. We won learned how to win together. We learned how to lose together, but we kept coming in up short. And he basically said, if we don't go deep, he's going to break this team up. And I'm not saying that motivated us, but it was on our mind. And I think these guys are thinking about the last 3 years. I'll give you the first year. Houston,
right.
I think Houston was a better team than us.
Yep.
But the last two, I can't believe those two teams were better than us.
Well, I couldn't believe it either, and I totally agree with Larry. It's 2022, we say, all right, Houston was better. They were. Last couple of years, they came up short. This year, they ran it back, and so far, so good. Dave Dombrowski, I'm sorry. Aaron in San Diego's up. What's up, Aaron? Aaron going once, twice. Aaron back on hold. Jeff in Wilmington is up.
Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
What's going on, man?
So I kind of hedged my thoughts on this because I told Kyle immediately, well, shouldn't we be doing this at the All-Star break because we're only like 1/4 of a way into the season, maybe 1/5. So I kind of lean towards what Hugh's saying right now because these guys, it's on the players because they have the players to challenge for a World Series title before the season even started. So I don't know if I should apologize to Dombrowski for keeping the same team. I mean, get me into October, and if we win, maybe if he picks somebody up at the deadline because we need bullpen help. And until that happens, I don't think we should be actually apologizing to him because he didn't really do anything. Like, that's the thing. Like, what did he do?
But he did. I mean, but that I think that's why we need to apologize. Jesus Luzardo looks like an all-star, and potentially he's going to get Cy Young votes. That's not nothing.
Okay, I know, but, here's the thing, Joe. I never really crushed him anyway because, to me, it's always been on the players to begin with. Our hitters didn't hit 2 seasons in a row in the postseason for the most part. And that's really what cost us games. It wasn't the pitching, it was the hitting. So, I don't know, maybe apologize to the hitting coach because they are seeing a lot more pitches now than they were last year. Maybe he gets a little bit of an apology, but I don't know. And isn't it ironic that the way Stott is hitting, him and Turner are really tearing it up at the top of the order right now. And Harper's the one that's holding everybody back.
I know. That's the craziest part about them winning. And Jeff, we appreciate the phone call that they're doing this, and they're 7 games over now, over 500, without Harper doing much. So I just want to, because even Jeff said he didn't do much. Jesus Luzardo is not much. I mean, he looks like one of the better pitchers in the National League. That's a big acquisition. And then as much as we could say he didn't do anything, sometimes there's value in not doing anything at all. Like, if we had polled 100 people last year and said, what do you want the Phillies to do this offseason with Taijuan Walker?
Get rid of him.
Get rid of him. I mean, almost everyone
No,
would have
it was the vitriol that he had at the beginning of the season was bananas. Yeah.
And he has helped them. He has pitched this season, Taijuan Walker, 31 and a third innings. He's pitched to a 2.30 ERA. The other night, he had a 7K 3-inning save. Like,
crazy.
No one thinks he's an all-star, but he's
gotten better.
He's an asset again. I mean, he's helped them win some baseball games here. That's another. Dombrowski could have designated him for assignment, and I think most people would have. Like last September, if they had released Taijuan Walker, I think this city would have been excited. Would have said, finally, they admitted their mistake. Sometimes there's value in saying, you know what, let's just take a deep breath. And
that's their job, Joe. That's why I refuse to apologize because as a fan, I see things a different way, and it's their job to say no, it's not like that because they have boots on the ground and they see it every day. I can still sit here as a fan and protest it, but when they make decisions like that and they work out, I don't feel like I need to apologize because they started out, number one, having way more information than I have about Luzardo and Taijuan for that moment. But as a fan, I reserve my right every week to, if I want to, boo and question your decisions because on the surface, which is what we're all doing, is on the surface, they don't look like you've made the right ones. And on top of that, the whole Alec Bohm thing, even though he's here and it looks like he's coming out of whatever it was he was in, it still was a move that initially that you wanted to make. You wanted to get rid of Alec Bohm.
I still do. I mean, if I'm being real.
You wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And the only reason that he's here, if we're being honest about it, is because you couldn't find anybody to trade with.
No
or you
one
didn't get what you wanted.
Yeah, no
for
one
him.
wanted him. Yeah.
So I'm not apologizing for that. They ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, it does. Sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make, and there's a lot of luck involved.
I wasn't here for the Jason Kelsey one. Or if you want to say that, I wasn't here for the Brandon Graham one either. I mean, sometimes they work out in your favor.
Right,
Sometimes they don't.
That's my point. But like we add that as a notch in Howie Roseman's belt, just like we should for Dave Dombrowski.
No,
I agree. Yes.
No, I'm not.
Well,
and guess what?
We're keeping the same energy here.
Well, I'm keeping the same energy. I ain't apologizing Howie either.
Well,
For
you
what? You almost made me say something.
You have to work on. See, this is there's more. Yeah, there's a deep-rooted issue here. You have to work on apologizing.
What you mean? I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, you have to work on it.
I'm not apologizing to millionaires.
215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further here, Hugh, we got a prize to give away today. A $100 gift card.
Hughes Clothes?
No, not today. All right. I think everyone needs a break from Hughes Clues.
I just think, like, when you said that, I yelled that people were triggered.
They were like,
my God.
Not again.
Not this stupid ass game.
We're not playing Hughes Clues today. No, we have a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away today. Get the highest level performance out of your car with 94 octane. Now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. It's Friday, which means it's a try day.
It's a try-day Friday. It's try-day, Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, Hugh, it is a try-day Friday. Now, we're going to do a little different today. So just hone in on this for a second, all right? Listen in. So typically we do something we should try, right?
Yes.
But we figured this out over years. You don't like to try many new things.
No, I'm kind of grounded in, my old stuff.
Right. So today for Try Day, here's your assignment, and the best one we get today will win the $100 gift card to Sunoco. You need to give us something you don't think Hugh would try, which actually opens it up to most things. This morning, we walked into the meeting, and Hugh was very excited to tell us about the story. Well, not excited, but very fired up about the story about the lady who unfortunately got eaten by an alligator in Everglades.
Yeah,
they were canoeing.
They were canoeing, and I guess the alligator came under their boat, and it tipped the boat.
And she fell in.
So
would you canoe in the Everglades?
Hell no. Not in Florida. I wouldn't canoe in the Schuylkill.
Why?
For what? I don't know what's in the Schuylkill.
We can row.
No. I'm not canoeing nowhere. I'm not getting
What's the worst thing that could be in the Schuylkill?
A dead body?
Well, what's that going to do to you?
What's that?
Just going to float by.
Flesh-eating bacteria?
Oh, stop.
You never know.
Well, you're not going in. You're just
no, but it's like
You're
the water.
rowing.
If the water splashes on me,
You know how many people do that all the time, and they're fine?
I'm not one of those people. You can have that.
No, we'll get to you people
I'm
later.
just looking out here and just like picturing seeing you
Man, I'd be so freaked out. I'd be so ready to get out the water. The one time that we did when I did the regatta for the PCR, getting in the water is not. And the boat stopped. Something went wrong and the boat engine stopped in the middle of the Schuylkill.
And look what happened. You made it.
Yeah, but I was not comfortable. They didn't know that, but I wasn't comfortable.
Quick question. If we had a rowing competition between the three day-part shows here at WIP, which show would win the rowing competition? Me and you. We could do three people. Kyle's on the boat with us. We're rowing as a team. Afternoon show or the morning show?
That's a lot of shoulders, man, isn't it?
It's us.
It is.
I refuse to lose to any of those other two shows. Us.
All right, so
if I had to do it,
so morning show would be Richie and DeCamera and Rhea.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got those three.
Well, I don't know because not taking anything away from Rhea, but it'd probably be Seltzer, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Seltzer. I was thinking about this morning. Seltzer wasn't there. All right, so let's throw Seltzer in there. Well, that certainly is. So you got those three. You got afternoon show with all three of them. So who would win? Us?
Yeah.
You think we'd win?
Because only in the afternoon show, I'm the only one that has muscle tone out of those
Spike
three.
does push-ups, which works on the shoulders.
Yeah, but did you hear him recently?
Right.
No.
He's self-conscious because he moved back to the area and he thinks people are going to see him doing the push-ups
Spike
in the area.
has no muscle tone though. I'm sorry, Spike. That's my movie buddy.
He does 250 a day.
I hear you. There's no muscle tone. Jack would probably be, Jack
dropped 20 pounds,
Yeah, he did. So I don't know, but Jack doesn't lift weights though. I don't see Jack. Jack doesn't have the physique of a weightlifter. Mm-hmm. Richie hasn't lifted weights in years.
He deflated.
Yeah, he deflated. So I like our chances.
Okay, just wondering. But you won't get in the boat, so we're gonna lose anyway.
Well, I mean, if I get in the boat and I have to row, I'm rowing as fast as possible.
We kind of lose by default.
Yeah,
Hugh's not getting in the damn
I'm rowing
boat.
as fast as possible because as soon as we get this over with, the sooner I can get my ass out the water.
Okay, well then we might win.
That's what I would go. Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494 try day, and this could be anything, an activity, a food, try day, something that you don't think Hugh Douglas
and make
would
it
try.
the best. Worst one wins.
Yes, the best one we get today. The one that gives us the most enjoyment of the answer is going to win this $100 gift card to Sunoco. David in Westchester up on WIP. Hey, David.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Hey,
What's up,
David.
you?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
First off, you don't need to apologize to anybody, like Hugh said, for doing their job. Dave Dombrowski does not deserve an apology for what he's put together because he's put together the same-o. He got Luzardo is definitely an upgrade, and I think we talked about this before. Love the rotation. He did a great job with that, but he rolled back the same product sans Max Kepler, but it's not going to be enough again.
Well, it might not be, but it also could be more than we think. I mean, right now, they look like a team that has a better shot to do something in the playoffs than last year, certainly. And I know there's a lot of season to go, and we were excited this time last year, but I like a lot of what I'm seeing right now, Davis. That was a heck of a series in Tampa.
But I mean, but Tampa's a subpar team,
They are.
and they do this every year. I mean, they did it last year, and then you all start break out here, and you're like, where did my team go?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just more of the same. And I hate to disappoint you, Joe, but you're going to have your binky in October. You're going to be sucking on that. Crying.
Yeah, I may be. Yeah, I may be very disappointed, but I took the pledge, and right now I'm excited. I'm allowed to be. All right, David, try day. What's something that Hugh Douglas would not try doing?
Well, this is this is every day for Hugh, so it's going to be his job.
My job. Hey, that's a pretty good one, David.
All right, the personal shots have begun. All right, David says, do your job. Well,
I do my job.
Well, your job today is to apologize to Dave Dombrowski.
I'm not
That was the edict today, to apologize to Dave, and you're refusing to do your job. Actually, you don't have to apologize. No one has to do it. I just feel compelled to say, you know what, Dave?
Because you're emotional.
I was heavy-handed in the offseason.
You're emotional.
Well, yes, I know. I'm very aware of that. Overly emotional sometimes, yes.
This weekend will be telling. You're playing the Guardians
in Cleveland.
Yeah. So yeah,
you worried about?
No,
the
I'm not. I'm not worried
Guardians?
about the Guardians, but I just know the
This is the Ohio and Hugh.
No, it's not that.
Secretly.
It's just that it's the ebb and flow of baseball.
Well, are they ebbing or are they flowing right now?
They're flowing is good.
Okay.
I think ebb is when you adjust.
Okay.
So they're flowing
Well,
right
we're
now.
flowing right now.
Yeah, they're flowing. No question.
All
We're
right.
flowing.
215-592-9494. Your chance. You could be one of the first people on WIP to do it. I started us off. Kyle's there. Hugh refusing to apologize to Dave Dombrowski and admit you were too hard on the offseason here.
Never too hard.
Well, yeah, we were. Something you don't think Hugh would do for Tri-Day. There's plenty of options for you. The best one we get today wins a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Next hour, we'll also hear from Daryl Morey. Just ridiculous stuff from the Sixers team president. 215-592-9494 for your phone calls. It is a Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, it's that time of year again, people, where I take a break from talking about bacon to share some grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They have Tuscan herb, that is, honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for a retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP Midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Picture mom. She's not just mom, she's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours, and so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you, she raised the bar, okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luke Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Rafael Devers just won't budge. First, he hesitated about giving up third base to Alex Bregman. Now he's pushing back on playing first base after an injury to Tristan Casas. Look, Boston needs flexibility to compete. And if their highest paid star won't shift positions when the team needs him most, it's not just a roster issue, it's a culture one. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You can disappoint we have a live studio audience here every week, like we always do, and you disappoint those people.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying sorry.
You're sorry for not saying sorry?
I'm not going to say sorry.
Okay, well, you should, because you ripped Nebraska like we all did. And here, look at this Phillies team right now, 22-15.
They're doing their job. Still got a long way to go.
They do, but right now it's good baseball. And that's
good baseball, no question about it.
Heck of a comeback win last night for the Phillies. And really hit me, Luzardo with another good start, second most valuable pitcher in the NL right now. Kepler with a really good at-bat in the ninth inning to help them, tie the game there. And then, of course, even the smaller thing, like just holding on to Taijuan Walker when half of us, or maybe 100% of us, said dump this guy for nothing. He's helped this team this year. That's good GM work. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone call's up here. Also, it's a Try Day Friday. Something Hugh Douglas would not try. Best answer we get, and it could be anything. It could be food, an experience. I mean, we talked about rowing or canoeing. Hugh's out on those things. You wouldn't canoe?
Hell
Even
no.
in a lake?
Mm-mm.
What's the worst that happens?
I can fall in the water.
And you get back up. You get wet. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
No. I ain't getting in the water.
And this is going to be an easy
Might
one.
be
for
electric
callers.
eels or something in the water.
Electric eels
I
in
don't
a
know.
lake?
I don't know. Ain't no telling what's in the Schuylkill, man.
Not electric eels. I don't
know what's in. I don't know.
All right, poll question: do you believe there are electric eels in the Schuylkill? I personally do not. All right.
I don't know what's in the Schuylkill.
Do you think there are electric eels?
I don't know what's there.
Yeah, that's
what do you think the percentage chances that there's an electric eel in the Schuylkill?
Zero.
Probably not great.
No.
Okay.
Because I think they're saltwater creatures, to be honest. But that's not freshwater creatures can eat you. They're like, have you seen some of these catfish, man?
All right, hold on. Nothing in the Schuylkill is eating you.
Catfish
You never know.
gonna eat you?
A flesh-eating bacteria can eat me. I'm not taking no chance, man. That's just.
You're
I saw,
afraid of
you know what
catfish?
they have like what those big ass carp in the Schuylkill. I saw somebody catch one.
Yeah.
Like they got some big fish in the
But
Schuylkill.
it's the
They get eaten
people
by a carp, man.
catching the fish.
I don't
It's
even
not
wanna-
the other way
I
around.
don't.
All right. Look, we hear from Dave Nebraska before we go back to the phone lines. A couple days ago, Dave talking about getting hot at the right time with this Phillies team.
To me, the answer is not the missing piece. The answer is playing well at the right time. And so when you say that, I've always felt you go out there with 4 good starting pitchers, right? Well, we have 4 good starting pitchers. You go out there with a good bullpen. Our bullpen didn't pitch well. It just didn't. I mean, that's the way it is. But I really thought going into the postseason that it's an incorrect judgment by me and by a lot of us that we thought our bullpen would. That's what you're looking to do. We didn't score enough runs. We just did not. I mean, we scored runs in 1 game. We did not score runs in 3 games. And so you go back in the past years, there's some games we scored runs and there's other games we didn't. But you really have to play well at the right time.
Well, they do. I mean, for me, it's their approach right now that I like more than. I mean, I recognize it's still early in the season. I just offensively, they have a better approach. They're top 10 in pitches per plate appearance. They're 3rd in on base percentage. Their pitching staff has struck out the most batters in baseball. These are good things. I mean, these are things you can hang your hat on. 215-592-9494. Justin is up next on WIP. Hey, Justin.
Thank you. Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up, Justin?
Hey, Justin. What's up, buddy?
Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller.
You got it, man. What do you think about Dave in the offseason?
Yeah, I would say I don't think I necessarily owe him an apology because I was never really, bashing him. I definitely thought he should shake up a little bit. I thought Alec Baum, I kind of wanted him to go after last year. But I remember when they got Luzardo, I thought that was I couldn't believe they got him for what they got him for. And so for the most part, I think there are some people that owe him apology, but I'd be pretty high on this team. I think they're going to be, top 3 to 4 team in the MLB, and we'll see what happens when the playoffs come.
Well, I mean, so far you look right on that, Justin. And the Luzardo trade, I think part of it was, I'm not sure if you remember the exact moment, I think it was they traded for him the morning of an Eagles game. So the whole story just got like buried, right? It was around Christmas time. It was an Eagles game, and the Eagles were having a great season. We just kind of didn't talk much about it. But so far, it's been a great acquisition for the Phillies. Justin, give us something you don't think Hugh Douglas would want to do.
Can I get a quick word of Andrew Painter real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I haven't been this excited about a prospect in a long time since probably Dominic Brown. And I just think, like, he's in AAA. He might be ready to come up now. But if it were me making the move, I would say I want to save it. I want him to be able to pitch in the playoffs. I don't want, I know he's going to be on inning count. So I would bring him up very slowly. I don't think we need starting rotation help right now. So I'm very excited about him, but I think we should save him for, when it counts later in the year.
Yeah, I know the morning show was discussing how he only went 3 innings last night. I'm more with you. I don't want to waste too many innings in the minors. He'll be here eventually. And Justin, he's a special prospect. I'm with you in that these guys don't come around very often. I mean, when I watch him, he reminds me of a young Verlander. So he's got a chance to be something really special here. Justin, what's your try-day submission here? Something Hugh Douglas would not try.
I'll go with taking accountability and apologizing, admitting he was wrong.
Oh,
that's going to be tough to top.
That's a good one, Justin. But I can tell you right now, that one ain't going to win.
That's a big time answer, Justin. You too, Justin. Justin, that's a good one.
I like taking accountability
for a first-time caller. Justin nailed it.
That was not that's not true. I take accountability all the time. Justin, you were wrong for that. I take accountability.
It took the greatest Eagles defense of all time for you to just slightly bend and say that might be important.
No, it's not, because most of those cats are not here. My point is been made.
No, it hasn't.
Luxury, not a necessity.
No, it hasn't. You think it's
luxury, not a necessity.
It's going to go down with one of those. What was it? The Afraid of Commitment.
Yes.
And the things that really struck a nerve with you.
Yeah, Afraid of Commitment.
This one's going to hit for weeks.
Good.
He's going to be sitting there this weekend thinking about that answer from Justin.
Justin tried to live rent free in my head this weekend. Justin, it didn't work.
Justin,
did not work, Justin.
Big time answer. Let's go to Don in Old City. What's up, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Don. What's up?
Listen, I don't know. I have a problem because, first of all, the bats are hitting good, right?
Mm-hmm.
The pitching is not that bad, but, we're still doing good. What's with all this bashing with the Phillies? I mean,
that's right, Hugh.
I would have no problem apologizing today.
Who's bashing?
And I could tell what's the name can't be married because he don't.
Wait a minute. Before you bash me about my marital status, say correctly. Say my name. You know my name. Don't act like you don't know who's sitting in this chair. If you're gonna bash me, do it respectfully.
All right. I respectfully bash you because the Phillies are doing great, and respectfully give them a break. I mean,
how am I not giving?
Perfect. And let me tell you something. The season is early, but it's early for everybody,
That's
not
right.
just the Phillies.
That's
it's early
right,
for all
Don.
the teams.
You let him hear it.
Don. It's early for all the teams, not just the Phillies. And let me tell you something else. Ranger Suarez, he needs to pack a bag and get the hell out too.
Why are we getting rid of Ranger?
A bad start on Sunday.
Yeah, one start.
Yeah, I'm just going off of what Don's saying. Yeah.
See,
well, you know what? I'll tell you, he may only have one start, but something inside of me is telling me we would do better without Rangers. Trust me.
You know what, Don? I'm glad you got there. So what did your gut tell you at the beginning of the season when Taiwan was coming up to the mountain? Be honest. What was you thinking his first start? What were you thinking?
I was thinking that he had a shaky start, and I doubted it a little bit, but I knew that we was going to come through just like we do every year.
You know what,
Don? Give a little time and just have patience because, like I said, it's an early start for all the teams.
That's right, Don. See, Don gets it.
You know what, Don?
Don gets it.
Don, you know what? You owe me an apology.
No, don't apologize, Don.
Because I believed in Taiwan, and you didn't. So you need to apologize to me because I was the only one that believed in it.
Time out. I didn't believe in
Time out. We're not spinning this to apologize to Hugh Douglas. We're not
yes,
doing
we are.
No,
yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Don, apologize.
Don, do not apologize to Hugh.
Don, apologize to me.
Don, stand strong, Don.
Listen, time heals all wounds. I knew he was going to be all right.
You knew you didn't know it, Don.
You know who knew? Dave Dombrowski knew.
This is such a lie. Don. So basically, Don, you must not be married either because we're both sitting up here telling lies. That's what we're doing right now.
I'll apologize in a heartbeat to come
All right,
home
then
and
what?
have a good night's
Apologize
sleep.
to me then.
No,
Apologize.
Don't you dare, Don.
Listen, in my soul, I can't apologize to you because I know you're wrong.
Don, what do you got for us? Try day, something Hugh wouldn't do.
I'll tell you what you wouldn't do. You wouldn't eat a meal and take a hard liquor drink at the same time.
Oh, that's a good
Definitely
one,
won't
Don.
do that.
Don knows the show. Don, good answer.
Don's funny.
Don's right.
I feel attacked. This is how this going to go on a Friday.
Well, I mean, this is easy. If you apologize, we wouldn't be here.
Justin with accountability.
Yeah.
Don, like, yeah.
It did hit me that Try Day is basically just like coming Hughes thread today.
Well, to be fair, you have many things you've told us you wouldn't try.
The fact that he said I'm not married, that kind of hurt a little bit.
I
was. that stung a little bit.
This is going to be a tough weekend for Hugh. All right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
buddy.
that means I'm sorry too.
He ain't got a girlfriend.
I am sorry too, but this was easy. If you just apologized, we wouldn't be here.
I'm not gonna do it.
I know, but this.
I'm not gonna do it.
We didn't have to go down this path. You led us here.
I'm okay. I just, it's
Are you okay?
He's not.
No, I will be.
You can see him. He's hurt a little bit.
Yeah, that one kind of hit home.
The last two just
like, you know what? Usually I can shake them off when they come back to back like that.
Not back to back.
He went back to back on me.
Back to back at 11:11 in the morning. My goodness,
it's gonna be a rough week.
Yeah.
I slept good last night too, man.
You have new fans.
Man, listen, I bought 2 fans. It's like a wind tunnel. It's like, shout out to the people at Home Depot. The dude, like, I got these big ass industrial fans, right?
Yeah.
These fans were so big that Buddy had to reach them, like, normally the little box fans, right?
Yeah, you can just pick those
They
up.
could pick those up. No, he had to go on the top shelf.
Oh.
I had to wait for somebody to help me get those.
And you got 2?
I got 2 of them things, man. It's like a wind tunnel. It's awesome. It's awesome. That, with the way, because it's the white noise. It's the white noise and it's the air circulating. I've been sleeping with a fan on for like ever. So I up the experience. I got 2 of them, and I got a weighted blanket.
How about you?
Oh my goodness! Look at God, boy! I bought that weighted blanket and them 2 fans. It's just, I'm gonna have a great weekend sleeping good.
If you're wondering where Hugh Douglas is, he's sleeping.
And got my 2 fans, my weighted blanket, and some bourbon. It's a good weekend.
He is sleeping off all of your insults today. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream Team, how y'all doing?
Hey,
What's going on,
what's
Will?
up?
Oh, man, happy Fighting Friday, baby.
Happy
Listen,
Fighting Friday. We'll take that.
What's going on, Will? What are you thinking here?
I knew they was going to bring them brooms out last night, man, and I'm happy they did it. Man, what I saw yesterday, man, was a manager managing the team, man.
Mm-hmm.
So he took Lazaro out a little early when he started getting smacked around a little bit. He made the proper adjustments. But what I love about the team, they made the adjustments. They saw that they didn't need the big homer. All they needed to do was keep playing the small ball, getting people on base, and then bringing them home, man. And that's what they did. And one thing about if you do a certain thing, a lot of times it becomes a routine. And I think by them keep playing like this, it's going to become a routine. I want to say this too with Bryce Harper, right? Bryce is doing the right thing, right? He wants to see that the team can carry the weight without him, right? So we ain't got to worry about Bryce.
So you think it's intentional? He's not hitting?
I mean, I'm not saying it's intentional all the way. Not all the way, but I believe, listen, it's working because we're not really dependent on him to, give us that spark. Everybody is a spark now, and that's what we need as a team, man. We don't want to depend on one person. And last but not least, right, with the All-Star game, I don't want none of the players, none of the starters to play in that thing.
Man,
it's going to distract us. It's going to take us off our journey. And all we need to do is focus on that one thing, man.
So you don't want any Philly in the All-Star game? Am I hearing this right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Stop it. That's not going to happen.
This is new. It's actually a good take. I like
That's not. That's not.
No,
they're going to stay. They're going to play an All-Star game.
No, maybe they shouldn't this year. They did it last. They had 8 guys last year. Look what happened in the second half.
It's the Embiid in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Y'all don't feel that good if y'all talking about not letting them play an All-Star game.
No, man. Listen,
Kyle, write this
people
subject,
think
write this
it's
topic down. We're doing this
Thank
soon.
you, Will.
Yeah, Will, good stuff, man.
On the run, man. I mean, hey, listen. I know it may sound far-fetched, but now that's a distraction.
I mean, far-fetched. This show
That's
does far-fetched. She won't even apologize
Come
to a
on, man, that's
GM
not
that
a
got Luzardo
distraction.
for nothing.
That's just like saying a wife is a distraction. You can't do that, man. The All-Star game is
You
not a
were the
distraction.
one talking about Rangers' wife.
Wait, hold on a second.
Last
You
year.
just compared a wife to a 2-day trip to play a baseball
No,
game?
I'm just saying if we want to talk about stuff that's crazy.
Wives aren't distractions.
Like Kyle just said, ask Ranger. How did it work out for Ranger?
Maybe Rangers just
How
isn't
did it work
that
out?
good.
How did it work out for Alex Bohm? Alec Bohm. I said
Well,
Alex.
he
Bohm.
doesn't have.
Alec.
I don't know if they're married.
Well, he's not married, but he has a significant other. Ask Bill Belichick how that's working out for him.
Not well for Bill.
Bill is struggling.
But she's a lot. UNC kicked her right out of the building.
Hey, like I've been trying to tell you, undefeated.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
Well, he might lose his job over this one, which is wild.
He'll lose that job before he lose her.
If he had a pick right now, you think he
Undefeated.
picks
He picking her.
I think he's picking her too.
Bro, he gave her $8 million. Undefeated.
Yeah. That money's going to be gone soon. All right, Will, what do you got for us? Something Hugh Douglas would not try.
Hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. I agree with you with the women and sports and all that. Listen, look at Ranger. He can't stop humping, and now
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I didn't say that. I left it vague for a reason. I left it vague.
So we're all channeling our inner Mick here. Women, weak in knees. Is that what we're doing? Women, weak in knees.
I didn't say that.
I'm gonna say this for you, since you're talking about wives. Hey, you. I think it's time to find one and settle down.
So you're saying Hugh won't get married again? Is that what he won't do?
Yes.
All right, so Tri-Day, Hugh Douglas, marriage one more time. That's it.
Yeah, this has turned out to be a great day for me.
Now, to be fair, all of this stuff that people are saying, you've given them this feeling by your personality.
I've cultivated
you
this.
Have. I don't know. Kyle was on the phone. I don't know if you heard that last submission for Tri-Day. Will's was marriage once again. Hugh won't try marriage again. Man. Yeah, he's getting
hard.
You get rocked today.
This is not the way I expected these answers to go.
So maybe people missed it.
But I'm glad they listened.
It could be an experience, which marriage sure is. It could be a food. It doesn't have to be just personal things that you... Douglas won't try anymore. I'm still laughing.
I didn't know it was going to go this way.
I'm still laughing at taking accountability. I mean, it's the best.
That one hurt a little bit.
It's so good.
That was Justin, right?
It was Justin. That was his first call ever to the show.
Good job, Justin.
But he's been listening very intently. All right, Alan's in West Oak Lane. What's up, Alan?
Hey, good afternoon. Almost afternoon. Anyway, how's it going?
Good, Alan. What's up?
That's good. So I have to tell you, first of all, best T-shirt collection. I want to know, are those T-shirts hanging or are they folded in a drawer?
Well, they're folded because I have so many that I have to fold them, but I do drip dry them. Shout out to Philly Goat. Yeah, because Philly Goat has hooked me up with a couple. Like being here in the city, like, man.
And you iron your shirts too?
Yes. So
I could tell. Not a wrinkle on there. You look good on this.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
He's the anti-Jack. Jack always has wrinkles in his shirt.
I can't, I'm a little, like, I can't stand that.
On him or in general? Or like for you?
Because when I hang them up, they get the little, on the shoulder.
Yeah.
So I got to iron those out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got you. Well, anyway, the reason I called was I don't think we need to apologize to Dombrowski, but I think we need to tip the cap and say, he saw something that we're not seeing. So I'm going to give him a pass right now and make sure that, guys are playing well.
Well, they really are. And Alan,
that's really, the guys are playing well. And you know what? Look, it's only May 8th.
Mm-hmm.
We're, as fans, whether it's Philly fans or anywhere else, we have no patience. Okay. And I think that's a thing that you got to have. Of course, I'm just like everybody else. This guy stinks. Oh my God, this guy stinks. But they're playing really well, and they're playing the way that we expected them to. So if that's lifting everybody up, okay, then that's the way to go. Let's give it, like I said to Kyle, give it a couple of months. Let's see what happens when we hit midsummer. All right. If they're still playing this way and we get to the playoffs, et cetera, then you can, say, all right, listen, we were wrong. Dombrowski was right. He saw something. Middleton saw something. Coaches saw something that we don't see because we just want to see results. Okay. And that's That's what I got.
Well, that's fair. And they definitely saw something in Luzardo. He's been excellent for them. All right, Alan, what do you got for us? Something you don't think Hugh would try?
Well, I've been watching and listening long enough to know that you has got some serious phobias. Okay, so instead of putting them in the water, I'm going to put them in the sky, and I'm going to say skydiving is something that he would not.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a great
You know what's
one,
funny?
Alan.
That was funny, Alan. That was the first thing that I said I would not do.
Yep.
I don't have no grown ass man on my back. What the hell?
You'd look. Hey, listen. Even if you did, you'd look good going down.
There we go.
I'm not
Especially in
doing
his
that.
iron T-shirts. Alan, good phone call.
So, like, I've been trying to say this. Seems like nobody's listening to me. But, like, this whole thing about, like, let's wait and see.
That's not pledge-worthy.
But, like, it's also not the point. Like, the point is that they have, like, this is the one last chance. The reason it's a good offseason is because they're not stuck. Like, they're not screwed if it doesn't work out.
You know what I think most Philly fans are feeling? Like, they're enjoying the season, as we should. But the unfortunate thing about all this, Kyle, is there's a pattern. There is a pattern there that I think a lot of fans they're enjoying the season, but they're a little apprehensive. Because this is not unfamiliar territory for us when we watch this baseball team.
You know, this sounds like this is trust issues.
Well, it's because I don't want to say it's not trust, but it's not that. It's because this is where it gets tricky for me. It's because we're all emotionally invested in the Phillies, right? And these are not unfamiliar waters that we've been in with this team.
Well,
it's
yes.
just unfortunately for us that it peters off at the wrong time.
My point is, it's not if they win the World Series, it's a good offseason. The good offseason is based on the hedge, like the out, the lever that they can pull after the season if they don't.
See, I'm not there with it, but I get what you're saying.
And because if the objective was, as Kyle's talking about, try to improve the team a little bit, not change much, but also not hamstring the future. They did that.
Okay.
Right? Kepler is a one-year deal, and he looks pretty good so far. And Luzardo, they didn't give up their top. Like, he looks like the kind of pitcher you have to pay your top prospects for. Now, you made a point earlier, which is fair. He had a back injury last year. The Cubs failed his physical. Maybe if there were no injury concerns, he would have cost them Aiden Miller, one of their top prospects. They got him. Like, usually if you acquire a pitcher that is an all-star or Cy Young caliber, you got to give up a lot. They got him for not that much. That's a good trade right now.
Okay, let me spin it like this. Just playing devil's advocate here. Okay, how about if this is what happened? Like, their biggest move in the offseason. Okay, this is what they want to do in the offseason, I should say. What if they wanted to trade Bone in order to get Soto, but it didn't go the way that they wanted it to go? So they wait all of this time because, to be honest, during that whole time when they were talking about trading Bone, there was not a lot being said. Because, they were trying to figure out his trade value and all this other stuff. While all of this stuff was going on, they're trying to position themselves to get Juan Soto. So that doesn't happen. So wait a minute, let me say, that didn't happen. But, okay, say now they made all these other fringe moves because these moves were made late. They weren't made like right away. They were kind of late moves.
They were. More like December than November.
Yes,
January, yeah.
These were moves that were made because somebody sat there and said, okay, we got to do something.
We got to do something.
We got to do something because we didn't do what we set out to do.
Yep.
Because that was the biggest, like, going into this season, that was the biggest thing that everybody was talking about. Alec Boehm's not going to be here. Hell, he was even asked in a press conference or interview right after the season, and he said it defiantly that I'm going to be here. So they look at it like this. Maybe they got lucky because they made these last minute moves because they didn't have any other moves to make.
And that's okay, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if they got
so
lucky,
that's why I ain't apologize.
But the results are the results.
Because you didn't set out with the plan that you started
Who
with.
cares? All that matters is
you
results.
got lucky.
You don't think Howie gets lucky? Jalen Hurts was there with the 53rd pick?
We ain't talking about Howie.
No.
Yeah, there we go.
We ain't talking about Howie.
I will say this, like the lack of the big move or the Juan Soto thing, that to me dates back to a mistake from a previous offseason, and that was overcommitting the trade term.
Sure, yeah.
That's not this offseason. So we can be mad about not signing Juan Soto.
But the money was spent.
That's kind of a separate issue.
Yeah,
to
they
me.
spent their money. They're big money. 215-592-9494. We're fielding apologies today, phone calls or refusals. I mean, we know Hugh Douglas here refusing to apologize. Said Dave Dombrowski, he had a better offseason than we gave him credit for. And for Try Day today, we got a $100 gift card to Sunoco, something Hugh Douglas would not try, and kind of an anti-try day. Could be food, could be an experience, could be a life thing, like marriage again. And when we come back, I got to get to some audio from Daryl Morey, who is driving me insane. You'll hear that next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back row.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Professional baseball is in full swing as teams are deep into the second full month of the season. Two teams who are in contention for the top of their divisions will face off as the team in North Chicago heads into Queens for a 3-game series against New York. Two of the best right fielders in baseball will be put to the test to see who can carry their team to a big early season series win. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Rain overnight and tomorrow, high in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Live? Who could this be about? Welcome back. Welcome back to the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9490. We're coming up at noon today. It's a Friday. That means it's a Fransky Friday. Scott Fransky will check in with us as the Phillies are on fire right now. We will get to you people later in the show. And a Philly sports legend, one point apparently had someone anonymously calling to defend them on WIP. We'll get to all that. And your phone calls, of course, on the Phillies, on Dave Dombrowski in his offseason. Were we too hard on him? I believe so, and I'm willing to apologize. Dave, I'm sorry, man. I underrated the offseason. I thought it was not enough, and I didn't think it was good enough. And so far, Jesus Luzardo looks like an all-star, potentially going to get Cy Young votes if he keeps this up. Kepler has helped a lot in left field. Good at-bat last night to really help win the game, or tie the game, which, of course, they won. And even as something as small as holding on to Taijuan Walker when all of us said, dump him, get rid of him. Well, he's helped them both in the starting rotation and the bullpen. I'm willing to apologize. Kyle's willing to apologize. Someone around here, of course.
Coward.
Yeah, just not ready to do that. Try-Day as well today. $100 gift card to Sunoco. Something Hugh Douglas wouldn't try, like, apologizing when he should. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phones, though, can we hear from a guy that's telling a lot of lies out there these days, Daryl Morey? He was on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast talking about the state of the Sixers. We get ready for what's a big day for the franchise on Monday with the NBA draft lottery. The Sixers have a chance, not a great one, but a chance to win the lottery next week and potentially get a franchise-changing player in Cooper Flagg. All right, let's hear from Morey on the state of the Sixers. And let's start off with this, about his track record and really kind of how we should feel about him running this show here. Here's Morey with Spike.
Look, I mean, as you know, we try to make great decisions. Obviously, that sounds not so great right now after a rough season, but I think our track record overall is very strong in terms of decision-making overall. And, using data and using all the forecasting tools at your disposal is a smart thing to make better decisions. It's pretty straightforward, but I get the timing was bad, but it for sure wasn't intentional.
All right. So, Hugh, as we react to that one, I don't need him to tell me that he uses data and forecasting tools. It's 2025. Every single executive in sports uses every tool. Like Howie Roseman uses analytics and scouts and everything. It doesn't make me feel better about him. You always, what is the phrase you always use? Don't the labor pains, baby, and all that?
Don't. I want to hear about the labor pains. Show me the baby.
Build a championship team. I don't care what method you use, AI or the real AI or scouting eyes. Get better players.
See, this is the thing, and this is why, in moments like this, I have to throw out there that they need help, and I'm willing to help. from 10 to 2, like from 10 to 2 I'm working, but I'm willing to help. It's because here's the reality, Daryl, of what we're dealing with. You are in a position where you have way more knowledge about how these things work than the average fan. But the unfortunate thing for you is this. Most fans don't understand that. That's why what you just said, show me the baby. I want to hear about the labor pains. When you start talking about, and I'm going to make it as simple as I possibly can. When you start talking about the labor pains and what analytics tells you and how you make moves based on analytics, ain't nobody trying to hear all that. They don't want to hear about the 8-hour labor we just want to see pictures of the baby. That's it.
Yes.
We want to see the outcome. And right now, the outcome, you're talking about you making the best moves you possibly can make. Okay, show me how. Show me how in your analytics was it a great move to sign Joel Embiid when he was hurt. Okay, show me how in your analytics bringing in Paul George was better for the team. Show me that, because you might have, analytics might have told you that was a great move to make, but as a fan that buys tickets to this game and is sitting there supporting this team, nobody sees what you see.
Yeah, you know what? I think Daryl, you said he needs help. He needs a common sense assistant general manager, someone to say, "Hold on, Daryl. Again, all the numbers and data might say Paul George is still good. He's 35 and gets hurt all the time. Like, maybe we should take a little bit of a pause before you just hand him over $200 million. Daryl, I know Joel Embiid has had a great career. He's got bad knees, and we're going to give him an extension on his contract. Like, these are things that don't tell me how smart you are when you make dumb moves.
No, it's him defending his position.
That's
you know
exactly
what he reminds me of? J.J. Redick. You know how when J.J. Redick, let's be honest. J.J. Redick got the job because he did a podcast with LeBron, and LeBron pulled that string to get you down. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Totally.
Nothing wrong with that. But when you sit there and you act like you know more than everybody else, which you might know more than everybody else. I'm not saying that he doesn't, but I don't see the same thing that you see. And I don't see the same thing that the majority of the people see that you think you see. So you have to learn how right now you're in the minority when it comes to what you've done good. Because Joel Embiid didn't play half the season. He missed more games this year than he played in.
Yeah.
But you're sitting here defending everything that you've done. It's not the time for that, bro. It's not.
It's a results-based business. They all use analytics. They all use data. They're probably all using AI. It doesn't impress. If it's supposed to impress me,
I'm not impressed.
I'm not. I don't care that you have data back in your decisions. Get new data or get new decision makers.
Or how about this? Stop trying to explain it to people that use the eye test when they watch basketball and see that this team was no good this year. And you sat there, this is the one that got me. If you really squint really, really hard, if you squint really, really hard, we got a chance. What happened to that chance? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
They won 5 games the rest of the season.
Yeah, let's talk about squinting really, really hard, Daryl.
All right, we got more from Daryl Morey. Let's hear Daryl Morey asked about the idea of, hey, if someone makes an offer, if someone contacts you about Joel Embiid, Paul George this offseason, how do you approach that? Here's Daryl Morey on his 2 expensive older stars.
Somebody calls this offseason about Joel and Paul George, thinking that you guys will want to fully commit to the future. Is that something the front office would have a conversation about?
I didn't understand the question. Say it again.
A team calls asking about Joel or Paul George, saying for a trade of here's this expiring contract and a couple picks. If that's in that world, which maybe it isn't. We're not living in that world. But is that something that the front office would consider moving on from and refocusing on the next generation, or are you?
We're committed to Joel and Paul. I mean, I guess that's what I would say.
Lovely to hear. But now, look, that one and that voice, the first voice you heard there, Mike, that's Spike's co-host on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast. That one's not an easy one for him to answer, because if he says yes.
Yeah, you put yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah,
I get that.
yeah.
I get that. And you're supposed to say that.
Yeah, I'll give him a little pass on that. If he says yes, we would take offers for them. It throws the whole offseason into a tizzy. So I hope he's lying on that one. I hope he would listen if someone called. All right. What else we have here? We have the situation with Joel Embiid and his knee. Of course, there was some rumors out there and strong reporting that maybe Joel wanted to have surgery earlier, and they want him to play through it, and it was a back and forth. Let's hear Daryl Morey on Joel Embiid and his knee and the state of that whole thing.
Do you think he agreed that it was the right thing that you did?
I think there were, to be fair, it's a good question. You ask good questions. I do think there was a period, and some of it was real, some of it out of frustration by all of us, where when it wasn't progressing like all of us hoped, mostly him, that he was maybe like, okay, maybe we should have taken a different path earlier. I think that's fair, and I think he was pretty. He was very Joel open, I would call it. You guys know Joel. And yeah, I think he was probably right. With the benefit of hindsight, maybe you do some different things early in the year. But we also felt like we were in a good path from the doctors, and they thought it was the right path.
Well, that one speaks to me as they don't know what to do with his knee.
That was a lot of long talking. I mean, that's what that was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot of long talking. I know it's a tough question to answer.
Yeah.
But I tuned out when you didn't really answer the question. You just start, talking around in circles and everything. You didn't answer the question.
Well, it doesn't make me feel better that nobody has a good plan for the guy's knee, that you just gave 3 extra years and $190 million.
And what does it mean when you talk about Joel like? Because the only thing that I know of is what was recorded, and the fact that, from what I gather from what was being reported is that you thought he was in one place.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't think he was in that place. And he went over your head to do what he went out to do, and that's have not play at all. That's what I got from that. Because see, this is the problem, Daryl, if you're listening. And you need to hire me as your PR guy. I'm just keep putting it out there. Y'all keep ignoring this, but I'm gonna keep it a bean with you.
We're trying to ignore it.
Well, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. The message that has been conveyed during the course of the season and what you're saying, they don't align. That's just the bottom line. I'm just keeping it simple. What you're talking about and what these hard-working Sixers fans have seen throughout this year, they're not aligning. And somebody's lying. Like, for lack of a better way of saying it, somebody's not being truthful in whatever happened with this situation.
Can I give you an analogy that I think might fit if all the stories are accurate?
Mm-hmm.
The way that the reporting went on this, that Morey was the one that wanted to give Embiid the extension.
Yes.
Right? And then Embiid quickly after that said, my knee's not right. We got to do something about this.
Mm-hmm. You mean after the extension?
After the extension.
So wait a minute. Because normally when you're talking about extending somebody, you have somewhat knowledge of their physical health.
Yeah, you got a physical. I mean, but Embiid, when the season started, he started playing. It's not. He's saying, I don't feel right.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So imagine if you bought you convinced your significant other to buy a new car, an expensive car.
Yeah.
And then you pull out of the lot and you hear some weird grinding of things. My guess is Morey was like, it's probably okay. Well, let's not take it right back. Like, because you look ridiculous if you send him to surgery 10 minutes after you give him the contract.
But see, that's the thing, Joe. And this is the thing that I don't know how these things work. And when I talk to my friends about this I understand how basketball works, because Kawhi Leonard, it was a similar thing with him. He was hurting. I understand the fact that you don't want to move on from somebody that has that type of talent. But at the same time, when you're giving somebody an extension of $190 million, you got to vet that a little bit better. Like, you have to go in, like, if you're thinking about that, they'll say, like, using the car as an analogy. Okay, first of all, you're going to test drive it. And if it's making that noise, then you're going to have the diagnostic team look under the hood and see what's going on. Okay, say if you do find something going on, is it fixable? And if it's fixable, how much is it going to cost you?
And how much?
Or how much time? You know what I mean? It don't sound like any of these things were done. This sounds to me like you just went into it and you just wanted to appease him, just because.
It's all bad. I mean, however you frame it. All right, let's end with this. Daryl wanted to give us some positives for the future as we head out into the offseason for the Sixers. Lottery on Monday. Here's Morey, writes to Ricky Sanchez on some positives.
Look, I think you can see a lot of things that are very positive. Obviously, that's how I choose to look at it. I'm a Sixers, part of the Sixers. But, you look and we won 20 whatever games, 24 or something, and you go, okay, that all sounded good, except, this team's in a rough place. So until we know we have a lot to prove until we get out there and prove it. I think it's right to be skeptical, but I think there's a lot to be excited about too.
Why?
What is there? What is there to be excited about?
Seriously. Jared McCain is the only thing I've got for you, and he looked really good before he got hurt.
Okay, okay.
The potential.
Wait a minute.
Of Cooper Flag.
The potential they win the lottery, which is unlikely,
Wait,
right?
but
If we just go by percentages.
was McCain no disrespect
The
to him
TikTok.
because
The TikTok guy.
Okay, the young cat. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it was the other cat that was playing when Maxie was hurt. I'm sorry.
No, Jared McCain was the kid that took out a Duke.
Yeah, and he had the knee. He had the knee early on.
Yes, he looks promising.
Yeah, he okay. I give you that. I take it back.
What else do we have?
That's what I was about to say.
Nothing.
Okay. Maxie.
Tyrese Maxey.
Maxie and Grimes.
But that's still that's some building pieces, but who's the architect? When we talk about, because we were talking about the other day, Joe, and how it looked like it's going back to the old school way of building teams, like taking your time. Like when you look at the Boston Celtics, you look at Houston and what they're down there doing, building them with young guys and just staying the course for a little while. It looks like it's starting to move back to that and move away from that, going to get a hired gun.
Yeah, you need young and waves
and
of talent.
develop that talent. Yeah. Are we comfortable with Daryl Morey being at the helm, developing this talent?
No.
Given, I know his track record might say something different, but right now in this time, in the way that he's handled this fan base so far, do you have any confidence in him being the guy that's going to turn this thing around?
No, and that's why I hope he's lying about if someone called about George or Embiid, they're committed, because it doesn't make any sense. The next Sixers team that has any shot will not have Embiid and George. That's just move off it. They're not going to be around or be good players by the time these guys are ready. The next Sixers team that has a shot is probably Maxey, McCain, and if they could turn this pick, which should be a good one, into an all-star kind of player. That's their only chance. That's it. And if they go a different route, it's not going to work. 215-592-9490. If you can react to all the Morey stuff as well. With the Phillies, Dombrowski, is it time to apologize? Are you ready to do it? Because at some point, we're all going to do it at some point if this team keeps winning. Well, we should. I apologize to start the show. Kyle very open about apologizing. This is growth, Hugh. We're growing. And you are not.
I apologize.
Hugh's not apologizing. Plus, Try Day, $100 gift card to Sunoco. Best answer we get for something Hugh Douglas would not try wins the prize today. Aaron is up on WIP. Hey, Aaron.
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
There he is. What's up, Aaron?
Apologize for that. Got two things to say. Thank God for the mute button, because that would have made for some interesting radio. I had a discussion with the wife, although I did most of the listening and she did most of the talking.
Oh, you got cussed out.
That sounds about right. Yeah,
Oh,
that sounds about right.
Just remember, gentlemen, the key to a happy life is a happy wife. If you learn that, you'll be married for a long, long time.
Yep, Aaron, I definitely agree with that. So what do you got for us today?
So, Hugh, you're down on the mat right now, and brother, I got my hand over the ropes. I'm waiting for you to tap me in.
Tapping me in.
Wonder Twin Powers activate. What on God's green earth are Joe and Kyle talking about today?
Apologizing to Dave Dombrowski
for being men.
We are 37 games into a 162-game season, and you want us to apologize to the general manager?
Yes.
For what? This is a broken record. We saw this record play last year. The beginning of the season, they were playing small ball and they were winning games, and then they fell apart in the middle of the season. Let's be patient. Let's wait, and let's see if this team can become the championship team that we all expect them to be. I'm not going to sit here and wait for them to break my heart again. I'll watch from a distance. But I'm not buying in. I'm not buying in after 37 games.
It sounds like you have trust issues, Aaron, because obviously this is different, and the offseason was better than we gave it credit for. Luzardo is a big-time pitcher, and Kepler's helped in left field, and he kept Taiwan. Everyone wanted Taiwan dumped. He kept him, and he's helped.
Wait a minute. And Hugh,
yes.
Don't you dare apologize.
I'm not apologizing.
If you apologize, I'm coming after you.
I'm
with
not apologizing.
A full fury.
I'm not apologizing.
You're getting threatened by Aaron. Aaron, we appreciate the phone call.
Doesn't even watch the game.
And it's actually the fact that people like Aaron are on your side is sad.
It just sounds bad when you say the people like Aaron.
Like Aaron.
What is
Well, Aaron is stubborn and not open to change. I mean, he's clearly stubborn. You heard that phone call.
He said, those people, we got to tread lightly with all these little, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we have you people, those people.
And the Klan thing.
No.
all
You
you,
got to
buddy.
tread lightly with that. You've never heard me say that word or those words once.
I'm trying to get back in good with my Klan, man. I ain't been playing video games.
Oh, you keep up your behavior lately.
Yeah, get in good with the Klan.
Yeah.
I just really nobody's following the logic of it's not even really about how it ends.
It's not about how it ends, not about the team right now. It's about what the offseason was. We ripped it. We said they didn't. How many times do people call this radio station and say they didn't do anything?
See, but
they did.
But see, this is the thing. It is about how it ends.
No.
It is. Listen, and I'm going to tell you, I know how hard it's hard to win a championship. I know that. But when you talk about this team and the path that they've been on, that's why people are a little apprehensive.
I agree with you. But nothing they could have done this offseason would have guaranteed a championship.
Right. Nothing would have guaranteed
They could have gotten Soto and still gotten bounced in the first round.
Yes.
But it's the way, to me, it's the way that it played out. And it's almost like you want me to apologize for getting lucky. I'm not doing that.
You think the Luzardo trade is luck?
I do to a certain extent. Yeah, because think about it like this, fellas. And just open your mind up just a little bit, which I know is hard for y'all to do because y'all just dug in on this, right?
No, the closed-minded one is
a
not
little bit,
me.
a little bit.
Yeah.
A little closed-minded on this one.
You're the one with your arms folded. I'm not apologizing.
Luzardo was a guy who didn't pass a whole lot of people's physicals.
Sure, there was a back issue.
You got lightning in a bottle a little bit, and I'm okay with that. I mean, it's a good thing, but to apologize for that,
hold on a second.
I'm not doing that.
Len, I know you said earlier, we don't have to compare it or do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. I could make the case that Howie Roseman got a little lucky that Saquon Barkley stayed healthy. What if Luzardo wins the Cy Young?
He might, but still, you still got lucky.
Well, did Howie get lucky on Saquon?
I feel like this though. Saquon was an addition to an already good football team.
Well, Luzardo addition to an already good team and great rotation.
This was a team that when you look at it, okay, since we're here now.
We're here.
The Eagles have been consistently on a uptick since all of that. And Saquon just put them over the top.
Yeah, of course.
This team, and I think the reason why people feel that the way that they feel is because you added Luzardo because the team is regressing. They're not going in the right direction right now. And I think that's why people look at it and they're a little, it's good now, but it's one of those things where, okay, we've been down this path before. But to be honest, the regression for this team, and I think the thing that's the sticking point for a lot of people is it's been good. Like when you look at the last 3 seasons, and you compare the notes between then and now, this team is probably in the same situation or similar record that they had in the last 3 seasons.
About that.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, if they win the World Series or not is not up to Dave Dombrowski.
No,
it's
but
up to the players.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, these guys have to figure out how to keep this momentum going.
I know.
But Dave can't go out there and keep the momentum going.
I'm just saying at the end of September last year, Howie Roseman's a genius for signing a running back. Meanwhile, Dave Dombrowski got lucky to get Jesus Luzardo. Or maybe he made a great trade. I mean, that might be it too. 215-592-9494. Back to your phone calls. Are you ready to apologize and say, Dave, I'm sorry. Hugh Douglas, obviously not. You had a better offseason than we gave you credit for. It's okay to say how easy it is. I'm sorry, Dave. You had a good offseason. It's so easy.
Oh, you were trying to set it up for me to say it? No, I ain't about to do that.
All right. Well, you know what time for we do every Friday at noon. We'll talk to Scott Fransky. A Fransky Friday, all your phone calls, midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customer.
Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's command boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. George Pickens is in Dallas now, but don't expect a mea culpa. He still hasn't acknowledged anything he did wrong in Pittsburgh. The sideline blow-ups, the effort questions, the disappearing acts in big moments. It's like none of it happened. But if the Cowboys want to get the best out of him, Pickens better take a long, hard look in the mirror. Talent, no question, he's got it. But if the mindset doesn't change, Jerry Jones just inherited the Steelers' problem, not their playmaker. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing! Swung on, hit deep, right field. That one is long gone as Bryson Stott has cleared the stadium. He has hit one out of Steinbrenner Field. A mammoth 3-run home run to right field, and it's a 1-run game.
Well, that it was, and then it became a tie game, and then the Phillies took the lead, sweeping the Tampa Bay Rays down in Tampa, and now they're on to Cleveland. Joining us right now, I believe, from Cleveland, Ohio, as the Phillies get ready for a new series starting tonight against the Guardians. The voice of the Phillies, Scott Fransky, on a Fransky Friday. Scott, how you doing?
Well, thank you for reminding me where I am, because I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, Cleveland has changed a lot. It's a lot nice down there. I'm assuming that you're staying down there by the water, right?
Yeah, well, we got in at 3 in the morning, so yeah, the water's nearby, the lake's nearby.
Yeah, because they built that area up a little bit. They built it up a little bit. Yeah. So
it's been a couple years since we've been here, but all good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, Scott, it feels like this team is starting to hit their stride right now. Do you kind of see it the same way, especially when it comes to hitting?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the runs are coming, and you know, you figure it's going to come. And you know, the crazy thing is they've scored 7 runs or more. I think 6 or 7 times now in the last 10 games, something like that. And they haven't done it with a ton from Harper. There've been a few big hits here and there, but it's, you know, like last night, it's just really cool to see. I mean, that was a game where every single player, it seems like that showed up, you know, 1 through 9 had to do something along the way to make a difference for the Phillies. It was a real team effort kind of win. It was cool to see.
It really was. It was a fun way to come back and win that game. Scott, of course, brought to us by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Scott, last night, you mentioned it, it's the comeback. It was a little bit everything, but what stood out to me, and it's really been there all season, is I just feel like they have better at-bats. It doesn't always lead to results, and for a couple weeks it didn't, but I thought the Stott at-bat was good, and that Kepler at-bat in the 9th, although it wasn't a hit, it was, you know, ground ball into the infield. I think that was the 7th or 8th pitch of the at-bat. It feels like in these big moments, they've had a better ability to grind at-bats, Scott, than they have maybe in the last couple years.
Yeah, I mean, take Nick's at-bat, Castellanos' at-bat earlier in that inning. I mean, that's a heck of an at-bat, and you know, you're right. Kepler, just getting a bat on the ball makes such a difference in that spot because they send the runner. Kepler's basically throwing the bat at the ball, and by having the guy in motion, it leaves the third baseman with only one play. And you know, if you again, you don't send the runner, maybe they get a double play or whatnot. But I think two nights ago, I think it was they had 3 or maybe 4 10-pitch at bats during the game. I mean, those are going to lead to results. It's not every time, but it will lead to results. And it also leads to grinding down a staff. You know, Taijuan Walker talked about it with us on the opposite side, what it does to a pitcher, how frustrating it is for a pitcher and how tiring it is for a pitcher. And the Phillies are doing that every night up and down the lineup.
Scott Fransky with us here in the Fransky Friday. Scott, I thought it was interesting last weekend. Rob Thompson spoke about Trey Turner and his approach and kind of the conversation they had during spring training before the season started about what he needed out of him. And Scott, it's so far it's been exactly what Topper kind of called last weekend, which is a lot of hits, high on base, not quite as much power, though. The last couple nights he hit one out, and then last night, I mean, I thought that ball was gone. I think everyone did, and then hit the wall. But what do you think about where Trey is right now? Because it's a little bit of a different version of Trey Turner than we've seen so far in Philadelphia. It's a high on base, good batting average, but not quite the power he's had, you know, throughout most of his career.
Yeah, that was the mandate, right? Get on base at 380 clip and try to score 100 runs, steal 40 bases, that sort of thing. And yeah, He's doing a good job of it. And the way he's done it is by trying to use the whole field. And you see over and over again how many base hits he's getting to the opposite field and to the right side. And they're not all hit hard. But then, you get him, he gets in a certain spot and he's on time for I'm with you. I thought that ball had a real good chance to go out last night. I thought he hit it better last night than the one he actually hit out 2 nights ago. But that ballpark plays kind of big to left. I don't know if the wind's knocking it down or what, but I like where he's at, and I like the fact that he can hit the home run one at bat and come back the next at bat and get a base hit the other way and keep the same approach. I think it's great. I think he's in a good spot right now.
Scott, I don't know if we're quite on Ted Williams' watch, but I know Kyle Schwarber's been on base 43 straight games here. I think the Williams has the record like 80-something, but I just thought that hit in the 9th inning showed the growth of Schwarber the last couple of years. I mean, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it's probably a walk or a home run or a strikeout or maybe a flyout, but he got a single there to start the 9th. And that was, and it obviously then led to Rojas pinch running and what he did on the bases, and they scored that run. How about the season Schwarber's having and just the fact that every single night, even to the 9th last night, that streak almost ended, he finds a way on base every night?
Yeah, I'm starting to get a lot more people, when we travel around and see other clubs and different, media or broadcasters or whatever, they all remark based on the numbers. They're like, wow, Kyle Schwarber's not just a 3 true outcomes kind of guy anymore, is he? And I'm like, no, he's not. He's a hitter. And it's not just walk, strikeout, homer with Kyle Schwarber. That's not what he's about right now. And he's changed his approach a lot the last couple of years. Made a huge difference for him against left-handers, obviously. And I don't know. I mean, he's just a really good hitter. He's not a one-dimensional guy. He can hit the all field. He can hit for power. He can get you a base hit in that spot, and he gets on base a lot. So I like where he's at. I like him in the 4 spot. I think it's working out well.
Scott, we got to ask you about what happened the other night. That game, it was Sanchez for the beginning of the game, and then they go to Taijuan Walker in the 7th inning, and he never came out of that game. 3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Scott, when they moved him to the bullpen, it felt like, all right, well, he's kind of out of a spot in the rotation. We'll make him the long man and just see where it goes for now. But some of those strikeouts and this stuff, I mean, it was 94 in the fastball. It was eye-opening for me, Scott. What did you notice as Taijuan had his first career save?
I thought it was great. I mean, I think for him, he didn't want to leave the rotation. He wants to start. He wants to be a member of that rotation, and he came to spring training with the idea that he was going to fight for a job and compete for a job, and he certainly did his part. And even in the opportunities in the regular season, he certainly did his part. Was he great? Was he dominant? No, but he was a very good starter and kept you in games and battled and competed. And I think it will be interesting to see, any starters used to starting every 4 days. They're not used to pitching back-to-back days or day on, day off, day on again, right? So this is going to be some new territory for Taijuan once we get into the flow of this. But I thought it was a perfect scenario to get him in there and sort of hand him the keys and say, hey, turn off the lights when you're done. And boy, did he ever. It was really cool. And I know that the players made a big deal out of it afterwards, the post game. And they really rallied around him to try to, boost him and make him feel good about, again, a role that he maybe doesn't feel like he deserved to be demoted, but he got, moved to the bullpen. It's not something he wanted, but he looks like a guy who's ready to embrace it and just try to help him win.
So basically pitching angry because he looked like he was a little hot on the mound.
Yeah.
It really worked out to his benefit the other day.
It did, absolutely. And I thought it was interesting that he didn't, sometimes relievers, they'll pare down what they throw, right? They're going to go to 2 pitches because they're only going to face a hitter one time. He didn't do that. He still used all of his pitches, pitched the same way. He just had a little bit of uptick in velocity. And I know the Phillies are talking about, well, what if we hand him the baseball and say, hey, you got 1 inning, give it all you got? Like, will there be even more in the tank? Will there be more velo? I don't know. But again, that gets to the aspect of, can you do this every day? right? Can you come back and do the same thing the next day? And that only time will tell.
Scott, center field. So Marsh is back, had a big hit last night, clearly, late in the game. Where do you think that's going in terms of playing time? Is it going to be a strict platoon, lefty-righty, right? Rojas against lefties, Marsh against righties? Or do you think this is more of a 50-50 split? Because I feel like, for the most part, Rojas has done a pretty good job. He's had a couple moments on the base paths defense that you kind of want back, but it's May 9th, and he's hitting over 300, and he helps them in a lot of ways with defense last Friday night, base running. Where do you think the center field playing time could be going the next couple weeks?
The way Topper sort of described it to us this week is that it's almost a 50-50 split, and it's not just righties and lefties, that they will kind of take the 2-week calendar and look at different matchups. Some of them are going to change, obviously. Guys get hurt or teams juggle their rotation. So it may not work out exactly the way they plan each time. But he wants to keep Rojas playing and doesn't want to just flat out sit him until you see another left-hander. He doesn't want to limit him in that way because he's played really well. He's swung the bat really well since Marsh went down against lefties and righties. So it sounds like they're going to try to map it out where, it's a day on, day off a lot of times. And, maybe you'll get, a couple of back-to-backs. I know at the end of this stretch, I think they have it all planned out. And they brought actually both of them into the office at the same time and said, here's what we're going to do with you guys. And laid it out all the way through the next off day. So they all know when they're playing. And I think they're both going to get some pretty balanced opportunities to play.
Well, it's working right now, so let's keep it that way. Scott, we appreciate it as always. Enjoy Cleveland, and we'll be listening this weekend, starting tonight against the Guardians. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Scott Fransky, the voice of the Phillies there as the Phils continue to roll, including, how about that? That's a big thing for your guy Rojas. This is not just a platoon, it's 50-50. He's getting a shot here to play a lot.
He's starting to take advantage of it. You remember last year when they had to sit him down and learn how to bunt a little bit? So he's gotten better at his hitting. He's gotten a lot better.
The thing I appreciate about Rojas is I feel like he's figured out what he does to help the team, right? Like the bunt the other night, his base running speed tied the game last night.
Yeah.
And then last Friday when he made that big catch by the wall, like every time we debated about him, like I don't think he's ever going to be an everyday. He's our center fielder, but he can help a team win games.
He's a contributor.
Yes,
contributor.
Well, he contributed last night. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Are you ready to do it? I mean, today feels like the day to start the train of apologizing to Dave Dombrowski. I did it. I'll say it again. If you missed it earlier, Dave, I'm sorry. I was too hard on the offseason. Luzardo's been excellent. Kepler's helped a lot, including a big at-bat in the 9th inning. They kept Taiwan. That's worked. The offseason was better than we gave it credit for. I apologize. Kyle apologized. Hugh?
Not so much.
Well, I'm giving you another chance.
Oh, no.
This is a joke.
Can't do that. It's not.
You can.
Can't do that.
You could do it. I mean, you have the microphone on. You could say, Dave, I'm sorry. Dave, I was too hard on you. Dave Dombrowski, my bad.
Can't do that.
You don't want to.
Not going to happen.
Okay, so Hugh refuses to apologize. Where's everyone at on this? Plus, Tri-Day Friday, we have a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away. Today's Tri-Day, kind of an opposite of the way we do things. Not something we should try, something you don't think Hugh Douglas would try, and there's a lot. I mean, some of the answers so far, taking accountability, a meal and hard liquor at the same time, marriage again, skydiving.
Definitely.
This is going to be a hard one to choose the winner, Kyle. I mean, they're all accurate.
Yeah, and some personal attacks mixed in there, too.
Yeah. But is it inaccurate?
No. He can't even say it.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
The audience just knows you. All right, David in Plymouth meeting is up. What's up, David?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, David. What's going on?
So I think we got to give Dombrowski a break. I think we've been way too hard on him. I don't think the issue has been what people say it is. Dombrowski is known for going
too hard on the offseason. Luzardo's been excellent.
All right, David. Yeah. David,
what you doing?
Well,
dog?
he got caught up in his own phone call with the radios.
Oh, so he was trying to, it's Mother's Day weekend. He was trying to impress his wife, maybe.
Oh, you think that
I'm
was
on
it?
the air. I got on the
Show
air.
everyone. All right, well, Dave, we'll get you back
Come
up.
on, man.
Let's grab Rob in Delco. What's up, Rob?
Hey, good afternoon, Joe. Good afternoon, Hugh. How you guys?
Hey, Rob. What's going on?
Listen, Hugh, I got something for you at the end. It's creative. You like creative and something you wouldn't do, so I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
Listen, Oh, no, Joe. I'm with you. Listen, I'll apologize, okay, Joe? I took the 0-2 with the Phillies, okay, Joe? I did it, okay? I memorized it. Here's my thing, though. Is Dombrowski going to apologize to me for the last 2 trade deadline acquisitions, the last 2 off seasons? I mean, the last 2 seasons at the trade deadline? Is he going to apologize to Rob from Delco for that?
You know what, Rob? I don't know if he will, but if we ever get Dave on our show, I will ask him specifically to apologize to Rob and Delco. I'll see what he says.
If he apologizes to me for Emilio Estevez and Austin Hayes and that slop he got us last year, you know what, Hugh? I'll apologize to him then.
I still
But you want me to apologize to him, Joe? I feel I should be thanking other teams because he wanted to do things. He didn't want to keep it the way it was, right? He wanted to get rid of this guy. Teams didn't want it, so we should be thanking other teams.
Well,
Not
but he
Dombrowski,
he probably could have taken a pennies on the dollar for Bohm if he was willing to give him up. I mean, like, he held firm.
Oh,
Joe. I mean, he could have. I'm sure someone would have taken him for nothing. He kept him.
I don't need to be a GM to do that. I can figure that out.
Well, all right, but we all wanted him to get rid of Taiwan. Taiwan's helping right now.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean, come on?
He's getting $50 million a year, Joe.
But he's pitching well.
He owes us 15 years of pitching well.
Well, I don't know about 15. You guys are unbelievable. I mean, the guy kept a pitcher we all wanted him to dump. That guy's pitching well, and nobody gets credit for this.
It's a small dosage. Listen, I'm glad they're doing well because it's going to be a long summer if they're not doing well. But come on, I need a lot more than one relief appearance from Taiwan. You know, he was juiced. He was feeling good. He got up.
He was nice. He was mad. He was pitching angry.
The guy's got a 2.3 ERA this year. 2.3.
He's built like a fullback, Joe. He needs to throw harder. It's like you got a 6'5" third baseman who's got 1 home run. We got a 6'5". Well, how big's Taiwan?
He's huge. He's got to be 6'5", 6'6". Yeah, he's a big dude.
He's got a candy arm. He's got a candy arm.
He's listed at 6'4", 235. He struck out 7 guys in 3 innings last night.
He was nice.
Listen, I hear you, but, you know, up until now he was throwing 89, 90, 91. You know what I mean? He was out of nowhere.
Well, he improved. All right, so you're not apologizing, Rob. I get it. All right, Rob, what do you got for Hugh? Something he won't try.
All right, Hugh. Listen, we just talked about the Schuylkill, how you wouldn't canoe in there. I'm going to say skinny dip in the Schuylkill, Hugh.
Skinny dip?
Skinny dip in
the
Schuylkill.
Take my drawers off and jump in the water?
That's typically what skinny dipping is.
Oh, hell no.
You don't want to get that stuff on your skin.
Oh, no, definitely not. No, I'm not putting my drawers. I mean, take my drawers off and jump in the water?
I don't know if I'd do that.
I wouldn't do that either.
Well, something you wouldn't do, right?
Yeah, well, no,
I mean, that's a good one.
That was the assignment, something you would not do. Yeah, I don't know anyone actually would do that. That feels like
I mean, it's bad enough you jumping in the Schuylkill, but the jumping there with your drawers off?
Yeah, it feels unnecessary for anybody to do.
Remember the flood that we had here?
Oh, no, I saw
that dude that jumped off
pictures.
the 676.
I
That
where
was
he's at now.
disgusting.
Wild.
Is he all right?
I'm not sure.
He's probably one of our callers now. For being honest.
I would venture to say he's a listener.
Yeah.
Definitely would say
I kind of feel bad for people like Hugh and Rob. You're not allowing yourself to enjoy anything.
Jumping in the Schuylkill?
No, I don't mean that. The Phillies.
That's your definition of living life?
Jumping in the Schuylkill.
I meant the Phillies.
I'm going to jump in the Schuylkill.
Worried about July and August and September and October.
Oh, no, I'm not watching like that. I'm not doing that. I am enjoying everything that I'm seeing right now about the Phillies. There's no question about that. But I just understand that there's a pattern there. There's a little bit of a pattern. And until they break the pattern, I'm gonna still enjoy it. I'm gonna be that person. I'm not gonna sit there with my arms full and say, well, you know how some people say, wait till September or whatever.
Yeah.
Or October. I'm not doing that. I am enjoying everything that I'm seeing, but I also am aware that, you know, towards the end of the season, you know, they tend to curtail a little bit, fall off.
Sure.
So I mean, but and if that doesn't happen, that's great. But like I said, there's a pattern, and more than likely that's going to be the case.
But there wasn't something that Dombrowski could have done in the offseason that, like Joe said, guarantees that doesn't happen.
No, I mean,
nothing
can guarantee it. But I think that as a player, you can keep that in the forefront of your mind. You can still go out there and do your job, but you have to know that, hey, this ain't the part of the season where I'm concerned about. It's the latter part of the season.
Well,
that is a big concern.
That's fair. But if they look the same and played the same as they had the last couple of years, then I'd be with you. I feel like, and I said, you know, we're not keeping the same energy. If the Eagles do this, we get on board. Dombrowski kept the same guys, and they said we're going to change their approach in spring training. They've done it.
Well,
they're having better at bats. It's like we don't want to acknowledge what they're doing because of who they are.
No, I mean I get what you're saying, but here's the thing, and the difference with the football and as opposed to the baseball is that you only get 17, and there's more. I feel like there's more of a sense of urgency in football.
Well, totally.
To right the ship.
Yep.
In baseball, because we've heard it, guys say, hey, still a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yeah.
So there's time to correct everything. And then when you think about it, when I think of baseball, they don't really, it's like you basically have to learn on the fly. You don't get a whole lot of practice in football. You get an opportunity to sit down and practice and go over what you made a mistake in. In baseball, it's more of a you got to think about it. It's more in your head more than anything, because the only time you really get to practice is in spring training.
You're right. So we can only go off what we're seeing in the games.
That's why I say it's the ebb and flow of baseball.
I just feel for me like the last couple of years they had a lot of loser at bats. Like Castellanos would have, and I don't mean he's a loser, but like not championship at bats. But they're having even Trey had used his first couple of years here had a lot of loser at bats. Trey and Castellanos. Kepler last night, those are winning at bats.
Yeah. How many games do you think it took Eagles fans to say, maybe Saquon and Zach Ball were pretty good moves?
And look at that. Look how that worked out.
People say, let's see if they win the Super Bowl.
Well,
did we?
I mean, I did.
Doubting. No, you were calling the Super Bowl. Yeah, we know that.
I believe they're going to win.
You were talking eastbound and down before the Browns game.
That's
at the bye week.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I believed in them. Because I could see it. I have vision.
But with the Phillies, you're a doubting Douglas.
Well, no, it's because of the stretch. It's the stretch of the season, and it's one of those things where I believe in the Phillies. I just don't believe in apologizing. That's the difference. Ooh, I almost caught a cramp. Boy, hey Joe, if I'd have caught that cramp,
that's the universe telling you to apologize.
Hey, if I'd have caught that cramp, that'd have been into this conversation.
How are you catching cramps
doing
a
because
talk show?
I'm my cardio in the morning. I'm trying to get my water, and I just almost caught a cramp.
You've hydrated a good amount today to get cramps.
I'm just saying.
You need more potassium.
I probably do.
Yeah.
I don't eat a whole lot of bananas.
You need more potassium.
Yeah, I need to do that. Because if I'd have cramped up, we'd have been seeing me doing a song and dance.
This is the second time in 2 weeks you're cramping.
Man, I tell you. Yeah, you know what? I probably do need to get some more potassium.
A little potassium for you.
It's shredding.
Let's go to Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Yo, Kyle, what's up, man?
What's going
Terrence,
on, man?
what's up?
First of all, I'm going to tell Daryl Morey, shut up. Shut up, bro. Like, this guy sounds stupid.
They need to hire me. I keep saying they need to hire me.
I'm not sure.
Man, how are you not coming down his throat?
Yeah,
Why are we so lenient on Daryl Morey? It drives me insane.
Agreed, Jolly. Agreed.
And I'm not eligible for the prize today because I won the other day, but I know something you ain't trying.
What's that?
You ain't trying no damn glizzy, man. I listened to the show. I listened to the show enough to know you ain't trying no glizzy, man.
A full intact glizzy.
Yeah, like if he's going to eat a glizzy, he's going to cut it up like a child.
All right, man. And I told Kyle I can't apologize to and I heard you guys talk about this about the moves Howie made. I was telling Kyle, but Kyle, Joe, it ain't the same because Saquon was when Howie made the move, Saquon was consistent all year long. Am I right?
Well, he was, but he also, let's not pretend he was this good with the Giants, right? He had injuries. He was good, but not great. Some ups, some down.
But from week one, he put on a show, and we were.
Oh yeah, as an Eagle, he was. Yeah, but Luzardo's been really good so far.
Yeah, and I told Kyle, for me, the most part I'm the most impressed with from Dombrowski so far, our pitching has been surprisingly the best part. We got Taiwan. This guy looking like a Cy Young pitcher.
Taiwan.
They made him mad.
Good.
He made him mad.
Taiwan.
Yeah, and we got Kepler is my exception. Like to me, he brings a different aspect to the team.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I feel like our pitching is the most important thing. But it's still too early to apologize for anything because we know the Phillies play in stretches. We know the Phillies are hitting stretches, and Can our bullpen hold up? Can we hold up during the rest of the season?
No, they're going to have to fix that. Yeah. The bullpen overall is not good enough. I mean, you saw it last night, the depth of it with Banks getting out the home run. Terrence, we appreciate the phone call. Now, they'll have to add to that. 215-592-9494. If we're making a power ranking, Hugh, of these things you wouldn't do, where does eating a full non-cut-up glizzy rank on this?
That's pretty high.
You'd rather do...
No, you know what's funny?
Would you rather skydive or eat a glizzy full?
Between the two?
Yeah.
I'm going to probably have to go ahead and eat the glizzy.
Okay. Glizzy or the meal and the liquor together?
The meal and the liquor.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You really won't eat a full hot dog?
No, you know what's funny? When I was at Harper's game the other day, his mom bought some glizzies.
Yeah.
And she was killing them. And I'm like, no, you know glizzy. She's like, you want a glizzy? No.
She was killing them like eating a hot dog like a regular person?
Yeah, but I'm not eating a glizzy.
Would you rather take accountability or eat a glizzy whole? I can't believe this is that hard for you.
I do take accountability every day.
No, you do not.
Okay, when you say take accountability, what does that mean exactly? Like for what?
Well,
like to say sorry?
Pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, the defensive luxury thing.
I cooked on that one.
You did not.
I did. That is an all-time take, famous take.
Again,
AI said it was famous. Yeah. That was a and it was a damn good take. It's a damn good take.
Hold on. Now we're good with AI? I mean, we're ripping Daryl Morey.
No, I'm totally out on AI.
I mean, it doesn't fit, like the Daryl Morey, it didn't fit my argument.
That makes sense.
I read a story last night about how every college student is basically cheating using AI. No, everyone's just cheating their way to a degree.
Seriously?
Yeah, and they're learning your nonsense on AI.
I might need to go back to school. That's all I heard.
215-592-9494.
Give me a master's degree.
Yeah, Master's Douglas over here. All right, we have a new segment on the show starting today. Let's check in on the most anticipated prospect in a long time for our Phillies. Andrew Painter's outing last night in AAA. We'll recap that next. Your phone calls, 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets and a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the Yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here.
Mother's Day is almost upon us, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Phillies come back and beat the Rays in extra innings. And they complete the sweep. 7-6 the final as Matt Strom gets the final out for the save. And the Phillies have swept the Rays here in Tampa.
I love it.
How about this team?
Love them. Took
Sweep
the
of the
pledge,
Rays.
and they're doing exactly what we thought they were going to do.
You didn't really
Why did Kyle just shoot me the evil?
Because everyone knows you didn't take the pledge seriously.
I did. I did.
Now, you know who took it seriously?
Took
the Phillies. And Dave Dombrowski, who had a good offseason. We could say it now. It's now that this thing is playing out, this offseason was way better. I'll put it this way. It was way better than we gave it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
It was, a lot of people said it was blah, not good enough, including me. I thought it was a blah offseason, not enough to move this thing forward. Well, they've done enough internally with the lineup in terms of getting their approach the right way. They've added Luzardo, who's been, depending on what you want to look at, ERA or wins above. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball so far this year. They kept Taiwan while most of us wanted him dumped. They added Max Kepler. That's a good offseason. Dave Dombrowski, I'm sorry for being too hard on you. Kyle, are you willing to say you're sorry to Dave Dombrowski?
Of course I am, because I'm a grown-up. I admit when I'm wrong.
Yep.
And I apologize. I had an epiphany the other day.
Okay.
Epiphany. Oh, heck. Can't wait to hear this.
I don't think you're going to like it. Because I realized that this is not about how the season ends when it comes to judging Dave Dombrowski's offseason.
Nope.
It's not.
It's about
because
now.
ultimately, that's out of his control. I think he put the team in a good enough position to contend for a World Series. They can still get hot at the right time.
Yep.
He gave them an ultimatum, the offense at least, that they have to change, and this is it. And if they don't, then we can shake this thing up. We're not overly committed. We didn't trade away Painter. We didn't trade away Aiden Miller. We have our best assets still. We didn't go too far in on this core. We can shake things up if it doesn't work. They have one last chance, and they have flexibility at the trade deadline. They upgraded two of the biggest weaknesses from last season. That was the fifth starter, Taiwan, and now Taiwan's even, they banked on him a little bit, and he's pitching well in the bullpen, or at least did pitch well in the bullpen. And Jesus Lazard is a clear upgrade. Austin Hayes sucked, was a turd. Max Kepler is better, and I think will be even better as the season goes on than Austin Hayes. And look, while the bullpen still isn't great, I think that is by far the easiest area of a team to address in the middle of a season. They can't fix an offense. They can't fix a starting rotation, but you can add bullpen pieces that can help you and give you more depth in that pitching spot. So I think they're in a really good spot. I think they absolutely can win the World Series, but they're not totally screwed if they don't. This isn't a 2012 Phillies situation where we're done for a decade. If it doesn't work, we have youth, we have prospects. Like, it was the perfect hedge this offseason.
Well, and let's also be real about this. They kind of cut off the spending. I mean, they didn't want to keep going, right? So if the budget got tighter, and you could say, well, that's because Dave made mistakes in earlier offseasons. That's okay. That's fair. But if the budget got tighter, you got to operate within the budget. And they got better within the budget. They didn't give away their best prospects. They didn't give away bad long-term contracts, and they're in a better spot right now. It all sounds to me like the kind of executive we should apologize to. I did it. Kyle did it.
They need to apologize to Schwarber for not giving the contract.
You don't have to apologize to anyone. He's on a contract.
Bryce Harper needs to apologize to me for that gender reveal.
Nobody needs to apologize to you for one.
Well, I don't need
to
apologize to nobody then.
Yes,
if I don't get
do.
an apology, then no.
You sit here 4 hours a day ripping Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
And you didn't apologize today.
Yeah.
Have you thought about trying an apology? No. It could. It really would make you feel better. It would lighten. It would take the weight off your shoulders.
Speaking about what's gonna make me feel better. About 2:30 when I get in front of these two big old turbine fans that I just bought from the Home Depot
going to
yesterday.
bed at 2:30?
Ooh, I'm gonna jump into bed, turn them fans on.
Yeah, is that?
It's gonna sound like.
Is that for the night or is that for an hour?
No, that's for the night. I don't know. It all depends.
Yeah.
It's Friday. And it's raining.
Bedtime at 2:30 in the afternoon.
It's Friday and it's raining.
I was going to call you old. That's what babies take naps in the afternoon.
No, I'm just saying. It's Friday and it's raining. Man, don't know it. That just all depends.
Some wild
ticking on you, pal.
Wild Friday night plans.
You say the clock ticking.
Well, he did say yesterday he's in his twilight years.
I'm in my twilight.
I got a message from someone that said, does Hugh know that twilight means like that's about to be the end of
their
life?
No. Somebody else said that to me the other day. They was like, that you're not in your twilight. But it works well for my narrative.
About the upper room.
What I mean? It's not
for your brand of sleeping in the afternoon.
I am not the only person that takes a nap when they get done work. I'm not.
Oh no, you're not. I'm
not.
Yeah, but
I'm the one that looks forward. When you get home, when I get home, I'm just like, hey, I'm here.
But wait a second, you acknowledge you might be out for the night at 2:30.
No, it just all depends. It's like I like to fly by the seat of my pants. So today is still kind of open. Harper might want to do something. We went to Red Lobster last weekend.
Oh, the biscuits.
Oh, the Cheddar Bay biscuits was on point. So ain't no telling what he might want to do.
Wild Friday night with you, Douglas.
Yeah, it might get a little
Napping
crazy.
in Red Lobster.
Might get a little crazy.
All right. Your phone calls. And we have a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away today. The best answer we get on a try day to something Hugh Douglas would not try wins the prize this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. Dom is up on WIP. Hey, Dom.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up,
going
Dom?
on, man?
Hey, you guys wearing flip-flops today?
Don't wear flip-flops.
No, sneakers.
Oh, okay.
Why?
I was gonna.
Why is that?
Because you guys are acting real flip-floppy with the Phillies.
What do you mean?
Who is you guys? Who are we talking about?
You people.
Can you be a
Yeah,
little
but
bit
what do
more
you mean?
specific?
What's flip-flopping? Team's playing well. We're excited. What do you mean?
Just about 2-3 weeks ago, we were talking about how the off season, Dombrowski didn't do anything, and Romano and Kepler, they suck, and we're running it back with the same team, and blah 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 blah. 2 weeks later, they're playing good, and
That's why we're apologizing.
Yeah, we're
wrong.
I'm sorry, Dombrowski, and then 2 weeks when they get smacked up a couple times, then it's going to be this is unbelievable.
So here's my question.
So he talking to y'all.
Well, no,
he talking to y'all.
well, hold on, Dom. Are you a Phillies fan?
He's a mess.
No.
Okay, so when you get new information about your team, do you have the same opinion, or
Yeah,
do you
how
change
did you
your
feel
mind?
about Juan Soto at the beginning of the season there, bud? How was you feeling about him?
Well, with 162 games, I don't change my opinion.
Sure you don't.
Okay.
How did you feel about Juan at the beginning of the season?
So you say over 162, you don't, because it's a long season, you don't change your opinion. How about when they sucked for 2 months last year? You thought the team was going to finish in the NLCS?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Just a
We all
lie.
know how this story ends.
Oh,
Come
my
on,
goodness.
man.
That
The
was,
Hold on.
Phillies are gonna. The Phillies. I give it to the Phillies. The Phillies are a good team. They're playing good right now.
But
we all know
how
the
does
Mets
this
are
have to
gonna
do
go
with anything?
forward.
Hold on. How does this story end? As the Mets fan, who my entire life has not won the World Series. I mean, like I was like a baby the last time they won. So usually it ends with the Mets not winning anything.
And same story for the Phillies.
No, the Phillies have
no.
The Phillies have won way more recently than the Mets, Tom.
Now you sound like a Cowboys fan.
Well, but no, this is true. I mean, the Phillies were in the World Series 3 seasons ago.
Yeah, what happened?
Tom, they lost. I mean,
this is.
It's the same thing.
It's
a little
If
pathetic.
you lose to the wild card round, or you make it to the World Series, you lose. If you
It's
don't win,
it's not
you don't
actually.
win.
It's not. That's not really true. I mean, you think losing the first round is the same as making the World Series?
Same result.
But it's not the same. I mean, Dom, we could be. So what's your point? Like, we shouldn't apologize to Dombrowski, or what?
Just try to be less flip floppy. You know.
No.
Try to be less flip flop.
How about we have new information and new opinions? That how about that, Dom? We go with that.
I
Dom
think that was
appreciates both.
more like Don was trying to like.
Yeah, it was a little brutal.
Well, he was trying to be creative
I mean,
and talk about us flip flopping or whatever, but he didn't have the bandwidth to pull it off.
No, he also blatantly lied to everybody.
Yeah,
Like he's not
about the
flip-flopping.
NLCS thing.
Yeah,
and,
he kind of when I talked about Juan Soto early in the year, he kind of didn't want to answer that directly.
You can't tell me that when Jorge Lopez threw the glove into the stands last year and said, I'm on the worst team in baseball, that he was like, hey, we're going to the NLCS.
Yeah, no one saw that coming.
What a loser.
What else did they do last year?
And then what-
They had the
what-
Hawk Tour girl throw out the pitch, and they had
Isn't
Grimace.
Grimace
was the turning point. right?
Isn't Metting was a real thing? The
has
Mets are going to
been
Met.
my
It's been
whole
like
life.
that. So stop it,
No, the
Dom.
Mets are notoriously a joke. I mean,
Yes.
congrats on your cute little trip to the NLCS last year.
Yeah, it's wonderful. You see, Hugh, the problem is that the people that agree with you on this, that's them.
No, that's not. That's not Dom.
What-
Like my people have a little bit more. A little bit more fire to him than that. A little bit more creative.
No, he was subdued, yeah.
Dom was not creative at
Yeah,
all.
but he was on your side of the thing.
But he's not creative.
I know, but
I don't. We do creativity.
But
over
doesn't
on
it
these
make
sides.
you feel a little worse than he was
No,
on your
not
side?
really. It was
I
like
think it
Dom was
should.
dry. He was a little dry.
He wasn't
was
like,
a little
and
dry.
look, and I hate to give him credit, but at least Cowboy Jim like tries to come at you.
Yeah.
And
He's just
tries to
dope.
have some
Yeah.
zingers. Yeah, Dom was just boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
That
was a
guy
little dry.
sucked.
Well, he came in like high and mighty. He's a Mets fan.
Right.
The Mets don't win anything.
Yeah.
Let's go to Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Yo.
Self.
Hey, listen, man. First off, one thing you're not going to try is to bow down to nobody to please him. He ain't
That's
doing
true.
that.
That's true.
That
Now-
someone called that being stubborn though.
Yes, that is stubborn.
Yeah, but you know who else stubborn? Remember when I told y'all to apologize to you? And you and Kyle refused to do it?
What am I
I'm just saying.
apologizing to you for?
This was back when the whole Taiwan thing and he called the game.
Oh,
I did
Y'all
call it. I
refused
did
to say
call
you-
it.
you know what I
well,
mean?
you see,
Remember that?
he's the I have acknowledged he's the Taiwan
The
whisperer.
Taiwan
We
whisperer.
admitted we were wrong.
Yeah.
Now, here we go. First off, I'm with you. We're not apologizing to a man doing what he's
Very
supposed to do.
surprised.
Right? Now, here's the thing. When the Phillies go on a losing spree,
Yep.
3-4 games, y'all wishy-washy is going to go back to,
Wishy-washy.
you know what I mean? He didn't do this, he didn't do that, he didn't make the move. Y'all going to go right
Well,
back
no,
to that.
I'm what I'm going to do is I'm going to react to the new information. I got good information right now, Dave. So.
I also thought I made it very clear that it's not really about any more like small results and big results.
It doesn't matter.
Now, I got an Eagles point and a Sixers point.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Y'all both, you and Kyle need to apologize to me.
For what?
I told y'all
Absolutely
Mbum
not.
was garbage. And I told y'all Mbum, we weren't winning nothing with Mbum here.
I agreed with you on Embiid.
What are you talking about?
Now all of a sudden everybody want to get rid of Mbum and want to trash him. But I've been telling y'all this since I've been calling him.
No, you are a soothsayer.
I've been with you on Embiid the whole time. Why should I apologize? We're on the same page with him.
All right, well then Kyle definitely need to apologize. We
know Kyle.
Yeah. and y'all owe me an apology because didn't I call it?
Oh my goodness.
Whoever thought Goddard was going, don't know what they don't know what they're looking at. I told y'all as long as it was taken, I knew he was going to stay here because of the homeboy pay cut and the brotherhood payout. I told y'all that, so I knew he was going to get paid. You know what I mean? So again, y'all need to apologize.
He didn't get paid.
We're not apologizing.
Well, he didn't get paid.
This is not going to happen.
He didn't get paid. He took a pay cut.
But he still got paid. He got paid. He got paid.
This is spin.
No, hold on. If you're owed $14 million and you take 10, you've taken a pay cut.
A little bit.
Listen.
No, this is an L.
Y'all don't have to apologize to me.
Yeah, we're not
okay. I'm just going to relish in.
Well, you should apologize to Howie Roseman.
Not at all. Never.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
Yeah, it never happens. Have a good one, y'all.
You got it, Self. Appreciate it. I mean, Self wants apologies, won't give them out. I mean, this is, and he's right. You will not bow down because you're stubborn. I mean, that's the.
No, I'm not a little bit. No, I wouldn't say stubborn. Just have conviction. I have vision.
Vision.
That's just kind of, it's just like I have vision. It's like, I have vision.
Yeah. I'm not sure about all that, but
yeah, a little bit.
We can keep saying it. Jake Adelko is up, and then we got to get to little Andrew Painter check-in after his start last night in Lehigh Valley. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
What's up?
Oh, let me tell you, Hugh is just so funny when his aversion to pretty much any body of water anywhere, fresh water. So it's so funny. It makes me think they did a spoof on Planet Earth, and it was Snoop Dogg, and it was Planet Earth. You ever see that?
I've never seen that.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so funny. Snoop would narrate, and he was watching these prairie dogs fighting other animals, and it was so funny. And it makes me think we should have a Planet Earth, but with Hugh narrating.
I would watch that in a heartbeat. That'd be great. That would be awesome.
Oh, I ain't going in there.
Well, there could be gators. There could be crocodiles.
No, we're not. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever hear Hugh tell the story of when he lived in Jacksonville and they told him there could be? What did they tell you? There could be gators under your car?
No, they tell you that where I lived at, it was backed up to a swamp, and there's like, hey, in the morning you want to keep your garage. Always want to keep your garage down. And when you park your car from a rain, you might want to look underneath the truck because gators tend to crawl under the truck. So I would park my car close to the door, and when I would open the door and look under the truck, and then I would just jump in. Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah,
as if it wasn't a bad enough time for you down there.
Oh no, Jackson, like Florida, man. I'm not a Florida guy.
No, that's not.
That's not my move.
Clearly. When there was the gator at Citizens Bank Park last year, that whole thing was hilarious too. Because
the emotional support gator.
Oh, he had a name. What was his name?
Wally.
That was BS that they were letting him in. You can't have gators at stadiums.
Hugh started telling a story of an old lady. He's like, and the gator came out and he ate her.
He did. The gator did eat the lady though.
Yep. All right, Jake, what do you got for us on the Phils? What do you think about the offseason now?
Well, the first thing I think is I remember last year, Joe, maybe a little bit later in the season than this, you came in one day and you said, I'm ready to declare that this is the best Phillies team ever.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
I was wrong. Yeah, wrong about that one.
Well, I feel like you cursed them. I mean,
oh, it's my fault?
Yeah,
right.
It's your fault.
I'll take the L for it. It's all right.
and I just feel like maybe you're getting ahead of yourself with this take too on Dombrowski. It's too early to say something like that. Although that being said, it is true. Luzardo has been like, whoa.
Right. I guess my point, Jake, is that we didn't, considering what Luzardo is, it didn't move the needle for us as fans when in reality it probably should have. Like if he's a better pitcher than maybe we gave Dombrowski credit for acquiring.
Yeah, we wanted the big splash. Meanwhile, that flew under the radar. So
it did. All right, Jake, what do you got for us? Something Hugh wouldn't try.
that Hugh wouldn't try or
Wouldn't.
that he should try?
Wouldn't. Well, they could be the same thing, but wouldn't.
Oh. Well, I was going to say maybe it's a little. I think Hugh should go to the Camden Aquarium. Maybe that would help him to see these beautiful creatures in a safe situation.
He's beyond help, Jake.
Yeah.
What do you mean go to the aquarium and do what?
Just walk around.
Just hang. I mean, I don't have a problem going to the aquarium.
You would?
Yeah, but I'm not because I'm not getting in the tank.
You know they have the thing where you put your hand in and you could touch.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, the stingrays.
Yeah, that's right. You could
not touching the
You could
stingray.
pet the stingrays.
No.
You never done that?
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
It is
kind of weird.
It is bizarre that we have that. Jake, good phone call. All right, so pet the stingrays.
You know, in Atlanta at the Atlanta Aquarium, they have something where you could swim in the big tank where they used to have that.
Would you do that?
Nah.
I would do that.
Hell
All right.
no.
Can we do a little check-in on Andrew Painter and his performance last night?
Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Today we're going to do a wonderful little painting, and I really think you're going to enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's don't waste any time.
It'll be a really good matchup and a really good test for Andrew Painter coming off of Tommy John surgery. Pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2-2. Sable swings and misses. Got him with a curveball down the dirt. 1-2. Thompson takes a knee-buckling curveball at the knees. He's down looking, and it's 3 strikeouts already for Andrew Painter. 1-2 pitch to Nathan Hickey. Curveball called strike 3, and Andrew Painter back-to-back. 1-2 coming. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Curveball again down the dirt. Rozier can't lay off. He's got 5 from the ball game.
Painter watch you last night. First start in AAA Lehigh Valley. 3 innings, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, 60 pitches, hit 98 on the radar gun. And the curveball is nasty because he's got that fastball that blows by, and then that curveball is pretty loopy.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I saw that. The drop off
Yep.
on that, you know. So that was the curve.
That was the curve. So a couple things today. I was watching some of the highlights and reading a little bit what he did last night. So I do think, and I'm not kidding on this because, you know, I've joked around about Stubbs lately. I think it's a good thing he has Stubbs catching him.
Because he's been up at the big leagues and he's trying to give him little tips and whatnot.
I mean, he has, a guy that's spent a lot of time in the majors, caught Zach Wheeler, caught Aaron Nola. So I think that's really going to help him the next month or two, however long.
I like the music that Kyle's
too.
playing. That music that he's playing.
Like the Bob Ross, too?
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
When he arrives to Philadelphia, he should come out of the bullpen to this song. With the Bob Ross, too.
Well, the only problem is that the song is called Walk.
Might not be great
We don't need that for you.
Well, now...
oh, I got it. Walk. You don't walk.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. But that actually leads us to the one part of last night that was not... Because I think we look at him and we think he's just like, he's ready to roll. He did walk the bases loaded last night, Hugh, and it seems like this is a challenge for him because the hitters at single A, double A, he's past that. But now I feel like he's got to learn to pitch a little bit at AAA because now he's facing guys that are either going to be in the big league soon or probably a lot of these guys have been in the big league.
98, though.
Oh, I know.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
I think the next month or two is about just like kind of rough around the edges.
Fine-tuning stuff, yeah.
But you could tell his stuff. Like there's no doubt to me he could come up here tomorrow and get hitters out. Now it's about getting through the lineup and it's about not walking people and all that kind of stuff. But a good debut for Andrew Painter last night in AAA. 98 on the gun, 3 innings, 60 pitches. And now it's just a matter of when he's ready and when they need him. Like whenever those two things meet each other. I mean, they've said July-ish for a couple months now. I still think that makes sense, but who knows? If he dominates or if they have an injury, it could be sped up. We shall see. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here. We do have a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away today. Try day, something you think Hugh Douglas wouldn't try. Swimming in a tank with other fish, probably not going to be one he would try.
Definitely not doing
We've had so many good answers today. Taking accountability, meal and hard liquor at the same time, marriage again, skydiving.
The marriage one is funny.
It is, yeah. Skinny dipping in the Schuylkill.
Very personal.
Yep.
Yeah, that hit home a little bit.
The one that really is ridiculous that you wouldn't try is just eating a hot dog like a normal person.
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you got to break it up like a kid.
Yeah, you got to break it up.
Yeah, well, you don't, but you do anyway. All right, your calls on all this. The Phillies, are you ready? And are you prepared to apologize to Dave Dabrowski? Plus, we got to get to some audio from Brandon Graham, who was on Good Morning Football. He dropped a quick but interesting comment about the Eagles' offense. We want to talk about that next. That's coming up on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The sun is shining,
Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out today for only $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Pennsylvania at Stars and Stripes Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, file, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Abdul Carter finally has a number. The Giants rookie pass rusher settled on 51 after he couldn't get Lawrence Taylor's 56 or Phil Simms' 11. The NFL changed the rules on numbers a few years ago, making it less strict. So now rookies are very particular. But the reality is that Carter's play is all that matters. If this works out, then someday a young star is going to go public asking for 51 to be like Abdul Carter. Then Carter will be in position to deny the young player, just like the former Giants did to him. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Taijuan Walker has worked out for this baseball team as the Phillies are 22-15. I'm very disappointed in the Twitter response today. Our Twitter question, of course, is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. A lot of stubborn Douglases over here.
Stubborn Douglases.
On the Twitter response, 89% say they're not ready to apologize to Dave Dombrowski. This is ridiculous. I mean, I get some people out there just want to be stubborn, but 89%.
I just want to say to the people out there in Twitter land, I'm proud of y'all. I mean, this is tough. I understand that there's a lot of times that we have vision that others just don't see.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's lonely when you stand on these hills. It doesn't help that I'm blind. You know, it's just lonely. And I appreciate you today for making the right choice in this matter. Ain't apologizing for what? For doing your job? Of course not. Of course not.
See, you know what this is? That I think part of it is this. So a lot of people won't admit that they were too hard on him. We had a couple people to say, I don't have to apologize. Yeah,
never doubted him.
No, never doubted. And then you got the Douglases over here of the world who think, and everyone's supposed to do their job super well all the time. And
they're supposed to.
Pretending that you didn't say a lot this offseason. They didn't do much. They
but that's my job, though. I got to be, I have to be reactive to what I see.
And that's fair. And I'm not asking you to apologize for your take. You just apologize in a date.
You're the one that mockingly took the pledge.
Yeah.
No, I took the pledge and I meant it wholeheartedly.
I'm
not apologizing.
No one believed that in the moment, Hugh. You realize that,
I'm
right?
not apologizing.
Not a single person believed you. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines, and then we got to hear what Brandon Graham had to say yesterday on Good Morning Football. TVBG on yesterday. Herb in the North. What's up, Herb?
That was on 427.
Mm-hmm.
But Herb having on.
Boy, this should be interesting.
Yo, Herb.
What's up?
Hey, Herb.
What's up, Joe?
What's up, Herb?
What's up, man?
All right. Everybody, I
little worried
keep
about
trying
that
to
one.
explain you guys about the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've been talking about this all year, even before spring training, during the winter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I told you last
9 to
week,
10.
I spoke with Ruben Amaro, and it seems like that's why they're doing what I said they had to do. Stay in the zone. Don't chase pitches. Look for something that you can hit.
Right.
Either single, double, off the wall, or home run, whatever. Okay? And that's it. That I think I saw some of it. I had a game yesterday, so I couldn't go up and go watch this painter. But if I think next week I'm going to take a trip up there if they're up there.
A painter trip. You want to go, Hugh? You and Herb up to Lehigh Valley to see painters?
Just old Hugh and Herb.
Oh, Lehigh, little Coca-Cola Park?
my Phillies red. It's red Santa Fe. You want to do that?
I like how Joe said me, and he
Official-
didn't include you. Like you coming, Joe. If I go, you going too.
I'm looking at
And you riding in the front seat.
Car of the Phillies. Yeah, official car of the Phillies.
Listen, if you guys want to do a show trip up to Lehigh Valley to watch Andrew Painter with Herb, I'm in. Okay, we're lock, stock, and barrel.
I'm driving
in.
though.
No,
I'm not
Herb's
riding.
driving.
I'm
Herb's a
not riding
driver.
with y'all.
Herb's a
I'll
driver.
drive. I'll drive.
He's
I
the
don't
driver.
drink.
I'm not riding with y'all.
I don't drink when I take people up there.
Well, that's it's very good to hear.
I'm not
You
worried
can
about you
drink.
drinking. I just want to drive.
Douglas, you can drink, brother, but you can bring a few beers, in the cooler.
few
Some
beers.
road sodas?
That's what it's called.
You want,
Road
man,
soda.
Whatever you want.
All right, Herb. What are you thinking on Dabrowski? You want to say you're sorry?
Hey, I mean, you do what you want to do. I know Dombrowski. You know what I mean? He, like I say, okay, you don't want to give me a job? Fine. You know what I'm saying?
This is
He
personal.
knows about this a few years ago.
Of course he
I told
does,
him
yeah.
about giving me a job.
So maybe he was Herb.
I could have had this team in the World Series if he would have gave me a job.
As the manager? As the manager?
I really don't
believe
care.
that.
So I don't, on the bench. I'm sitting on the bench.
I'd love to see it. Herb, good phone call. We have a good weekend.
Nice.
What do you think the Phillies' record would be right now if Herb was managing? Because, typically we always say managers don't make that much of a difference in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Herb would.
They're 22-15 with Topper. With Herb, they'd be what?
We get some nice sound bites. That's for sure. I don't know.
Record would Topper. Would Herb.
Because
excuse me.
I feel like if Herb was the manager,
Yeah.
Herb might be a little bit too heavy-handed in his assessment.
I
of the
agree,
team.
but maybe you get more out of him.
But I don't know, man. I don't know because I feel like you have to be. Not saying that Herb isn't, but I think you have to be in tune with what the buttons you can push to make your team go. I don't know.
Get your head out of your ass.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be a lot.
Would you say they'd be a few games worse with Herb or like significantly worse with Herb?
Oh, better.
Better.
Yeah. Kidding me? Dude's got fire.
You better keep your mouth down and shut, boy.
I don't know, dog. I don't know.
Seems like you're doubting Herb.
Well, I just don't know. Like, to be a coach, you got to be locked in and in tune to your players.
I know.
Well, he's also got to know his players' names.
Constantly.
And to drop Herb into that environment right away, I think it would take a while for them to adjust. That's all I'm saying. I like Herb. Yeah. I think it'd take him a while to adjust.
It'd be the ultimate test of how much a manager matters or how much baseball teams just run on their own.
So this road trip, what kind of road sodas we going to get?
Whatever you want.
It's up to you. I mean, you're not driving.
Herb's got to take care of the driving.
He said road, like, see, because
bring a cooler with some road sodas, and we're going up to Lehigh Valley.
I'm more of a cup guy. I just want to take a cup.
Well, you do whatever you want.
Man, just sip. Just be sipping.
That feels...
A couple gummies. Chill out. Because I'm a
Last
be
time I was
sleep.
in a car with you when you had gummies, you left your phone in New Orleans.
And no, in Florida, you fell asleep.
Oh, that's true.
In the back seat.
So the last two
Took
times
about-
I was with you in a car
took
when you
about
had
5
gummies, you
minutes.
left your car in New Orleans.
I left my phone, yeah.
And then you fell asleep the whole ride back from
like a baby, though.
And then he had a lot of trouble at the airport.
Oh, yeah, I was confused. That was a good day, though. Shout out to the lady that I don't know her name that helped me get through that moment. Because y'all think I'm playing. I'd have stayed in Florida. I was going to stay in Florida.
Just to paint a picture, Hugh was staring at the screen as if it was in a different language to print his boarding pass. I mean, he was in a bad way.
Hey.
He's getting, excuse me, sir, do you need help?
No. And I walked away and she said, what's wrong? I was like, I can't do this. Not right now.
And then he smacked his head on the overhead in the plane.
That looked like it hurt
She
so
was
bad.
like, no, but she was like, I'll help you. No, she said, don't worry about it. No, you're good. I was like, I can't do this right now.
Yeah.
It was like, that was a bad day for me. Because y'all was about to leave me there in Florida.
We would have had to.
I mean, what are we going to do? They're boarding the plane.
No, but it was funny
can't all
because,
be left behind.
because you and Kyle went up to the kiosk and y'all just started boop, 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 boop. And I'm like,
Well, it's not hard.
It was,
I mean,
it was
pretty simple.
it was
It's all laid out there. It's idiot proof.
Can you imagine when that woman got home? How was
Thank
your
you.
day today? Well, I helped this pop-pop who couldn't read the
I was
screen.
like, thank you. I was like, I just stood there. Confused.
You imagine her reaction if she had let you go and they'd seen you get wheeled out of the airplane after you hit your head? She'd be like, oh,
That's my fault. That went on me.
I should have monitored this.
Hey, that was a good day, though. That was a good day.
It was a very good day. We all made it home in one piece.
You know, people had to have thought I was the biggest jerk for laughing at you when that happened.
I didn't even turn around when I hit my head. Because you were laughing so loud. I was like, I don't feel like dealing with that.
Yeah.
And
as a good friend on my end of it, I texted Kyle. I was like, Kyle, look what's happening to Hugh right now. He's in a bad
No, the
way.
lady was like, are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good.
I'm not. I don't know where I am, but
I'm good.
Sure, I'm good. All right, before we get back to your phone calls, can we hear from BG? Brandon Graham, what a week he's had here. He's had BG Day on Monday, and by Thursday, he's on Good Morning Football as one of their hosts. Here was him yesterday talking about the Eagles' offense. Listen to what he said about how this thing might look in 2025 compared to last year.
Who do you got at number one?
You know who I got number one. You know who I got. Because I believe them boys going back again. They're going back again. And I'm excited because, with Jalen and those guys, AJ and Devontae, you see those catches that the boys making out there.
Yep.
And it's trending in this way. I feel like it's going to be more of a balanced offense this year, and they're going to get it all together. And, the Eagles, my Eagles going back to the Super Bowl.
I like it.
That's my first take on that.
So the conversation was about the top wide receiver duos, and he chose AJ and Devontae, which is obviously a fair choice. They're one of the best. But he was at the end that caught my attention when he said he thinks it's going to be more of a balanced offense this season.
I think it has to be. Because you talk about, every year we talk about the evolution of football and how it changes, the ebb and flow of the game. Last year, Saquon came in and we had to become more of a running team. And we benefited from that. But I think that when you look at the playoffs and the Super Bowl in particular, Jalen was a little bit more comfortable. It's time for Jalen to take that next step. And that's not to say that Saquon's going to be on the back burner and we're not going to run the ball. But Jalen has to evolve and grow a little bit more as a quarterback. Has to.
Well, that would be great, and it certainly would help the Eagles if they throw the ball more in terms of scoring more points and maybe protecting a defense that might not be as good. I keep hearing this, though, that they have to throw the ball more. Haven't they had their most success with Jalen when they don't throw it that much?
Well, it's this is what it is, Joe. You have to – the threat has to be there.
Well, yeah.
A consistent threat.
Yes.
So that doesn't necessarily say that you're going to go into a game and throw the ball 50 times. But there might be a game where it calls for you to throw the ball 50 times. So it has to be – I look at it more like this. There has to be more of an ebb and flow. Because I feel like this year, and you saw it early on, that for whatever reason, it was more run-centric. It had to be. For whatever reason that was. And I don't know what that was. Everybody –
the passing game was to turn the ball over a
lot.
lot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
They had a lot of turnovers.
Yeah. So I feel like going into every game, it has to be predicated on what the other team is trying to stop. Like what pick your poison type deal.
Yeah.
And so Jalen has to go into it knowing that and knowing how he has to pick his spots a little bit more.
So in the Super Bowl, that's exactly what they did, right? Because the Chiefs took away the run game, and Jalen had a great game. They threw the ball, and they threw it very effectively. I just think it's ironic. Like we have a pretty decent amount of evidence. Hurts has been here for just 5 years. The more they throw it, the less they win. The more they run it, and it doesn't mean he doesn't throw. He's the quarterback. Like in the Super Bowl last year, how many times did he throw the ball? 18, 20? But like when he throws the ball a lot, it doesn't feel like they win as much as when they're a run. It reminds me a lot of the Seahawks with Russell Wilson. When he was young and they were more of a run team and he would play action and his legs off all that, they won a lot of games. Beast mode. And the team turned over and they're like, well, we're going to throw it more now. And they didn't win as much. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm chomping at the bit to just throw the ball more.
I think that was Russ too. Because there are stories.
I think you're right. Yep.
Stories are starting to come out now where Russ was a lot.
No, that's true.
I feel like they've been out for a while.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, but they're talking about it a lot more. That when cats get older, it's he used to do this, that, and the third. So I think it was a lot more of that. I think they did a good job early on of kind of tamping that down. But I think as Russ evolved and became Russell Wilson and became that dude, he probably tried to integrate himself more into to the offense.
Yep.
And that's when Pete Carroll was like, hey, man, we got to do something about this.
Well, I mean, like, we can talk about how much faith we have in the passing offense next season, and we will. But the reality is, I think that's the path for them to win. Like
because the defense won't be the same?
The defense just statistically is likely to take a step back. Saquon Barkley is statistically likely to take a step back. If they're going to win games, they have to be able to pass well next season.
I think they're going to have to throw it better. I'm with you on that. And when we all see the defense not going to be the same. I guess I don't want to force this. Like, if we have to evolve to that, okay. I just feel like a lot of people are like, yeah, let's throw the ball from day one. We have a formula that won last year.
Sure.
Keep that going.
And I mean, look, the other side of it is, it might not just be as easy. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with Saquon, whether he's going to be a little bit worn down from the amount of touches, if he's going to stay healthy the entire time.
Or his offseason where he's everywhere every minute.
Yeah, if he shows up fluffy, we
he
don't
better
know.
not be fluffy.
He better not. I agree.
don't think he's going to be fluffy.
But, like, I do think it's interesting because we're going to see, are teams going to sell out to stop Saquon and allow themselves to get beat by AJ and Devontae? Because this is not like, it's not like the Titans a few years ago when Derrick Henry was going crazy on everybody. And defenses were able to say, well, if we stop Derrick Henry, they don't have much else to beat us with. The Eagles do have other stuff they can beat you with.
And Hurts has shown that enough. Yeah. I did the Super Bowl. He just did it.
Exactly. They have weapons. You bring Goddard back. You have AJ. You have Devontae. Like, it's not like I don't think it's just so easy for other teams.
You're going to have to be creative in the way that you attack the Eagles.
It's going to be hard.
Well, we also have a new coordinator. We don't really know what his philosophy is going to be, right? He's been here, and we kind of know him because we know his name, and he's here, but we don't really know how he wants to call a game. I mean, maybe he wants to run it a lot. Maybe he was their pass game coordinator. There's a chance they come out and throw it a lot. We shall see. But interesting that Brandon Graham said that kind of sight unseen about next year's team. All right, Gary in Vineland is up talking about Dombrowski and the Phils. Hey, Gary.
Gary.
I'm a you. No apology.
Come on, Gary. Why not?
Come on. Like, how about, like, do something besides some trade that we're all shaking our head at the trade deadline, and then we'll talk.
Right, but that's
talking about the offseason.
We're talking about the offseason that happened already.
I mean, I don't want to say he got lucky, but he got lucky.
Did Howie get lucky with Zach Bond and Saquon Barkley?
Not with Barkley. He had a record, but he definitely did with Bond.
Okay.
Nobody knew that he was a special teamer.
Sure, but I just feel like we don't. Like, it doesn't matter what the Phillies do sometimes. We won't give them credit. Like, they just got a pitcher that's one of the best in baseball, and we're like, he got lucky.
Yeah, they did get lucky with that one.
Or maybe that was a wise move.
I think you got lucky.
So I don't agree with that. Like, at least in terms of Luzardo, he was with Miami. Like, we'd seen Luzardo a lot.
And
like, the Phillies are pretty intimately familiar with Luzardo.
He pitched against them in the playoffs, yeah.
Yeah, tidy back.
Let's apologize to Trey first, and then we'll apologize to Dombrowski.
So what am I apologizing? What are we apologizing to Trey for, Gary?
He's taking pitches. He's getting on base.
Mm-hmm. So for the first time in 3 years, he's looking like the player they signed.
So for the first time in 3 years, we got some people in the offseason that look like they're panning out.
Well, that's not true. They've gotten players every offseason. Like every year they seem to add something right here. Apologizing to Trey Turner. You got to be kidding me. I mean that's where I put my foot down. I mean finally he's playing well.
Personal attack, you know that.
I know, but that you triggered me with it. It's a good job by you. You got me. You got me.
I served my purpose.
You did a good job. All right, Gary.
Gary said his work's done.
You got me. All right, Gary. Good. I like it. Gary, what do you got for us? What do you got for you?
Can I ask you a question?
What you got, Gary?
So you said you're going to have to have some bananas because of the cramping.
Yes.
Now, will you be eating them with a fork and a knife, or can you eat a banana?
You know what's funny, Gary?
That's a good question.
When you asked that, I was saying, like, I don't eat banana. I eat bananas the same way I eat what you call it. I'm not sticking a whole banana in my mouth. I break that thing off.
Why?
This is ridiculous.
You know who's not embarrassed?
Who?
Monkeys.
I ain't no monkey.
Everyone else isn't embarrassed you.
I'm not doing that. I'm not sticking no whole banana in my mouth, man.
I don't know if monkeys are the good benchmark. Like, they do eat their own crap.
Yeah, that's true.
They do. Because I did see a gorilla eat his crap and he'd throw it at somebody.
My point was, like, they're the animal that just eats it in nature. They don't think about this. It's a food. The glizzies are food.
I think about it.
They're not worried about what the kids are thinking.
No, because I've seen pictures of monkeys. They get it in, like, right when people sitting right there. They have no scruples. They go ham.
Gary, what do you want? What do you think Hugh would not try?
I got the ultimate thing that you would not try. Nathan's 4th of July hot dog eating challenge.
No, I'm not doing that.
That's a really
With
good
Joey
one.
Chestnut? Yeah,
Shoving the glizzies in?
no, I'm not shoving the glizzies in my mouth.
How long do we think it would take Hugh to
On
finish
ESPN,
that?
though,
He's breaking them all up.
I would break them up immediately.
Gary, that's a great phone call. You got me triggered on Trey for no reason, and you got Hugh on the banana
Chestnut
thing.
would run laps around you.
No,
in the
I
hot
mean,
dog
I
eating
just
contest.
don't like hot dogs aren't I mean, every now and then I will partake, but they're not as appealing like a ballpark hot dog. Like when you go to the ballpark to get one, I'll eat one of those, but I'm breaking that thing up. I'm not eating it. Like they don't appeal to me like they once did.
Break it up.
See, here's the thing about the banana, okay? So with the glizzy, you can break it up because it's in a bun, right? It's not your hands aren't really going to get all dirty. Eat a banana. You're going to use a fork and knife on a banana? Because a banana, if you touch
I'm
it...
gonna break it up. I'm gonna peel it, and like I peel it to the top, and then I break off the top and eat that piece, and
But
then
your
I
hands
peel it
get
down
all
a little bit.
banana-y.
I ain't worried about that.
That's a little bit, that's too much.
Not worried about
You
that.
got banana hands.
I'll take banana hands because I'll wash them. I'm gonna wash them.
But you shouldn't need to wash your hands after just eating a banana.
I'm gonna wash my hands after that. I'm not.
That's how important it is to you to
I'm
not be
sticking
made
a
fun
whole
of by the
banana.
kids.
I'm not sticking a whole banana in my mouth.
Well, no, hold on.
Ain't nobody calling me the glizzy gobbler either. Ain't nobody doing none of that.
The name of the
glizzy
podcast for
gobblers.
this episode is going to be the Glizzy Gobbler.
Hugh Douglas, the glizzy gobbler.
I would have rode him until he told me no. Definitely not the glizzy gobbler. Not doing it. Not doing it.
All right, after you call in, please call Hugh the Glizzy Gobbler.
That'll work. That'll fly.
Let's go to Jack in Norristown. What's up, Jack?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
What's going
Good,
on,
Jack.
man?
What's up?
Well, about the Phillies. They're playing good ball. We got the starting pitching's a strong point, no doubt about that. Starting pitching and defense can win.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Phillies are doing what the Yankees have been doing for 100 years. There's a lot of lousy teams in baseball. You beat up on the bad teams and you split with the good teams.
Kameda Tan. Beat up the Kameda.
Well, that works. I mean, that'll get you about 90 wins to get into the postseason.
At least. At least. We got two bad teams in the East alone. They should win 22 games out of them 26.
I agree with you.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And the rest of the league, like I said, and starting pitching and the defense we ain't got the best defense, that's for sure.
Well, that's true. That's the one area of the team that's not very good.
And I'm with you. I'm not apologizing either.
You ain't got to, Jack. You ain't got to apologize to nobody.
I know you, and I want to tell you something else. You in the Schuylkill, they not only got carp, they got muskies, man.
Yeah,
you ever see them?
They got muskies.
Oh man, they're 3-4 foot long. They got teeth on them like they could take a chunk out of you.
Yeah, see, see, these two cats right here that I'm sitting with, they just think the sharks are the ones that just to eat you. Like other fish have teeth.
Oh, stop.
Like, groupers have teeth.
You're afraid of grouper?
Goliath grouper? Have you seen a Goliath grouper?
I took out like 3 groupers when we were in Tampa.
They probably,
Ate 'em.
but a grouper, you mess around and catch the wrong grouper, it could make for a bad day.
Yeah, most of the time we're winning over the groupers. The groupers on every menu we were in Clearwater. Were you on any menus? Nope. What's that?
You guys ever seen muskie?
No.
Well, I got a buddy that goes fishing, and when he told me there was muskies in the river, he's a big time fisherman. I said, "There ain't no muskies in the Schuylkill River." And he said, "All right." One day he comes knocking at my door. He got 2 of them, 3 foot long, and you see the teeth on them. Unbelievable.
All right, I'm looking this up now.
Yeah, I'm doing the same
Yeah, I gotta
thing.
see what these are all about before I get in the water here.
I wouldn't go in the Schuylkill either, you.
I'm not doing
I
that.
don't think anyone
Hey, you.
should. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing you're wrong about the bananas, though. You don't have to get your hands dirty. Pull the skin. The only
No,
time
no.
you cut up a banana is when you're putting it on cereal.
That's
or ice
right.
cream.
That's right. See,
I'm
Jack
not.
gets it. Yeah, Jack gets it with the banana. All right, Jack, what do you got for us? Something you think Hugh would not do?
I don't think he would ride the roller coaster, the big roller coaster at Adventure Park.
You're right about that. I'm not.
Jack, that's a good one. Not a roller coaster guy, Hugh Douglas. All right, Jack, we appreciate it. What's the
Yeah,
last time?
they say the Schuylkill River does have muskies.
Yeah, you were.
It's robust fishing in the summertime.
That is a big fish. Whew. I'm not afraid of it, though. Are you afraid of it?
I don't want to be bitten by a fish
When was
at all,
when was the
Joe.
last time you got on a roller coaster?
When's the last time I went on a roller coaster? 1989?
No way.
89?
No, I remember because it was at Cedar Point.
Oh,
When I
was it the dragster, the big one?
I forgot which one it was,
Like
but
the
I
400
remember
something foot one?
that's when And no, that was the last time. And I got fooled to go on one because me and my wife went to Disney World.
What do you mean you got fooled?
Because I didn't know Magic Mountain was a roller coaster. And when I got off that roller coaster, I was mad at her. And she was like, what's wrong? And I was like, I had some cuss words. I cussed at her. Yeah, I was mad because I was like, it's a roller coaster. And I remember because on Magic Mountain, it's dark. And I'm ducking because I'm thinking I'm about to get somebody to hit me on the top of the head.
You think they would
Man, listen.
You think the theme park would allow you on a roller coaster?
Millions of people go on this all the time.
First of all, because as a bigger person, anybody that's a bigger person knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you're short.
No, but I was big. And like when you get on the thing, like my ass cheeks was all squeezed into this little ass seat and the thing wouldn't come down all the way. And I was freaking out because it's like, for the little people, like you and Kyle, it locks.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh,
you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you feel like you're not
secure. You weren't secure.
I didn't feel
like you were going to fly out of this
because because when you put it down, it clicks, right?
Yeah.
It didn't click.
So you were afraid you were going to fly away.
So I'm like, why the hell? Like, and I'm screaming and yelling, like, why you ain't tapping? She's like, I thought you doing.
Wait, was this '89?
No, this was like a couple years ago.
No, usually people go and check.
No, because when you're on it, it's like it didn't lock all the way. So I'm in there like, Lord, I'm about to die. I don't know what's about to happen, and I'm riding the roller coaster, right? And I'm ducking the whole time because I'm thinking because I can't see.
Yeah.
So I'm freaking out. So when I got off the roller coaster, I didn't say nothing to Simone. I was mad for a while, and she was like, "Boy, I cannot believe you're mad about it." I'm like, "Yeah, because you didn't I felt betrayed." I was ready to get a divorce that day too.
Wow.
Like seriously,
Wow.
I was hot.
That's strong.
You know the videos of the people on the big slingshot things, and they have the camera on you.
Yes,
and
I want to see the one of you.
Some people pass out.
Yeah.
Some people scream.
Are you talking about the rock? Okay, I know what you're talking
the
about.
slingshot ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I've seen those videos, but it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Leave that here.
Yeah.
All right, let's leave that here.
Yeah.
Okay, 215-592-9494. We'll check in with you people before we go for the weekend. Your calls. And speaking of WIP calls, we'll get to an all-time great Philly athlete story about an anonymous call to WIP. That's next. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. Got it right today, Joe. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, you can save up to 70% warehouse-wide. Mattress Warehouse has mattresses for everybody and every budget. Like a queen mattress. Y'all ready for this? You can get a queen mattress from the Mattress Warehouse, starting at $159.99. I'm here to tell y'all, folks, if you've been shopping for a mattress lately, hard to find a mattress for $200. Well, that's less than $200. It's like $160. My math is off. Y'all know I can't do math. Save up to $800 off an elite lineup like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and the all-new Sealy Posturepedic. 0% financing available, and you'll always rest assured with the Mattress Warehouse 1-year price guarantee and 100% comfort guarantee. Do what I did, come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale. Shop their entire selection and find a location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Hop aboard the Fade the Rockies train with me. We're taking the Padres on the run line tonight in Colorado. Rockies far and away the worst team in baseball. On the other side, Padres one of the best teams. Rockies have Antonio Senzatella on the mound. He's 1-5 with a 5.50 ERA. The Padres should light him up in a hitter's ballpark, which is why we're taking San Diego on the run line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way, but ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook as always. And prior
partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit. Minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply. As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Chiller, you guys with us. 215-592-9049 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you may have peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane with a True Card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, here we're going to check in with you people coming up at around 1:45, but you know, we always joke about, you know, do players listen to WIP? And obviously, I think back in the day, they probably listened more, right? There wasn't phones and the internet. It was just kind of, the radio was the only way to kind of keep up with things. But, you know, we wonder sometimes. We know Bryce Harper's a current listener. He shouted out Chuck Manor a couple years ago. But you have these moments where sometimes a player, like last year, A.J. Brown literally called in and spoke to the afternoon show. But how about this story? So Mike Schmidt, who famously had some ups and downs with the way he was treated here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was trying for him.
Yes, and he's admitted over the years that maybe he should have approached things differently, but obviously an all-time player and had his ups and downs with fans. But listen to this story. Mike Schmidt was on a podcast with John Morosi, and it's called The Road to Cooperstown. Here's Schmidt talking about his days back as a player and when he once had someone call in to WIP to defend him.
But I listened to talk radio all the time when I played there. It just kept me miserable all the time. You know, in fact, funny story. In fact, my mother-in-law lived with us at that time, and I had her call WIP one time.
Oh, what did she say?
Oh, you call this number, call in, and I want you to say that's not true. He does this. He did something like so I didn't want to call in, obviously. So I had my mother-in-law call. I forget specifically what it was about, but you know, who knows what it could have been about. You know, a lot of times we used to have to walk by the fans to get to our car, and there was a, I don't know, a small like barrier or something. One of the security guards were keeping the people behind it, and it was just one night. I don't know whether I was in a hurry or whether I was in a bad mood or whatever. And so I just give it one. Hey, I'll be glad to sign for you tomorrow, but I have to run tonight. I'm sorry, that kind of a thing. So it only takes one person out of that crowd of 30 people there or whatever. It only takes one to call WIP and tell him what a a-hole Schmidt is.
So he had his mother-in-law call in to defend him. I wonder how often things like that have happened over the years. Where there was someone, because didn't Ruben Amaro say a few months ago that he at some point, no, he called in like and had a different name, like he kind of disguised his voice. I wonder how often this has happened over the years, where an athlete is either called in and tried to disguise themselves, or they had a family member or friend or someone kind of calling to defend them.
I don't know. That would never, I don't think that would be what I would do. Because for the most part, I don't really care about what somebody that doesn't know me thinks about me. I mean, that's just how I'm wired. So with all due respect, that was kind of lame by Mike Schmidt. Like if I'm being honest.
I agree.
I mean, that was kind of lame. I mean, I know he's a Hall of Fame and I know he's a Philly icon and all that, but that's kind of lame. You got your mother-in-law to call in for you, and I would assume you kind of forced her to call in because she lived with y'all, you know, and made her make that phone call. She probably didn't care probably didn't care anything about sports.
Don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable.
She probably didn't care nothing about
not
sports.
The weekend yet.
and to have her, I could just imagine how that phone call. You need to call this number and say they lying. And she probably was like, okay, lying about what?
What'd they say?
You know what I mean? And she's probably just, you know, and I'm assuming the host at the time were asking her questions about this, that, and third that she probably couldn't answer. So you put her in a bad spot. That's kind of lame. And I feel like this. If you're allowing people to live rent-free in your head like that, people that don't even know you, and they're drawing assumptions about you from what they've seen in a small sampling size. What does that say about you? You know, every day, Joe, we sit here, and this is what I admire about you, is that you will sit, like, people will say stuff about you. And the perfect example was a few weeks ago. You had a thought. I forgot what we were talking about, but it was something that we were commenting on that somebody else said. But these individuals that are on Twitter or whatever, they were mad at you because they thought it was your original thought. And we were responding and reacting.
Oh, was it the A.J. Brown thing?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
And we were responding and reacting to what we do every day, sports stories.
What else
then,
is new?
Yeah, but then you got these folks that feel compelled to get on there and say mean and hurtful stuff about you and don't know nothing about you.
So you're saying I shouldn't have got my mother-in-law to make that burner
No,
account
but
to
I'm
go
just
after
saying,
them?
yeah, you shouldn't, because it's I feel like this, and this is why I could care less about what's being said about me, because I know for a fact that I've seen or been in contact with some of those same individuals that have some negative stuff to say about me on the social media page, ain't got the courage to say it to my face. So I don't really get hyped or worry about what's being said on social media.
So I've never met Mike Schmidt. Obviously, just he's on TV once in a while.
He seems a little lame.
But he's admitted. I think he's said over the years he wishes he handled things differently. I actually think the more you learn about him, and then this story, it's just a funny story. I think he played in the perfect era, though. I don't know how he would have done here in this era because think about it. He played in the 70s and 80s, right? So WIP had really just started towards the end of his career.
Yeah.
In the beginning, there was none of this, not to the extent we have now. I think if he was a modern day player, same personality, he might have struggled with this town even more than he did, because now it's not just our station, it's not just every day 24. It's the internet never shuts up, right?
Yeah.
It never turns off, and it's in your hand all the time. I don't know. I mean, he was an unbelievable player, the greatest third baseman ever, but I think he played here at the right time. If it was now, he might have had it harder.
Yeah, and I also look at it like this. I think everybody in their own little way is looking for their own viral moment. Because there's been a lot of people that have been famous or gotten famous. Hawk Tua got famous.
Did she get in trouble?
Like Bitcoin, the Tua coin or Hawk coin or whatever you want to call it.
I didn't buy any of those.
But think about that for a minute, people. And everybody wants that moment. She got famous for the Hawk Tua, and they brought her to New York. They put her up for the weekend to throw out a pitch.
I know.
Like, think about that for a minute. And people see that, and so they're like, oh, well, what can I do to have my viral moment? Say something crazy to Joe Giglio, and he'll see it or whatever. Man, whatever, dog. Whatever. Say what you want.
That's probably not going to work.
Let's say
Twitter
what you want.
fingers, Giglio.
Yep.
Because like I said, once we get off work after we hear from you people, you know what I'm going to do?
Go to sleep.
I'm going to turn them two big-ass fans on I just got.
Good night,
I'm going to turn them big-ass fans on I just got. I'm going to get under my weighted blanket. Oh, I'm going to take a gummy first. I'm going to take that gummy first.
What an afternoon.
And get under that weighted blanket, and I'm going to turn them video games on. I'm going to start playing. Hey, great weekend. Great start to the weekend.
You guys are wondering where Hugh is tonight.
I'm going to be out with my clan. Playing
Why do you do that?
Because it bothers you.
It's not us. People are going to turn this show on for the first time ever and be like, excuse me?
What did they say?
We're talking about clans out here.
And then, no, we're not. We're not. You are. Not where. This is
That's
you.
clan with a C, though. It's clan with a C.
It better be. All right. Andy in Westchester's up. What's up, Andy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Andy, what's up?
I love Doug and Douglas, and I'm 100% with you.
Oh, you converted Andy to this? Come on.
I appreciate you.
No, there's no conversion. What I don't understand what there is to apologize for. He made some good moves in the offseason, but he didn't address the bigger problems. We still got a head case at third base. We still got a defensive liability at shortstop, and the center field platoon is a big question. But, I mean, yeah, there were some good moves. It just... I have an analogy for it that I worked up. So it's you have a car you really like, a little older, but it's got a really bad oil leak. And instead of fixing the oil leak, you put a supercharger in it. You didn't fix the main problem. You just added some good pieces somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good.
All right, it's a good analogy. All right, but sometimes, Andy, whether it be a car or a house, there's so many problems that you can't address them all in one weekend or 1 month, right? You got to pick and choose what you do. And he did make the team better. They look better to me than they were a year ago.
Yeah, but I don't know, and it's all a bunch of ifs. In a month, if Bohm goes into another slump, what's going to happen there?
Well, I want him off the team then. I'll be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
But then there's, you know what? He should be apologizing to us for not hiring Herb. Herb should be their big dom.
Could you imagine Herb on the bench in a Phillies uniform?
That would be awesome.
Be remarkable.
I'm trying to right now.
Well, yeah, now I'm trying not to. All right, Andy, what do you got?
Me?
What do you got for us? Something you don't think Hugh would try?
All right, so this is purely selfish because it's just I need to see it. I want Hugh on a luge in that outfit.
In that tight ass outfit.
Yeah, man.
Andy,
Going 100 miles an hour
Andy,
down some
listen.
icy chute.
That's
Listen,
dangerous. If you fall off that thing, you're in trouble.
Andy, let me tell you, I remember back in the day, I used to ride motorcycles, right? I had a CBR 993 back in the day. And, it was during the time where you ride on the highway, you had to ride a suit.
Yeah.
I couldn't find one because my ass was too big to get in the suit. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna quit riding. Cause now you have to have skin on.
Yeah.
You ride, and I wasn't about to ride with the buttless chaps on a motorcycle. I wasn't about to do that. So I stopped riding. I stopped riding because I was like, I'm not getting my big ass in no hot ass racing suit with all this ass hanging. No, I'm not doing that. So I stopped riding.
Well, the luge, I mean, it's nice and
Yeah, I'm not putting. I'm not putting my big ass in no
flexible, man. They can get
spandex.
you
No,
in
that ain't about to happen.
That's probably not good for anybody. Andy, good phone call. That's certainly one I can't imagine.
No, we're not doing
Hugh
that.
doing there.
Definitely not doing that.
Yeah, it seems pretty dangerous. Can we check in with you people, see what they're up to today?
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
No, my dad does not need to call in today again and set me straight.
Yeah, once in a
Somebody
while
said that?
is more than enough.
I can do without that. Yep.
Yeah, so could your poor mother.
Yeah, my
being honest.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Love you. So here's a good one. I like this one. How about instead of apologizing, guys, we keep it to ourselves in the first place? That's not exactly how this thing works.
Well, this is a talk show.
Who said that?
That was actually a Twitter comment.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which sounds,
So this on a talk show, you got to
That
talk.
don't work. That dog does not.
I have a thought. I'm going to keep it to myself. Talk to you next week.
Hugh's done that before.
I know.
Well, because
he
it's for
tries to.
it's for the best. A lot of times, listen.
Yep.
Sometimes it's definitely for the best. Y'all don't want to know what I was about to say. Some you really don't.
Do you have something right now you weren't supposed to say?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
That's good. Yeah. Well, we're almost
off to a rousing start.
done, fellas. It's all good. This is another one here. Maybe we should own up to our bad takes and our credibility will improve. That is quite literally exactly what Joe and I are doing today.
That's the point of this.
Wait a minute. What do they mean by?
I'm sorry for thinking it was not a good offseason when they acquired Luzardo and Kepler.
I know. I don't know
sorry.
who wrote that. I don't know who wrote that.
That might be one of the dumber comments I've
That's
ever
what
heard.
I'm saying. But you probably had bad takes every damn day.
Well, sure. Everyone does.
Yeah. So what are you
Literally,
talking about?
We're talking about sports.
Yeah.
Like
Everybody has a bad take when it comes to sports.
Of course it does.
I mean, I think I probably own up to more bad takes than anyone around here.
That
might be a volume thing.
Everybody outside of me, I have some. My takes be.
It's like the Celtics when you shoot a record amount of threes, you're probably going to miss a record amount of threes.
That's right.
You know,
you
miss
exactly.
100% of the threes.
So
That you
there's
don't
going to
take.
be some weeks where I'm 0 for 50. I mean, it happens. But then there's some I hit, and we highlight those.
I don't understand that comment when that's quite literally the point of the show today.
Yeah, but I don't think Hugh does that enough.
No, he doesn't. Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hugh not owning up to his mistakes, the you people are demanding apologies from Hugh to them.
Oh,
For what?
For a few things. So.
Oh, I like this.
For your clues this week.
Okay. I had great clues. Y'all will be all right.
One of them we practically needed to give away.
We gave out 7 clues to get there. That's on you.
And the other apology is for the Tyler Hero Cooper Flag mix up.
I apologize. Since we're here,
for that one.
I know what it sounded like in this climate, and I apologize for that because we are an all-inclusive show. I never want to be painted in that light, so I have no problem apologizing for that.
Okay, good.
It was a bad look. It was a bad look. I totally admit that. I
Yeah.
will follow my sword on that one because, like I said, we are an all-inclusive show. And we include everybody, so
except when we don't.
I think your apology should extend beyond YouTube.
No,
to people like let me give me a few names: Kevin Love,
No.
John Stockton, Larry Bird,
you mean
Kevin McHale.
You mean all the other white guys?
They're not Pete Maravich. They're not all the same. They're all individuals.
No, I give you that. With the people on YouTube, I apologize for trying to paint all the white guys with a broad brush because that's not what I'm
Bill
about.
Walton and
That
Rick
is
Barry,
not. That is not what I'm
Mike
about.
Miller. Yeah.
I appreciate y'all. Keep me in check.
This one I thought was a really good question because somebody This came after the idea of you eating hot dogs and bananas in a strange way. How do you brush your teeth in the morning?
What do you mean?
You can't break up the toothbrush.
It's not the same thing.
Okay. I mean,
It's like brushing your teeth is not the same thing. I'm not putting the toothbrush all the way in the back of my throat. It's right here in the front like this.
Hold on. Why would you put the banana in the back of your throat?
No, but
you just bite a piece
Joe,
off.
have you seen
same
the
thing
way
with
that
the glizzy.
Have you seen the way that some people eat bananas? It's
I think the issue is that you're looking at people eat bananas. I'm not.
No, I mean it's just
Who's
it's
doing
just
that?
not it's just not it's not.
What kind of people
not
are you
what I'm
surrounding
doing.
yourself with, you Douglas? That's the question.
That's a good question. That's a
Get a
good
little worried about you, man.
I am worried.
I mean, Hollis is like my best friend.
Yeah, I think I get why this is part of the problem.
Hey.
Got one more here.
Okay.
This is this weekend's viral internet debate. 100 Hugh Douglases versus accountability.
Wow.
Accountability in a landslide.
You know what?
Accountability.
I give him that one. You know what? That was a good one.
Yeah.
I appreciate the you people being more creative.
They were on you today.
Yeah, they're getting you.
appreciate that.
Yeah, they're roasting you. Good job, you people. I want to see an AI breakdown of the 100 Hughes against accountability because that, to me, is an easy one. Ken in Cinnamon is up. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey,
How
Ken.
you doing? I was a little surprised not to hear Herb's story about how he picked the new pope. I was, I guess that one.
He knows the Pope.
The Pope, who we were debating before the show, is the Pope a Philly guy, Ken, because he went to Villanova or no?
Well, Villanova's not in Philadelphia.
I guess not a Philly guy. All right, he's a Chicago guy. He's an American. We'll leave it at that.
And Hugh, I eat a banana the same way you eat a banana. Hot dogs are different, but I eat a banana the same way. I break it into.
Not banana like that.
You know, I don't know. You guys must be out of your mind. So, listen, Joe, I understand if you feel like you need to apologize because you thought they should have gone out and spent $750 million to sign Juan Soto.
Mm-hmm.
But the rational people who just expected Dave Dombrowski to do something to address the fatal flaws of this baseball team that are what prevent them from winning the World Series and are going to prevent them from doing it again this year. We weren't looking to spend $750 million. We were looking for Dave Dombrowski to fix the fatal flaws of this baseball team, and he has not done that. So I don't know. Nobody owes Dave Dombrowski an apology for the offseason. I mean, when they traded for Luzardo, people who actually were paying attention said, hey, he's a good pitcher. He started game one against the Phillies 2 years ago in the wild card round. So this guy's not a stiff. He's a good pitcher, and he added a good piece. But to suggest that they're not running it back with the same fatally flawed baseball team that has the same problems that have not been addressed, just because they didn't go out and do anything in the off season is just it's disingenuous and it's incorrect. Dave Dombrowski doesn't deserve an apology. I deserve an apology from Dave Dombrowski because I've been a season ticket holder for this team since they opened that stadium, and they're going to have to blow this thing up eventually. So good for him. He didn't trade Andrew Painter. Congratulations. But we're still looking at the same fatally flawed baseball team, and the outcome is going to be the same. So
it may be. It may be. But there is one. There is a chance, and defensively, I'm with you. They're very flawed defensively. There's a chance that some of these hitters have made meaningful changes where it won't kill them as much. I mean, I think Trey's having better at-bats this season.
You, Joe, you don't believe that yourself.
Well, no, but I think there is a chance, Ken. I'm not saying it's definite, and I feel strong conviction in it, but I feel like I'm seeing meaningful differences in the way Trey approaches an at-bat.
Well, what you're seeing is that Trey Turner is prioritizing contact more this year than he has.
Yeah, that's it.
Previous 2 years. So, but now he's not driving the ball.
Right.
So
the trade-off.
Even if he wins the batting title, there's going to be the Trey Turner segment of the fan base who just thinks Trey Turner is a bad investment. Who's going to say, yeah, well, he won a batting title, but batting titles don't mean anything.
Well, that's true. Yeah. No, I get it. We'll see what they do this weekend. Ken, give us your submission for something Hugh would not try.
I know Hugh would not try this. I cannot medically do it anymore, which really distresses me. But there's no way that Hugh would ever try scuba diving.
Oh, not a shot. Ken, that's a good one. All right, we got to pick a winner here. I mean,
I think it's been clear from pretty early.
taking accountability.
That's Kyle's been on that
Yeah.
one forever.
Justin, you're the winner today. You will never take accountability. You guys have a great weekend. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Street Spa and Salon with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay. Stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Boston Celtics are still the Vegas favorites in their series against the Knicks. Even though they're down 2-0, the public still trusts Boston. And there's reason to. They've had 20-point leads in the second half of both of their losses. But it also speaks to people underestimating the Knicks. No one gave them a chance coming in. They're having trouble believing in them now. The Knicks hope this weekend they can put to doubt any rest about whether or not they're for real. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back again at Chickies Friday on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on a rainy May Friday. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good, brother Spike.
Yes.
Listen,
Yeah.
Thank God we were out at the Truist Championship yesterday, not today. So our feet would be wet being out there. But nevertheless, we are here and we're riding a sweep. We're riding a sweep of the Titans. Jackie Baseball, got to be pretty happy today. I'll let you boy.
Yeah, listen, I'm damn near on cloud nine. That was a big comeback win last night. Boys are back.
Yep.
Big series in Cleveland this weekend. It's exciting.
They're
they
showing
look
you.
like a real baseball team.
Yeah, they're showing you.
Yeah.
Especially after you gave up on them.
Never gave up on them.
You know what I found out from Mike today? They play golf in the rain. I had no idea. I said if we were at Truist today, I was like, yeah, it would have been canceled. He's like, nope.
Well, they play for a little bit.
Okay.
They'll play through
Well,
it.
it has to be a down.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So it was a...
And it could be lightning, obviously,
Right. Well,
because
yeah.
then they could
Of
be
course.
electrocuted.
Of course.
We are in the city of Ben Franklin. I don't know if you heard the story
Yes.
of the key.
Yeah, I heard the story of the key and the kite. So Phil sweep the Rays.
Yeah.
Finally, we had a couple of
Finally get a
series.
sweep.
Finally get a sweep. They finally on the getaway day. And big win, too, because it was 5-1 in the sixth inning.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm looking at Val. She's looking at me. She's like, hey, you want to put on a show? I was like, yeah, there's no way they're going to win this game. I come back. It's 7-5. Had to go back and watch the rest of the game this morning. I thought they were done for.
First off, why this morning? You didn't check the phone before you went to bed? You didn't check the
No,
phone
I
before you went
watched
to
the
bed?
end of the game, but I wanted to watch the
good.
7th, 8th, 9th.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
No, I saw the end of the game last night. I just didn't see the 7th.
No, you gave
8th,
up
9th.
on them, I know.
I did. I gave up. Well, I want to spend some quality
We all
time.
did.
But Phil's now 22-15, only a game and a half behind the Mets. Who would have guessed a couple weeks ago at this point that we would have been a game and a half behind the Mets, 22-15, feeling good. The one thing, even Bohm starting to hit a little bit, hitting over 300, I think his last 7 or 8 games.
Don't tell anybody.
Well, I'm not telling anyone. Trust me. I'm the last person to talk about that. But the one guy who's still probably not performing in a way that we're used to is Bryce. And, it is as far as OPS is concerned, it's the worst start of his career. His OPS at 771. He's got his career 901. So at May 9th, his entire career, the only time he's been close was 2014. Ended up tearing a ligament in his thumb, and I think at this point had only played 20 games and hadn't played the last 2 weeks anyway. And I think we've seen some signs of him battling his way out of it, but I don't know that it is just the start here if you're talking about how concerned you are about the play, because it was also the second half of last year. And I think, it's similar to Bohm. When we were talking about Bohm's poor start to this year, it wasn't just the start of the year, it was that he didn't really play well in the second half of last year. So the question being, and Jack, I'll go to you first, and to you if you're listening, 215-592-9494, is how worried are you about the slow start from Bryce Harper? Again, it's not just it is the slowest start of his career, and I haven't added up, the All-Star break until the end of the year. But I think if you were to add up the last 162 games, it probably wouldn't be very Bryce-like. So, Jack, I will actually start with you. How worried are you about Bryce?
So I'm not. I think it's just a normal kind of. I think he's obviously, if this stretch happens in July, I don't think it's that big of a deal. He's going through a bit of a midseason slump. I mean, you bring up last year, and he also was dealing with some minor injuries. I mean, he did hit over 300 in the last 2 months of the season. So it's not like he was flailing up there. He was actually worse in 2022 heading down the stretch run and then got hot in the postseason. So, I think from the standpoint of Bryce, are we seeing a more watered down version of him? Are we seeing, is he lost that a couple weeks ago talked about, has he lost that Superman cape? I think for a little bit, but I still think it's there. And I don't think he's cooked. And I think last night, if that ball just travels 2 more feet, we're probably not even having this discussion today. And that ball might have been dying in left field last night. We saw the Trey one. We might get to that coming up a little bit later. But I think that this is just it's just a slump. And I think he has looked more locked in the last week. I don't think he's looking like he doesn't want to be there like he looked before last Friday's show. I thought last Friday was an appropriate, what is going on with this guy? But I think that this week he has looked more locked in. He's not looking like a lost cause against some lefties. He did only have the 1 home run, but he's smoked a couple of baseballs. So I'm really not that concerned. I'm not really losing sleep over Bryce Harper. I think that he'll get hot, he'll get going. We'll look up in July and we'll say, there he is. Do I think he's going to be batting 280 by July? No, I hope it's more like 265 and there's some more home runs. But overall, I sense it. I sense it from the city of this guy's getting paid this much, and almost like we're back in year 1 of the contract with Bryce. And I'm a little surprised at the reaction to his start to the season when I think it just is a slump.
215-592-9494. Bryce Harper with the worst start of his career. How worried are you? Ike, where's your worry level? Let's set the worry levels at very worried, little worried, not worried.
Yeah, not worried at all. Not worried at all. For a lot of the reasons Fritzy just said. Listen, Bryce Harper will be okay by the time this thing gets to the crunch time of the season. Obviously, we don't like watching him go through what he's going through right now, but there's a lot of baseball left to be played. And you talked about 280. He will be at 280 plus when the season is over with. He just will. He'll be at 280 plus when the season is over with. He'll be somewhere between 25, 30 home runs. I mean, quite frankly, if you look at some of his numbers and you compare it to the rest of the team, now, obviously, we're comparing him to being Bryce Harper. So I think we would all agree he's not playing at the normal Bryce Harper level.
No, not at all.
But if we were just talking about being concerned, some of his numbers I'm okay with. On-base percentage, still pretty good. Close to 360. He's still getting walked. He's the second most walked guy on the team, right? Second in home runs on the team, right? I just think he's not super Bryce Harper right now. And the good thing for us is that the other guys have sort of stepped up so that when Bryce Harper finally does come around, he's going to be that jolt to the lineup that we need, much like I talk about with Alec Bohm. When you're doing what you're doing right now as the Phillies, and these two guys are hitting the way that they're hitting, you got to feel pretty good if you still believe that type of ability is still in both players. And I still believe that ability is still in both players. And so when we get to the thick of the season and second half of the season, hopefully they're playing their best baseball. Right now, the other guys are sort of shouldering the load. Schwarber is shouldering the load.
And they'll cool off, by the way.
Exactly. You know those guys are going to have their periods where they cool off, and that's where you're going to expect Bryce Harper and Alec Bohm to sort of pick up their end of this thing. We're still just a third of the way, if that, through this season. A lot of baseball still left to be played. Bryce Harper has been too good, too great his entire career for me to be concerned about him going through a little bit of a slump right now.
215-592-9494. How worried are you about Bryce Harper's slow start to the season? Now, you guys saying you're not worried at all. Actually, I think you have to be a little. I wouldn't go very worried. That's not where I am. But a little worried, I think, is fair to say. And Jack, one thing you said was last year, well, he was dealing with a bunch of injuries, but that's part of it. So to me, I think where I start to get worried is I look at the combination of age, injuries, and actually where the production is going down in. So he's 32 years old, been in Major League Baseball since he was 18, and it's not just one injury. It's back stuff, it's arm stuff, it's, he had Tommy John surgery. It's a lot of stuff that builds up, especially the way that he plays. He plays the game really hard. So it's a combination of age, injury, and then when I look at the production, you're right, he's still getting on base. Mm-hmm. So I think he is a smart baseball player, and I think the good thing is, even as his skills start to erode, I think he is smart enough to still be productive, right? His physical skills are going to erode at some point.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, that's everybody though.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's different. That's different for him for anybody. But this is when it starts happening. This is the age of when it starts happening. So the good thing, just let me finish. The good thing is, I don't think he is going to fall off a cliff. I don't think that we are in for a season where Bryce Harper hits, 12 home runs and hits 235. I think he will find a way because he is smart to be productive enough.
Well, and
the difference is
what he did last year.
Yes, but he's getting on base. But that pop, that drive, that sort of explosion that you see from him when he's hitting, I feel like I haven't seen. And that's why I'm a little worried. It's just a combination of age, injury.
You keep talking about injury. He's fine. He's healthy. You're just going to speak this into existence.
No, I don't think he's ever going to be healthy.
This is why he's healthy right now. What do you mean?
Healthy-ish, I guess.
What's wrong with him?
I just think when you have all of those things happen to you, I don't know that any of those things actually go away.
My thing is he's as healthy as any other player that's played. Like all these guys got nicks and crannies and injuries history. They all do. This is one of the reasons why I'm not concerned about Bryce Harper. The age thing the injury factor would concern me along with the age if that were the case right now. He's completely healthy. He's just going through a little bit of a slump that as long as he's healthy, he's going to fight his way out of it. That's why I'm not concerned. If this guy is healthy, he's going to fight his way out of this. Now, if there was a nagging injury, then I would sort of be like, you know what? Yeah, you're getting up there in age, man. That's when these things, you start getting these little nagging injuries. But I'm knocking on wood. I'm not speaking that into existence. He's perfectly fine over there at first base. He's on a damn lazy boy chair over there at first base. It's the easiest position to play out there.
Hold on.
Well,
he's like a cat.
Not when Bohm and Trey Turner are throwing the ball to you. It's not the easiest job in the world. There's a lot of digging the ball out of the dirt and jumping and,
But that's the most he has to do over there.
Yeah, sure.
That's the most he has to do over there.
All right, 215-592-9494. How worried are you about Bryce Harper? And we do have a very different next question today. Mm-hmm. Very different. So yesterday during the show, we had a few moments where people. Now nobody wanted to ask me a question, but Jack.
I was wondering when you were going to bring that.
Yeah,
up.
Well, it's
I could
true.
see you over there. You're like, is anyone going to ask me anything?
Well, I don't care.
Well, I know if it's Sixer season.
Yeah.
Directed your way.
So for next question today, we're going to have an AMA Friday.
That's right.
Where you get to ask one of us, can't be all three, one of us a question it can be about anything. It can be about Jack's paternity leave if you want.
The whole 2 weeks.
Yeah,
wow.
the whole.
How did the show survive? Wow.
It got a little better.
You could ask. No, it didn't. You could ask Ike if he really did start the fight down in Atlanta with him.
You
And then he'll say no, of course not. We'll bring on Trotter. He'll say no, of course not. And then people will be like, yeah, Ike. Why'd you start the fight with Trotter?
Yeah, absolutely. So for next question today, it is an AMA Friday. You can ask one of us anything and make it second. Please make it second. It is next question, not first question. How worried are you about Bryce Harper? 215-592-9494. Our leadoff hitter back in his proper position.
Finally.
Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. Bullied into calling at the right time.
Hey, yo, we back, baby. Hey, yo, I'm so happy that we back. Yo, Spike Doubt in the team. I'm back leading off, Lord. Hey, we might be going on a run.
He didn't even say anything.
Doubting the team.
We might be going on a run. He questioning Bryce Harper. See, everybody back in their normal spike. Spike questioning the good players. I'm leading off. Hey, man, it's a good Friday, yo. But am I worried about Bryce? No, I ain't worried about Bryce because, see, everybody else doing their job. Remember when everybody was worried about Jalen, and I told y'all when we need him to deliver, he going to deliver. Hey, we ain't even got to June yet. So everybody talking about Schwarber going to cool off. We know June Schwarber coming right around the corner. My boy Stotty doing what I thought he was going to do. Hit the home run last night. You know what I'm saying? Bohm starting to play a little better. The only great spot in the corner is Trey Turner. You know what I'm saying?
He's hitting 300.
Taiwan Walker, you know what I'm saying? People doing stuff they not supposed to do. And we worried about Bryce Harper. Listen, Bryce Harper going to show it when we need him. When he was stressed out last week, when he was stressed out when we were talking, that's because other people weren't doing what they supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to be blasphemous and throw this out there, but, when we need him, he going to be there. He may not come when we want him, but he going to be there on time. And Bryce does always what he going to do. He getting the body right. He going through a little.
That's a biblical saying, too, for everybody.
But you know what I'm saying? He's going to deliver when we need him to. Everybody else just do your job, and when we need that guy to deliver, he will. Just like.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing about this as what I said about Jalen. They always need him. I mean, this isn't a situation where he can just show up in the playoffs.
I get what you're saying.
Like
all I know is 4 series in a row. 5 series in a row. If they keep doing this stuff, you know what I'm saying, he's going to be there.
Sure.
Sometimes the leader needs the other guys to carry him.
I agree.
I can't be Superman every single day. But when I got to be Superman, when it's a necessity, he's going to be able to do it. Spike, just calm down. Listen,
right, sometimes we have other people that lead off the show, right? But when we need them, there he is.
All the time.
There you go.
I will say this though, it has been fun watching the Phillies over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I believed it would come around, but there's that part of you that when you're watching a baseball team that's struggling, it is. It's torture. Baseball games when the team is not playing well is not fun to watch. And when they are playing this way, and you mentioned Stott, Corey. Stott has been awesome this year. Really sort of earning that spot in the leadoff side.
Walker.
Taiwan's been better. Taiwan's absolutely been better. But even that home run from Stott last night.
You know what I'm saying? Luzardo. He might be the best on the team. He might be the best pitcher on the team. Now we know by status he not, but the way he playing, he might be playing as the best pitcher on the team, and he ain't even the number 1 guy. So that's somebody else that to elevate their game. That we know we got 2 guys that Cy Young level pitchers on the team. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be all right, guys. It's like I'm back. You know what I'm saying? Look how happy the show is.
All right. Wow, look at this. It's like.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you going to the game this weekend? I mean, come on, man. They're in Cleveland. How far is Cleveland from you?
I might slide through. You know what I'm saying?
All right. The boys need you. The boys need you.
Corey, I like to tell everybody where I want to be at.
Would you stop?
All right.
Yeah. No, you can't tell anyone you're going to be at.
What the hell?
People might want to slide through and take pictures and all that, and I don't got time for all that. You know what I'm saying?
Corey, for next.
Ask me a question. So look, I'm about to make you sweat. I'm about to ask Jack a question.
Okay.
Shoot.
Hey, Jack, out of all the callers, all the ones, who do you feel like you got the best connection with?
Oh, you got to answer.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big one, Corey.
Well, I got a couple.
Now you got to
No,
answer.
I actually do feel like close with Corey because we're like almost the same age. So like we get each other. But I got a good relationship with a lot of the callers.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And they all hate you now.
Just said Corey's number one.
Yeah, well, the one I'm closest with.
Yeah.
Not during football season. We're not that close.
215-592-9494. How worried are you about Bryce Harper's slow start? He mentioned Luzardo. I thought that was Jack, you'll remember this from me from Sanchez last year. When the guys have their great stuff and they're dominating, they're fun to watch. But to me, I like watching when they don't have it. And Luzardo getting into the sixth inning last night after throwing, 30 pitches in the first inning. I think he was like at 60-something in the third. Just sort of battling his way through that game when he didn't have much command, I thought was the sign of a guy who has seems like he's maturing a little bit, Yeah,
it was a grinded out affair for old Luzardo last night. And
which start is this?
Like of the season?
Yeah.
7?
7, maybe, I want to say 7.
Yep.
Okay.
Here we go.
What?
Does he not have some sort of limitation on pitches and innings?
He did. He threw 100 pitches last night.
Well, no, I mean in the past.
Oh, you're like worried about maybe
injury. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm worried about the effectiveness the more he's out there.
Don't put that on him.
No, I'm just saying that like the more times he's out there.
Yeah, no. Well, it's real. But what was nice though is
that's why I asked how many were at 7.
Yep,
Okay, I guess I won't get concerned until after the 10th start. I'll see what he looks like then.
It was nice. He was still at least he was hitting 97 still in the 6th. So at least velocity wise, he wasn't like sitting 95. He was 95. I think he'd be concerned. But he was definitely he didn't have great feel for his off speed all night. So
Yeah, I was nervous, honestly, in the first. I'm like, oh, boy.
I know.
Here we go.
Please, Jesus.
Yeah, when are we going to see Hernandez?
I'm so glad this series is over with.
You're over the George Steinbrenner field?
Yeah, I'm good.
It was pretty
that was 3 days of nonsense looking at that.
Because the Caminero ball in the first inning doesn't go out of any other ballpark in the league, I don't think.
Stott hit the ball out of the stadium.
Yeah, I know.
Stott hit the ball out of the stadium.
Meanwhile, I don't think that reaches the second deck at CBP.
No, I don't think. Now, he hit it good.
He smoked it.
He hit it good.
Yeah,
but
I think they said 400 feet, right?
Yeah, it was killed. But, also, to leave the stadium is a little dramatic.
Yeah. There was definitely, you really feel like you're watching it. I haven't watched games in the A's. Like, I haven't watched an A's home game.
Wait for that.
We?
But Tampa,
do we have to go to?
We're there at the end of the month. It's worse.
It's worse than Tampa? Well, Tampa's pretty good for a spring training stadium. Tampa is a real stadium.
Because it's the Yankees.
Yes.
If it was actually Tampa's, we know what it would look like.
Yeah, the Yankees actually have half of their operation is in Tampa.
Yeah.
With that, so that's a real stadium for a spring training.
Sacramento is worse. It's a
I can only imagine what that's going to look like.
It's a launching pad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Maybe some guy's getting right.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Maybe Paul hits 2 home runs.
Well, I know. Well, it's hard to tell how real the power and the offense is, I think, this week. Well, if they go to Cleveland and continue, not offense, I think I feel good about a lot of base hits, but power-wise, we'll see in Cleveland.
I'm a little excited to watch Cleveland to see my guy,
Stephen Kwan.
Yeah, he's tearing it up this year.
You've been a Kwansman for a while.
I have. All right, coming up next.
I know.
What?
No, it's like.
Yeah, Steve Kwan's great. He's great. Coming up next.
First I've heard of him.
Brandon Graham maybe reveals something.
I'm looking at BG right now.
Where is he?
Oh, there he is.
Good Morning Football.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Well, speaking of which, Brandon Graham may have revealed something about the Eagles' offense for next year, and I have a bone to pick with the morning show host of WIP.
There we go.
Yes. 215-592-9494. Are you worried about Bryce Harper? What's your worried level? Very worried, a little worried, not worried at all with his slow start this year. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. We are just a few weeks away from the official kickoff to summer. Free Toll Friday from the Farley Toll Plaza, where we'll do our show, and Pete will pay for your tolls.
There you go.
Details at chickiesandpetes.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're looking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed. Did I say looking in? Yes, that should be locking in. Low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwar bombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Legend has it, underneath the MJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know MJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by MJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly, our Friday home all summer long. Baseball is back. You can watch all the action at Chickies of Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesofpete's.com. Talking about the Phils. We're good again. It's kind of nice. Bryce Harper, we're waiting for the explosion, the slowest start of his career. 215-592-9494. How worried are you about Bryce? Now, we will get back to perhaps the most popular thing that's ever happened to the afternoon show, which is Ike's golf updates. We'll do for the Truist Championship in a moment. But I would like to complain about our morning show for a second, if you wouldn't mind.
Wow.
So this morning on the WIP Morning Show, and I didn't listen, so I don't know this for sure, but it was reported to me they played several clips from the Rights to Ricky Sanchez interview with Daryl Morey, and they were talking about the quotes from Daryl Morey. Here is the email I get from a gentleman named Andrew. Andrew says, Joe DeCamara mentioned your Daryl Morey interview 4 or 5 times today on the morning show and never once said the name of the podcast. He referred to it repeatedly as, quote, Spike's podcast.
Wow.
Unacceptable.
Yep.
That is unacceptable.
Well, at least he said your name, though.
That is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's that, one of the things we've been fighting for years, which is why, it says say the name under the Rights to Ricky logo.
Yep.
You got to say the name of the podcast. I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. There's nothing dirty about it. It's just a basketball player.
Yeah.
Say the name of the podcast. DeCamara, I'm glad that I could give you, in my free time, material for your entire show. Say the name of the podcast. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just a little bit of respect.
Yeah, seriously.
Why
wouldn't he say the name of the podcast?
I have no idea.
He's saying Spike's podcast.
Like it's some little, like it's...
Well, you would think he would be trying to tell people where to go find,
just as like and not like I need it, DeCamara, but like as a common courtesy.
Right.
When we it's just like the disrespect of this guy.
Oh my God.
And DeCamara, I'm going to remind you, if it wasn't for me, you'd be rotting away at night somewhere.
There it is. It always comes back to that. It's the ultimate trump card. I hired you.
Yes, it really is. I don't have it for Ike. I got it for everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't have it for Ike, unfortunately.
Well, you promoted him, I guess.
Yeah, but he was there. It was obvious. It wasn't rocket science, All right. We did it for the Masters, and we continued it for Truist yesterday. Everybody loves it. Ike will just take you onto the front nine and
I'm listening like it's something else.
The back nine,
front nine, back nine.
The front nine, back nine. It is Ike at the Truist.
And now, Ike Reese at the Truist Championship.
Lower the
I tell you.
Yes.
Tell you, the sound of the ball going in the hole. It's a pretty good sound.
Yes. Have you ever heard that?
I have.
Okay.
We usually do gimmies out there on the course, though.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, half of these holes I don't finish putting.
Dude,
Yes.
not to derail the segment.
Of course not.
But Spike would be anti-gimmies on the course.
Absolutely.
Oh, he would totally
he would be the worst.
Yeah.
He'd be like, you got to putt everything out.
Yes.
Even if it's this far away.
Earn it.
Like a total loser. Hey, that's why it's a gentleman's game.
That's right.
Wow.
All right, so we're back.
Okay, sorry.
So listen.
Yes.
Soggy out there at the Philadelphia Cricket Club.
Little moist.
Yes, rains everywhere. I'm seeing umbrellas up out there.
Wet balls.
Wow.
Yes. Slick
Yeah,
balls.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can I do this? Yes. Yes. Soggy balls out there.
Soggy
Yes.
balls.
Yes. I tell you, lowest score on the course to this point. Our old friend Shane Lowry shot a 65 today, man. -5. Shot himself all the way up into second place behind Keith Mitchell. Now, I'm a little surprised. I talked about Keith Mitchell leading yesterday. He shot 9 under, 61 yesterday. A little bit tougher day for him today. Shot a 67, 3 under, but still has the lead right now at -12. Shane Lowry right behind him at -11. Sepp Straka -10. And then a host of who's who sitting in a tie for 4th place at 7 under with some notable names. Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Akshay Bhatia.
Your boy.
Ricky Fowler. Yep, he's in that group too.
Where's the guy I bet on?
Yeah.
He stinks.
I was waiting to bring in the bad news
Oh,
for us,
no.
Mike. Ludwig Oberg. Not a good day today. Falls all the way down to 35th place.
I bet $50 on him because you told me to.
I told you to bet
Sorry
$50.
about that.
I would bet $10.
What did Ricky shoot today?
Ricky shot. I just saw Ricky score. Ricky is still on the course actually right now.
Oh,
good.
He's at -7, tied for 4th. He's actually shooting even par today. You're right. I'm sorry, I got excited.
I know it's hard not to.
Shooting even par
Yeah.
today. Now, as I said yesterday, the good thing about the Truist Championship is that there is no cut line. So all of the golfers are safe making it through the weekend. There's plenty of time for our boy Oberg to come back.
Louis from Nebraska should play this tournament.
I will say,
No cuts.
the course has tightened up today on the guys. It's good.
Not the big numbers like yesterday.
Yeah,
is that
not
what that
like
means?
yesterday.
Okay.
Shaping up to be a good weekend, Spike.
There he is. I get the truth.
I hope that Shane Lowry's built to win this in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but I didn't bet on Shane.
I know.
So I don't want him to win.
But he looks
Get
like
outta
Jason
here.
Kelsey.
He does look like Jason Kelsey.
There it is. Ike at the Truist. We will bring Ike's actually not at the Truist. He's at Chickies and Pete's, but we will bring it to you 1/2 every hour today.
As long as play is not suspended.
Yes, as long as play. Well, we might do it anyway because we like the bit.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of double entendres we can do there. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you on Mother's Day, which is Sunday, with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What's your concern level? All right, Ike, let's see if you're good at this one. What is your concern level with Bryce Harper right now and going forward? The options being very concerned, starting to be concerned, which is where I am trying to remind everybody, and not concerned at all.
I would say the majority of the votes are not concerned at all and starting to be concerned.
Okay,
I
you're
would
right
say
there.
that's what a majority of the votes are. I would say of those two, I'll lean slightly in the direction of not concerned at all, but slightly. Since there's 3 options there, I'll go with 42%.
So it's 60% not concerned.
Wow, 60%.
At all?
At all.
Okay.
Wow.
27% starting to be concerned, 12% very concerned. This is actually one thing I expressed to Jack earlier. I think Jack gets, when people are upset about the Phillies, I think he gets it more than we get it. So when people are upset with Bryce, I think he gets it the same way that I would
With
get
Embiid,
it for Embiid. Yeah.
I mean,
you say get it. He
like-
gets it. He
hears about it more.
Oh, he hears
like
about it.
to me, people are generally quiet about Bryce. Like I haven't heard a ton about Bryce this year
Really?
and concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, again, the only thing that made me think of this is, I put out something about the offense or whatever, looking better, and then and the first 7 tweets were Harper over 4, Harper over 4, Harper over 4, and it just felt like there's just like a bit of a Harper topic out there.
Yeah, well,
no, it's there.
I mean, it's the
I'm
worst
sure
start of
people
his
are
career.
Yeah, I'm sure people are noticing it. But I just think it's. So I'll take my thought process with it and sort of put it on everybody else that's feeling the same way that I am.
Yep.
This is more or less, it's still early.
Sure.
So if it was July and he was hitting like this,
yep,
I think you would see more people concerned about it. So we almost have the cushion or the rope because we are still early in the season.
And the team's winning now.
And the team is winning, that we don't have to be overly concerned about Bryce. But I'm not blind.
Yeah. Right.
Everybody sees it. Yeah, everybody sees it.
Yeah, I mean, if they had continued to play that they were playing 3 weeks ago, there would be a bigger light on
If
this.
they're 500 and he wasn't doing his
And he
part.
was still playing the way,
Yes.
I agree. Be more concerned there.
215-592-9494. Big Joe in Philly, you're on WIP.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? First time, long time. Pleasure to call in.
Yeah, what's up, Joe?
What up, Joe?
So I kind of just think that we're approaching this thing with Bryce a little bit the wrong way, and I wouldn't say that it's a concern level, but a frustration level, because, I won't lie, like, I'm definitely really frustrated with him right now, because you look at some of these cornerstone players for, like, some other teams like Judge, Kyle Tucker now, obviously Shohei, or, even like Freddie Freeman, who's like that backup option on the Dodgers, and they're all performing well. And when you obviously look at our guys, Bryce is like clear-cut best player. But from like a concern level, I'm not, because, at the end of the day, if you're asking me like in the playoffs, who am I going to trust more to drive, trust most to drive and run it, it's going to be Bryce. But, I do think that, he needs to, people need to hold him to a higher standard. If no one was performing as nearly as well, and like we're not rattling off like 8 wins in the last 11 games, it would be a whole lot different this week. So like, I'm kind of like agreeing with all three of you guys. Like I'm more so probably on Ike and Fritz's side about like no concern whatsoever. But Spike, I do think that you bring up a good point. Like you got to bring like a little bit of accountability. You know what I mean? Like, and
well, that's why Spike's here.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
But
that's Mr. Accountability.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I mean that's just like my kind of take on some things. Like if I really do think if you phrase the Twitter question instead of using the word concerned and frustrated, I think the results would be a little bit more.
Oh
different.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think people are more frustrated than concerned. I think that the thing that I start to think about is when a guy is as reliably good as Harper has been, it's like you don't ever expect it to not be there, and at some point it's not going to be there. And I know it's my personality to say, hey, this is going to come at some point, and maybe it's not this year, but he has played a lot of baseball, and he has had a bunch of, not huge injuries, but smaller injuries, and eventually it catches up with you.
Well,
but I do think he is smart enough and talented enough to be a productive player.
Yeah,
sure.
But have we seen the end of the Bryce that we got used to? Is the question.
I actually think now it's not. I don't think it's going to reach the levels that Embiid is currently at. But like, there is a bit of a parallel there, where like Embiid a couple years ago with all the athleticism he had, he looked like a different version of himself the last couple of years.
Well,
he got better at other stuff. But
Yes.
like athletic-wise, it wasn't. You're watching a different player.
Yeah, when you look at a video of Embiid 40 years ago, it looks like a different person. And even not this past year, but the year before, he was on path to win MVP again if he hadn't gotten hurt with a different physical makeup.
70-point game.
Yeah.
It's like, what, a week and a half before the Kuminga injury?
Yep. So Big Joe, next question today. It's an AMA Friday. You can ask one of us whatever you want. What do you got?
So it's actually for Fritz, and it's funny enough that you brought up the morning show because mine's actually related to, obviously the big if it ever happens, the competition between Fritz and the Hammer. But
it's a good question.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's just
Even if we have to do it ourselves.
It ain't it better. I mean, it's getting to the point where we've been talking about this for quite some time now.
Believe me, I totally agree.
All I'm going to say is, when it does, Fritzy, on a scale of 1 to 10, if you were to lose anything to, the lob that is Joe to camera, how ashamed are you going to be? Like,
incredibly
honestly.
ashamed.
It's a good question, Joe.
It's
a good question.
I need a hard set number, like down to the decimal.
Of how ashamed I'll be.
Yeah, 1 to 10. How ashamed? With 10 being the
11.
most ashamed. Okay.
11.
All right,
I fully plan on going 5-0, and not being particularly close. Actually, the one I'm worried most about is just walking him a couple times.
Yep.
And then him counting that as a win. That's how that's going to end, is he's going to say he beat me in baseball.
Walks is going to hit as a hit.
I know. That's what they told you and the camera in Little League.
Yeah.
I got one or two scenarios.
Good eye. That's all I heard in Little League. Good eye.
One or two scenarios here.
Yeah.
One, he's injured before the competition ever starts.
To camera.
Yes.
Which is definitely possible.
Other scenario, there's no way he's finishing 5 events.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
He's injured at some point during the events. It's a fake injury because you're dominating him so much.
Wow.
That he bails out and doesn't finish the competition.
That would be disappointing if we never got to the one-on-one rep by Tim Donaghy. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm actually like...
Yeah, we might have to make Jimmy or Richie get out there and play you.
Yes.
I don't know if... Because that's the thing. I don't know if we should do the sprinting first, because that's the one I think he could hurt the worst.
He could pull a hammy. You should sprint last.
Well, I don't know if we should discuss this on air because I'm thinking of strategy now.
Okay.
But we want these events set up to where it benefits you.
Okay.
To where you're at your best for the events. Now, we need to discuss, we don't need you dead tired when it's time to play one-on-one basketball.
Well, now here's my counter. I don't think we're doing it all in one day.
Okay.
So
is it one event each day?
I think it's one event. I think we're going to spread this thing out. I mean,
Rod, we'll milk this thing all the way to training camp.
Nobody asked me my opinion. I'm not the program director anymore.
Never was the program director.
I could see the thoughts.
I saw look at his eyes.
Yes.
I think he forgot he was a host for a second.
Yeah.
He immediately put the PD hat back on.
Well, it's not my call. I don't even check my email. What
do you think we should do?
It should be all one day.
Okay.
Yeah, I just like...
Well, how can you play 9 holes of golf, basketball, sprint, baseball?
Well, you shouldn't be playing 9 holes of golf. That's ridiculous.
Well, how many holes of golf?
You should play 3 holes or something.
Nah, it's too variable. Too much variable there.
9 holes of golf is ridiculous.
I kind of agree with Spike.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
5 holes of golf.
3.
Okay.
So, 3 holes of golf. One should be a long one, so he has no chance.
No. Well, you know what? To his point, 5 would give you a tiebreaker because you're playing, what we call it?
Uneven. It would be an odd number.
It's an odd number. What is it called? Match golf?
You're doing
match?
match?
Match play.
Yeah. Do you want to do stroke play where it's like how much you beat them by, or do you want to do holes? Like one up, one down?
That's a good question.
I would personally rather do stroke play. I'm not a big...
I just think...
I don't expect to be many birdies out there.
Here's the problem.
You don't know me.
All right. Jack, tell him about National Appliance Warehouse. Then I'll tell you about tell you about the problem of doing it all week. And then we'll get to Brandon Graham.
The problem with doing it all week?
Hey, no problem there.
Yeah, Big Dog got a big house, and in the big house, a lot of appliances from National Appliance Warehouse.
Full kitchen.
Jack,
beginning to end, from when I walked in that building, and I was amazed by all the brands that we weren't allowed to look at because I wanted to get in and out of there.
Yes, and again, over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to Budget. Spike just specifically wanted to narrow it down to 2 brands.
Yeah, the delivery exactly on time when they said. It had changes along the way. Gave a call to your own. I was like, hey, I want to change this. Everything totally easy. And because of Price Assure, I made sure I was getting the lowest price anyway.
Yeah, listen,
it's great.
That's the National Appliance Warehouse difference. There's a lot of things to remember. Obviously, you get down to the showrooms in tax-free, Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware. 15,000 square foot showroom, over 100 brands. So they'll have the right appliance for you. Also, Spike just mentioned it, Price Assure. You're going to guaranteed to get the best price possible. Price Assure will instantly update price tags throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. Also, tax-free Delaware. Also, they always have great savings events going on. Plus, on top of all that, you're going to get a knowledgeable, experienced staff that is there to help you and treat you like family.
Yeah.
That's the National Appliance Warehouse difference. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com, or again, their showrooms in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Yeah, you say knowledgeable and friendly. Doesn't sound like my family.
Knowledgeable?
Yeah, it sounds like a different family, actually.
Yeah, well, listen.
215-592-9495. All right. Brandon Graham, is this from Good Morning Football? Was he on Good Morning Football? And Brandon Graham may have, once again, said something publicly that they gave us a little, I don't know, insight into how the Eagles offense might look next year. Here's what BG said.
Who do you got at number one?
You know who I got number one. You know who I got. Because I believe them boys going back again. They're going back again. And I'm excited because, with Jalen and those guys, AJ and Devontae, you see those catches that the boys making out there.
Yep.
And it's trending in this way. I feel like it's going to be more of a balanced offense this year, and they're going to get it all together. And, the Eagles, my Eagles going back to the Super Bowl.
I like it.
That's my first take on it.
More balanced offense. Well, it'll be a theme all the way up until kickoff of opening day.
Yeah.
Is what is the offense going to look like? It is one of the big themes, and especially with what we saw the last couple of games in the playoffs, their ability to throw the ball with the desire to keep Saquon's workload less than it was last year, to keep him fresh for the whole year. Whether that offense is able to have more passing in it is going to be a huge, huge, huge story.
Yeah, and this is where Kevin Petrullo comes in at, and his impact. We, not since he was hired as the OC, promoted to being the OC, have we even talked about him this offseason, right? As when we talk about next year and the future of the Eagles and what they're going to look like. But I'm excited to see what he does bring to the offense. Can he fix the passing game issues that were there last year? I'm not saying that they were Kellen Moore's issues or what have you. I'm just saying the passing game certainly wasn't as effective consistently as most teams would want their passing game to be. We were fortunate that we had an all-world running back with a great offensive line back there.
Having an all-world season.
Having an all-world season that we could lean on. I don't know if we're going to be able to have that this year, so that's why I think Petrullo comes in even more, and whether or not he's able to add things to this offense that helps Jalen be more effective in the passing game.
Yeah, and they want to, offensive coordinators want to throw the ball.
Most of them do.
Yes. They wanted, I think organizationally, the Eagles believe in throwing the ball, and that they did something smart last year, and it worked.
Yep.
But I think if you're just talking about giving yourself a best chance to win a football game every single week over a long period of time, you want to be able to throw the ball and score more points.
Mm-hmm.
And that, you throw the ball, you're going to score points more quickly, and it's going to give you the opportunity to win more games. And on top of not, you mentioned not being able to rely on Saquon, not wanting to rely on Saquon as much.
Yeah.
And the defense, you're not going to have the number one defense every single year.
Right.
There'll be a good defense. Right. We're sure it'll be a good defense, but I don't know that you can always count on the performance that we got last year.
No, I agree. And listen, those guys should want to do more. Hell, the receivers want to do more. They want more of the offense on their shoulders. And the thing I believe with Jalen and running the offense, it's about running concepts that he's comfortable with, that allow him to get the ball out of his hands, that allow him to take deep shots when they're available there. I don't expect them to come out and for them to be sort of a pass-heavy offense. I don't think that's what they're ever going to be. But to be a more effective throwing team, I think it makes it a lot easier on everyone. It makes it easier on the coordinator. When you run the ball as much as we did, now again, thankfully, we had an all-world running back there that had the ability to break plays, get explosive plays through the air. Most teams don't have that with the running game, right? So only us, Detroit, and Baltimore have that ability to be an explosive running offense. Most teams don't.
And you know what? If let's say Saquon misses 4 games in the middle of the season,
right.
we don't want to say, oh my God, how are we scoring points?
Yeah.
How is this offense running?
The ball, yeah.
But by the way, I don't even remember. Is Kenny Gainwell still on the Eagles?
No.
Oh, he's not. Where did he sign?
I thought it was the Steelers.
Rams or the Steelers? Was it the Steelers?
It was. I think it was the Steelers.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was the Steelers. I didn't even remember that announcement of him getting signed.
I forgot that Petrullo's the OC.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We haven't talked about it.
Yeah, that's why we haven't talked about it since he got hired.
Yeah. So Gainwell's a Steeler along with old Slay.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Gainwell and Rodgers going to be good friends?
If
Aaron Rodgers ever
whenever he gets there?
What a loser. Just sign the freaking contract.
He's the worst. He really is the worst.
They're getting played. Like Mike Tomlin's getting played by this guy.
Yep.
Well, that's how bad teams need quarterbacks.
I know.
You know? All right, 215-592-9494. Bryce Harper with the least productive first month or so of his career. Are you starting to worry? Are you very concerned? Are you a little concerned? You're not concerned at all? Coming up next, a guy that makes me concerned every time we talk to him. That is Elliott Shore-Parks. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means, you know it, it's grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats, artisan cheeses since 1939.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off of it. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Memorial Day sale, save up to 70% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Save up to $800 off an elite lineup, Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and all the new Sealy Posturepedics. Only Mattress Warehouse offers bed match, plus a 1-year lowest price guarantee and 0% financing. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Calling all May birthdays. Get ready for an epic celebration at the Oasis Club Philly. Wednesday, May 14th. It's their monthly birthday bash. And everyone's invited, whether it's your special month or you're celebrating a friend. If it's your birthday month, you and up to 9 of your closest friends get free admission in an open bar from 8 to 10 p.m. Don't miss out on this huge party. The Oasis Club Philly is the sexiest entertainers performing live on stage from noon until 2 a.m. Find your Oasis on Essington Ave.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60 months special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
If a business has been strong for 150 years, they must be doing things right. Welcome to Mid-Penn Bank. Not only are we surviving, we're thriving and growing in the Philadelphia area with 59 financial centers throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey.
What I love about Mid-Penn Bank is their involvement in the community and support of local public and nonprofit organizations.
See what we can do for you at midpennbank.com. Mid-Penn Bank, unwavering products and services.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by Fisher Investments. Yes, the Golden State Warriors got trounced by the Minnesota Timberwolves last night, but it doesn't matter. The only significant question is when and if Steph Curry can return. And that means the Warriors, either through a Jimmy Butler masterclass game or a defensive effort worthy of the best defense in the NBA since the trade deadline, goes out there and gets a single win. That's all the Warriors need to extend the series and give Steph time to heal. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
From the Farley Toll Plaza where we'll do our show. And Pete will pay for your toll. I'm going to drive through the toll. I'm really going to do it this time 5 times, as many times as possible.
Nice.
Make people pay for it.
Man, summer doesn't start till we're down there on that.
Yep.
First time of doing it last year was for me.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Me too. I was like, wow, they really make a whole thing out of this.
Oh, yeah.
here.
Big deal.
Been doing that for years.
Yeah. Elliot Shore Parks joins us, as he does every Friday at 3. This like a carnival here. I couldn't believe it. Elliot, before we get into the Eagles thing, I just want to check on you from a mental stability standpoint with all the rain outside.
Yeah, honestly, and this is probably the best endorsement I could give of having good basements, I'm so much better with rain now than I used to be now that my basement doesn't flood. Like, I used to be unable to sleep when it rained, thinking my basement would flood. I've been in my new house for 3 years. Like, I canceled my weather subscriptions. Like, I'm in a much better place with rain now.
Oh, good. Yeah,
that's good to hear, buddy.
That scares me.
Wait,
now that scares me.
Wait a minute, hold on. So Elliot historically scared of rain. Why are you scared of wind?
So I have a piece of siding on my house that's a little loose, and whenever it gets really windy, it flaps, and so I'm constantly afraid it's going to fall off. And so, I swear it's more windy than it's ever been. There has to be a research assignment on this or something.
Well, you need to call my people. Hey, call my people at Emmons Roofing.
There you go. Yeah, that's
I might have to. But I guess when you got the tallest house on the block, that's what happens. The wind hits it. Yeah, the wind hits it harder.
What are you living in the Comcast building? I mean,
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The tallest house on the block.
Yeah.
And this guy, they should do some studies on the climate. Yeah, they haven't done any of that.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he is right. It's been extra windy. No. It's been so windy this year.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it has. All right, Elliot. Elliot,
There
you
we go.
said.
Project over.
Yeah. So, Elliot, you said, the Eagles come up with a deal to retain Dallas Goedert this week, signed him to a slightly less contract. And you mentioned that it was proof that the Eagles are all in to win a Super Bowl this year. I would like for you to explain how keeping a player who's already under contract that they couldn't cut and make any cap room anyway. How is that an all-in move?
Because I think all offseason they have basically focused on 2026, right? They weren't active in free agency because they had a bunch of guys to sign in 2026. Like they traded Chauncey to save money for 2026. John Campbell, I don't think is purely a 2026 pick, but when you consider like the potential injury there, I don't know if that's like a starter day one type of pick. I think Goddard is the first move they've made this offseason where you can say, okay, they are definitely like extremely interested in winning in 2025. And we knew they were going to. They have a great roster. But it would have been very easy to move on from Goddard and save that cash, right? So I think that the decision to give him $10 million cash plus potentially 11, I mean, that's basically just giving him almost what he was going to get anyway. That, to me, is a signal that they're not just punting on 2025, or they're not just, going to see what happens. Like, they are still actively trying to repeat here. It's not all about 2026.
Well, it seems if you were to believe that they tried to trade him, though, I guess I have trouble with the characterization because it only would have saved them $14 million.
$11 million.
Yeah.
$11 million.
But nothing on the cap. It would have saved them nothing on the cap. And if you're to believe they tried to trade him, then they tried to trade him anyway. I guess I disagree with the characterization that it indicates that it is an all-in move.
Well,
I think it is
I just think they're spending $11 million in cash when I think the idea of this offseason has been, like, save the cash for next year and save the cash for all the players they have to play. Like, if this was $3 or $4 million, I wouldn't have that opinion. But $11 million, that's a
good money.
Chunk of change.
Yeah, that's good
exactly.
money.
That's that Ike Reese money, So, like, I mean, it's a noteworthy commitment to me, and it's not like spread out over 5 years. Like, we'll see what they do if they end up lowering his cap hit. But just in terms of cash, he gets it all now. So it is writing a check solely for the 2025 season. And I know you said they tried to trade him, and they did. They definitely would have traded him. But they also could have decided, you know what, we're just going to move on, and they didn't. Like, they changed course and gave him that $11 million or 10, however you want to phrase it. No,
last thing, I guess eating that cap hit for no production whatsoever is a worse, like, financial decision than spending money on production. Like, I know they wouldn't spend that cash, but it limits then you have $10 million or $11 million on your cap going toward nothing. Which is also bad asset allocation.
Yeah, so like Jason Kelsey, I think, cost $16 million on their cap this year. I'm not completely diminishing the $10 million because I love following the cap space. I think it matters. I just think they would probably say internally the cash, and I actually think Jake Rosenberg said this when he was on with you guys. Like, the cash is probably a bigger number that they track than the cap number. So you're right, they would lose cap space by getting rid of Goddard. But I think putting out the cash is a bigger commitment than, worrying about the cap space, if that makes sense.
See, look at that. We can disagree and not fight over it.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. I'm sure Ike's up, so we'll see what happens.
Well, listen, I don't have anything. We're generally in the same vicinity with your takes this year. You just like to go one or two clicks too far with everything.
Emphasis on click, right, Elliot?
Yeah. Yeah, well, exactly right. That's how you get the click,
Yep. Elliot, do you think at this point, with free agency essentially over, the draft over, is this pretty much it heading into camp, or do you think the Eagles have maybe a surprise move in there somewhere, given all the picks they have over the next 2 years and the $25 million or so in cap space they have for this year?
I think they probably have one move left, but I think for the most part, this is it. And, I don't even, that's not even really my opinion. That's just based off history. If you look at how Howie, how his offseasons generally go, he is correct. He does make moves late. Like, they acquired Chauncey, Ronald Darby, they got Jay Ajayi at the trade deadline. There have been times where they've acquired players. James Bradbury was acquired, right? But that's one player per season. It's not like he's adding 2-3 guys that end up being starter-level snaps after the draft. It just is not historically what they've done. So they do have a ton of draft picks, and they have the ability to go add guys, but it's just not really what they've done. So I do think this is mostly it. Maybe the Justin Simmons thing happens. Maybe they make a trade for somebody, but it's only going to be one player. I don't think we're looking at 2-3 acquisitions.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking that defensive end spot or outside rusher position, keep my eye on that. They got a lot of possibles there other than Nolan Smith right now. I know Jalix Hunt is a nice little piece, but I don't think he's being penciled in as a starter for next year. So I could see if they get to training camp and they don't necessarily love what they see.
And Uche, Ojulari.
Yeah, those guys. And Bryce Huff hasn't improved. They may be looking to make a move somewhere there.
And the other thing with their edge position is, and this is why they did have interest in Khalil Mack, they just didn't end up getting him, is like they are young there as well.
Yeah.
So I think they would like to add a guy, like not just a veteran. Like BG ended up playing more than they expected last year, but I think BG was initially signed to be a fourth defensive end that's a great guy in the locker room that has experience. Like they don't have that guy. So Jadeveon Clowney was released. You wonder if that's somebody they could potentially have interest in. They have in the past, but you know, things change quickly. Like every year a player gets older.
How old is Clowney?
Right?
Yeah, is Clowney, is he?
Almost 40 now, right?
Yeah, how old is Clowney?
Can't hurt any of our quarterbacks if he's on our team. That's good.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you know, he'll be popular in the locker room for that.
Yeah.
He's only 32. That feels impossible.
That's not bad. 32.
I still get a year or two left in him.
Well, we only need him for one.
Right. A year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so speaking of needs, Aaron Schatz, I wrote a column on ESPN.com. I think he's usually pretty smart, and he wrote a column about the biggest need that each team has. I thought it was notable that he thought the Eagles' biggest need right now is third wide receiver.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I mean, I would agree. Now, Jahan Dotson, I think, like showed in the playoffs that he is still capable of making plays. And honestly, the numbers last year for Jahan Dotson are not really what concerns me. I don't think a third wide receiver is ever going to come here and put up huge numbers. The concern with Dotson would more be there were opportunities last year, like when AJ or Devontae were out, or both, and he didn't really get much done. So, you know, I don't think a third wide receiver is a need week to week currently. Like that guy's not going to play a ton. In fact, he'd be the fourth receiver at this point. I think the need would be if AJ or Devontae were to suffer an injury that kept them out for a prolonged time or for the season, you get in there really quickly. Like Johnny Wilson, I think had an okay rookie year. Terrace Marshall has upside, but he's, I think, a question mark at this point. Anaya Smith, I don't think there's much there in terms of being an outside wide receiver. So the need would be for essentially like a safety net. So I would agree, but it's not not their top need, in my opinion.
Amari Cooper's still a free agent.
Yeah, and Amari Cooper, I will say, last year, if you look, when he was with the Browns, his numbers were not great. But when he went to Buffalo, he averaged almost 15 yards a catch. So he still made some pretty big plays and was decent for them. Former Cowboys coming to the Eagles traditionally have not really worked out, but I think that he would certainly check the box as a veteran receiver with experience.
Last thing for me, Elliot, we touched on this when we were talking about the Giants, but I just think we have to be prepared for a much, much better NFC East this year than we had last year. I think the Cowboys will be normal again, which is not like I would expect they will at least be a team that you have to think about playing, that's not a guarantee 2 wins. I think the Giants will be functional, and the Commanders were in the NFC Championship game last year. So I think we're going from a division that looked like one of the worst in football to maybe in the top half of football next year.
So I would agree with some of that, but where I would push back on is, like, I think the Cowboys actually have quite a bit of, like, combustible in them. Like, Micah Parsons' contract situation is now the George Pickens contract situation. I'm not a fan of the head coach they hired. And I agree, if Dak is healthy, he does raise the floor for them for sure. He is, if anything, an extremely consistent quarterback, but he's had trouble staying healthy. And then the Giants, I'll believe they're competitive when I see it. I'm not a Dable fan. I know Russell Wilson's an upgrade, but, like, the Giants have been terrible, 9 out of the last 10 years or something like that. And with Washington, my counter to you would be, we've seen quarterbacks that have great rookie years do struggle that second year. So I think they're the second best team in the NFC. I'm not diminishing them completely, but I do think there's maybe a little bit more of a chance that they take a step back than the public is thinking.
Yeah, I think with the Giants, the only thing I'd say is that I think their defense is going to be good. And if you have a good defense and not a disaster at quarterback, you end up being a formidable team.
You'll be in games.
A real team,
But I also think we saw last year with the Eagles, like, you're always as good as your quarterback, right? So while I agree the defense could be good there, like, if you're not getting good quarterback play, if the other parts of the ball really don't matter. So I would agree, but I just don't think the Dable run offense with a quarterback that's probably average at this point is something to worry about.
Last year's Eagles, only as good as our quarterback. Nice.
Yeah.
So,
like that?
Elliot, I'm leaving this. I'm leaving this for you, and I know Jack's really going to appreciate it. We started the show today talking about Bryce, who has had the worst start to his career.
I just think he's cooked. I just think he's got nothing left. I just think we're clearly seeing a diminished player, and that's what I get a preview.
So, Elliot,
let the man speak.
What is your concern level with Bryce Harper's performance so far this year?
Well, I would say I'm starting to get concerned. I think it'd be foolish not to get concerned. I guess my two concerns would be, one, he's definitely older than I even thought. Like, he'll be 33 in October. So, I might not have the baseball eye Jack has, but I have covered enough athletes to know that when you get old, it does go quickly. So, like, Jack can say that ball was only 2 yards or 2 feet from going out last night.
It's right
but that's
there.
what happens when you get old, right? Like, you don't hit the ball as far.
Warning track power.
The other
Hit the
thing
weight
I would
room?
say, though, yeah, well, he's just old at this point, so I don't know if he'll be able to hit the ball as far. But like, if you remove Bedlam at the bank from postseason play,
Here it comes.
like, he's only been an All-Star one time with the Phillies, so let's not
Because he was
act like
hurt before the All-Star game.
let's not act like every year you're getting outstanding play. Like, he's been a good player, he's been a very good player, but he's probably mostly on par for what he's doing. Like, right now, he's only a little below, like, on pace for what he normally gives them. So I think that it is if you look at WAR. Yeah, I don't know if you know what that stat is. But if you look at WAR,
Why don't you tell me what it is?
Wow.
Why don't you tell me what it is?
Yeah, I know what it is. It tracks how good a player is, and it's cumulative throughout the
Right.
year.
How do you compute it?
Oh, you don't even know how you compute.
No one does.
Yeah, you don't even know. If you take his current WAR and put it over a full season, he's mostly where he's been. So, like, I think the public perception.
But that's also because he's playing first base, which helps his WAR because of defense. The other time he's reached WAR playing DH.
Right, I agree with that. But at the same time, like, if you look, I think that his postseason play really kind of inflates what he's been as a regular season player.
I think that's fair, Elliot. I think that is a fair response.
So he's at his best when he's needed to be at his best.
I heard that one.
Yeah, just like your guy.
Yeah, although the last 2 years, I don't know if that's
Yeah,
the case.
you know what,
But
Elliot?
It definitely was.
If he needs to hit a home run, he'll hit one.
That's what he does.
Yeah, how ridiculous would that sound?
He did in Game 2 of the Mets series.
Yeah, we saw Jalen do it. Now we see if Bryce can do it.
If he can get carried to the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, that'd be great.
All right.
Well, Bryce needs to make it out of the first round this year first to get into the second. So we'll see if he can do that.
All right, there he is, Elliot Shorp.
Must be nice being the fourth
Or
best
not.
player on his own offense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bryce is probably the third. So I
Well, he's
don't
not,
know,
though.
at this point. Yeah.
Well, he's not.
Yeah. Well, Schwarber's pretty good.
He is good.
Yeah, he might be better.
Well, it's this year.
Well, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Knock
overall,
yourself out.
He's been really good in the postseason.
Yeah. Well, not until the NLCS.
That's when it counts.
What did he do in the Mets series last year?
You hate Schwarber?
Well, now
No
I
one did
have to
anything.
hate Schwarber because it's even though
one did
me and
anything.
Gilio are the Mount Rushmore of Schwarber fans, but we got to start doing our thing.
Would you agree he's the true leader of the team?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Do you think
Well,
Jalen's
then
the
maybe
true
he-
leader of the Eagles?
No, I wouldn't say Jalen's
Okay.
the true leader. I just think he's their most important player.
Well, that's different.
I agree.
All right, I'm ending this. The Go Birds podcast.
Please no Bryce talking to Go Birds.
Well,
Go
me and
Birds
Jody
Day.
Mack tomorrow, so maybe we'll do some baseball.
Oh, there you
No,
go.
you can do a horse race.
Do me a favor, Jody Mack. Do me a favor. All right. You can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcast. Go Birds Daily comes out every single day. Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. Thank you, Elliot Shore Parks.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon.
There
Do you think Jody's gonna roll his eyes the entire time?
And Elliot?
I'm trying to envision a Jody and Elliot hosting combination.
Nah, I think Jody's pretty respectful of that stuff.
Sure.
Actually, I don't think Jody's a showman. You know, he respects the game.
Yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you on Sunday, on Mother's Day, with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What is your concern level with Bryce Harper right now and going forward? 58.8% not concerned, 29.6% starting to be concerned, 11.5% very concerned. 215-592-9494. Andrew in Exton, you're on WIP. What's up, Andrew?
Hey guys, good afternoon. First off, phenomenal golf coverage. Thank you for that.
And even more coming up from Mike at 3:30. Yep.
I'll be tuning in. So when it comes to Bryce, it comes down to attitude. He is taking accountability. He's not moping. He's not pulling a Devers and complaining outwardly.
Dude,
that's amazing.
The Devers thing is so funny.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Refusing to play first base.
Like he said in a quote, like Craig Breslow, basically, he's like, he played the game. He should understand how hard it is to play a different position.
Yeah, they told me I was going to beat the ace, so I put my glove away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so good.
It's crazy. But, like, I listen to Bryce, and he knows that he's scuffling. He talks about being disappointed himself. He's not pointing fingers at it. He's not complaining about the other pitchers. None of that. And, like, even as it's like, if you're a Little League coach, you see a kid who strikes out, who complains, throws the bat, his ball, you have to teach your lesson. Bryce is good to us. He's a good example, and his history suggests that he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I agree with you on all of the points about his attitude, and he even, I think, took to your point about taking responsibility. I thought he did that, last weekend, and understood that the vibe he was giving off wasn't right. I think the overall concern is more about, are we going to see the Bryce that we're used to seeing from a performance perspective?
Like listen, I think he's going to be fine, but we're eventually going to see. You can't just do this whole, he's going to be fine thing forever. Like, eventually, there is going to be a decline.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah,
and
I don't think it's now, but I don't know. Like, I just wonder.
It's going to happen at some point. At some point, and you actually don't usually know until it's after. It's like, I'll give Elliott credit on the Embiid thing. Elliott was like, it's now. And it ended up being then, at some point, he just won't be the guy that it's going to happen to Saquon at some point. It happens to everybody. Andrew, for next question today, it's an AMA Friday, so you get to ask one of us whatever you want. What would you like to ask?
We'll go to Jack. Think of baseball. I know we were in Tampa Bay, and that's kind of a weird team to like. If the Phillies, let's say they were off playing for a week, and you had to pick another team to watch, who would it be? Which team?
Red Sox.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Red Sox are my AL team. I've always liked the Red Sox. Even like the 04 team was, because the Phillies sucked during that time, the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And that 04 team I really liked. So if I had a second team, it'd be the Red Sox.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I hate Boston people too much for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's a good one, Andrew.
Three Jack questions.
Yes, I know. I hate it.
3 what?
3 Jack questions so far.
Oh.
On the Friday AMA.
Well, yeah, actually a little bit easier. Yeah.
I mean, you're normally just sitting over there doing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point.
Thanks.
We know Ike's other teams because you're not from here.
Yeah.
So your other team would be the Reds. Your other team would be the Bengals.
Yeah.
And in basketball.
Well, hold on. He has half the AFC.
Oh, that's a good point too.
I mean,
and,
Ravens, Bills. I mean, how much?
Well, yeah, I was going to say we give Kelsey a lot of hell for the Chiefs, but there's a little.
Well, now Andy's won already now. So
yes.
I'm good now.
No, I know.
He's won.
Carolina Panthers?
No.
You're
no
from Carolina.
Panthers. No tie to that. When Ron Rivera was there, then maybe. Yeah, that was my old coach. I can't help it if I got coaches all around the league.
I know. It's okay. It's okay to have a second team as long as they're not a rival.
Yeah.
None of these teams are
That is
a
the
rival.
funny thing. Well, I know Ron was the coach of Washington for a little bit there, but I feel like none of your guys have really ended up in the NFC East. Like Al Harris is the only one that was on a staff. He was with the Cowboys for a little bit.
Yep. And where's Al at now?
I don't know.
I don't know if he's still with the Cowboys.
I think he left.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
215-592-9494. What is
second team is the Yankees, obviously.
Yep.
Yes, the Yankees are the Guardians.
Yep, and the Mets.
No, I hate the Mets. I hate the Mets.
Chicago
Guardians.
Yeah, I like the Guardians a little bit.
I feel like the Guardians are everyone that know the 90s. They were like everyone's second favorite team.
Well, they were a lot of fun in the 90s.
Oh, yeah?
You had the Tommy and
yeah.
Baerga
They had
and Joey
literally
Bell.
6 Hall of Famers in that lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
Eddie Ramirez.
They were awesome.
Eddie Murray.
Alomar.
I think my thing with the Guardians was like 3 years ago, they
were
had.
the Indians then.
They were the Indians.
Then. I'm talking about a few years ago. They had this young team that was making like $25 million total. And they just had guys all over the place. I like Quan, too. But yeah, Yankees, I would say. I never had another baseball. But Yankees, I do like the Yankees. All right, 215-592-9494.
Like the Mets in the 80s, the 86 Mets.
Oh, well, they were awesome.
Those guys, Darryl Strawberry, Doc Gooden.
Spike had front row seats for the Buckner game.
I did. Well, I was in front row. But I was at the game.
Might as well have been.
Yeah, I was at the game. Oh, dude.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, being in a stadium for a moment like that, just like playoff moments are outrageous. And that ball going through Buckner's legs was, especially with a stadium that thought they were losing the World Series. Like, people forget they had to go win the seventh game. Like, that was only Game 6. All right, 215-592-9494. What is your concern level with Bryce Harper's performance so far this year and moving forward? We are at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball is back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Tornado Shapiro's weekend forecast is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, fellas, are you wearing that baseball hat a little too much? That's kind of a spite. Are you worried about failing or thinning hair? I don't know if I'm on. Team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30 plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. Now, if you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and ongoing maintenance, they've got you covered. Now, it's the season or the reason that they are Philadelphia's first pick for hair restoration. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Picture mom. She's not just mom. She's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours. And so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you. She raised the bar. Okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy. Like Luke Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because mom's not average. And her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball back. Watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Deep Voice Luke is the producer back to the studio today. Deep Voice Luke.
What you know about Pete Rock and CL Smooth?
You rang.
There
Shout
it
out
is.
NBA Street Volume 2.
That's NBA Street Volume 2. That is awesome.
Did give us a you rang. I enjoy that.
Yes.
It is Friday at 3:30. It is rainy outside, so it's perfect for a guy who's always inaccurate. That is one, Tornado Shapiro.
Hey, fella, we got a big weekend. We got a weekend in Cleveland, a bigger weekend here in Philadelphia. We should have some weather in both places. Tell you all about it after a proper introduction. Music, please.
It's always weather.
It's the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
Well, of course, big events everywhere. Habemus Papam. We have a pope. Very emotional day yesterday for Catholics all around the world. And that white smoke came out of the chimney. I worked as a chimney sweep at the Vatican back in '78 when they were about to elect JP #1. A lot of fun down there. You know, I befriended Giuseppe, the guy in charge of the smoke for the new pope. One night we started hitting the vino a little bit. It was myself, Giuseppe, and Ike. Then walks Joe Pesci, Steve Buscemi, Pete Incaviglia, and my little friend Mary Jane. Well, you know, somebody lit the wrong stick. White smoke bellowed out of the chimney. Everybody thought Snoop Dogg was the new pope. It was hilarious to see them crowding around him, kissing Snoop's ring.
In 1978.
Misunderstanding. Of course, this is a local story. Let's not forget the new pope is the biggest thing that's happened to Villanova since Jay Wright was nominated for sainthood the first time. Pope Leo the 14th and Villanova grad. We went to different schools at the same time. He went to Villanova. I went to Gradeford State. But I remember I had friends at Villanova right around the same time. One night it was me, Ike, Howie Long, Whitey Rigsby, and Pope Leo. We were all out at Kelly's Tap Room on Lancaster Avenue.
This did not happen. It didn't happen.
It did.
No, it didn't.
Leo was a regular. He had his own mug at Kelly's. So that night it was Jake Nevin sitting across the bar thinking about
Jake Nevin again?
Yeah.
He's a legend. He's chatting up these three girls from Harcum Junior College. You remember Harcum Parkham, right, Spike?
Jake Nevin was not drinking in Kelly's with Pope Leo. None of this happened.
Jake had promised the girls a ride home, but Leo promised them eternal salvation. Leo left with the girls. All three of them later went into convent. That was the night the Augustinian first said the famous phrase, "Give me chastity, but not yet." Come on!
This is going to get us into trouble.
The celebration continues out at Jake Nevin's field house. Meanwhile, the Phillies are in Cleveland, where it's dry but cool, low 50 degrees tonight.
Have you ever worked in
there.
Cleveland?
Oh, hell yeah, sure. WKNB, The Knob. Dated a weather gal by the name of Misty Rivers. She put the cleavage in Cleveland. Hello.
They're all named Misty.
One night it was me, Ike, Misty, Kenny Lofton, Drew Carey, and two beauties from The Price is Right. We were playing adult Blinko and Safecracker. Come on down! Things got a little messy during this showcase showdown. Turned out to be yet another mistake on the lake. Ouch! Then it was a celebrity softball game in the old Cleveland Stadium with Craig Berube, Reggie Leach, Jay Silverheel, Ricky Fowler. You know, Ricky's a Navajo Native American, along with Chief Nakahoma from the Atlanta Braves. It was a tribute to the great Jim Thorpe. Instead of hot dogs, they sold chops that night. Well, how about the golf? The truest at Philly Cricket, Flowertown, PA.
Yeah, we were there yesterday.
Yeah, I heard you. Last time I was out at Philly Cricket, it was me, Ike, Fuzzy Zeller, Herb from the Northeast.
Wow.
Rod Barajas and Rod Lakin.
Oh, no.
Lakin.
Fuzzy was out at, he was in town for the Casters at Juniata National. Rod Lakin started mouthing off to Fuzzy. Those two wound up getting in a fight. We got thrown off the course. Did some day drinking with the day loaders over at Halligan's Pub on Bethlehem Pike. Fuzzy lost his pants in the scuffle with Lakin. And then we found out why he got the nickname Fuzzy.
Okay. The most unbelievable thing of this is Lakin getting in a fight. Are you going to finish the forecast?
He was a trash talking barker, never shut his mouth.
Yeah, that's Lakin.
Tonight it'll be dark, starting with the sunset, 8:04. Pop-up thunderstorms continue. Low of 51. That won't affect the Phillies game in Cleveland. Tomorrow around here it looks great if you're going. Sunny with a chance of some precip. I say there's a 50-50 chance that Mama's happy to see you. Hello. Cleveland weather. Well, doesn't really matter. You're in Cleveland. It's going to suck either way. Happy Mother's Day to all the yummy mummies, and God bless Pope Leo. Let's have some fun going away music.
No.
Where's the reverend?
No, there's no reverence. Guy's out of control.
Man.
By the way, part of his forecast was it's going to be dark tonight.
Why is accurate?
Yeah, I can't believe there wasn't a 50-50 chance of it getting dark in the evening. 215-592-9494. Speaking of the truest, coming up in moments, we have Ike's Truest Championship update.
Got to regroup.
Yep.
Regroup after that.
Joe in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Thanks, Mike, Ike, and Jack.
What's up, Joe?
You know, the Phillies number 59, he didn't want to be second-guessed anymore about whether to pinch runner or not, so he In last night's game, he pinch run for everybody. Rojas for Schwarber, Marsh for Castellanos, Sosa for Baum, right? And then, we're all raving about how Rojas, he forced that throw from the pitcher. It said the first baseman made the error. But then he goes out and plays defense and makes another little league play, trying to throw a runner out at third base, and he throws the ball up the left field line. So if they're going to continue to let him, he should be making those little league mistakes down in the minor leagues. And if they're continuing to put him out there, it's going to cost them ball games.
Yeah, see,
and
I hear you on that, Joe. I thought that was actually decent aggressiveness. I thought the play the other night by Rojas was egregious. You never go to third base in that situation. At least with that, that's trying to get into scoring position to tie a ball game up. I didn't really have a huge problem with last night. I thought that was
still was 2 outs.
It was still I thought it was more calculated aggression, though.
Okay.
I didn't think the other night was. I thought that was just playing dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. In reference to the Ranger, he started off last year 9-0, and then for the rest of the year he went 3-8, and he got bombed the first time out, and now they're putting this excuse up. Well, going into the stretch, he had a problem. Well, he didn't, and his rehab starts down in the minor leagues. He didn't pitch hitless baseball. He had base runners on there, and he didn't have no problem with getting the outs. So it's kind of a cop out. So let's just see what he does the next few starts out there, because like I said, he had a poor second half, and the first start here wasn't that good. And like I said, I think they're making excuses. They don't know what the problem is, because it surely wasn't because he was pitching out of the stretch.
Joe, did any of the Phillies people say that? I just heard Kruk say it. Like, did Rob Thompson say that?
I don't know what, I'm not sure. I don't know where if Kruk got that from, or,
Well, he said it during the game. Yeah,
because, go ahead.
I agree with you largely about Ranger. I think we have to be. I'm not counting on Ranger to be great again. I think he looked bad that entire second half. He had back problems again in spring training. I'm with you there. I just don't think the Phillies were the ones who were offering up excuses. For next question today, it's AMA Friday. Do you have a question for one of us?
Yeah, for you, Spike. I wonder why that you don't give Ike, a former professional football player, and Jack, even though he was not a professional baseball player, but
I was right on the cusp.
Baseball,
yeah, right on the cusp.
Yep.
Right. That you don't give them a chance to speak a little bit more on the show. I mean, it seems like you dominate all the talk on there. It's similar to like Angelo with Al and maybe Joe the camera now. So I think if you give them a little more airtime, let them hear what they have to say.
It's a fair question.
Yeah, if that's the case, Joe, that is not conscious. I'm not doing that on purpose. Spike? Yeah, I don't know. Am I talking too much?
Well,
it's part of the job.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I don't talk, nothing will happen. I mean, I think maybe it sounds like it's more because I come in and out of break.
Mm-hmm. Well, you drive the show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, nobody wants to hear from me. They just want to hear from Mike.
That's true.
Yeah. So if I'm doing it, I apologize. Certainly not on purpose. Speaking
is that your first? You talk too much?
I got in the beginning
we know
a lot.
You get it all the time.
I got in the beginning a lot.
I don't talk that much.
You know what I think does happen sometimes? Because it's my opinion that annoys people, the callers want to call and yell at me because I'm annoying.
Yeah.
I have the annoying opinion, oftentimes. Used to that. Well, speaking of the Ike Spotlight.
I'll say,
yeah?
I enjoy you talking. I talked a lot for like the last 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, make it a little bit easier now.
Yeah.
I'm here to pull my weight. Let's put it that way.
And there ain't much weight, am I right?
No, not much weight at all.
Got him.
Weighed in this morning.
What?
I weighed in this morning just to make sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How's it looking?
150.5.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Not even an adult size.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's good going into the weekend. I was like, I can do whatever I want this weekend.
There you go.
So speaking of Ike,
Yes.
Ike is carrying the most important position on the show, as he always is, but today even more important as we check in on the Truest.
And now, Ike Reese at the Truest Championship.
I tell you what, fellas. It's been a wet one out there today.
There it is.
Philadelphia Cricket Club.
Moist.
Yes.
But they have wrapped up the second round.
Which
About time they wrapped up.
Oh, they started early this morning.
Yes, they
right?
started a little earlier because of the weather. So
are we doing this at 4:30 and 5:30?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if the report's going to be different, but yes.
Figure it out.
At least from a leaderboard standpoint, not a lot has changed. Don't have to worry about a cut line. All the golfers will be here through the weekend. At the top of the leaderboard, you still have the same guys up there. Rory McIlroy finished at 7 under. If you want to know some notable names out there.
Please lower your voice.
You're right, I'm sorry. Shane Lowry at -11 still sits there in second place. And I'll tell you what, the Irishman may be the favorite if the weather's going to keep up like this.
Is he good in the moistness?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
slippery player.
Well, you know, it rains a lot on Great Britain.
Yes.
Oh, really?
From what I heard, yes.
Yeah. Well, because it's on the Gulf Coast.
Oh.
Well, maybe that's wrong.
Yeah.
A little bit of an update. Check this out, Fritzy, Spike.
Yes.
Yesterday, Denny McCarthy,
Yes.
when he shot a 62,
Yes.
we didn't know who he was.
Yes.
Well, today he turned back into Denny McCarthy.
Thank God.
No. What did he shoot today?
He shot a 73 today.
Oh, no.
He's at -5, not too far out, but tied for 15th where he was in the lead yesterday. They got the guys in early. Again, no one really went too low today. Shane Lowry had the best round of today at -5. You had a couple guys at -4.
Take it down a notch.
Yeah.
You're right, I'm sorry. It's tough treading out there as far as trying to go low. You had to survive today to put yourself in position on the weekend. A lot of the top golfers have done that. I'm excited about Saturday and Sunday out at the Truist Championship.
Tune in at 4:30 when we figure out what Ike's going to talk about during this. The golf's already over.
And I will too.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Kenny in the Northeast. You're on WO.
Yes, Joe. What's up, my brothers?
What's up, Kenny?
What's up, Kenny?
What's up, guys? Yo, check this out. Before I even get into this, hey, yo, can you be a gentleman, Fritz? Look up DOAP space Nixon. Dope Nixon. Look that up, Fritz.
Like Richard Nixon?
Dope Nixon. DOAP, like soap, dope.
Soap Nixon?
No, he's saying
Yeah,
dope.
Dope
Spike.
Nixon.
Dope Nixon.
Okay.
Yeah, Spike, you in the band, right, Spike?
Used to be.
Well, you used to be. You ever do a tour?
No.
Not even
We
close.
played like 4 gigs.
Well, check this
One
out.
of them was in
I
a
did
backyard in
Dope
Levittown.
Nixon. Interesting.
Well, check this out. I did a couple of them. From Melbourne to Munich, Germany, to Austria, Serbia, the Baltic Sea, all that. I just be a gentleman for me, Fritz, while I do my point.
Okay.
I remember calling talking about Bryce, saying he's an energy vortex. We're never going to win with him because while a team is doing good, we still talking about Bryce. Why are we not talking about Schwarber? Why are we not talking about Turner or Baum turning it around? Maybe Baum is doing good and we dragged him so long, he might listen in to see if we give him a shout out. We still talking about Bryce.
Well,
Why
you want us to
are
do a
saying
show
we shouldn't
about?
talk about Bryce?
You want us to do a show
No.
about Alec Boehm going 1 for 4 last night?
But that's last night, but he's hitting 300, you said. But I remember Zach saying last week the locker room don't like Bryce because
Didn't
he's
say
sucking the
that.
energy
Yes,
out.
he did. Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
you
not
did kind of.
say
You
that.
kind of.
That's what you were saying.
So let's check this out. I'm not here to do that because I love my brothers, but I'm just saying, yo, Bryce, we never gonna win because the red flag is when they let Bryce go in Washington
I
for
know.
nothing.
I know.
They won right away.
They won right away. People forget.
So listen, what did you find out when you looked that up, Jack?
I just found out that Dope Nixon was not a part of the Watergate scandal. So we
You looked up the wrong
wasn't.
thing.
He did a couple tours. He's from Philadelphia.
Well, why do you? So you want me to
Then
just listen to his music? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I want you to know that Kenneth Green's been around the world. He's not like a regular Philadelphian that just been around 4 blocks. You know what I'm saying? 4 blocks.
Yeah, you're saying you're well traveled.
Okay.
Yo, so
Wait, were you in
when
the
you
band
travel
or
the
whatever?
world, like,
Yeah.
yes, when you travel the world, what does that do for your mind?
Okay.
That opens your mind, right?
Sure,
you
yes.
see things different than a dude who's only been in Philly his whole life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or,
I hear
or
that.
who've never left the
So I
United
got a
States, kind of like
question,
me.
Or Westchester.
No doubt. Listen, this is my greatest show. I love this show. I've been with it since the beginning.
Me in this iteration?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So I'm going to go into my question.
Okay, your
It's
next
for all
question.
you-
AMA.
It's for all you guys.
All right.
Why is it okay for outsiders to love Philly, but not Philly people love other teams?
Ooh, good question, Kenny.
Ooh.
Good question.
Why?
It's a good question. Well, you'll hear the answer now. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, so I think that's part of what is great about Philadelphia is of the places that I've lived. So I've lived in Chicago and the New York area and LA. But the of the places I lived, Philly is the most loves itself the most. Like people from Philly mostly only care about Philly.
Territorial.
Very territorial. Care like everybody's a fan of the teams here. It wasn't that way in New York, in LA. So I think it is part of our identity to like Philadelphia teams. And if you don't like Philadelphia teams, then you are not a real Philadelphian. So I think that's why. I think we welcome people from other places who like our teams because we like the, we like being liked.
Now, do you have to like all 4 teams?
I think you have to cheer for all 4 teams, but I don't think you have to actively watch all 4 teams. Like let's say you don't like the Sixers, or you don't pay attention to the Sixers, but the Sixers are in the finals. Then you get all, first of all, you're in fantasy land, but then second of all, I think you get into it then.
Okay.
That's sort of, to me, what happens
That's not
in Philly.
that's a casual fan, though.
Yeah, but I think everybody, I think the difference in these other places, I don't even think they get that casual fan energy that we get.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I think when you win, when teams are winning, everybody
Gets
joins
in. Yeah.
Because it's fun. I'm just saying, as a guy who wasn't necessarily born here
Yep.
and has cheered for other teams and certainly has embraced this culture as my culture, and this is what my kids know growing up in this area. They don't know any other area. They know this.
Yeah.
If you're from this area, can you be a fan of, like, we have people here that are Eagles and Phillies fans, but they may be a Celtics fan or a Lakers fan, and you know what I mean, of other teams.
I feel like it happens here less though than other cities.
Yeah, that is my.
You've never been anywhere but here.
Correct. Just my take.
I do think
You've been here a lot, yeah.
Now, I think it happens more with young people now because they are exposed
That's what I'm
to.
saying. It's the younger generation doesn't have the same feeling to
Well,
it.
because they grew up being able to watch all the teams.
Right.
Like, we've talked about this. The only baseball teams I could watch growing up were the Phillies, the Cubs, and the Braves.
Right.
And the Cubs and the Braves because WGN and TBS were on cable.
Yep.
So, like, if you're only exposed to here, but kids growing up now, for $100, you can watch every baseball game of every team. And so I think that part of it is definitely a little different, for sure. Yeah.
All right.
But I still think Philly is more like parochial in terms of like liking their own teams and not liking other teams more than other cities.
Well, my favorite thing is always the we can rip the teams, but when someone else rips the teams, that's when we attack them. That's why,
yes.
I always think it'd be cool to not live in Philly and watch the Philly team
From afar, yeah.
Yeah, I've never been able to do that.
Well, root for the team from the outside.
Yeah, like
watching them.
I'd be the biggest Jalen guy in the world.
Wow.
Would be.
Well, because you would be somewhere else and you're like, that's my team.
I have to get my back.
Yeah, exactly. That's my team. Now, you used to have a thing with fans from other cities that root for Philadelphia teams.
Yeah, this always made Justin.
Yeah, that's your thing.
It's always made Justin Tennessee very mad when I call him a fraud.
Yeah, so he questions the fans on the outside the roof of Philadelphia team.
Fair to question them.
But let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this. Because again, that's another great question. But you enjoy, or we reap the benefits somehow of the teams being as popular as they are because there are fans outside the city. It's what makes, that you do realize when we go take over other cities, it isn't necessarily everybody from Philadelphia that's going to
No,
the
there's a lot of people from there that are we've noticed that on
LA,
our podcast road trips.
Yeah.
Half of those people are not even from
I
Philly.
guess I'm just not used to someone not being from Philadelphia and liking our team.
That's what it is.
That's new,
because
too.
we've
That's a good
never
point.
we've never had a dynasty really,
Right.
like where you could have the bandwagon fans
Yes.
hop on and off, like the Patriots, Cowboys, those kind of
I
things.
agree, but the Eagles for two and a half decades.
Yeah.
The only thing to remember.
They built up a fan base outside of here.
The only thing to remember is don't forget the fact that this area had plenty of Cowboys and Steelers fans.
Well, yeah, look
like
at your dad.
Plenty 80s, 90s, and I think it's because of TV, because those teams were on television all the time.
Well, I mean,
but there were a lot of Cowboys
Yeah.
and Steelers fans here.
Now, luckily for me, the Bengals were an AFC team, so I didn't get a ton of Cowboy teams and Cowboy games. But we know they were always on for the national game.
Yeah.
But it's legitimately how I became a Lakers fan.
Because they were on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the basketball teams I saw were the Lakers, the Sixers, and the Celtics.
Yep.
Those were the three teams I saw the majority of the time.
And you didn't.
And the Pistons.
And you grew up a place that didn't have an NBA team.
No.
Yep.
No.
Coming up
When we had
next.
the Cincinnati Royals and then somebody stole them from us, they became the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Cincinnati Royals.
I didn't even know.
Oscar Robinson started in Cincinnati, NBA team. They were the Cincinnati Royals. They moved to Kansas City, I believe. Or did they go straight to the Sacramento?
You're the only one that knows this. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you know me.
Yeah, but
My
yes.
memory, yes.
I'm sure you have some tweets.
The majority of that is right. Some of the details may be off there.
Coming up next, simply the filthiest broadcaster in America. Kevin Stocker joins us. Poor Stock.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Poor Stock. We'll talk Phillies with Stock. How concerned are you about Bryce Harper's play this year? Little concerned, very concerned, not concerned at all. 215-592-9494. We're Chickies and Peas in South Philly. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Now, you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's starting to heat up. And once the games start, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, don't worry, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian! Goldie is not dinner!
Right, your summer starts here. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes. So it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Tonight, the Indiana Pacers can do the thing no one saw coming. They can put the Cleveland Cavaliers down, go up 3-0, and cement the fact that since mid-December, they're one of the 4 best teams in the NBA. This isn't a fluke. This isn't a lucky run. This is a Pacers squad that's been outstanding for a long time, and they're about to prove it. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at Chickies in South Philly. We're here every Friday, all throughout the summer. Baseball's back. You can watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Speaking of baseball, joining us now from our Phillies broadcast here on 94 WIP, Kevin Stocker. Thanks for joining us, Stock.
Yeah, guys, how are you doing?
Doing great, man. Must be a little more fun to call Phillies games these last couple weeks than it was the couple weeks prior, right?
Oh, it's always fun when they're winning. Of course, winning's a lot more fun. But yeah, I would say there's been a lot more action lately, so that's been a lot more fun for sure.
The one thing we had talked about, we talked to LA about is like what comes first, the energy or the winning. You know, sometimes you can look at a team and say they don't have any energy, but maybe it's because they're losing. This team seems like there's a lot of energy there. Do you think, which do you think came first?
Oh, man, that's a great question. Well, I think when you're winning, the energy comes naturally, right? So when you get out of the box, everybody's playing well. The energy comes along. I do think, though, if you're asking which comes first, man, I don't know a good question for that. I just think if you have enough guys in a slump, when you have a Bohm and a Marsh struggling, and then you get Hart struggling, you get enough of those guys, you do definitely feel that energy, and it can be tough to get up for games and get going. But I think success and winning always will bring the energy. I really don't know which comes first. I do know that when the team is slumping, though, you have to force yourself to have the energy. That's the only way I know how to get out of any sort of a slump. I learned that from Larry Boa back in the day. Look, if someone in the stands or another coach across the field is noticing that, it looks like you don't like the game, you're not having fun, if somebody else can see that, then you better believe your teammates can. So if things aren't going well, you got to force yourself to have that energy. And I think the guys have done a good job of kind of climbing back out of that aspect of the game.
I always wonder, Kevin, from a player's perspective, season is so long and you go through these little peaks and valleys where you have these slumps and then you're playing well. From your perspective, being in the clubhouse, what's that like trying to, I guess, keep everybody's morale up and not getting frustrated or getting too down on yourself? Like how do the players sort of go about doing that?
Well, it's all about the routine. I would think it's the same in football. I don't know much about it, but it's literally such a routine base, and that's one of the reasons that I retired. I got so sick of the same routine every day. But these guys, you get up at the same time, you take the same bus, you come in, you do the same thing, so that by 7:05, 6:05, whatever the game time is, you are ready to roll and where you should be every time. I will say this, with an experienced team like these guys are veterans, it's way easier to stay out of the peaks and valleys. Right. I've been on young teams. I remember being on a couple of teams. We had some young guys, and it was like if the young guys struggled, their life was over. And I mean, you just you're going to get sent out, and those are really extreme highs and peaks. So with a veteran team, it's easier to have a guy like a Kyle Schwarber who's been there, a guy like Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos. These guys can wrap their arm around you and say, hey, man, it's a long season. Let's stay out of it. Just stay even keel. But it all starts with the routine. Same thing every day, and that's how you do it.
Stock, one of the guys who has been on a bit of a tear here last 16 or 17 games has been Trey Turner. What are you kind of seeing from Trey offensively?
Well, I think Trey's been better as far as not chasing. Okay, that's a little bit. I also think he's willing to get a little deeper in the count. Now, he still swings early. He'll take his shots for sure. But it seems to me, and just even the other night, he hit the home run, and then the next at-bat, he went the other way on a ground ball through the hole. I think he's starting to be okay with hitting a little deeper in the count, right? So last year, he was swinging, strike one, strike two all the time. And that's really hard to hit with that kind of pressure. So I would say that's the biggest thing for Trey. And then just contact. With Trey legs, with his legs, with Stott's legs, I put Rojas in that, Marsh as well. If those guys just strike out, then they're really the other team is taking a huge part of the game away from them. That's what they have to do. So that's a big thing with Trey for me. I just think he's making better and more contact. I think the home runs will come. It kind of made me nervous the other day. I don't know if you guys saw this. There was a quote in one of the articles where after his home run, he said something about he feels good, he's putting the ball in play, and he'd like to pull the ball more in the air. And I kind of did a little jump. I'm like, please don't start trying to pull the ball. 'Cause that'll do nothing but just be swing and miss. Well, then yesterday he got right back into his up the middle type of swing. So when he does that, he has a lot of success.
Well, so let me just, I guess, a second question about Trey, and that exactly. Is he's hitting a lot of singles, and that's good, and you want him on the base paths, but you probably want a little more than that out of him eventually. So how does he get from what he's doing now and this sort of strategy? He's putting the ball in play, he's getting on base. How does he go from here to not hitting 25 home runs, but how does he get from, I guess, not 1 to 10, but go from 1 to 6.5?
No, I know what you're saying, right? So you have this guy who's hitting 25 home runs, and all of a sudden he has 2 or whatever, you have 3.
Right.
Is it worth losing all that power for what you're getting? I kind of think that's kind of where you're at, and I get it.
Yep.
I would tell you that with Trey, the home runs, at least for me, they have to be, I want to say specific, almost reactionary. When he's trying to hit home runs is when he's chasing and striking out. His home runs, to me, and his power will come when he reacts to the fastball in, reacts to balls that are hanging. Whether or not he can get to the 25, I think he will. But for me, I think if he tries to hit the home runs, that's when we see Trey go the other direction or become very streaky. So, yeah, I think that's a valid question. I think it's like where's the balance where you want him. But right now I'm okay with what he's doing. But there are a lot of soft singles in it. I expect Trey will start to get more power. The one he hit the other night, I don't know how it didn't go out, but there were so many balls hit to left field that didn't go out. The ball was completely being knocked down. So I just think he's going to start rolling into some home runs.
So let's talk about Bryce. Statistically, from a hitting standpoint, this far into the season, it's the worst start Bryce has had. What are you seeing from him so far, and are you seeing any signs of him sort of coming out of the opening to the season slump that he's had?
Yeah, the thing about Bryce, for me, from my view from the press box, is the swing and everything. Everything about the swing, to me, looks good. I don't see anything mechanically. I mean, he's super aggressive. For the most part, he's swinging at pitches that are normal for him. He still takes some wild pitches on left sliders away from him. What's been amazing to me to see is the amount of misses that balls down the middle of the plate. He's just fouling them back. He's just missing them. And I don't know if that's from not tracking the ball an extra couple of inches. I know that seems silly, but I've always believed, and I learned this from Wade Boggs, the biggest difference between a poor hitter, a good hitter, and a great hitter, how long you can track the baseball into the strike zone. No one ever sees the ball actually leave the bat. Your eyes just aren't that quick. But Wade Boggs, for example, could track it a little bit longer than me, and he made better contact. And I just wonder if maybe Bryce is not tracking the ball as good as he has in the past. That is a learned skill that you can practice, and that might be something they're working on. The other thing with Bryce, and you guys have known him much longer than me, I just think Bryce puts so much pressure on himself. In any situation, that would be huge for the team. And if he doesn't come through, it's like the world ended. And I think at some point Bryce has to give himself a little bit of a break and let himself relax in those situations and kind of get into those grooves. So it could be a little bit pressure-oriented. But I'll be honest with you, the swing and everything mechanically to me looks really good.
Kevin Stocker with us. So I keep looking down at Johan Rojas' stats, and I wait for him not to be hitting 300, and it's still there. When you're watching Rojas hit, are you seeing a guy who has improved, or are you seeing a guy who's maybe getting a little bit lucky?
Oh, I think he's improved. I think there's an improvement factor and a confidence factor. He's a big try guy. Like he has over the last year and a half, he's really tried to make some adjustments that Kevin Long has given him. I will tell you that he got called up from AA and he wasn't ready. He just wasn't. But they didn't really have a choice at the time when they brought him up. And when I say not ready, I'm clearly talking about offensively. So they challenged him to get some specific changes in the swing. For example, they wanted him to have a shorter swing to the baseball. His swing was really long. That, for him, at his age, being so young, never being at this speed, it was impossible to make that adjustment so quickly. So, he was up and down and was all over the place, couldn't bunt, still really can't bunt that great to me. I think he can be better. But all that time in winter ball this last year, all he did was work very specifically on this short swing. So that to me is an improvement. It's not luck. It's an improvement on his contact and his swing path. And I think that's why he's having some success. I know that's why he's having success. So, again, what I hope for him is that he stays with that. Every time he hits a home run, or he hits a big home run, something like that, it always makes you a little nervous that he's going to go back to this long swing, and he needs to stay where he's at. So I think so far I've been really pleased with what he's getting. I mean, remember, Dombrowski, I think it was last year, guys, he said out of spring training, if he just hits 240, we'll be happy. Well, that clearly wasn't the case, but I think he can hit with his speed. He can be more effective in that 250. I give him a big range, 250 to 300 range in there, as long as he can get some bunts down in his contact.
Stock, we got Nola on the mound tonight. Last two starts have obviously been great. What have you kind of seen from him to get him back to where he's been the last couple of years?
A couple of things. The velocity is up. I know it doesn't seem like much, but when you go up 1.5 miles, it's a huge difference on the secondary pitch. So he's throwing a little harder, which is great. And I think his changeup, for example, his last start, the changeup was so good on the outside corner to left hand. His command is so good. So he has to have this combination of command and some velo. The one thing about him, and I'll probably put it on my scouting report now that we're talking about it, but he is a guy that kind of has to ride into the game, into the momentum. He'll start the first couple of innings trying to find what works for him. In the past, and even this year, if it takes him 3 innings, it can hurt him, right? He'll give up the home run if he can't find what's working. It would be nice to have him come out and be like, oh, this is what's working from the first inning. But that's not really him. He takes an inning or two to find what works, and then he just exploits you. So that's the beauty about Aaron. He goes, oh, last week it was the changeup. The week before that, it was that big knuckle curveball. And that part of that's JT, right? Because they just follow along with JT. So I think he's much better when he lives at the bottom of the zone. I know Larry's popped you guys to your, red, blue in the face about who needs to keep the ball down. I agree with that. But if he does come up with the fastball, it's got to be up out of the zone. Because if it's up, it's going to get launched. So I just think he's been better with the command with the curveball. Last week it was the changeup.
Stock, we appreciate your time today. I also want to let you know, I know you're not doing it on purpose, but you're saying dirty stuff accidentally, and we're keeping track of it. We got a lot of that.
Okay,
and
go. I think now's the time. I got
all right. Well, just letting you know we got our eye on you, man.
Yeah, you even gave us hanging balls.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
There he is. Out of pocket Stocker.
All right, guys.
There he is.
See you later.
Thanks. There he is, Kevin Stocker. I love how uncomfortable he gets.
Yeah.
Yep.
He can't hang up the phone fast.
I gotta go.
Yeah, gotta go. Thanks, guys. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What's your concern level with Bryce Harper right now and going forward? Not concerned, 59%. Starting to be concerned, 30%. Very concerned, 11%. 215-592-9494. Derek and Paoli, you're on WIP. What's up, Derek?
What's happening, folks?
What's up, Derek?
Can I say something to Jack real quick? Jack, why you don't go against Joe DeCamera in the competition, right? You're a former Division II athlete, right? You're 30 years old, and he's 48, right?
I know.
What would you get out of that? Like,
I know.
I'd rather see him and Spike go at it.
That is a closer competition, yeah.
Wow.
Or you should be challenging like somebody like John Ritchie.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, let's not go that far.
Hold on.
I'm just saying, like, what is he getting out of going against Joe DeCamera? And I like Joe DeCamera.
Yeah.
But he's not an athlete, bro. He don't have no letters.
Yeah, he's challenging my manhood, and I got 2 kids now, so I gotta show them what a man looks like.
Listen, man, you pressing too hard, because if something happened to you, like if you pull a handy and you can't finish, bro,
you're never gonna live down.
Way worse than hell, man.
Yeah.
So I would just let that one off. That is
I know.
I don't see Joe DeCamera. I like Joe DeCamera, but he's not an athlete or be challenging somebody to be doing anything with, man.
Listen, and you're right. Jack has all the pressure on him. It's completely. If he fails, he'll never hear the end of it. Joe DeCamera failing, that's something we're used to seeing.
Also, Derek,
except
for the morning show ratings, they do pretty good there.
Yeah, but less than us.
And also, Derek, I'm a little insulted on me and Joe DeCamera here.
It's closer, though.
I am in much better physical condition.
Sports, though? What have you done with sports that you can come on here and say, like, I was the all whatever team.
Did
You know
you
what
do
I'm saying? So
anything?
that's
Yeah.
why I'm saying I feel like you and Joe would be a better matchup.
Well,
with Jackie Joe.
I've run
That's
three
no-
I've run 3 marathons.
Yeah, there you go,
Well,
Spike.
the same way that you say that golf is not a sport. I don't think running, jogging in a marathon is much. Of a
Oh,
sport.
really?
You're just in good
Oh,
shape.
really? Well,
I'm
I'll
just
tell you what.
saying
I'll
in
tell you
good
what,
shape.
Derek.
Just
I'll tell you
one
what,
leg in front of
Derek.
the other.
I'll tell you what, Derek. I'm 48. I have a replacement hip, and I will outrun you.
That's not hard, bro. I'm 50.
Okay, we're the same age. We're the same age. You go running. It's not jogging. It's not.
1 foot
It's
in
not
front of the
jogging.
other. Yeah,
It's not jogging.
It's just willpower.
It's not. It's not just willpower.
It's just willpower.
It's not just willpower.
Yeah, it's mostly willpower.
No, it's not. You can't will yourself into running 26 miles.
And you can't go out and play good
I
golf.
can't run 26 miles.
Yeah, no, I can't play chess, and that doesn't make it a sport.
It's not a diss, man. It's not a diss. I just think I would.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it sounds like, yeah. What have you done in the last 30 years?
I'm not here to diss.
All right.
I'm not here to diss.
Okay.
I'm not here to diss.
Yeah,
Yo,
all
my
right.
question is for Ike, man. My question is for Ike, though.
Finally,
Yeah.
yes.
You're as being a former Eagle, right?
Yep.
And I want you to be the voice of the. I want you to be the voice of the people, man. Right? So at 5:30, at least once a week, are you able to like switch up the track from Creed to some Stevie Wonder or Michael Jackson or something for us to sing along with?
I was wondering how long this question was going to take to get asked. Quite frankly, we do have a democracy here on the show, and so it's a vote. And I was outvoted for Creed, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's not over with yet. We still got about 2 months left of this.
Well, I usually try to mix in a good song at 2:30, 3:30.
Yeah, but hold on, Derek. Derek, calm down. Every day at 3 o'clock, we play a hip hop song. Every day at 4 o'clock, we play a hip hop song.
Yep.
Like every day at 5 o'clock, we play a hip hop song.
Yeah, that's true.
So like.
Yeah, but you're not singing it though.
You don't want me to sing. Well, hold on. I sing these songs. No, hold on. Every time he plays Return of the Mac, we're singing it.
Yeah.
Every time he plays Lionel Richie, we're singing it.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy's song.
Eddie Murphy, we're singing it.
My girl wants
how would it sound, Derek?
What about Deion Sanders' song?
How would it sound, Derek, if me and Jack said, if we had a song every day, Return of the Mac, we all sang it, and me and Jack were like, we want some songs for us. Like, that would sound ridiculous.
Our delegation.
Listen.
Yeah.
You would have the right, as you would say, the rights to Ricky Sanchez would have the rights to request.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Derek. Listen, put the pressure on him, Derek. Yes.
Man. You said you was in the barbershop, man. So come back to the barbershop and put a little Stevie Wonder on and let us sing along with you at 5:30, man. You can do it at 5:15 if you want and still do King, but
yeah, but we
sing karaoke too, man.
All right.
You know what I'm saying, man?
You're allowed to sing Creed.
I'm not singing that in my car at 5:30.
No. Why not? Why not? Too cool? Too cool, Derek?
I can't do that, man. I can't do that.
Man, you're old. You're not cool. You can sing whatever songs you want. All right. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. I think if I went to the barbershop, I've never been a barbershop guy.
Yeah.
I'm a haircutter.
Go get a haircut.
Yeah.
Yes. A stylist. You go to see a stylist.
I would just get made fun of, I feel like.
No. Well, not barbershops.
Nice voice crack you hit there.
That wasn't a crack. That wasn't a crack.
Am I hosting the show with Seltzer?
It all depends on how you operate in the barbershop.
Yeah, well, you know me. Like, how do you think that would go? How do you think that would go?
I think you should go to the barbershop and talk about Jalen.
Find out. Yeah. Go there. And I'm gonna pick you up when I go to the barbershop the next time.
Me, you, Andy, and Deptford.
Yes. See you over there. They want to talk to you about your Jalen opinions anyway.
Oh, awesome. Love talking about him in the public.
Well, and in my experience, the barbershop is always mixed in terms of opinions on everybody.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Fight about everything.
Yeah, you fight about everything.
It's where the strongest opinions are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They don't care.
Derek from Paoli.
Everybody's an expert.
Derek from Paoli just ripping everybody.
Listen.
Running is hard, Derek.
Of course it's hard.
Yeah.
But it's not like super athletic. I mean, it's just.
Are you kidding me?
It's just running. I mean, it's
to do it well.
Well, of course, but you can't do golf's not a sport, and then do doing it well is really hard.
Well, running well
got a point.
is really hard. Not everything that is hard to do is a sport. I mean, running is more of a sport than golf is.
But it is just running. Like, there's not skill
Oh my
involved.
God!
It's not.
It's just running.
But it is. It's not.
You had to train for 3 months to run 1 mile.
Running fast is different. Running well. It's
An
different.
8-minute mile is not fast. Wait a minute. The fastest guys in the world run 4 minutes.
I'm talking about like a sprinter. Sure, that's different.
Right.
Running long distance.
He's saying
you could eventually
that's
just
leisurely
do it.
running. Yes.
Dude, the guys that win marathons run 5-minute miles for 26 miles.
No, you're right. No, the
Yeah.
guys that win the marathons.
Yeah.
But how many of the other people? Now, don't get me wrong. Running a marathon is.
It was the hardest thing I've ever done.
Bro, 26 miles is a long damn way.
Dude,
And Paul Pierce couldn't even do that yesterday. You see him walk. He walked 20 miles.
Oh, really?
He did it.
Oh,
Well,
did he?
Yeah.
My father-in-law and
He
brother.
walked to the stadium. To the studio.
My brother-in-law did the Ironman in Lake Placid a couple years ago. That's a full marathon,
Yes.
100-mile bike race, and a 2-mile swim in one day.
Oh, no, I ain't doing that.
Yep.
It's
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. My brother did a thing
I'd be
like that.
dead after I did that.
My brother did a thing like that at Alcatraz. The swim was, I guess,
yeah.
swimming from Alcatraz or something.
Nuts.
Psychopath, yeah. All right.
Your brother swam from Alcatraz?
Yeah. My brother used to do ultra marathons, which are marathons more than 26.2.
Okay.
He did one. I think I told you guys about this. I went out to videotape it. He did one in San Francisco that is a 1-mile loop that everybody runs for 24 hours. And the person that wins is the person that ran around the loop the most times. He lasted
ridiculous.
like 11 hours, and then couldn't walk the next day.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So coming up next,
That's a lot of running.
A lot of running. A huge travesty last week happened as Buzz was awarded the belt. We find out if Buzz holds on to the belt next. And we'll see if Ike has a truest update as play ended an hour and a half ago. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. All the big games, all the big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Having choices sometimes is hard. But at Colonial Hyundai right now, you have a choice that's good, right? They're going to give you a choice between two good things when you go in there to buy a brand new Hyundai. Choice number one, until May 31st, you can get 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That is choice number one. Choice number two, John Ashdale, the Cars Art, is going to give you $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. This is all to celebrate the grand reopening. They have a bunch of brand new Hyundais in there that Hyundai sent them, new Elantras, new Tucsons, new Ioniqs. And you have your choice. Two great options, right? Get 20% off your brand new Hyundai or get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. You can always also get financing as low as 0%, and every new Hyundai is going to come with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Time for the Thunder to travel. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. OKC is getting bet after setting an NBA playoff record with an 87-point first half on Wednesday. Jokic had a minus 36 plus minus and is heading home. Denver will give a much better effort in this spot, so I'll take the Nuggets plus 5.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to LifeSurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit LifeSurge.com today.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouth-watering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our very, very cherry martini or our watermelon shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. an Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show, brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. We are just a couple of weeks away from the official kickoff to summer. That's right. Free Toll Friday at the Farley Toll Plaza, where Pete will pay for your toll. Details at chickiesandpetes.com. Last year, I threatened to drive through the toll as many times as possible to charge Pete the money, and I'm doing it this year. You guys got the show for like the hour or whatever while driving through. How many times did you guys get through? 3? 4 times?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I would love to.
I'd say once.
Once?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before
Once
Pete
you go
tackles
through
you.
there
Yeah,
once,
before
everybody-
Pete slits my tires, so I can't do it anymore. I'm going to get you, Pete. I'm going to get you. 215-592-9494. We will get to awarding the belt, the WIP belt, in a moment. Joe in Sarasota, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Hey, let me turn my speaker off. Hold on.
It's a great idea.
There it is.
It's a great idea.
Like it.
All right, guys. Hey, I got a couple questions, but anybody can answer it. I went to the game last night, and it just seems like, and I know you guys are gonna laugh, but I feel like Rojas gets a lot of blame for things like they overblame him. Like the guy caller before that always threw the ball to third when he shouldn't have. But when he came in last night, he brought energy.
Yep.
And I feel like Topper, and maybe I can relate to this. Remember when the Bucks had Tony Dungy and they brought a new coach in?
Yeah, John Gruden.
And they won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Do you feel like that could possibly happen? Like just to get him, like Topper, he's so in his ways. He never wants to change. And I mean, I know why Schwarber played left field last night, but didn't last year? Did he get hurt out there?
Yeah, after 3 games, yeah. Yeah. No,
Okay.
well, so what's your issue with Topper last night? Do you think he should play Rojas like every day?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say he play every day, but he should be playing better, more than Marsh. I mean,
Well,
I know Marsh
he
hits
is.
the ball,
He is.
But well, yeah. But my point is this. I just think the kid's young. He's fast. I mean, yeah, he's going to learn on the job. But, I mean, what else is he getting out in the center field race? He's not getting anything, really.
Well, Marsh had the big
And I
hit last night to get in the lead in extra inning. I mean, I'm not even a huge Marsh guy. I just
He's hit the ball well since he got back.
He is 5 for 10 since he's gotten off the IL, and like, you want to just give up on him when they're facing 6 straight righties?
I'm not saying giving up on him, but I mean, if you're looking in the future, I mean, with the speed, and he is swinging the ball pretty well. That's just my opinion. But anyway, I got.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say, Joe.
Yep.
There's a chance, because Marsh is in his last year.
No.
Marsh is not in his last year.
He's got like 2 years after this.
Oh, no, I thought he was going to be gone after this year.
No.
I was going to say that Rojas could eventually play his way to being out there. I just don't know if he's ever going to be consistent enough that you would want to make him your everyday center fielder.
Yeah, he's playing a lot.
And by the way, he had some defensive issues a couple of times this year.
Marsh or Rojas? We know that.
Rojas.
Didn't he clean that up in the Winter League? Didn't he win some award in the Winter League?
Well, he's made 4 or 5 that I can remember. Sort of like, how do you let that happen? Plays in center field. And by the way, like, he's playing a lot. I guess I don't know if you don't want him to be an everyday player. And you're not saying he should be an everyday player. He plays a lot.
No.
He's been in there a lot.
Really,
and by the way,
I
that same.
really say that, but Jack jumps in, act like, oh, you want him to play every day. I didn't really say that.
Well, then last thing, what are you saying about him? Because he's playing a good bit. He's probably a platoon player right now, and yeah, he brings energy, but that same energy has him going for triples when we're down 2 in the 9th inning with 2 outs. Like, you know, like
who else is bringing it? Nobody else is bringing it. Last night when Mark
dude, they've
got
won.
his double,
They've won 9 of 11. They're all bringing energy.
I'm not okay. If you think that game was energized last night, If you didn't get energized to like the 8th and 9th inning when they started hitting the ball.
When Bryson Stott hit a 3-run homer.
Who? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's when it happened. And then Marsh got his double, and you could see Marsh. He brought the energy. You could see the frustration after he got his double in second base. It became a lot. It was just frustrating, and then he finally got his hit. But look, I'm going to end it like this. I'm going to ask you a good question.
Okay.
What happened if the Rays make the playoffs this year? Could you imagine that at that stadium?
It would be amazing.
Yeah, hopefully they would play somewhere else.
Yeah, what do you think they can't have playoff games in there?
No, I don't. Hopefully they would be the
Play in
wild card
Miami
team
or
on the.
something?
Well, hopefully they'd be the
Yeah,
wild card
hopefully
team
they're
on the road.
Yeah.
You know,
We'd have to go to a game down there.
it'd be very Rays to go on a run with that. You know,
Yeah.
because in 2020,
There's nobody there.
that's the only time they made the World Series. And
Yeah.
the Rays have been one of the best teams in the AL for a good stretch here. The only year they made the World Series was 2020 when there's no one in the stands.
They've always been an annoying
What do you
team.
mean the only year they made the World Series?
Well, in the last couple of years. I know.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I'm saying
Yeah.
that
What?
because they've been really good for like 8 years.
Yeah.
But they've
Yep.
never broken through. That was the only year they did, and there was no fans in the stands. I didn't get what he was saying.
No, I didn't understand.
Like Rojas brings energy sometimes. He's
Yeah.
playing good baseball. He's playing more than Marsh, but I don't think you can just give up on Marsh.
I thought he was making the case to say he should play every day.
Yeah, but then
That's
as soon as we asked him about it, he said no.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's playing a lot. Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to see where you're coming from, Joe.
So every Friday at 4:30, we decide who has the belt here at WIP. And the belt is the WIP employee who brought it the most that week.
Mm-hmm.
It can be the same person if somebody doesn't take the belt away from them.
Would love for it to be the same person.
Currently, Buzz has the belt for just going right in on Jack Fritz on the top 5, essentially calling him dumb, lazy.
Well, not essentially.
Yes.
Just said it.
Just said he was dumb and lazy.
Yeah.
And Buzz earned it. The question is, has Buzz earned keeping the belt?
There could only be one. The boss. The chief. The top of the mountain. The WIP Afternoon Show presents The Belt.
Fight for the rights of heaven. I love you, America. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. Sorry, Derek. Singing that one, too. All right. Who has the belt? Does Buzz keep the belt? This week, the belt changes hands. And the person or people who hold the belt is the WIP Afternoon Show. All 3 of us hold the belt.
All right.
Yes.
It's about time.
That was unexpected.
Well, we look, here's what the committee looked at. Number 1, excellent Doug Peterson interview on Monday on BG Day.
Yep.
Okay.
Number 2, excellent Nick Sirianni interview on BG Day. Number 3, excellent Chris Long interview on BG Day.
Okay.
Number 4, at the Truist Championship yesterday, we were so popular. Everybody wanted to talk to us around all these famous golfers.
Exactly. They saw Rory, said, "Who's that?" They saw us and said, "Is that Ike Reese?"
Are they going to sing Creed? That's what they said.
They doubted us. They played a game of chicken with us.
The question is, who's swinging the biggest ones right now at WIP? It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Come take the belt from us.
And it ain't close.
It ain't close.
You two are really excited, right?
Yeah. It's that Obama meme where he's putting the purple heart on himself. You know, have you seen where they put?
Oh, I've never seen that one.
That's what we're doing right now. We're basically just patting ourselves.
Come get it. Come get it.
Yeah. I mean, look, also, not to do this.
Yep.
Have to do it. Biggest ratings at the station right now. I mean, if you're not competing amongst ourselves,
Right.
We always
A
talk
healthy
about
competition.
the Braves rotation from the 90s. You know, they would try to outdo one another.
Yep.
Currently happening at WIP.
Morning show Steve Avery. What can you say?
Sure.
Wow.
Sure.
Somebody's got to be Glavin.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to be Greg Maddox.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
All right.
That was awesome.
215-592-9494. Jay in Philly, you're on WIP.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Jay?
What's up, Jay?
Yo. So, hey, man, I was just thinking, man, it's almost a quarter of the 6th season for the Phillies. And Bryce is struggling the way he's struggling. And, like, nobody's, like, pointing, you know. My quarterback last year, of the season, not that y'all said benchy, but it was almost like bench demand. What is going on? Why are you not coming at Bryce the same way when he's batting 240, okay, a quarter of the season? And last thing, hey, are we going to do a show about is Spike an athlete because he does marathons and or what sports aren't really sports? They do show bowling on ESPN.
And bass fishing sometimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could do a whole show on that. I think Ike made the point about why people aren't more frustrated with Bryce. I think he's right. I think it's two-pronged. One, coming at him, as you said. One, he has produced in his time that he's been here, and he is like, no one is accusing him or even guessing that he is not trying at his best. And I think the second thing is that the team is succeeding now. And as long as the team is winning, I think it gets, now you could say,
They're
well,
winning when
Spike,
Jalen wasn't
yeah,
doing as much.
and that's for sure. I think also baseball is a little bit tougher you can have a bad 5 weeks and still end up with a really good season in baseball.
And let's face it, Jalen plays a more impactful position.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, the thing about baseball and Bryce, as long as he's not out there kicking the ball around at first base, he goes through a hitting slump, and it's sort of understandable that baseball players are going to go through a hitting slump once or twice throughout the course of a season. You're talking about 600 plate appearances. He's going to have a stretch or two in there where he doesn't hit the ball well. Now, I'm not telling you that a quarterback shouldn't be afforded the same sort of rope. It's just that we don't view football how we view baseball. We put so much intensity into every football game. We treat every game like it's the game to go to the Super Bowl just about. And in baseball, we just don't do that.
Yeah, and and this goes to your first point there. In basketball, the best player can get the ball every time down the court. Bryce can't. He can't. And if
he only gets 4 opportunities, sometimes 5.
Yeah, so if they could give it to him, and I think truly the biggest thing is that they're winning now. And if the Phillies were 500 now and Bryce was hitting 240, it would be a lot louder, I think, on Bryce, on that he has to do something. Even if it wouldn't be fair, I think people would be there with the team.
You know what this is, though, Jim? This is really, and it didn't dawn on me until Spike started talking right there. This is a reverse question. This isn't a Bryce question. This is a Jalen question.
Always. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, this isn't really a Bryce question. This is a Jalen question, and I like it. I like the way you came with that. I like that.
Well, look, y'all did ask who has done more, which is a crazy question because one came as a second-round rookie who didn't even start his first year, having Carson Wentz as the guy to try to train him, and the other was going into his 8th year as a pro when he got here. So that to me was like, what are we even talking about? One's an 8-year veteran who was an all-star. The other was a second-round pick. So to act like
it doesn't. But can I say it doesn't matter as a second-round pick anymore? That's over. He's making $50 million a year.
When you look at overall,
because he only has 4 years. So his first year, he was a second-round rookie behind Carson Wentz. So that's why it does. Like that's. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I knew it wasn't Jalen.
No, it doesn't anymore, though.
Yeah, Spike's saying that's over.
Like I don't care anymore. Nobody cared. Nobody cares that Russell Wilson was a second-round pick anymore. Right. Nobody cared that it's over. He's a starting quarterback in the NFL.
No. That's not the major point. The point is though, for a guy to only have been here basically half the time as the other guy, and when the other guy came here, he was established as the team star. The other one was a guy who you didn't even think was going to be on the field and barely was on the field.
Well, not me. Not me.
I know I didn't.
Yeah, not me.
Want him on the field.
Well, sure, but I mean, that's not me. I guess my point, Jay, is I've criticized Bryce plenty, and I'll criticize Jalen plenty, and I'll criticize Embiid plenty, and whatever star isn't playing well enough, we will talk about.
But that's the only thing, Joe. When it comes to Spike, I don't think he's being biased about who he's going to criticize. There's a thing that he enjoys that.
I love criticizing.
Embiid is like Bigfoot. I've only heard of this man. Who is this man?
Well, he's got more MVPs than Jalen does.
215.
What?
Well, does he or does he not? I mean, one guy.
Regular season.
Well, here's the thing, Jay. One guy, if he retires right now, is a Hall of Famer, and one guy isn't.
Hey, look. I love Embiid, but that MVP certainly could have went to another player.
Right, and the year before, then the 2 years before, where he didn't win MVP, he was runner-up. He could have won it those 2 years too.
He could have, but guess what? It wasn't like people were really protesting the fact that Jokic won. So what are we talking about? But regular season awards, if that's what it's about for your guys, my guy will keep winning Super Bowl.
No. Wait a minute. I thought you liked Embiid. See, this is the point. This is why you're such a fraud, Jay. You're a fraud because you just said you liked Embiid and you don't. Like you just want to pound your chest about second round Jalen, and that's fine.
I'm talking about Bryce and Jalen. I love Embiid. The Sixers organization is horrible, and that was part of the reason why.
Yeah, but you just mocked Embiid. That's the point.
I don't understand your point about Bryce and Embiid. I actually don't. So
one has won. Both of them have one regular season MVP, right?
No. Jalen's never won regular season MVP.
No. Bryce.
He's saying Bryce and Embiid.
Bryce and Embiid both have one regular season MVP, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you want to throw about an MVP? Who cares about a regular season MVP?
But it does show that they're great players, though. It shows that they're great players, right?
Yeah.
No,
it shows they had a great season.
But you have to be great players to win
an MVP. That goes to my point that a guy is a quarter into
Who's a great player that hasn't won an MVP?
Matt Ryan.
He's great that year.
That's what I just said. A great season.
Shut up, Mike. Yeah. In real sports like baseball and basketball, you'd be a great player.
I'm with you.
I just
Matt Ryan's a Hall of
you know what
Famer.
that's about, Spike? That is saying that if Jalen happens to have a bad game or whatever, he should get the same grace that Bryce is.
And he probably will next year for most people.
Okay, I'm glad you said that.
He probably will.
For most people.
Yeah, it's just Jay's not talking to me. That's the way I take it. Is like.
Well,
will
you criticize Jalen less next year, considering what he has accomplished?
Sure.
Does he not get some grace?
Yes, he has. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like moving.
Yeah.
It's one thing before he actually does something, but now that he has done it, most people will be like. That's like when Jack throws out there the prove it year, people flipped out.
Well,
they're like, well, what do you
there's
mean
a point.
prove it year?
Again, it's proven from the different. Like he's obviously proved he could win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Prove it year from an elite quarterback standpoint.
Can he do it back to back?
He doesn't need to win a Super Bowl to be a prove it year.
No.
Oh, I know. Well, listen, he's already an elite quarterback.
Sure. Without making the Pro Bowl.
Well, he's made the Pro Bowl twice.
Not last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
He won the Super Bowl last year.
I know.
Who cares about the Pro Bowl?
Well, if usually you're the best on the best team in the league, the quarterback should be able to make the Pro Bowl.
I would agree it was unusual for him not to make the Pro Bowl
Very
last year as the quarterback. I would agree with that.
And by the way,
I would agree with that.
By the way, final thing to Jay's point.
Yes.
We're doing a whole show about Bryce Harper not playing well.
Yes. Ask him the question.
So to call up and say, why do you guys not criticize Bryce Harper? By the way, the last 2 Fridays.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Bryce Harper?
Might be a Friday tradition.
One leadership, one play. So, I don't know.
I'll tell you.
What?
I'm just saying that it's I crack up because I know I'm on the other side of this thing.
Oh, you're sitting pretty right now.
With Jalen.
You are sitting pretty.
So, it's good investment by you.
They're just so sensitive. They're just so sensitive. Oh, my gosh. He's fine.
It's true.
He's fine.
Well, he deserves the respect of a Super Bowl MVP.
He's
the champion.
I know. He's fine.
He's going to win that BET award.
Yeah. Well, Saquon's going to be like, another thing taken from me?
Yep. So
that's a good question. I don't know who's going to win that award.
So, Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
All right.
Top 5 quarterbacks you like better than Jalen?
How much time? No. The top 5 botched calls in sports history.
Oh.
Is it in sports history or sports history since you've been alive?
Well, mine. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, only the ones he knows.
Yeah. Because we had a big one last night.
Wrong, man.
That we have to get to. We have to get to it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. But
oh, boy.
I didn't want to do it.
First the comment at spring training and now this.
Now this.
Again, didn't want to do it, but I said, If I'm being true to myself, I have to do it.
Okay.
I have to do it.
So the
And
five.
I'm bringing you all down with me.
So does the five biggest botch calls, your favorite top five?
Favorite.
Botch
And
calls?
includes a former coworker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'll have to hear it in the top 5 and 5.
Okay. All right. That is coming up next on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, one botch call you made is not replacing your old drafty windows and doors. It's a botch call. It is. You should have done it because you know every day that you have those old windows in your house, your energy bills are higher than they should be. And every day that you have those old drafty windows in your house, you're a little less comfortable because it's hot in your house when it's hot outside. It's cold in your house when it's cold outside. Call Guida. Call Guida. They're going to help you solve this problem. They're going to make the entire process from beginning to end easier by how they handle the entire thing, how they tell you about the investment that you're making in your home, in your comfort, and they're going to make it better with price. You call Guida right now, you're getting 20% off everything. You're getting 20% off every window. You're getting 20% off every door. You're starting your whole project with no money down. Not a dollar comes out of your pocket. And you're going to get interest-free financing. What is going on over there that I'm missing? You're going to get interest-free financing for up to 36 months. That is 3 years of no interest on those windows and doors. It's a limited time offer, and there are restrictions. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. Do it. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. You get all the info on this. You're also going to get a free, no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in the 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP Midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lowe's knows to bring your vision to life, it's important to find the right color. That's why My Lowe's Rewards members get a free paint or exterior stain sample to test your look and find the perfect color to confidently refresh your space. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid in-store only, 5/8 through 5/14. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Draymond Green is annoyed with the way he's being portrayed. Instead of taking accountability for his actions, he's turning this into a race issue, which it absolutely isn't. In my opinion, Draymond is a bad teammate of the Warriors enabled because he wins. Draymond constantly plays dirty, once punched a teammate in the face, and had despicable comments about Karl Anthony Towns. So if Draymond thinks he's being unfairly portrayed with the large amount of evidence against him, well, it's laughable. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The afternoon show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South. There it is. There it is. We're at Chickies in South Philly.
Oh, my God.
There it is. It's a bad one.
That was a really bad
I've had a good week there, too.
I know.
Yeah.
Listen, we got to pick it up this 5 o'clock hour.
Yep. Anyway, Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. 2 weeks we will be at Chickies and Pete's at the Farley Service Plaza for the kickoff to summer, the official kickoff to summer, which is Free Toll Friday. You can learn more at chickiesandpetes.com. That's where Pete is going to pay for your tolls and mine as I drive through the toll plaza hundreds of times.
We should just call you. Like, you could just go and stay on the phone. I went through once.
Yes, to tell you how many times we're going through?
Yeah.
Let's get to everybody's favorite part of the show.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So what I have for you today are my 5 favorite botched sports calls, because last night there was another entry into the mix. Again, didn't want to do this.
You wanted to do it.
But for the spirit of the top 5 at 5, I had to do it.
You've been thinking about it for 20 hours. You definitely wanted to do it.
Trying to think how it's going to work the same without hopefully not offending people. Number 5. Now, we love Merrill. But number 5 takes us back to the 2022 season, and James Bradbury. Merrill was thinking about some fruit.
Snap, backs up, lets it fly. And
Nope.
it is intercepted. Intercepted. Look at
Am I missing something here? Why is the music so
Yeah,
loud?
turn the music a little bit down, Luke.
We didn't know.
Yeah, Luke.
I messed that one up. Did you want to do it again?
Yeah.
Luke, we got to lock in back
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
You,
Come
you
on.
can't get away with this deep voice for so long.
Yeah, it's two faders.
Fair enough.
Figure it
Yeah,
out.
bring the music down a little bit so we can make sure we hear the call loud and clear.
Yeah.
Goff takes the snap, backs up, lets it fly, and it is intercepted. Intercepted. Running with the football is Blackberry, and Blackberry's in for the touchdown. Pick 6. James Blackberry.
Wow.
Bradbury. At least I didn't say blueberry.
I didn't realize you said it like 4 times.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
And Q was like, Bradbury.
Yeah.
Bradbury. Every time he said Blackberry, Q was like, Bradbury.
Merrill got louder every time.
No, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
That was the first game of the season.
It was
against
out in Detroit.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, my God. I've never heard that.
Yeah. Well, at least
Blackberry.
At least I didn't say blueberry.
Yeah.
He brought it.
Merrill owned it. Merrill owned it.
Yeah, it was so good.
Blackberry.
Number 4 takes us to Spike's old co-worker and someone who's on this list actually twice.
Oh, no.
John Sterling.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the first of 2 John Sterling calls.
This Hicks. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, there it goes. Deep left center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. But caught. At the wall. Caught by Tapia.
Come on, man.
Now again, it's Carlos Stanton. He might have had a Stanton problem because he was back again later that season. This time in the postseason, with Giancarlo Stanton yet again.
The pitch to Stanton. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Out of the ballpark. A Stantonian home run. Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong? He's at first base.
What?
I love that one.
How does he make a call that strong?
So John is great.
Is he blind?
Well, he was 86 last year.
And this is 2021, so
Yeah. So still 80,
Yeah, 83.
And 162 games. It's a grind. And by the way, 2021 was he? I wonder if he was there because they were not. They didn't go to road games. I'm trying to remember because I was.
I would think maybe for the playoffs they were able to.
Yes, they did. They did.
Was,
yeah, well, because I was.
You were there for that one.
Yeah, I was there.
And in his defense, like when Stanton and Judge hit the ball, I feel like you're always a little bit okay.
No defense.
No defense.
Because the call is so strong.
I know. Can we hear Luke? Can we hear that last one more time?
The pitch to Stanton. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Out of the ballpark. A Stantonian home run. Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong? He's at first base.
Now, of course.
Now, what did I do wrong?
Of course, the next day on WFAN, everybody's having fun
Right.
with this. We all love John.
Yes.
John is one of the greatest that I've ever worked with. I mean, truly. I think what happens with John, because we had a camera on him all the time, so we could put out videos of his home run calls, is as soon as he sees it becoming a home run, he goes into the call and stops looking at the field.
Right.
So he's you see him, he's doing this. He's pointing, he's not even looking. So he sees it, and he just goes into showman mode immediately. And it's a great call, by the way.
Right. It's a great call. If it was a home run.
Yeah.
Out of the ballpark?
Stantonian.
And that's what he has. He has a call for every player, every Yankee player.
Yep.
And but I remember that one happening, and it's just like.
And you're probably sitting there like, they're going to make fun of this.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, and I can't tell those guys not to do it. They're going to do it anyway.
Then you would get ripped for telling them not
Yes.
to do it.
Yeah. John the greatest, though. Absolutely the
that was
greatest.
awesome.
Yeah.
The second one takes us back. Now this is minor league baseball. And our former APD, Jack Geffer, on the call.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on and drilled. Into left center field. Kiss it goodbye. As this one hits the wall. 2 runs will score. Trevor Crayport, another double.
I think that one's my favorite.
It's so good.
Goodbye.
Yeah. And it hits the wall.
He was really trying. He was trying, man.
Yeah, Keffer really had very boom goes the dynamite energy to his play-by-play.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, if you knew Keffer, it honestly makes it funnier.
Yes.
Because he was always so frazzled.
Always frazzled.
Yep. Oh my God.
He thought he had that one.
And you left him in charge of this place.
Look, they had plenty of time to find somebody. Plenty of time. I had a contract to start. Keffer did a pretty good job, I think.
He did. He kept us afloat.
Did he? I've never heard what happens after that. Does he acknowledge that he screwed it up afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a little long, so
Okay.
And no one knows who Jack Keffer is besides like 5 people.
I feel like I could listen to these for a full day.
Oh, they're so funny.
Yeah.
They're so funny. Well, last night, and again, didn't want to do this, but it's all with love, T-Mac, as we thought we had this game tied up in the 8th with Trey Turner up to bat. Here's Tom McCarthy last night.
Fly ball, left field, game tied. It is crushed, and it's off the glove. It wasn't tied. It's off the glove of Morel. Oh my! How did that not go out of the yard? I cannot believe as much as it's flying out of the ballpark. I wonder they might have to check that.
Wow, Tom Keffer over there. Oh no! So as I told you guys, I didn't watch it. I wasn't watching the 8th inning live. So when you guys were texting about it, I didn't know what you were talking about. Oh, man, he blew that one. You know.
Immediately. I thought of Jack Keffer.
It's tied off his glove.
And
because T-Mac,
he's never done that.
He doesn't rush to make the home run.
No.
He deliberately makes sure
totally
it's gone. We've even, quietly or off the air or what have you, made jokes that T-Mac, that's a home run, bro. You can go ahead and make the call. You don't have to wait until it hits the second deck.
Right.
Yeah, to make the home run.
And the one time he does it.
Yeah, but the one time he doesn't do it, that happens.
And he's never going to do it again.
Yep. And I was saying to myself, this is why he doesn't
That's
make
why
the
he doesn't do it.
Why he doesn't rush the call.
I can imagine throwing his pen and go like, that is why, right in the middle of the inning.
And it wouldn't happen in that park.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. And that actually made me feel better about Bryce's non-home run a little bit earlier because there might have been some wind blowing in from left field.
Oh,
because
there it is.
It did look like it was gone. In Tom's defense, I was like, game's tied. And then all of a sudden it's tied. Luke, can we hear that one more time?
Fly ball, left field, game tied.
Oof.
It is crushed,
Oh.
and it's off the glove. It wasn't tied. It's off the glove of Morel. Oh my! How did that not go out of the yard? I cannot believe as much as it's flying out of the ballpark. I wonder they might have to check that.
I felt like I was watching it in slow motion too because he hit it. I was like, "Oh, that's and then it just you could see the ball just
see it,
dying. And I was going, "Oh no, Tom! Oh no! Oh no!"
Now I know T-Mac's not listening because he's in Cleveland.
Yes.
But if you happen to hear this, T-Mac, we do this to each other.
Yep.
If one of us missed the home run call, it would be the most played thing on the history of the afternoon show. We love you. You do a great job. Oh my goodness. This
awesome.
hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Now, before we get to our special guest who's here, I think we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room? Deep voice Luke?
You rang.
Just an awful performance for you
Yeah,
during
that
the
was
top
rough.
5.
So,
yeah.
that was
Here we
bad.
go. Now
That
he's
was bad.
backtracking.
Yeah.
Before the
So
show, we labeled you number 2 as the best part-time producer.
I'll take the hit. That's fine. So This Week in Baseball bet, I played that off the hotkey, and I'm like, oh, I forgot I also have audio to play, and I didn't know if that's on me. Hand up. My bad.
Well, and it wasn't just that. There were a couple of late plays. Jack wanted it
because I
again.
was using the deck, and I didn't know he was going to go back to the one, so then I had to replace it, and I had to take a second there.
Hit the sack violin.
Yeah, that's on me. That's
All
on
right.
me.
And Deep Voice Luke,
Yes.
I know part-time producing doesn't pay like a ton, but you're going to need to donate this hour to charity.
Fair.
Okay. This 1 hour is going to have to go to your favorite charity.
Sounds good.
What a just atrocious performance from Deep Voice Luke.
I'm
there.
right near Providence Animal Center. It'll
Providence
go there.
was there. There you go. Sounds good. I mean, Luke with a Buzz-like performance during the top 5 of 5. So we're lucky enough to be joined in person by a guy sitting with
The
his
best umpire in the public league.
just with his legs sitting there with his legs wide open.
Look at those shorts. I like
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
You got to be confident to wear those shorts.
Herb from the Northeast joins us, asked to come on the air. Of course,
are McDonald's shorts.
we grant him. Let me see.
It's like Harlem
yeah.
Globetrotters.
Yeah. What are those shorts, Herb? Where'd you get those?
They're McDonald's shorts.
Oh, they're really McDonald's hoops?
Yeah, they're from McDonald's. You know, I
Get closer to the mic there,
Herb.
Herb. Or help him out there.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Well, yeah. I see you fine.
I want to give a shout out to my buddy.
Yep.
I just was talking to him about an hour ago. Gene Otto from originally the Catholic League assigner, and now he does Interact. And I worked with him in the Pendel League, and for many, many years, all my teammates that are out there working 9 to 5 or whatever hours you're working. Mike King, Steve Pendinsky, Mark Bartlett.
Know anybody else?
The Burkhead brothers and the sons and the father.
Anyone else?
Just want to give you a shout out. And all my umpires from the public league. There's one of them right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we worked together just a couple days ago.
Yep. Wonder who sold you out.
A couple coaches are over there too,
Yep.
partying it up from performing arts.
Yep.
So anyway, I just stopped by here to see my boys like Reese.
So were you umpiring today? It was raining out there.
No, not today. We worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
We were lucky. We got good weather this week.
Yeah.
Good weather. Lot of sun. It was hot yesterday, like 85, 86.
Yeah. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, where were you at?
When it gets to be like 90 degrees, are you able to sit out there in the hot baking sun?
No problem.
Being an umpire, really?
I did it in 105. I used to do it. Yeah.
Really?
Down in Jersey, yeah, in the summer.
It was 105 in Jersey?
Yeah, I did it where Ike Reese lives at,
Yeah.
down in his neighborhood.
Okay.
Yep. Mike lives there too now.
Yeah, I live down there now too. We're gonna have a party at my house.
Near Wentz's house?
Yeah.
Am I near Wentz's house?
Well, yeah, his old house. Yeah.
Ah, really?
Yep.
That's good.
Yep. Me and Carson were neighbors.
Oh.
The Perfect Game, John Galante runs all the Perfect Game from Jersey.
Oh, that's another shout out.
That's
another one,
he's an assigner. He's got over 200 umpires.
Wow.
And they work hard. And
How's-
there's a lot of games once the kids are out of school.
Yep.
June, July, and August. There's a lot of Perfect Game going around in Jersey, and they Williamstown High School.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of schools down in Washington Township.
How long you been umpiring?
Since 2012.
Really?
2012.
Oh, I would have thought
you
longer.
had been doing it
But I
longer.
gave up, in 2018, I gave it up, and now they asked me to come back this year. And
Why'd you give it up?
Well, because I had the open heart surgery.
Oh,
I
okay.
was, I lost weight, a lot of weight over the winter, and I figured I'd give it a shot. So,
And now you're one of the best to do it.
Well, I'm not. Everybody knows me.
Yeah.
They know that they better come to hit when they're walking up, because if it's in the box, it's
You're
strike
calling
one,
it,
strike
yeah.
two, strike three. You're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
what
be
I
like
mean?
Joe DeCamera up there looking for
Yeah,
balls. Yeah, he's
yeah,
trying to get a
exactly.
Joe's
You got
always
it.
looking for balls.
Yeah.
You don't
He's
like
got a lot
Camerata.
of balls, Joe, don't he?
Well, you don't like Camerata, do you?
No, he's all right, but he
Okay.
just like some of the stuff he's been pulling the last 2-3 years,
Yeah.
Yep.
Show me the action, you know what I mean? Let's go. you
Show
know
me the
what I
money.
mean?
How's
but,
the? I mean, you always talk about this, so I feel like I'm not talking out of school. How's the love life?
It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
getting ready for my big trip. 2 weeks from now, I'll be. Listen.
Oh yeah.
2 weeks is my 70th birthday.
No way.
On Friday.
You're
Yeah,
not
Friday
70.
the 23rd. Yep.
You're 70.
70, and I'm going to Cartagena, Colombia for 9 days. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
You and these. Now you're going to Colombia?
Yeah, I'm going to
It's
Colombia.
dangerous down there.
Nah, I ain't. Nah, it's,
Are you running?
it's
You running
resort.
drugs?
I'm staying at a resort.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. Don't leave the resort.
Yeah. Well,
stay on the premises.
Yeah, of course. I'm staying in
All
the good
inclusive.
parts,
All
you know.
inclusive.
Just breakfast only.
Okay.
All
right.
Does it include the love life? Is it all inclusive?
No. He only wants to roll.
You
Yeah,
gotta find that. Like,
You rolling by yourself, or you taking? You taking?
No, I'm going myself.
Okay, don't bring sand to the beach. I feel you. Don't bring sand to the beach.
Be careful down there.
Yeah.
We want you to be able to come
This
back.
would be one of those trips I would actually bring sand to the beach.
You keep yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, damn right.
Yep.
Well, I can tell you a few stories that I heard, but I'm, off the air.
Oh, about Colombia?
About a lot of places down there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Costa
Herb.
Rica.
Costa Rica.
Yeah, no, you said it right.
Yeah, yep.
All right, I want to give a shout
there
out
we go.
to the,
Yep. Yes.
again, one
Just
little shout out. The
in case.
Phillies are coming on.
Yep.
And
They
the
followed what
Eagles
you
had
said.
a great draft. Go Eagles.
Yep. What about the Flyers?
2025. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Again, back to back.
Let's do it.
Howie Roseman, back to back.
Yes.
Back.
And what about the Flyers?
The Flyers, well, we got to get some players. They say they're going in free agency.
Yep.
And they're going to get a good draft. That's what I've been hearing. So,
And what about
the
Sixers?
We got to get some hope.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get the second or third pick in the draft.
Fingers crossed, or the first even.
Well, yeah, but that's going to be tough. I don't know. Even if they can go from 5, what are they, 5 right now,
6.
right?
Yeah, 6.
6?
Yeah.
If they can go from 6 to 2 or
Yep.
6 to 3,
Or
it's
6
not
to 1.
bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
They might be able to make a deal and get that kid that number 1 if they,
You never know.
throw some players in their face. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Throw players in their face.
So,
That's a good plan.
yeah.
All right, Herb.
The Sixers
buddy.
got a lot of play. They
nope.
got a lot of players that can play.
They've got
They
some.
They just got to get a big man. You know that.
We have a big man.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he's hurt all the time.
Come on, Ike.
So
I didn't know.
Obviously.
we were 26-8. We were 26-8.
Who?
2 years ago. Not this past year, but the year 26-8, and then Embiid got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, so that team, they won 47 games when they basically and played the Knicks. The problem with the Sixers is, and if you look at them against the Knicks, is the Knicks, okay, they get the rebounds, they play defense, and they can shoot the threes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they got 2 or 3 guys that can hit 25 to 30 points every night. And the Sixers, can they do that? You know what I mean? And,
That's the question.
I mean, when Embiid's healthy,
never
but can
gonna
he? You know what I mean? We
Have you
need
ever heard us sing
help.
Creed?
We need
Never gonna
somebody.
Have you ever heard us sing Creed?
Yeah, I
At
heard
5:30?
that. I heard Creed.
You want to join us? It's coming up.
I don't know. That's tough. I'm not a good singer. Man.
Well,
neither are we.
join the club. Join the club. All
All
right,
right, we
Herb.
won't put you on the mic. You can sing in the background.
Yeah. Any other shout-outs before you go?
No, that's it.
Okay.
That's it?
All right, let me say hello to Howard Eskin.
All right.
Wherever he's at right now. The big man from Philadelphia.
Yep.
Yeah. Love it.
All right,
Now
Herb.
his son's the number 1 man.
Number 2.
yeah.
Name second. I mean, show number 1. Me number 2, though.
Oh, you're 1A.
Wow.
We're 1A and 1B.
There he is. And Jack Fritz returns.
Jack, you see.
Jack, just a
What
lot,
a downgrade that I'm back,
a
right?
lot to live up to.
A
here.
lot to live up to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I talk about me and
Joe
Tornado,
Conklin.
Tornado Shapiro's best friend?
Yep.
So me and Tornado Shapiro,
Yep.
his best friend Joe Conklin,
Yep.
we'll do a special book signing of Ring the Bell. Go to ringthebellbook.com, of course.
Yeah.
Got the book back today.
Yeah. How's it look?
Looks beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a physical copy?
No,
Or
I
you
like
got
at the
PDF?
PDFs and how it's going to look. So that's going to be great. Signing books there. I will not be doing stand-up. Don't worry. We'll not ruin the show. We'll be at Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. It's right before the show. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. Get tickets at
JoeConklin.com.
Not the same.
JoeConklin.com.
Yeah,
There
not
it
the same
is.
as what Mike does.
Yeah, well,
yeah. He does it way better. You get the point? Good.
Herb's better on the phone.
So what did I miss in the last?
He gave shout-outs.
Yeah, he gave a lot of shout-outs.
A lot of shout-outs.
Yeah.
He gave his analysis of the Phillies,
Great.
Eagles, Flyers, and Sixers.
Yep.
Flyers analysis.
Yeah. Well, I asked him. And for the Sixers, he was like, they're good. They just need a big man.
Well, that's a good take.
Yeah, you know what I mean? All right. 215-592-9494. We lead you up to leading off tonight, right?
Extended leading off.
Extended leading off.
Taz's been upset about that since 6:30 this morning.
Yep. We have Phils tonight, 7:15, first pitch, Phils and Guardians. But we still got a half hour left of this show, and you are free to join. 215-592-9494. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. You know big games and big events are always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Good news as I look outside, and it's not raining anymore. And that means the dogs will go outside and go to the bathroom, because my worst nightmare is going home, and the dogs won't go outside. I love my dogs dearly, but they got to go out. Anyway, when you got to take them out, you got to take them over to Dogs and Cats Rule, because Dogs and Cats Rule is your headquarters for your dogs, for your cats, for really anything, especially with spring and summer. Now they're going to be outside more. You need toys. They got you hooked up. One of the 7 locations has a toy for your pets. You need a new leash, maybe for taking them a walk. Dogs and Cats Rule is going to hook you up. You want to learn about natural flea and tick prevention, which I didn't know about till I went over there. And the thing is, the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule is so patient, so educated, so friendly, that they are going to walk you through all of these decisions. And I know you're not used to that at a pet store. You usually don't get that sort of stuff. You normally have to do your own research or whatever, go on the internet. Not at Dogs and Cats Rule. They have the answers for you, and they have the best answers when it comes to pet nutrition. The very, very, very top of the line stuff, all the fresh diets, the raw, the gently cooked, the freeze dried, all that stuff. And again, they have the answers for you. There's 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The Phillies head to Cleveland for a 3-game series against the Guardians. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos, opposite field, 3-run home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing on autopay, stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush, or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise? Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it. With your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Get more people into 530 Creed at a big golf tournament than at Chickies and Pete's, you probably would have told me I was crazy.
Yeah.
It's not a big.
I'm real interested today.
No, and it's a good crowd. They're here. They just don't care.
Yeah.
All right, Herb. Can we give it a rest?
Nice.
Here, thanks.
You about to get tased in a minute, Herb.
Yeah.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. The show.
No.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so, because there's nothing really, I don't think, going on around the complex tonight. I mean, there's
it's just
Phillies
like
game.
Everybody's looking at us. It's like they didn't even care they were singing about Creed.
Yeah.
It drove me crazy, actually. I want a little positive reinforcement. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you on Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What's your concern level with Bryce Harper right now and going forward? Final count, 59.3, not concerned. 29.9, starting to be concerned. 10.8, very concerned. 215-592-9494. Thomas and Broomall, you're on WIP. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, talk about the Phillies. Huge win last night.
Is this Howie Roseman?
Comes from behind.
You sound just like Howie Roseman. It's stunning. All right, anyway, go ahead.
About the Phillies. So, they came back last night. Huge win. Can't remember the last time they came back from, 5 runs down. Do you think momentum? They're doing good now. I could see them actually winning, 2 or even maybe sweeping Cleveland. You really think momentum is a real thing? I feel like they'll win a few. I'm like, they're back, and then they lose one. They lose a couple in a row.
But isn't that just a baseball season? You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to win every series for the rest of the year. And the Guardians are not a pushover. I mean, they're 22-15 and then 11-5 at home. So
low run differential, though. Negative run differential.
But they've been kind of fraudulent for years.
Yes,
now,
they have. Smoke and mirrors.
Now, starting staff-wise, they have the 29th ERA in the league. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's crazy. Because they're usually built on all this pitching, and they're just not this year. So.
The thing about momentum, Thomas, is it's there until it's not.
Only as good as the next day's starter, Spike.
Well, it's in any sport. It's like it's real until you miss a shot or you don't win the game. So they're playing well. They're playing good baseball.
They're peaking too early, some are saying.
No one's saying that.
Too early.
Gotcha. And then one last thing, and I got a question for Ike. So,
okay.
With Tanner, obviously, if he wasn't hurt, he would have came up here last year. Taijuan Walker wouldn't have been here. We probably wouldn't have signed Jesus Luzardo. But I get the coaches that Tanner had. They definitely make sure they're careful. And obviously, it's Dave's decision, correct? When he comes up.
Sure.
You got so many coaches.
What's the question here?
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out I know it's not babysitting either, but just
Thomas, come on.
The connectiveness of all the coaches, like how each guy thinks. How often do the coaches in the minor leagues talk to everybody in the organization?
Oh, like a top-down approach. I got you.
Yeah. And then I have a question for you.
Yeah, I think they're more connected than they used to be. Like Cotham, I think, talks to all the minor league coaches. So
they had that problem years ago. Remember?
I know.
It was the guy, the French-Canadian guy.
Oh, Philippe Aumont?
Aumont complained that he was told something different at every level when he was here.
It was a couple of years ago. It was a problem, too. I think it's been the biggest thing they've tried to get right the last couple of years is getting everyone on the same page.
Yeah. What's your question for Ike, Thomas?
So when you were playing, with the Eagles in '98, or you started off, and I know microphones in the helmets came out in '94. Was there ever an instance where player on defense changed the play, coach didn't like it? I don't know how often that happened back then. Was there ever a player who had control of the headset?
Thanks for the call, Thomas.
Yeah, good question. I don't remember any. When I started in '98, Emmett Thomas was the defensive coordinator at that point. I was a rookie. I probably was just happy to be here during that time. Under Jim Johnson, he pretty much ran what he called.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. In just about every defense, there is a sort of check that could be made based on what the offense does. They motion somebody out of the backfield or something like that, then, we switch to a different defense.
But it's all within, you have if this, then that.
Yes, it's within that call, yes.
It's not like what a
somebody
quarterback
going rogue,
can do.
and just changing the play and calling their own defense.
Yeah.
No. Now, I will say this. We had guys that sometimes played outside of the framework of the defense.
Yes. There's still guys that do
Some
that.
of our favorite Eagles greats.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Who?
That's what made them great. Oh, Donk and Trot.
Oh, really?
And Hugh.
Doing their own thing?
Yeah, they played outside of the framework at times, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's where...
Is that an instinct thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's where their ability and how good they were would allow for that to happen. It's like Bill Belichick used to say about Lawrence Taylor. He called a defense for them to run with the Giants, and LT's out there doing his own thing at times. He's LT.
Right.
So you do that, you had better be successful.
That's what I say. That's the difference. Is
Yes.
Players who do that, who aren't good enough to do that, don't play very long.
They don't play very long. And I will say this to my teammates' credit. I don't remember them ever doing that, and it cost us in a big-time way. May have given up a first down, but I don't remember that ever happening in a game-winning situation where it may have cost us a game. So, but like I said, guys like Hugh, Jeremiah, Brian Dawkins, they are good enough that it's hard to draw X's and O's up on the board and say, just do it as it's designed.
Right.
You're not going to, Brian Dawkins doesn't become Brian Dawkins by playing within the framework of a defense.
I think that's an interesting dynamic that probably shows itself in lots of workplaces in different ways.
Yeah. So I would say, like in basketball,
right.
Kobe breaking the triangle offense or Jordan breaking the triangle offense, well, they can do that.
Right.
Because they got the skill to do that. But everybody
B.J. Armstrong can.
Yes, everybody else has to run the offense.
Yeah.
Believe me, Ike didn't freelance.
No?
No, I didn't freelance, no. Even when the players try to get you to do that.
Well, by the way, how am I going to put this? There is value to understanding what you're capable of and what you should be doing.
Yes.
And you were probably better because you understood what you could do and what you couldn't do, what you would be successful at.
I was a not that I didn't have any ability, but playing around the guys that were as good as they were allowed me to also shine.
They need you to do exactly what you're supposed to be doing.
Exactly, yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
215.
It's the role player, Fritz.
Yep.
You know, Bryce can take off and go to third base from first base.
Yeah. Rojas can't?
No. Rojas can't. And by the way, I wish Bryce would do it less, too.
No, he shouldn't do it.
Well,
yeah, but who's telling him?
Who's telling him not to?
Exactly right.
That's one way he freestyles that I don't like.
Nah, yeah. Hey, but it's hustle.
Yeah.
I like earlier when you said he plays hard all the time. That was a nice
You didn't
moment.
say that. Yeah, you don't even remember saying it.
Oh, did I?
You said something along those lines.
Well.
You also said yesterday golf's a sport, so.
No, I didn't.
Nah, you said when you're talking about,
I didn't say golf was a sport.
Well, you said it's a sport.
No,
you said it's a sport that I could get into.
I misspoke. OG Wade, you're on WIP. I misspoke.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Right on time.
OG.
Yeah, right on time.
Hey, listen, man. I got some breaking news.
Great.
Oh, here it comes.
I'm shooting for the inside spot. You know what I'm doing. I got to come for the number one spot now, but this is real. This is some big news now. Cooper DeJean is not an exciting way.
Now, what does that mean?
He's a part of the delegation. He's a brother.
Oh, yeah, well.
Hold on. You can't just stick us with jerks.
You can't just take the cool ones. No, you can't just take the ones you like. That's not. No. We get to keep them.
Go ahead. Go ahead, OG.
He's got curly hair. He wears a size 13 and he's 6 foot. He jumps high and he's fast.
Yeah, he helps with our averages.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. He talks like he got a mouthful of grapes. So, yeah.
Oh, man.
Here's what I'll do for y'all. Here's what I'll do. For consolation, we'll give you Patrick Mahomes in exchange for Cooper DeJean.
You've been on this with Patrick Mahomes for too long. It's insulting.
Too much creamer in the coffee, man. That's all
That was your saying. I remember that was your saying.
Way too much creamer.
Oh, man.
You can't have Cooper DeJean.
Come on, man. You got to let something go, but you can't have them
Oh!
all.
We just got one for the first time in like 25 years. It's Seahorn.
I just gave you Robinson.
No.
Who? Oh, Ty
Robinson.
No, you got to take him too.
Wait till he's the fullback.
Sit over here with Richie.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. You got to come up off of me one day.
No. All right.
Oh, man.
Hey,
Like
let
it.
me get my question, man.
Oh,
Why
all
you
right.
always
Okay.
need
I'm
you
sorry.
to
Sorry.
say
Sorry.
them
Sorry.
games?
Okay.
We don't know what your agenda is.
No, but I will say, comedian O.G. Wade.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Not a bad pivot. Not a bad pivot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, listen, Spike. The
Yeah.
other day we did a question of your favorite electronics, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where in the hell did you come up that a turntable is an electronic?
Well,
Well, it's
you
not.
plug it in.
Yeah.
How do you think it works,
Nah,
OG?
No, that's not an electronic.
And
man.
first of all, I
Electronics
didn't
is
say
a game.
I didn't say turntable. I said boombox. A caller
you
said
said-
turntable. No, I said boombox.
Here we
You
go.
let him get away with it because you said to him, "Yeah, I've had a Tech 12 and all that other
A
stuff."
Technique's
So I said,
1200. A turntable
just
is an
because-
electronic.
Okay, so so your heater that you plug into what? That's an electronic.
Yes.
Okay.
I
all right,
don't.
I'm just,
I mean,
Maybe
OG, is a VCR an electronic?
yes, it is.
It's the same
Well,
thing as a
that is-
turntable. Yeah.
No. It's stuff that goes into it. You know what I'm saying?
It's all right.
Keep cooking, OJ.
Yeah. I mean, he's wrong.
No, he's wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple weeks ago, or I think it was last week, that Bill Belichick had the interview on CBS where his girlfriend Jordan Hudson sort of interrupted.
Yeah.
And apparently she interrupted a bunch of times. Well, according to Pablo Torre, here is the new way it goes at University of North Carolina.
Two sources at the University of North Carolina tell me that there has been a decision that was made last week by the higher-ups inside the athletic department that had hired Bill Belichick to be the highest-paid public employee, not just coach, in the state of North Carolina at $10 million a year. And that decision was that Jordan Hudson is no longer allowed in the football building.
Okay.
She is not allowed on the football field. Quote, don't think you'll be hearing much from Jordan moving forward. So the theory of why any of this happening is a relevant conversation that I'm gonna ask you to put a pin in that.
Okay.
Because the second update is that Bill Belichick's family is extraordinarily concerned about what has transpired. One Belichick family source told me, quote, there is deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy, reputation, everything he has built and worked for over decades.
So I would say
This is getting weird.
Yeah, I would say I know Pablo a little bit. Pablo does good work. I would imagine if he is reporting these things, they are accurate. I'm surprised that North Carolina stood up to him, I guess.
Well, here's my thing. Unless she's doing something that we don't know about, who the hell tells a coach that his significant other can't come around?
Can't be on the field?
Yeah, or be in a building. Like, who does that?
I don't know. I guess if you're North Carolina and you're like...
Have you ever heard of this before?
Yeah, but I've never seen anything like this before.
Like what? A girlfriend?
In a nationally televised interview?
Sure.
Telling when he can talk and when he can't talk?
Okay, but all I'm saying, if that was his publicist, no one would care. You feel me?
Yes.
Like if that was his publicist that was doing that, no one would care. Like this to me, again, I don't know, they obviously know more about the situation than I do. I'm just saying this seems a little extreme for a university to go out of their way, and he's using words like barred and banned from the facility, and it's like, what has she done other than step on a football field? Like,
well, the other
what does
thing
that
is
mean?
we don't know. We only know what we've seen.
That's what
too.
I'm saying, unless
there could
something
be
else
more.
is going on
Yes.
behind the scenes.
There could be more.
Where
I
she
guess.
is sort of being some sort of tyrant.
Yeah.
Or what have you. But here's my thing. Why would it have to lead to North Carolina stepping in? Why wouldn't Bill Belichick,
Well, that part's weird.
if
too.
somebody just spoke to him, just say, you know what, we need to dial it down a little bit. She can dial it down as far as her responsibility. Like that's his. I understand the age difference, but I'm skipping past that, and I'm saying that's his significant other.
Right. Unless he said no.
Yeah.
Unless they asked and he said no. Who knows? Who knows? Your original point, who knows what's going on behind closed doors at this point?
It seems, and then the family gets involved.
Right.
Now, unless Bill has been, I don't know, hypnotized or something.
Right.
It seems like some people she's closer than they are to Bill.
Right. And they're jealous.
I know what this feels like. This feels like this young girl is in. Pop ain't coming around anymore. We don't have access to this. We don't have access to that. And
who's going to be in the will?
Seriously.
No, I'm not kidding.
Exactly right.
Yep.
So it's crazy, but Bill, get a hold of this, man. This ain't the way you should go out, Bill. Like this.
Well, the other thing is, you don't need this job.
Exactly.
Right,
well, it's one thing you're coaching at North Carolina, of all places, anyway. Now we got to have this thing with you and this young girl. Like,
who would have ever guessed this 5 years ago? If I told you 5 years ago,
never guessed this.
Bill Belichick will be coaching North Carolina. His 24-year-old girlfriend would cause such a ruckus that she becomes banned from the facility, and his family is worried about him. It sounds like it is
the craziest thing, man.
It sounds impossible if I had told you that. None of it sounds likely.
Bill just doesn't say he don't give a bleep no more. Just.
Well, as soon as he went on national TV in the ripped sweatshirt, I knew.
It was crazy.
Oh, no, that's design.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
It had other holes in it, too.
Oh, really?
I think that's just the shirt.
Then that's got to be her dressing.
Yes. Oh, definitely. That's
100%.
Yes.
Yep.
See, I thought that was like the first sweatshirt he had growing up when he was. His dad was like, wasn't his dad a coach at Navy or something?
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. Whole thing is insane.
Very, very strange. Steve in Norristown, you're in WIP.
Hey guys, just wanted to say I went down to the teams in